Chapter 1 Arrival. Beneath the scorching midday of July, Chuchi arrived at the entrance of County Construction Bureau. Today marked her first day of work, and Desa graduated from a prestigious university in Shanghai. She hadn't direct arduous process of campus recruitment o Korea civil service a position 9th as remote district. Agwesa Biden that finding a job in these at times was no easy feat. Upon entering, she was promptly ushered into the conference room, where a theater of the bureau director Yang sat at the center. Hiksudi donero of scholarly refinement, though his thinning hair suggested the passage of to me had temporary disfigured. Seated beside high Maurice Virilither leaders. Director Yang welcomed Chusai warmly, then proceeded to deliver an inspiring speech aimed at motivating the Unger staff. Shortly thereafter, she was taken by section chief Lu to familiarize herself with workflow. With her large, curious eyes, Chusai observed everything around her. Unaware of their background from a major city had piqued the interest of her colleagues, including Chief Lu Hoen Directive Physio and Wu Kudin Dira the challenges ahead. After a brief orientation, the leadership, understanding that Chuas Nuan had much to learn, allowed her to return home to prepare. Chusai exchanged WeChat contacts with her colleague Xiaolu, who, benefiting from Merlocac knowledge, offered to assist Chus in finding accommodation. After all, it was for an attractive woman to one such a workplace, and it was why Zito considered how advantageous of proximity. Fortunately, Chusa's search for housing went smoothly, and Shindi du prompting an apartment in the same complex as Xiaolu, not far from the office. The first week of her job primarily involved acclimatizing to her responsibility as the tasks were manageable, allowing her to arrange her new home and purchase necessary items. As she watched her small living space gradually come together, a smile spread across her face. She playfully rolled around in her bed, checking her phone for messages from La Chu, who had expressed dissatisfaction with her decision to work so far from home. Often teasing her about when she would be dismissed and return home, yet, Chusai, embodying the spirit of her rebellious daughter, found herself more invigorated by the challenge. As he settled into this new work environment, she then confided in her best friend Sumumu about her feelings of isolation due to the female company, which left there with a sense of missing a companion in life. Sumumu would scold her for being ungrateful, reminding her that their own job at the Women's Federation was for more demanding. While it was often said that 3 women could create a captivating drama, her friend quipped that their workplace could rival the intricacies of Empress and Palace. Life in this comfortable routine continued for 2 weeks until it was abruptly disrupted by a series of discordant notifications in the work group chat. First came a news of a major inspection from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development, followed by a demand for self-inspections from each unit. With such a sweeping review on the horizon, the documentation section found itself at the forefront, with other departments to assist. Before long, Chief Luzaman Chusai to compile a checklist based on the meeting's directives. She diligently typed away off her computer, just as he stretched her back after a long running go for work. Director Yan entered the room. Xiaochu, thank you for your hard work. The workload has been heavily, and we all need to keep pushing forward. This afternoon, Secretary Fu from the County Committee will be visiting to review our progress. Make sure everyone is prepared to report their work, he said before calling Chief Lu to discuss afternoon's agenda. Shalaili ended with a conspiratorial air. Have you heard about Secretary Fu? He's a PhD from Jing University in civil engineering, tall, handsome, and has still unmarried. He has the mayor's attention. Chusai Morolai responded with a no, and a smile, internally reflecting the tithed little to do with her. Shalai truly hate a penchant for gossip. Chapter 2 First Encounter. After lunch, Chusai was busily typing gather computer, organizing spreadsheets, while Shalai rummaged through the corresponding blueprints. Suddenly, Theodore swung upon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and greetings. Director Yang stepped forward, respectfully gesturing. Secretary Fu, this is her documentation section. As soon as she finished speaking, a group entered. The foremost figure exuded confidence and poise, standing tall with an air of scholarly elegance, embodying the phrase a gentleman unmatched in the world. Chusai sprang to her feet, instinctively joining Xiaolu in greeting. Hello, Secretary Fu. Fuchin glanced at Wolfdom, offering a polite nod. His deep CTS lingered in Chusai for a brief moment before quickly scanning the room, seemingly assessing the work environment. Director Yang began introducing the accompanying leaders, and Chusai and Shalai exchanged courteous greetings with them. One leader, appearing to be Ofasimula Rajato Director Yang, remarked, Director Yang, is this the young lady from Mio Unit, the high achiever from Shanghai? Yes, Thesis Chusai Shasquaiti exceptional and Izi Ajurto establish Herutz in our district, Director Yang replied with evident pride. No ton Lido Esha possess impressive credentials, but she'll so embodies the grace of Southern Bell. Her name is memorably to Director Yang certainly no show to recruit talent, where find such candidates, the leader added with Asmal. Today, Chusa wore a light purple dress with a Peter Pan collar, complemented by her sparkling eyes, radiating a distinct charm and essential beauty from Jiangnan. Director Pan, your Tukand, Director Yang responded with modesty, the Napan Thedorta lead the leader Sone Trurofot her departments. As that wo director sprays Chusiai Fuchan slip skirled slightly and Asmile ha had encountered many beautiful women, Butharo Asamathing Gabuchu Sistan told me ran dinner vitality thought kautisatenshan. Let his uncom raid Chu take a responsibility for the submission of the inspection materials, Fuchan suggested casually. Director Yang paused for a moment, then readily agreed, of course, Xiao Chu, you should thank Secretary Fu for his trust. Chusa waste kenebak but quickly regained her composure. Thank you, Secretary Fu, I will do my utmost to fulfill this responsibility. Fu Chen added slightly, a bar lip perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Theother skimmadin, expressing their confidence in Chusa's capabilities. On Seth the group departed, Shaluan v Chusai, saying, Xiao Chu, you're a troll fortunatito hovering Secretary Fu's recognition. Chusa felt a twingio fangzi editor, this recognition felt more like hiatist, yet, with the tasno asenetoer, she resolved to javai the all. Shortly after Theodora Panetagain and Chiflurturn. Shalu Xiaochu come with meta the conferenceroom. The size a great opportunity for a your documentation section to make a good impression on the leaders. Shalaya sprang to her feet, following eagerly, while Chusa trailed behind, feeling a mix of reluctancy and anxiety, reminiscent of a student reluctant of a teacher. Upon entering the conference room, she found Fuchensiated in the center, his expressions area she listened intent Lito Director Yang's report and work plans. Chusa quickly sidled to the side, preparing tea for the leaders alongside Xiaolu with her head bowed. She nervously offered a cup to Fuchen, saying, Secretary Fu, please enjoy some media. Fuchen accepted the cup, softly replying, thank you. His deep resonant voice made Chusa Shiartre sane voluntarily. After the meeting concluded, Director Yang called Chusai aside. Xiaochu, it's rare for Secretary Fu to designate Simeon for such responsibilities, you must seize this opportunity. Chusa nodded, feeling gasons of resignation. She understood Director Yang's intentions but merely wished to focus on her work without becoming entangled in any complex relationships. Returning to the documentation section, Chusa resumed her tasks. She decided to trio thise assignment tasks to know her job, striving to perform to the best of her abilities, unbeknownst to her, as Hezer Vedtia, Fuchen's gazion inadvertently fell upon her, his eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 3 Reporting work. After a long day of high-pressure work, Chusai hurried home as if her feet were greased. After taking a shower, she lay on the sofa, eagerly starting a video call with her best friend. Sumumu, to share the exhilarating events of her day. The video connected swiftly. His sister, what's up? You seem so eager to check in, Sumumu inquired, propping her chin on her hand. You know what? I met our county party secretary today, Chusai exclaimed excitedly. I want to hear all about it. Was he handsome? Just another greasy old man. Sumumu's curiosity was instantly piqued. He's quite young. With a face that exudes restraint and a solid physique, Chusai replied, her eyes sparkling. He conducts his work with such clarity and decisiveness. Wow. Sumumu gasped, and then what? What happened next? Then he asked me to bring him tea in the conference room. Chusai continued, a hint of shyness creeping in. He said I would be responsible for liaising with the county committee for future inspections. Oh my gosh, CICI, you're amazing. On your first day, you've already been entrusted with such an important task. You rebound to soar high, Sumumu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. No, I'm just a commoner. I hardly have such fortune. I suppose it's just because I'm new and responsible for this area. Chusai rolled her eyes at Sumumu. For me, I'm just a lazy person uninterested in work, sister. I just want to know, is he single? Sumumu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. I am not sure, Chusai admitted, but I heard from Xiaolu that he seems to be without a girlfriend. Then why aren't you making a move? Sumumu encouraged. Chusai stared at the screen. Speechless, but I'm just a minor staff member, and he is the county party secretary. Chusai, you need to be bolder. Love knows no boundaries of status, Sumumu urged, her encouragement igniting a whirlwind of romantic notions in Chusai's mind. The two friends ended their gossiping video call. Although Secretary Fu struck a chord with Chusai's aesthetic sensibilities, his chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and tall stature imposing a sense of authority, she shook her head. Trying to dispel the absurdity of her thoughts. What nonsense am I thinking? We're not even on the same level, she mused, feeling a bit bewitched. She decided to watch a short drama to calm her nerves. The following days, despite the heavy workload, everything progressed smoothly, and credit was due to Section Chief Liu, whose meticulousness and strong organizational skills made tasks feel effortless. Finally, Friday arrived, and for Chusai, the sunlight felt pleasantly warm rather than harsh. She was in high spirits, looking forward to a weekend of lounging at home. While tidying up her desk and organizing documents, Director Yang entered and announced that they had received notice to accompany Section Chief Liu Xiaolu and Chu Ci to report on work progress to Secretary Fu. They needed to pack up quickly and head out. Upon hearing this news, Chu Ci's heart skipped a beat as memories of the handsome county party secretary surged in. Bringing with it a mix of anticipation and nervousness, the group arrived at Secretary Fu's office, where he was engrossed in documents. When he looked up and caught sight of Chu Ci, a subtle smile graced his lips, his gaze revealing a hint of warmth. The work report went exceptionally well, and Secretary Fu highly praised their achievements. As they concluded, he remarked, "Xiao Chu, regarding some details of the inspection materials, I'll need you to send them over for further revisions later." Chu Ci's heart raced, and she nodded in acknowledgement, promptly following Director Yang and the others out. Chapter 4. Delivering materials. On the way back, Director Yang advised Chu Ci to carefully ponder the leader's suggestions and meticulously revise the documents over the weekend. Chu Ci responded earnestly, though inwardly she felt her perfect weekend plans had been shattered. Once at home, she reluctantly opened her laptop, staring at the documents that required revision, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Although her major in Chinese language and literature suggested a relatively easy clerical role, the technicalities associated with engineering made this position quite challenging. Laden with specialized terminology, she had hoped for a relaxing weekend, but the demands of her work had disrupted her plans. Nevertheless, Chu Ci understood that this was an unavoidable responsibility. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain calm and began to meticulously analyze the leader's feedback, word by word. On Monday, as soon as she arrived at work, she received a notification to deliver the revised self-examination report to Secretary Fu for review by the afternoon. After lunch, she took the materials to the county committee. Dressed in a blue and white checkered blouse adorned with delicate lace trim at the collar and sleeves, paired with light blue jeans that accentuated her slender waist, and sported a pair of crisp white shoes, presenting a refreshing image amidst a sea of formally attired government officials. With her long hair casually tied in a high ponytail, a few strands playfully framed her face, enhancing her youthful charm. As she walked, she pondered how to inquire about the location of Secretary Fu's office. She only remembered it was on the 3rd floor, but the specific room number had completely escaped her. Likely due to her earlier nerves, lost in thought, she looked up and spotted Secretary Liu standing at the entrance of the hall, the right-hand man to Secretary Fu. The young girl cheerfully jogged over to greet him. "Hello, Comrade Xiao Chu, the secretary asked me to wait for you here," Liu's secretary courteously stated. Chu Ci thanked him and followed Liu's secretary's lead. Coincidentally, Liu's secretary's phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the screen and swiftly answered, indicating it was an important call. He gestured for Chu Ci to proceed ahead while he handled the call. Chu Ci gave an OK sign and made her way to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chu Ci found herself utterly confused. There were door numbers but no specific office names, and each office appeared quite similar from the outside. She vaguely remembered that it was at the end of the hall but couldn't recall whether it was to the left or right. Holding on to a sliver of hope, she ventured right, walking to the last office and tentatively knocking on the door, but there was no response. After hesitating, she pushed open the ajar door, thinking that even if it wasn't the correct office, she could at least inquire where Secretary Fu's office was. Inside, she found no one, just some materials scattered about, resembling a storage room for documents. Without hesitation, she grasped the doorknob to close the door behind her. At that moment, a dramatic turn of events occurred. The doorknob detached from the door and fell into her hand. The young girl stood frozen in shock, her expression a mix of surprise and adorable clumsiness, her small hands and flustered demeanor making her look endearingly silly. After a moment of panic, she quickly glanced around, realizing no one was present, and feigned calmness as she silently placed the doorknob back in its hole. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was entirely witnessed by Fu Chun, who stood in the shadows, his lips curling into a slight smile. As Chu Ci prepared to sneak away, a soft chuckle emanated from behind her. Startling her, she turned to find Fu Chen stepping out from the darkness. "Secretary Fu," Chu Ci stammered, her face instantly flushing a deep crimson. Fu Chen approached the door, picked up the doorknob, examined it, and then effortlessly reattached it. "This doorknob seems a bit loose. I was planning to have someone come fix it," he explained with a smile. Chu Ci nodded awkwardly. I should go find Secretary Liu. No need, I'll arrange for someone to fix it later." "Let me take you to my office first," Fu Chen interrupted her, leading the way down the corridor. Chu Ci followed him, silently relieved that she hadn't embarrassed herself further. Once in Fu Chen's office, He pulled out the materials Chu Xi had submitted, carefully reviewing them. Chu Xi stood by, anxiously watching, fearing any mistakes in her work. After finishing, Fu Chen looked up, his gaze landing on Chu Xi. Chapter 5 Adding on WeChat Xiaochu. The overall revisions this time were quite good, though there are a few minor issues with some engineering-related terminology explanations. Come here, let me clarify, Fu Chen said gently. Chu Xi felt a flutter of nerves. Immediately standing up like a schoolgirl and moving to his side. Fu Chen pointed to a section in the document, patiently explaining it to her. Chu Xi listened intently, nodding occasionally to indicate her understanding. As Fu Chen elaborated, her initial anxiety began to dissipate, and she started to ask questions, engaging in a deeper discussion with him. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly harmonious, and the distance between them seemed to narrow unconsciously. Occasionally, the scent of flowers wafted into Fu Chen's nose, and he glanced at Chu Xi, noticing the faint blush on her ears and the delicate curve of her neck, causing his heart to flutter as if caressed by a soft hand. Realizing his momentary lapse, Fu Chen quickly cleared his throat and asked, "Do you understand now?" Chu Xi nodded vigorously, saying, "Thank you, Secretary Fu. I understand now." Fu Chen took out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code. Chu Xi's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to herself, "Is he asking me to scan and add him as a friend? Please provide your contact information if you have any questions during further revisions. You can reach out to me directly," Fu Chen said, looking at her. Given that Fu Chen was a secretary, the superior of her superior, and was guiding her work, Chu Xi felt it inappropriate to hesitate. She opened her phone and scanned the code to add him. After all, whether or not they communicated in the future was entirely up to her. Secretary Fu glanced at his phone, and with a beep, it confirmed the successful addition. "Today, I express my gratitude to Secretary Fu for his guidance. Upon returning, I shall diligently revise my work. With no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave now." Chu Xi remarked. Secretary Fu nodded with a smile, accompanied by a swift farewell of goodbye. Secretary Fu. Chu Xi made her exit, gently closing the door behind her. As she returned to the office, the end of the workday approached. During this time, Director Yang stopped by to inquire about the day's report. Chu Xi recounted the details truthfully, omitting any mention of adding WeChat, fearing that excessive discussion would lead the leadership to overthink. After all, one of her colleagues was valued by the higher-ups, which pleased Director Yang. He then began his customary encouragement, urging Chu Xi to strive diligently. Chu Xi politely nodded in acknowledgement. At last, she endured until the end of the workday and returned home. Tossing her bag aside, she sank into the sofa, unwilling to move, and pulled out her phone, intending to scroll through short dramas for some respite. Just then, old Chu's call came through. "Dad, what are you doing?" Chu Xi inquired. "Nuan, have you had dinner yet?" Old Chu asked from the other end of the line. "No, I just got home from work and I'm utterly exhausted." Chu Xi stretched lazily. "Oh dear. You must eat." "I don't want to, I just want to rest." In truth, Chu Xi was reluctant to go. "Child, don't be willful, get up and eat. You must learn to take care of yourself when you're out there alone." Old Chu began his usual admonishments. Fine, I'll eat in a bit." Chu Xi acquiesced with a sigh. After hanging up, she exhaled deeply. She was genuinely tired, but she also needed to take care of herself. Otherwise old Chu would surely nag her to return home for comfort. Reluctantly, Chu Xi rose from the sofa, ventured into the kitchen, and found the dumplings her parents had packed. She quickly finished a few bites while fiddling with her phone. Suddenly recalling that she hadn't labeled today's WeChat contact, what if she forgot someday? That would be quite embarrassing. She opened WeChat and noticed that Secretary Fu's profile picture resembled a painting, quite tasteful. Chu Xi clicked on Secretary Fu's WeChat, intending to assign a new label. After a moment's contemplation, she typed Secretary Fu and then set her phone aside to rest early. Chapter 6, Serendipity. The following day, Chu Xi, sporting an adorable bun hairstyle, was setting up her workstation. Xiao Lu approached and asked, "How did the work report go yesterday?" Having been away delivering documents to other departments, he expressed concern upon seeing Chu Xi at work today. Chu Xi shrugged and replied, "It went well, but there are a few errors that need correction." Xiao Lu inquired with concern, "Did the higher-ups express any dissatisfaction or criticize you?" "Not at all, they even offered me some explanations." Chu Xi responded. Xiao Lu chuckled. Secretary Fu is indeed a knowledgeable person. This also indicates that the leadership values you. I'm looking forward to you taking me along in the future. Chu Xi shot him a look and said, "Don't tease me." Xiao Lu laughed. "I'm serious. My aunt's husband mentioned that Secretary Fu places great importance on talent cultivation, believing that talent is the backbone of local development. It is worth noting that Xiao Lu's aunt's husband seemingly works at the county committee." though his exact position remains unclear. After all, it's someone else's privacy, and it wouldn't be appropriate to pry. His parents are also public servants and maintain a decent relationship with Director Yang. Xiao Lu has been interning here since his senior year, so he has quite a few insider tidbits. These bits of information are what Chu Ci has gathered from casual conversations with Lu Ku, and Xiao Lu will let us stop this. You must believe that I am absolutely not that so-called talent. I was so nervous yesterday. I am just an ordinary person who has not seen much of the world, Chu Ci remarked. Xiao Lu understood that this was indeed a challenge for someone like Chu Ci, who had just begun her career. He suggested they go out for a nice lunch to ease her nerves, mentioning a well-known private restaurant. At the mention of food, Chu Ci readily agreed. Lunchtime arrived swiftly, and Xiao Lu drove Chu Ci to the private restaurant. As they were engrossed in ordering, Chu Ci felt an odd sensation, as if a heated gaze was fixed upon her from behind. At that moment, Secretary Fu was preparing to enter a private room when he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure seated across from a man, both appearing quite acquainted. The more he looked, the colder his expression became. Just then, Secretary Fu's assistant, Lu, happened to emerge to find him standing there with a frosty demeanor. Lu walked over, following Secretary Fu's gaze, and thought to himself, isn't that Comrade Xiao Chu from the Construction Bureau? He wondered if the leader was developing feelings for the young lady. Lu approached with a smile. Are you here for a meal as well, Comrade Xiao Chu? Chu Ci, surprised to run into an acquaintance while dining, replied with a smile. Yes, hello Secretary Lu. Xiao Lu quickly caught on, greeting Lu with a smile and asking, are you here for a meal as well, Secretary Lu? Indeed, I'm accompanying Secretary Fu to discuss matters. Lu replied with a smile. Turning to Secretary Fu, he asked, Secretary Fu, should we switch to another room? Secretary Fu, expressionless, shook his head and proceeded into the private room. Observing this, Xiao Lu tugged at Chu Ci and whispered, let us finish our meal quickly and leave. Chu Ci nodded in agreement, hastily finishing her meal before departing with Xiao Lu. On the way back, Chu Ci felt a sense of unease. She recalled Lu's peculiar attitude earlier, which seemed somewhat strange. After concluding his discussions, Secretary Fu returned to the office with Lu. Lu inquired, what do you think of the flavors at this private restaurant, Secretary? Secretary Fu rubbed his head and simply acknowledged with a hum. This place is quite popular among young people. Today, I even ran into Comrade Xiao Chu and Xiao Lu from the Construction Bureau, Lu remarked, glancing at his superior. Is the work at the Construction Bureau so leisurely now? Young people need to venture out to grassroots units for experience, especially the male colleagues, Secretary Fu replied coldly. Lu nodded in agreement. You are indeed considerate, leader. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, oblivious to the discussions taking place, sneezed from afar. Chapter 7, Busyness. Upon returning to the office, Secretary Fu plopped down in his chair, leaning back and closing his eyes to rest, yet, the carefree image of that little girl kept surfacing in his mind. He recalled seeing her joyously dining with a young man at noon, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That he knew his thoughts might be selfish, but he couldn't help but be affected by his emotions. Perhaps he should take the initiative to let her understand his feelings. He couldn't just sit idly by. With that thought, Secretary Fu opened his eyes, straightened up in his chair, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He resolved to take action, immediately calling in Lu and instructing him to visit the Construction Bureau to discuss how to cultivate young talent. Lu, perceptive as ever, understood his leader's intentions and nodded vigorously, promising to take care of it. Soon, Xiao Lu was summoned to Director Yang's office, returning with a beaming smile, unaware of anything amiss. Xiao Lu, did you win the lottery? What did the leader discuss with you? Chu Ci inquired. The leader mentioned that a significant new project requires our Construction Bureau personnel to assist on site. Of our department's staff, only you and I are available, so naturally, I will go. Besides, as a young man, I need more experience, Xiao Lu stated earnestly. Chu Ci responded, then you must work hard and strive for a promotion so you can look out for me. Xiao Lu chuckled, aren't you excellent as well? While I'm away, you must stay alert, be meticulous, and work diligently. If you encounter any issues, message me. Xiao Lu, facing this naive girl with no prior work experience, couldn't help but offer additional advice. Chu Ci nodded earnestly in response to Xiao Lu's words and continued organizing her inspection materials. Days later, as the impending inspection by the expert panel loomed, Chu Ci immersed herself in her work. She discovered that preparing the inspection materials was far more challenging than she had anticipated. Encountering numerous difficulties, with Xiao Lu absent and no one to consult, she couldn't keep bothering Director Lu, having already asked several times. Just when Chu Ci began to feel confused and helpless, Secretary Fu appeared unexpectedly. Having come to check on the progress, with his professional knowledge and extensive experience, he patiently guided Chu Ci, helping her resolve one issue after another. During this process, Chu Ci's admiration for Secretary Fu deepened. While he harbored his own plans, however, he sought more than just her admiration. He hoped that through this interaction, their relationship would gradually draw closer. He yearned for this beautiful flower to bloom with vibrant colors. Unique to his nurturing. As darkness enveloped the sky outside, Director Yang proposed that everyone join for dinner. Lu glanced at Secretary Fu, who checked his watch and addressed Yang, stating, "It's getting late, everyone has worked hard. Comrade Xiao Chu should join us for dinner as well." Having worked overtime until now, Chu Xi felt as if she had been called out and momentarily froze, thinking she could skip it. Surely, the meal would not be filling. Yang quickly responded, "Xiao Chu, shouldn't you thank Secretary Fu? You have no other commitments after work, so just join us for a meal." As soon as Yang's words left his mouth, everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Xi. Reluctantly, she smiled and said, "All right, thank you for your concern, leaders." Chapter 8. The dinner gathering. Chu Xi accompanied Director Yang and Lu Ku in a vehicle to a private dining establishment. Since the dinner was arranged by Director Yang, they arrived first. Upon entering, a waiter guided them through several twists and turns to a private room. Director Yang and Lu Ku busied themselves greeting their fellow leaders. Leaving Chu Xi to handle the ordering, Chu Xi was utterly astonished and hurriedly sent a message to Shumu, seeking help. Shumu's response was classic. When one is unsure of what to order, it is advisable to first inquire about the restaurant's signature dishes and then sample a variety of chicken, duck, fish, meat, and eggs. Despite harboring doubts about Shumu's advice, Chu Xi decided to follow it. Although somewhat perplexed, she resolved to trust Shumu's words. Before long, amidst a cacophony of noise, a group of people entered. Fu Chen led the way. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, exuding an air of striking handsomeness and poise, his gaze swept the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Upon spotting Chu Xi, his eyes lingered for a moment before he naturally approached her. Pulling out a chair to sit beside her, Chu Xi sensed a wave of tension enveloping the atmosphere. She endeavored to maintain a smile, striving to appear composed. However, her expression was somewhat rigid, as if frozen in a peculiar angle. Unbeknownst to her, her countenance had become quite odd, a detail that Fu Chen observed keenly. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Fu Chen's lips as he regarded Chu Xi's distorted expression. Finding her reaction remarkably endearing, and a novel feeling surged within him. The young lady was increasingly intriguing. Once everyone was seated, the waiter promptly served the dishes. Director Yang took the lead in raising a toast to Secretary Fu, expressing gratitude for his personal presence to guide the work. Fu Chen smiled and raised his glass in return. Thus, the meal commenced, with everyone dining and conversing, including several accompanying leaders from the county committee. The atmosphere was amicable. Director Yang directly turned to Chu Xi, seated beside Fu Chen, and with a knowing look urged, "Little Chu Xi, why not toast the leader?" Startled, Chu Xi quickly picked up her glass and stood, saying, "Secretary Fu, I toast to you." With that, she downed the drink in one go. Fu Chen nodded slightly and took a sip of his wine. Chu Xi silently picked at her food, occasionally chiming in. She covertly observed Fu Chen, noting how effortlessly he navigated the social dynamics at the table, engaging in lively banter, which filled her with admiration. At that moment, Fu Chen glanced at Chu Xi again and softly inquired, "Chu Xi, why aren't you eating?" Flustered, Chu Xi looked up and stammered, I am eating." She deftly picked up a piece of fish and chewed it. Fu Chen chuckled, "Don't just eat the fish, you should try the other dishes as well. The signature dishes here are quite delightful." He extended his hand, placing a dish in front of Chu Xi. Grateful, she glanced at him and said, "Thank you, Secretary Fu." Cautiously, she sampled the dish, and indeed, it was delicious. The others at the table exchanged whispers, commenting on how amiable Secretary Fu was, displaying a knack for looking after his subordinates. After the meal concluded, Chu Xi, along with Director Yang and Officer Lu, exited the restaurant. Fu Chen, however, was surrounded by others and left first. Director Yang patted Chu Xi on the shoulder, saying, "Little Chu Xi, you performed well today, make sure to rest up." Chu Xi nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She turned to glance back at the restaurant's entrance, but Fu Chen's figure had already vanished. As she pulled out her phone, preparing to book a ride home, she noticed a flurry of messages from Shumu, the eager spectator, who could hardly wait to hear about her dinner with the big shot. Just as she was about to reply, a black Audi pulled up, and from the passenger seat emerged Secretary Lu, who approached Chu Xi with concern. "Little Chu Xi, are you going home alone?" he asked warmly, his voice exuding a sense of familiarity. Chu Xi looked up, smiling as she replied, "Yes, I was just about to get a taxi." Her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, radiating a fresh aura. Secretary Lu nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting genuine care. "Oh, it's not safe for a young lady to take a taxi alone at night. Let us give you a ride." As he spoke, he gestured for her to get in the car, displaying gentlemanly courtesy. Chu Xi quickly shook her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly said, That would be too much trouble, thank you, but I can take a taxi myself. Her gaze was resolute yet gentle. Secretary Lu, however, remained insistent. It's no trouble at all. It's on our way, little Chussie, you needn't be so polite. His words brimmed with sincerity and kindness. At that moment, several cars began to exit, accompanied by honking horns. Chussie felt a jolt of panic, secretly worrying about being seen by her superiors. After all, it wasn't ideal to be seen in a protracted discussion with the secretary of the leader. Reluctantly, she abandoned her refusal and followed Secretary Lu into the car. He opened the back door for her, and she noticed Fu Chen resting with his eyes closed. Cautiously, she settled beside him, striding to make as little noise as possible. Stealing a glance at Fu Chen, she noted his weary expression. A subtle fragrance filled the car, inducing a sense of relaxation and comfort. Secretary Lu returned to the front seat and turned back, offering Chussie a bottle of water. A little Chussie, have some water, he said with a smile. Chussie accepted the water, murmuring a soft thank you. She unscrewed the cap and took a few sips, contemplating how to break the silence with Fu Chen. Just then, he suddenly spoke. Chussie, where do you live? Chussie was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, in the Sijijing community. Fu Chen acknowledged and fell silent again. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chussie attempted several times to find a topic to discuss but found herself at a loss for words. She inwardly prayed for the journey to conclude swiftly, eager to escape the discomfort of the ride. Her phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications, but she refrained from checking it. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and uncertainty. Pressing against the car door as she sat there, having consumed some alcohol, her cheeks flushed a charming shade of red. In truth, she had only toasted Fu Chen with a small cup of wine. The other leaders had not pressed her to drink excessively, mindful of her youth. Eventually, the car came to a halt. Upon realizing they had arrived home, Chussie prepared to open the door, only to hear Fu Chen say, "Wait a moment, I'll walk you to your door." Fu Chen opened his eyes, turning to look at Chussie, his gaze shimmering with an unusual light. Taken aback, Chussie opened the door and stepped out, with Fu Chen following closely behind. Just as she was about to deliver her rehearsed lines of gratitude and farewell, Fu Chen's deep, magnetic voice interrupted. "Chussie, you look beautiful today." Chussie instantly felt flustered, utterly unprepared for such a statement. Her face flushed deeper. Thank you," she stammered, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting his eyes. A subtle smile graced Fu Chen's lips. "I am not jesting. Not if the opportunity arises. Let's have a meal together." Chussie, surprised, looked up at Fu Chen. "All right," her voice trembled slightly. Fu Chen chuckled, then added, "Hurry inside, and remember to message me when you get home." Clutching the water bottle tightly, a swirl of complex emotions surged within her. She was uncertain of what his words implied. After all, were these the sort of remarks a leader made to a subordinate? She silently concluded that Fu Chen must have had too much to drink. Quickly expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, leader," she turned and hurriedly made her way home. Chapter 10, The Gossiping Best Friend. After Fu Chen finished a cigarette by the car, he observed the lights in the upstairs rooms flicker on before getting back in the vehicle and heading home. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chussie was in a state of utter disarray and promptly rushed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Emerging from the shower, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Significantly alleviating her fatigue, she immediately lay down on her bed, ready to relish this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, her phone screen lit up, indicating several missed calls. Upon checking, she found that her mother had called twice, which piqued her curiosity about what might have transpired. She quickly returned her mother's call, informing her that she had arrived home safely and everything was well. However, upon hearing her voice, her mother began a torrent of admonitions. "Daughter, you must be careful when out alone. Come home early after work and be sure to lock the door before going to bed. Don't give any bad people a chance. Also, don't take too long in the shower. You might catch a cold." Listening to her mother's concerns, a warm feeling surged within her. Although she sometimes found her mother's nagging excessive, the sensation of being cared for and loved was truly wonderful. She patiently listened to her mother's advice, assuring her that she would take good care of herself. Finally, she hung up the phone, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Having such a caring mother filled her with immense happiness. Her best friend Shumu had also bombarded her with several calls and messages. This girl was undoubtedly eager for the juicy details. "Cici, are you there?" This message was repeated 3 times, underscoring its importance. "I have safely arrived home." Chussie replied. Almost immediately, Shumu initiated a video call, which Chussie accepted in a heartbeat. "How was dinner with the big leader?" Shumu's face filled the screen. "It was quite good. The leader took great care of me. But my poor little heart could hardly handle it," Chussie lamented. "No worries, you are destined to become director, Chussie, someday. You can handle such small matters," Shumu replied cheerfully. Chussie shot her a glare. "Please refrain from making such serious jokes. I only aspire to retire quietly, sister. I am counting on you for my future, Shumu laughed. After all, you graduated from a prestigious school, and most importantly, we are both beautiful, so why fear anyone? Speaking of beauty, I must share something with you, but please do not speak of it indiscreetly, Chu Xi suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Do tell, Su Mumu urged eagerly. On my way home today, Secretary Fu offered me a ride. And he complimented my looks, even suggesting we dine together next time. Do you think he might have had a bit too much to drink? Chu Xi finally voiced the doubts that had been gnawing at her. Su Mumu's eyes widened, filled with curiosity and perplexity, as she bombarded her with a flurry of questions. Wow, this is quite the scoop. How old is Secretary Fu? Is he married? What does he look like? As Chu Xi recalled the gossip from Xiaolu about the leadership, she answered, I heard from Xiaolu that he is in his 30s, holds a PhD, and has recently been transferred to the county. As for his marital status, it is rumored that he has never been married. However, he is rather handsome, the type that exudes an aura of restraint. Upon hearing this, Su Mumu immediately adopted a wary expression, cautioning Chu Xi, could it be that he has taken a liking to you? A young man who has ascended to the position of county party secretary surely has a significant background. And given his looks, how could he possibly be without a girlfriend? You must tread carefully and not be beguiled by his exterior, lest you find yourself entangled in romantic complications. The more Su Mumu pondered, the more she felt the situation was far from simple, and she grew increasingly concerned for Chu Xi's well-being. Thus she reiterated, you must remain clear-headed and not be swayed by his flattering words. After all, a man like him is bound to have admirers. That if you truly find him intriguing, you ought to first ascertain his character and background before making any decisions. Chu Xi, observing Su Mumu's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I understand, you needn't be so anxious. I merely regard him as an ordinary colleague and will not easily fall into the whirlpool of romance. Besides, I am not looking to date at the moment. I just wish to focus on my work. Though Chu Xi spoke these words, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to that man. His figure persistently occupied her mind, causing her a measure of restlessness. Perhaps she required time to recalibrate her mindset and reassess this budding relationship. Chapter 11. Information. Just after concluding a video call with Su Mumu, a message from Secretary Fu popped up on Chu Xi's phone screen. Catching her by surprise, she quickly straightened up, eagerly opening WeChat to check the message, which read, You've made it home and didn't he even drop me a message, just as she had been contemplating her relationship. Another message came through, leaving her restless on her bed, tossing and turning. The reminders from Su Mumu and the message from Fu Chen swirled in her mind. Perhaps Fu Chen had merely acted inebriated. Yet she couldn't ascertain whether he genuinely harbored feelings for her. This left her in a state of confusion and turmoil. She tried to convince herself to disregard these matters, but every time she recalled Fu Chen's gaze and smile, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. Ultimately, Chu Xi resolved to put the matter aside. She switched her phone to airplane mode and closed her eyes, striving to lull herself to sleep, although her thoughts continued to race. She hoped to find tranquility through slumber. Escaping this vexation, seated on a chair, Fu Chen stared at his phone screen, feeling somewhat disheartened. His messages seemed to have vanished into the void, receiving no response. He began to doubt whether he had been too forward, perhaps scaring Chu Xi away. Maybe he should have exercised more caution, allowing her time to process his feelings. Yet deep within, he firmly believed that his feelings for Chu Xi were genuine and profound. Even if she had a boyfriend, he was resolute in his pursuit of her. He believed that love requires effort and should not be left to fate. He decided to approach Chu Xi more proactively, seeking to learn about her preferences and interests, aiming to forge a deeper connection. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he was willing to invest every effort to win Chu Xi's heart, for in his eyes, she was the one worth striving for. The following day, as work commenced, Chu Xi was summoned by Director Yang, who mentioned an important matter that required attention. Feeling somewhat apprehensive about what it might entail, she entered the director's office to find Yang seated at his desk with a stern expression, causing her heart to tighten. Section Chief Liu was already present, both of their expressions grave. Yang looked up at Chu Xi and said, Xiao Chu, we just received a call from the higher-ups. The inspection date is fast approaching, and we must hasten our preparations. Chu Xi nodded, listening intently to Yang's words. Yang continued, this upcoming inspection by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development is of paramount importance, covering aspects such as design, construction, and supervision of local projects. As the owning unit, we must ensure comprehensive coordination. Chu Xi understood that this meant they had to exert their utmost efforts to guarantee the smooth progress of all tasks. Yang elaborated, after careful consideration, we have decided to assign a team for the inspection, each responsible for different tasks. You both have been assigned to the conference group, tasked with organizing and arranging the meeting. Chu Ci and Section Chief Lu exchanged glances, both feeling the weight of responsibility, yet also recognizing the significance of the task. Yang emphasized, "This inspection will serve as a test for us and an opportunity to showcase our work. I hope you will take it seriously, plan meticulously, and ensure the meeting proceeds smoothly." Both Chu Ci and Section Chief Lu pledged to do their utmost to fulfill their duties, aware that this inspection not only pertained to personal honor but also to the image and reputation of the entire team. Yang instructed them to return and prepare their materials for a meeting tomorrow at the Hilton in the development zone, where they would convene with other colleagues from the county. Their documents would also be subject to scrutiny, necessitating Xiao Lu's urgent return to manage the materials from their unit. Chu Ci needed to coordinate with Xiao Lu regarding the work handover. Chapter 12, a reunion on the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Chu Ci woke early, her spirits lifted as she began to prepare for the new day ahead. She opened her wardrobe and her gaze fell upon an elegant professional outfit. This ensemble consisted of a blouse adorned with flowing ribbons and a tailored skirt, exuding a subtle yet dignified charm. Chu Ci donned the outfit with care, relishing its comfortable fit against her form. She meticulously arranged the collar and tied the ribbons into a graceful bow, accentuating her feminine elegance and competence. Next, she gently smoothed the skirt's pleats, ensuring every detail was crisp and orderly. Subsequently, Chu Ci sat at her vanity. Carefully styling her long hair that cascaded over her shoulders, she picked up a curling iron, creating soft, natural waves that added vitality to her hairstyle. Finally, she selected a pair of pearl earrings to adorn her ears. Imparting an air of sophistication and grace, standing before the mirror, she surveyed her reflection with satisfaction. Seeing a confident and radiant image, with a slight smile, she encouraged herself, "You can do this." Then, she stepped out of her home with resolute strides. Ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Hailing a taxi, she hurried to the Hilton Hotel to meet the conference team. Upon alighting, she spotted Secretary Lu at the entrance and cheerfully approached him, saying, "Good morning, Secretary Lu." Having never seen Chu Ci in such attire, Secretary Lu appraised her from head to toe, smiling as he remarked, "Comrade Xiao Chu, you look absolutely stunning today. The meeting is about to commence. It's in conference room A on the second floor, so do hurry." Chu Ci nodded and proceeded to the conference room on the second floor. As she pushed open the door, all eyes turned toward her. She surveyed the room, which was modest in size, and finally spotted the familiar figure of Section Chief Lu. She intended to sit beside him, but he was already accompanied by someone else. Just as she hesitated, a familiar voice rang out from the center of the room. It was Fu Chen. "Xiao Chu, you've arrived. Come sit here," he said, gesturing to the empty seat beside him. Chu Ci was taken aback but managed to maintain her smile as she walked over and settled next to Fu Chen. Once she was seated, she politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Secretary Fu." Fu Chen cast a warm glance at Chu Ci, a flicker of admiration evident in his eyes. After a few minutes, 2 more colleagues arrived, and Fu Chen glanced at the time, confirming that everyone was present. He then spoke in a serious tone, "First, I would like to welcome everyone. I believe I need not reiterate the significance of this event. Now let us begin with introductions to facilitate the smooth unfolding of our work." He then leaned toward Chu Ci and softly said, "Xiao Chu, why don't you start us off with a brief introduction?" Chu Ci nodded slightly, then turned to the group with a bright smile, her voice clear and gentle. "Hello everyone, I am Chu Ci from the Information Department of the Construction Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet you all here. I look forward to your guidance and support in our future endeavors." "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Chen added, "Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Comrade Chu Ci." His words were met with enthusiastic applause from everyone in the conference room. Chu Ci expressed her gratitude, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she sincerely said, "Thank you all." The subsequent introductions followed suit, and once everyone had shared, they received a distribution list of tasks. Chu Ci quickly located her name and saw that her responsibility was to assist Secretary Lu in documenting the meeting minutes for Secretary Fu. Following this, Fu Chen began outlining the specific work arrangements and key points, while Chu Ci listened intently and took notes diligently. At that moment, Fu Chen spoke up, saying, "If there are no further questions, we shall conclude today's meeting." He surveyed the room, continuing, "Do any of you have additional inquiries or perhaps better suggestions?" The attendees shook their heads in unison, indicating their silence. Observing this, Fu Chen nodded and declared, "Very well, the meeting is adjourned. You may all return to your tasks." With that, he stood and turned to Chu Ci. "Xiao Chu, please come with me." A sudden flutter stirred within Chu Ci, yet she swiftly gathered her belongings and followed Fu Chen to the office. Chapter 13, WeChat. Chu Xi glanced around. Fu's secretary's office was situated within a hotel suite. Xiao Chu, this event is of great significance to our county, so I trust you will assist Secretary Lu diligently. Fu Chen remarked with a smile. Chu Xi quickly nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Secretary Fu, I will do my utmost." Fu Chen handed her a document, saying, "This contains relevant information regarding the event. Take your time to review it. And feel free to ask me any questions." Chu Xi accepted the document, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Secretary Fu. I will read it carefully. Let's leave it at that for now. You may get back to work," he instructed, gesturing to another desk in the suite for her to sit. As Chu Xi settled into her chair, she began to diligently study the document, which detailed the agenda for the meeting. She read intently, jotting down notes intermittently. Just as she became engrossed in her reading, her WeChat notification chimed unexpectedly. Without a doubt, it was Su Mumu. "Chu Xi, what are you up to?" came the message. "I'm reviewing the meeting materials," Chu Xi quickly typed back. "Oh, have you had lunch yet?" Su Mumu inquired. "Not yet. The big shots are still working," Chu Xi replied, despite having discreetly switched her phone to silent as soon as the first message arrived. Fu Chen noticed her subtle movements. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of displeasure, but chose to remain silent. Sensing Fu Chen's gaze, Chu Xi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Stealing a glance at him, she observed him engrossed in the documents before him, seemingly indifferent to her actions. She exhaled in relief and resumed responding to Su Mumu's messages. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm working hard." "Huh, that sounds exhausting, but do take care of your health," Su Mumu replied with concern. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself," Chu Xi assured her. "By the way, are you free tonight? Let's do our usual video call to help me pick out an outfit," Su Mumu suggested. Chu Xi hesitated, considering the likelihood of working late, and replied, "I might not be able to. I have something else to attend to tonight." "Alright, we'll arrange it for another time," Su Mumu responded, slightly disappointed. "Yes, definitely next time," Chu Xi consoled her. After finishing her conversation with Su Mumu, Chu Xi set her phone down and returned to her work. "Xiao Chu, your phone signal seems quite strong," Fu Chen's deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted, causing her heart to race. "Huh," she stammered, a wave of unease and embarrassment flooding her. She recalled the previous days when she had intentionally ignored his messages and felt a twinge of nervousness. She wondered if Fu Chen was hinting at something or if he was displeased with her behavior. This speculation filled her with guilt and a desire to evade confrontation. Nevertheless, Chu Xi resolved to feign ignorance. Hoping to defuse the awkward situation, she forced a smile, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. But it's alright," she tried to keep her tone light and casual while internally justifying her actions, telling herself it was merely a misunderstanding and that perhaps Fu Chen did not particularly care about the unanswered messages. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of being somewhat guilty, as if she had wronged him in some way. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she reminded herself to remain composed. Thus, she decided to continue playing the fool. Hoping to navigate through this uncomfortable predicament. Fu Chen regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before saying nothing further. He turned to pick up the phone, dialing a number. "Please arrange for lunch to be delivered," he instructed succinctly before hanging up. Chu Xi, surprised by this, lifted her gaze to Fu Chen. "No matter how important work is, one must not work on an empty stomach," he remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chu Xi nodded appreciatively, feeling a swell of unarticulated emotion. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Chu Xi opened it to find Secretary Lu carrying containers of food. "Xiao Chu, come and have lunch," Fu Chen said with a smile. As Chu Xi gazed at the sumptuous meal laid out before them, warmth blossomed within her. She suddenly realized that Fu Chen was not as stern and unapproachable as she had imagined. Perhaps he had more hidden depths waiting for her to uncover. Chapter 14. Peeling shrimp. When it came to dining, Chu Xi was quite resolute. She skillfully began to gather chairs from around the room. Arranging them neatly next, she dashed to the restroom, washing her hands meticulously to ensure cleanliness. Afterward, she quietly settled at the dining table, patiently awaiting the arrival of the meal. At that moment, Secretary Lu was busily arranging the prepared dishes on the table with utmost care. Just then, Fu Chen, having just washed his hands, approached and pulled out a chair, speaking gently. "We've all been busy this morning, let us eat." His gaze swept over everyone, imbued with concern and thoughtfulness. Secretary Lu took his seat, and they all began to eat in silence, while Chu Xi continued to savor the dishes closest to her. Fu Chen watched Chu Xi with a hint of amusement in his eyes, softly saying, "Young lady, you mustn't be picky, make sure to eat more protein." As he spoke, he added several slices of marinated beef to her bowl. Chu Xi looked up, her face reflecting surprise and gratitude. and she nervously replied, "Thank you, Secretary Fu." Secretary Lu then placed 2 more dishes next to Chu Xi, cheerfully advising, "Xiao Chu, you should try these. They are the restaurant's specialties." Chu Xi smiled, replying, "Thank you, Secretary Lu." A moment later, Secretary Lu picked up his phone, rising with a smile to address Fu Chen and Chu Xi. "Secretary Fu, Xiao Chu, please enjoy your meal. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit." His gaze lingered on Fu Chen, as if conveying something unspoken. Fu Chen nodded slightly in understanding, signaling for him to attend to his responsibilities. Secretary Lu, receiving the acknowledgement, swiftly exited the room, leaving Fu Chen and Chu Xi to continue their meal. With only the 2 of them remaining, the atmosphere turned subtly delicate and tranquil. Fu Chen regarded the direction Secretary Lu had departed with contemplation before turning back to Chu Xi with a smile. "Xiao Chu, is the food not to your liking?" Chu Xi raised her eyes and responded, "It's quite good. The dishes here are delicious." Fu Chen's lips curved upward, revealing a faint smile as he gently remarked, "As long as you enjoy it. Don't tell me you don't like shrimp. That would be surprising, considering you're from Zhujiang." Chu Xi paused in mild surprise before nodding and replying, "I do like shrimp. It's just that peeling them feels too troublesome." Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, "I never thought I'd meet someone who finds peeling shrimp a bother. That's quite unlike today's youth." As he spoke, he deftly began to peel the shrimp shells, soon presenting several shrimp pieces in a clean bowl. He then gently pushed the bowl toward Chu Xi, smiling, "Here, give it a try. It tastes quite nice." Feeling a bit bashful, Chu Xi graciously thanked him and cautiously picked up a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks, placing it in her mouth. She savored it, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. This scene, unfolding before Fu Chen's eyes, appeared as a delightful tableau, warming his demeanor further. Just then, Secretary Lu returned from outside, glancing at the table and then at the nearly finished meal shared between the 2. He quickly grasped the situation. He turned to summon a server, instructing her to begin clearing the table. The server moved swiftly, and in no time, the table was tidied up. Chapter 15, Hotel Office. After finishing their meal, Chu Xi returned to her seat to continue reviewing the work process. Secretary Lu went to the inner room to discuss the afternoon's work arrangements with Fu Secretary. After a while, Secretary Lu emerged, approaching Chu Xi and handing her 2 room keys. Noticing her puzzled expression, he explained with a smile, "Xiao Chu, take a look at this. One is for room 2201, which is where we'll be working. The other is for your accommodation in room 2202, right next door. I'll be in room 2203, so if you need anything, feel free to come find me, since we need to prepare for the meeting over the next couple of days. We may have to work late, especially with the experts arriving tomorrow and the day after, so our entire meeting group will be staying here for work. I'll take you home to collect your essentials shortly." Chu Xi accepted the room keys, feeling a flicker of surprise but smiled and nodded in gratitude. After all, it was certainly preferable to the hassle of commuting. She stepped inside to greet Fu Chen before following Secretary Lu to gather her belongings. Upon arriving home, Chu Xi quickly packed her essentials and returned to the hotel. Once in her room, she began to organize her things. Just as she was deeply focused on her packing, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, she was greeted by Fu Chen standing outside. "I came to see if you were settled in." Fu Chen smiled as he spoke. Chu Xi was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Fu Chen would come personally to check on her. However, feeling it inappropriate to keep the leader waiting at the door, she smiled and invited Fu Chen inside, showing him her neatly arranged luggage. Fu Chen glanced around the room, noticing a pink hairpin on the desk that had yet to be organized, a cartoonish rectangular digital clock, and various cosmetics. His gaze suddenly fixated on a white lace nightgown draped across the bed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, entranced by the image of a young girl wearing it. With her fair skin and exquisite figure, Fu Chen's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. He hurriedly shook his head, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts, yet that image lingered in his mind. In truth, Chu Xi's ethereal blouse paired with a professional skirt had already left him utterly captivated. She stood tall, her beauty striking, with her long, lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, which accentuated her elegance. Her skin was as pale as snow, smooth and delicate like porcelain, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. Observing her, Fu Chen felt a flutter in his heart but endeavored to steady his breath as he remarked, "It seems you are quite well prepared." Upon hearing Fu Chen's words, the smile graced Chu Xi's face, her eyes glimmering with confidence. She replied with a smile, "Yes." Fu Chen nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. After a moment's pause, his gaze shifted from Chu Xi as he added, "Should you encounter any issues or require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. We have other work arrangements this evening, and you may dine downstairs using your room card." Xu Xi nodded gratefully, understanding this was Fu Chen's concern and care for her. She softly said, "Thank you, Secretary Fu." Fu Chen smiled and shook his head, signaling that she need not be so formal. He then turned to leave Xu Xi's room, leaving her alone. Xu Xi gently closed the door, a wave of warmth surging within her. In this unfamiliar environment, Fu Chen's concern provided her with a profound sense of reassurance. She looked forward to the work ahead, hoping for further opportunities to communicate with Fu Chen and learn more about him. Xu Xi quietly lay back on the bed, unable to resist taking out her phone to share her day's experiences with Su Mumu. Her curiosity piqued about the true nature of Fu Chen. Chapter 16, Meeting new friends. After tidying up, Xu Xi took a brief nap before heading downstairs for dinner. To her surprise, she encountered Lu Ku along with two other young individuals, Kai Fei Yang and Mu Gu. These two were originally clerks from the county committee office and had just been assigned to the reception team, with Lu Ku to manage the catering and accommodation during the conference. They had only just moved their luggage here to work. Upon meeting familiar faces, they gathered their meals and sat together, forming an impromptu dining group. Xu Xi, is your work busy? Lu Ku inquired with genuine concern. Not too bad, I'm just familiarizing myself with the conference flow for now, Xu Xi replied while eating. At that moment, Kai Fei Yang enthusiastically chimed in. The conference hasn't officially started yet, but once it does, you will be extremely busy, especially since Secretary Fu has high expectations. There will be constant revisions. Oh my, what should I pay attention to? Xu Xi asked, startled. The more composed Mu Gu reassured her, don't listen to his nonsense. It'll be fine. During the meeting, you can preemptively set up a recording device for the materials. Since it's your first time, you might not have enough time to prepare, so review them thoroughly later. Secretary Fu has high standards, but he is a decent person. That's a relief. Xu Xi felt a bit more at ease. Kai Fei Yang interjected, but being with Secretary Fu makes everyone envious. Especially the ladies. He is notoriously handsome and capable. Please don't tease me. Xu Xi blushed and waved her hands. Xu Xi, you're still shy. Kai Fei Yang laughed. Honestly, this conference is a great opportunity for you. Perform well, and you might even get transferred to the county committee office. I'm not thinking that far ahead. I just want to do this job well, Xu Xi replied earnestly. By the way, Xu Xi, do you have a boyfriend? Mu Gu suddenly asked. Xu Xi was taken aback. Not yet, you should hurry up. Our Secretary Fu is quite the eligible bachelor, Kai Fei Yang teased again. Stop joking around. Let us eat, Lu Ku interrupted with a smile. After dinner, Xu Xi gained two new friends. They spent some time exploring the hotel to familiarize themselves with the surroundings before heading back to rest. After taking a shower and lying down, Xu Xi began her daily routine of updating her parents about her work schedule. After a while, a WeChat video call came through. Su Mumu, returning from her shopping spree, excitedly shared her joys and finds with Xu Xi. She sent photos of her outfits, continuously asking if they suited her. Looking at the pictures, Xu Xi couldn't help but exclaim, Su Mumu is such a shopaholic. Every time she shops, it's like a wholesale purchase. It's astonishing. However, Xu Xi understood that shopping was one of Su Mumu's passions, so she showered her with compliments to keep her happy. After enjoying Su Mumu's personal fashion show, Xu Xi finally returned to her senses. How was work today? She inquired with concern, and upon hearing this, Xu Xi responded, it was fine. Didn't you spark any chemistry with your Secretary Fu? Su Mumu asked, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Shut your mouth, but he did peel shrimp for me today, Xu Xi remarked thoughtfully. A cunning fox, trying to win you over, Su Mumu teased. Perhaps it's just a leaderess care for a junior. Xu Xi replied seriously, you don't even believe that yourself. He must have some interest in you, especially since you're so stunning, Su Mumu said. No way, although he is excellent, we're not on the same level. I ran into two colleagues from the county committee office today, and they praised him as a golden bachelor, Xu Xi noted. Don't let yourself be enchanted, there are surely many who have their eyes on him. He is just here to gain experience before returning home to arrange a marriage, Su Mumu analyzed earnestly. I know, Xu Xi nodded. She was fully aware of the disparity between them, with a sigh. She said, enough of this, time to sleep. Good night, sister. After ending the video call, Xu Xi pulled the blanket over herself, preparing to drift into slumber. Chapter 17, Inebriation. As Xu Xi was lost in her dreams, the sudden sound of a bright doorbell jolted her awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she groggily walked to the door and softly asked, who is it? A familiar voice responded from outside. Xiao Chu, it's me. Could you please open the door? It was Secretary Lu. Upon recognizing Lu, Xu Xi felt a bit more at ease and promptly opened the door. She looked at Lu with confusion and asked, Secretary Lu, is there something wrong at this late hour? Lu explained, Secretary Fu has had too much to drink and is feeling unwell. He is staying nearby, so I wanted to ask if you could help take care of him. I need to go out to buy some medicine, Chu Si quickly nodded, expressing her willingness to help and urged Lu to hurry. Taking her phone and room card, Chu Si followed Lu to Fu Chen's room. 2201, which to her surprise, was the same office he used during the day and was conveniently adjacent to her own room. Upon entering, Chu Si found Fu Chen lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. The room filled with a strong scent of alcohol. Lu, evidently uneasy, reiterated a few instructions to Chu Si, reminding her to call him immediately if anything arose before hurriedly leaving, standing there, gazing at the unconscious Fu Chen. Chu Si felt at a loss. She tried to recall how her mother dealt with her father when he was drunk but realized those methods seemed inapplicable to the current situation. After all, the man before her was not her father. The absurdity of the situation struck her, prompting her to question herself. Reluctantly, she pulled out her phone and opened Zaya Hongshu, attempting to search for methods of caring for someone who was intoxicated. After much research, the most feasible solution appeared to be brewing tea to alleviate the effects of the alcohol. Thus, she busied herself with boiling water and preparing tea, occasionally glancing at Fu Chen to check his condition. Ensuring he was still breathing. Fu Chen, in a haze, sensed a faint fragrance surrounding him, fluctuating like a delicate butterfly flitting nearby. Noting the steaming cup of tea, Chu Si thought it inappropriate to wake Secretary Fu just yet. Perhaps it was better to wait a little longer. Just then, Fu Chen tugged at his shirt collar, a look of discomfort crossing his face, suspecting it might be the alcohol causing him distress. Chu Si decided to fetch a towel to help him wipe away the sweat. After all, Lu had specifically entrusted her with the care of Secretary Fu, and she couldn't let him down. As Chu Si turned to find a towel, Fu Chen, having regained some composure, caught sight of the busy Chu Si not far away. The white lace nightgown accentuated her graceful form. He had initially thought her figure was slender, but it turned out she had more curves than he had imagined. The slender waist, the curvaceous and pert posterior, along with the long fair legs, rendered him unable to suppress a gulp. His gaze wandered along her graceful curves, lingering on her silhouette, causing his breath to quicken. He attempted to inhale deeply to calm the tumult within him, yet the heat surged ever more intensely, forcing himself to avert his eyes from Chu Si. He closed them, striving to regulate his breathing. He admonished himself to remain composed, resisting the intoxicating allure of desire. However, when he sensed that Chu Si was seated beside him, holding a warm towel, his body stiffened slightly, and he squinted to discern her next move. He observed her fingers poised over the button of his shirt, contemplating whether to unfasten it, but after a prolonged moment, she still had not done so. This was a torment for Fu Chen. Having already indulged in drink, he found himself further aroused by Chu Si's teasing. His blood surged, and he felt as though he might ignite, yet he dared not move. Fearing to frighten her away, perceiving Fu Chen's apparent discomfort, Chu Si gently wiped his forehead with the towel, attempting to cool him down. Her hand brushed lightly across his brow, gliding down his cheek to his chin, finally resting upon his neck. Feeling the rhythm of his pulse, concern and care filled her gaze. Just then, Chu Si's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the screen and saw it was Secretary Lu calling. Upon answering, she heard Lu inquiring about Secretary Fu's condition, wondering whether he had continued to vomit. Lu mentioned he had searched nearby pharmacies for medication but found none and was now heading to the county hospital for assistance. Chu Si reassured him that Fu Chen had fallen asleep and had not vomited again, urging him not to worry too much. After hanging up, she resumed using the towel to soothe Fu Chen's forehead, hoping to provide him some comfort. Chapter 18, Embarrassment. After a while of wiping, Chu Si suddenly remembered the tea she had brewed and contemplated waking Secretary Fu to share a cup. She set the towel aside and brought the tea over, gently nudging Fu Chen while whispering, "Secretary Fu, please wake up for some tea." Fu Chen murmured in acknowledgement yet remained unmoving. Chu Si felt a bit embarrassed to continue urging him. She feared awakening him would cause complications, so she placed the teacup on the table. Silently, she prayed that Secretary Lu would return soon, allowing her to complete her task and leave this place. Returning to her seat, she felt a wave of boredom and drowsiness wash over her. She took out her phone and began scrolling through various short video platforms, hoping to find something entertaining to pass the time. However, as she continued swiping, her eyelids grew heavier, and her consciousness began to fade. Eventually, she became aware that she was on the brink of slumber. The chair was quite uncomfortable, jolting her awake. She glanced around and saw that Fu Chen was still asleep. Undisturbed, she thought perhaps she could seize this opportunity for a brief rest. After all, the Secretary Lu would surely call her when he arrived, and she could awaken then. Quietly, she moved to the inner room. Discovering a cozy large bed, after a moment's hesitation, she succumbed to temptation and sat on the edge of the bed, gradually leaning down onto it. She reasoned that as long as she merely dozed for a moment, she would wake up as soon as Lu arrived. and no one would know she had stolen a nap. Unbeknownst to her, the small act was entirely witnessed by Fu Chun, who reflected on how the young lady had been overly sheltered. Lacking any guile, and resolved to keep a closer watch over her in the future. He discreetly texted Lu, informing him that he was feeling much better and suggesting he simply return to rest. Chu Xi quickly fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to the passage of time. Fu Chen watched her quietly, a soft warmth flickering in his gaze. He approached her bedside, gently draping a blanket over her, then settled into a chair nearby, vigilantly guarding her. After an indeterminate period, Chu Xi finally stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, momentarily disoriented. Upon noticing Fu Chen seated nearby, she was taken aback. As Secretary Fu, when did you wake up? How did I fall asleep? She stammered, a flush coloring her cheeks. Fu Chen smiled at her, his tone gentle. I awoke long ago. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I chose not to disturb you. Chu Xi awkwardly chuckled, quickly fixing her hair and attire before standing. I'm sorry, Secretary Fu. Fu Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling. No need for apologies. It is I who troubled you. After drinking too much, I have caused you to come care for me in the middle of the night. It is still dark. You can rest a bit longer. No, I should head back now, she insisted, eager to escape the awkward situation. Allow me to escort you, Fu Chen offered, rising to his full height, casting an imposing shadow. No, it is not necessary, Secretary Fu, you should rest, Chu Xi replied, clutching her phone and room card as she hurriedly exited. Once back in her room, her heart gradually calmed, she quickly nestled into her bed and drifted off once more. Meanwhile, Fu Chen gazed in the direction Chu Xi had departed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This little girl was truly endearing. Chapter 19, Mobile Interaction. Upon returning to her room, Chu Xi curled up in her warm cocoon of blankets like a weary kitten, tightly enveloping herself as though to shut out all external disturbances. She closed her eyes and soon slipped into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Chu Xi's face, while the shrill alarm clock ruthlessly shattered her tranquility. Struggling to open her eyes, she felt dazed, as if still lost in a dream. Though her body had awakened, her heart remained in slumber, reluctant to leave the comfort of her bed. Just then, her phone emitted a cheery notification sound. Fumbling, she reached for her phone and discovered a flashing WeChat message on the screen. Blinking in confusion, she opened it, astonished to find it was from Secretary Fu. Xiao Chu, you worked hard yesterday. Please take a good rest this morning and catch up on sleep. Come back to work in the afternoon. Warmth surged within her at the sight of his message. She gratefully replied, Thank you, Secretary Fu. I will adjust my state and arrive at work on time this afternoon. After closing WeChat, she reclined her eyes once more. Savoring this rare moment of rest, taking a deep breath, she relished the warmth of her blankets, gradually feeling herself unwind. Although there was work awaiting her, at this moment, she chose to heed Secretary Fu's advice and rest well to replenish her energy. When Chu Xi finally opened her eyes again, she heard another notification from WeChat. Groggily, she reached for her phone and discovered messages from Kai Feiyang and Mu Gu, urging her to join them for a meal. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly noon, prompting her to quickly rise and freshen up. Entering the bathroom, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, then approached her wardrobe to select her attire for the day. After some searching, she ultimately settled on a pink dress with a Peter Pan collar that cinched at the waist. The dress's simple yet elegant design showcased her figure while retaining a touch of cuteness. After donning the dress, she twirled before the mirror, satisfied with her appearance. Next, she picked up a comb, styling her hair into a princess-like updo, adorned with a pearl clip. The overall effect was both fresh and sweet. Once ready, Chu Xi exited her room and made her way downstairs to dine. She walked with a lightness in her step, her spirits elevated. As she passed rooms 2201 and 2203, she deliberately slowed her pace. Straining to hear any sounds from within, however, both rooms remained silent, which alleviated her anxiety. She sighed softly and continued her descent. In the dining hall, Lu Ku, Kai Feiyang, and Mu Gu awaited her at the table. Upon seeing Chu Xi approach, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. Finally, you're here, Kai Feiyang exclaimed. We've been waiting so long our stomachs are growling. Mu Gu nodded in agreement, grinning. Chu Xi chuckled bashfully, apologizing, I'm sorry about that. The four of them then indulged in a lavish lunch, engaging in cheerful conversation that fostered a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Curious, Chu Xi checked her phone and was surprised to see a message from Secretary Fu. Are you awake? A jolt ran through her. She hadn't expected Fu Chen to reach out to her first. She quickly replied, Thank you for your concern. I'm already having lunch on the second floor, smiley face. On the other side, Fu Chen couldn't help but smile at Chu Xi's response. This little ungrateful one, he thought, while he was worried about her. She had already started eating without him, nonetheless, as long as she was willing to reply. It was a positive sign. He believed that with time, he could gradually weave himself into her life. Eventually, he would be able to seek a rightful place in her heart. Contemplating this, Fu Chen felt increasingly content. Envisioning a future filled with promise. Oh, once you finish eating, please come up and familiarize yourself with the professional content related to the opening remarks of the meeting. IT will aid you in preparing the minutes. He sent another work-related message to Chu Xi. She promptly replied with a formal acknowledgement. Received, will do. Kai Feiyan leaned in curiously, a puzzled expression on his face. Are you still messaging while eating? Is your boyfriend checking up on you? Chu Xi laughed at his question, replying softly, what boyfriend? It's just work arrangements from my superior. Upon hearing the leadership assigned tasks, Lu Ku immediately urged Chu Xi to hasten her meal and return to work. However, Kai Feiyan's ears seemed to have only registered the words assign a boyfriend, causing him to secretly rejoice at the realization that Chu Xi was still single. What a remarkable girl. Did this not imply an opportunity for him? With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Mu Ge, observing Kai Feiyan's expression, looked at him with exasperation and said, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and eat. Secretary Fu has already called for Chu Xi to start working. And we too must return to our duties. The others hastened to finish their meals before heading back to their respective offices. Chapter 20. Working together. After ascending the stairs, Chu Xi arrived at the entrance of room 2201. Noticing that the door was ajar, yet, out of courtesy, she gently knocked before entering. A deep and resonant voice from within beckoned, please come in. It was Secretary Fu. She pushed the door open and beheld a man of austere demeanor seated at his desk. Beneath his handsome exterior lay a depth in his gaze that was both piercing and formidable, evoking a sense of awe within her. Secretary Lu stood beside him, holding a document, seemingly reporting on work matters. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi stood there, somewhat at a loss. Secretary Lu, displaying quick wit, signaled her to wait a moment. At that moment, Fu Chen glanced at Chu Xi, nodding slightly to indicate she should take a seat. Chu Xi settled into a chair, clasping her hands tightly upon her lap. Minutes passed, and Secretary Lu exited with the document. Fu Chen raised his head and said, Chu Xi, come over here. His voice was calm and gentle. This is the speech for the opening ceremony. Please check if it requires any refinement, familiarize yourself with the relevant content, and draft a meeting summary. There may be changes, and you will need to adapt on site. Fu Chen gestured towards the documents on the table. Here are some supplementary materials. They will assist you in drafting the meeting summary. Chu Xi stood, approached the desk, took the documents, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Secretary Fu. Yes, hurry and get to work, he replied, lowering his head to attend to his tasks. Chu Xi returned to her seat, opened her computer, and began her work. After swiftly reviewing the materials, she began typing. Her fingers dancing across the keyboard with agility, ideas flowing like water. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of typing and the rustling of papers. Time slipped away unnoticed until Chu Xi stretched and turned her neck to relieve some tension. Casting a glance at Fu Chen, she found him still engrossed in his work, prompting her to marvel at his unwavering focus. Just as she was about to resume her tasks, her eyes inadvertently fell upon the clock on the wall, which indicated it was nearly 5 o'clock. Chu Xi thought it might be wise to have dinner first and relax a bit before returning. She softly inquired of Secretary Fu, I'm heading out for dinner. Would you like me to bring anything back? Fu Chen looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he smiled and replied, no need, you go ahead. After eating, take a moment to rest. We might have to work late tonight, and we can discuss the meeting summary then. Chu Xi nodded, gathered her belongings, and exited the room. Upon opening her phone, she sent a message in the group chat, only to find that Lu Ku and the conference group were too busy, as some experts had arrived early. Mu Go and Kai Feiyan were occupied with registration and inquiries regarding lodging and meal arrangements. Thus Chu Xi had no choice but to dine alone, which she accomplished swiftly. After finishing her meal, she returned to her room to organize and rest. Lying on her bed, Chu Xi closed her eyes and reflected on the day's work. Thoughts of the tasks assigned by Secretary Fu lingered in her mind, inducing a slight sense of pressure. After a brief respite, she returned to Fu Chen's office. She lightly knocked on the door and entered upon receiving a response. At that moment Fu Chen was perusing documents. Upon noticing her, he smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. How is the meeting summary coming along? After taking her seat, Chu Xi printed the summary and handed it to him. Secretary Fu, I have completed it. Please let me know if there are any areas that require modification. Fu Chen took the document and read it carefully. He occasionally marked notes with a pen or paused in contemplation. After a while, he looked up, a satisfied expression gracing his features. This is well done. However, there are a few details that need adjustment. Chu Xi attentively listened to Fu Chen's feedback, diligently noting his comments. Together, they engaged in discussion, continuously refining the meeting summary. A time quietly passed as night enveloped the surroundings. Ultimately, through their collaborative effort, the meeting summary reached a commendable standard. Looking at Chu Xiai, Fu Chen's eyes brimmed with admiration. Chu Xiai, you have done exceptionally well. A modest smile graced Chu Xiai's lips, a flicker of accomplishment warming her heart. Aware that it was late, Fu Chen encouraged her to return home and rest. Chapter 21, Affections. After a full day of work, Chu Xiai indeed felt somewhat fatigued. After a refreshing shower, she lay down to rest. Bauer, are you asleep? A message from Su Mumu arrived just as she was about to drift off. Feeling utterly exhausted, Chu Xiai quickly replied, there has been silence and no images all day. What has happened? Su Mumu continued to inquire. I caught up on sleep this morning, and I've been working since the afternoon. Chu Xiai explained, why do you need to catch up on sleep? Did something overwhelming happen? Have you been up to no good at midnight? Su Mumu asked curiously. Don't even mention it. Secretary Fu had a bit too much to drink. And Secretary Lu needed to buy medicine, so I was asked to keep an eye on him. I ended up taking care of myself and fell asleep. It was truly embarrassing, sister, Chu Xiai clarified. Ha, you're incredible, to have fallen asleep in such a situation. But speaking of which, is there something special between you and Secretary Fu, on such a dark and windy night, with a beauty in his chamber? How could nothing romantic transpire? Su Mumu teased. Don't talk nonsense. We are merely colleagues. Besides, he is my superior. How could I possibly have any special relationship with him? Chu Xiai hastily denied. All right, I take it back. But do be cautious. After all, he is your direct superior. If you inadvertently offend him, it could be troublesome, Su Mumu advised. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Mumu Jiet. I will be careful. By the way, how have you been lately? Have you encountered anything interesting? Chu Xiai shifted the topic. Same old routine, working and returning home, just the 2 points of my day. Occasionally, I go out with friends, but nothing particularly noteworthy. You, on the other hand, seem quite busy lately, Su Mumu responded. Yes, there has been a lot happening at the office, keeping me quite occupied, but what can one do? We are all just workers, Chu Xiai replied with resignation. Indeed, but regardless, take care of your health. What will you do if you wear yourself out? Su Mumu expressed concern. I will. Thank you for your care, Mumu Jia, Chu Xiai replied, touched. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. You should rest, tomorrow is another workday. Good night, Su Mumu concluded. Good night, Chu Xiai replied. Just as Chu Xiai set her phone down, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, just a wall apart, Fu Chen continued his work. Although he was currently focused on inspection matters, as the county party secretary, he still needed to oversee other affairs of the county. Despite these trivial tasks seeming inconsequential, they were crucial to the development and stability of the entire county. Necessitating his direct involvement, however, the prolonged hours of work left him feeling immensely fatigued. Rubbing his temples, he tried to relieve his taut nerves. He knew that if he continued at this pace, his health would surely suffer. Thus, he decided to take a shower to unwind. After washing up, he lay down to rest, yet, as soon as he reclined, a faint, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. It was a fresh aroma that belonged to a young woman. Instantly lifting his spirits, suddenly, he recalled that Chu Xiai had lain here just yesterday, and this scent might very well be hers. This thought evoked memories of Chu Xiai, clad in a delicate white lace nightgown. Her slender waist resembling a willow branch, her rounded curves alluring, and her bosom, nearly concealed, reminiscent of ripe peaches. A surge of warmth flooded his heart, an unfamiliar sensation he had never experienced in over 30 years. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, immersing himself in the lingering essence of Chu Xiai. This feeling captivated him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its grasp. As his thoughts meandered, he began to reminisce about the moments spent with Chu Xiai. The time shared together made his heart flutter. He realized he had developed feelings for her. It was time to consider establishing a home belonging to both him and Chu Xiai. Currently, it could be inferred that Chu Xiai was likely without a boyfriend, though it remained uncertain if she had affections for someone or whether she might harbor feelings for him, for someone like Fu Chen. A scientifically inclined man devoted to his career, emotions could indeed be perplexing. Such musings brought him fleeting confusion, yet he resolved that as long as he loved Chu Xiai deeply, that would suffice. He intended to keep her close for the entirety of their lives. Chapter 22, Breakfast. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Chu Xiai to the sound of a cheerful alarm. She stretched groggily, rose, rubbed her eyes, and leisurely made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her morning routine and changing into her clothes, she was ready to enjoy breakfast. However, upon opening her door, she was taken aback to find Secretary Lu and Fu Chen standing at the threshold, seemingly preparing to head out as well. With a friendly smile adorning his face, Chu Xiai politely greeted. Good morning, Secretary Fu. Good morning, Secretary Lu. Fu Chen nodded slightly, responding with a simple good morning. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu enthusiastically chimed in, Xiao Chu, good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Chu Ci replied with a smile, I was just about to. Upon hearing this, Secretary Lu warmly invited, then let's go together. Although Chu Ci initially intended to decline, she felt it would be impolite to dismiss the kindness extended to her, so she readily agreed and followed them to the dining hall. Once they arrived at the restaurant, they settled at a 4-person table. Since it was a buffet, the three of them dispersed to gather food. Chu Ci selected a cup of yogurt and a bowl of small wontons. Sitting down to begin her meal, shortly after, Fu Chen and Secretary Lu returned with a hearty selection of beef noodles and egg buns. Fu Chen leisurely began to peel an egg, handing it to Chu Ci once finished. He then casually remarked, young lady, you should supplement your protein in the morning. At this moment, Chu Ci would not resist. With so many people around, unless she wished to draw attention to herself, she naturally accepted the egg and smiled. Saying, thank you, Secretary Fu. Observing her obedient demeanor, Fu Chen couldn't help but smile, softly replying, you're welcome. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating his noodles. As Chu Ci took a bite of the egg, she thought to herself how attentive Fu Chen was, clearly aware that girls need to replenish their protein. He was truly the epitome of a caring boyfriend. Since their first meal together, he had shown great consideration. Stealing a glance at Fu Chen, she noticed him focused on his noodles, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a handsome glow upon him. Chu Ci felt a flutter in her heart but quickly suppressed the feeling, reminding herself that there was a significant disparity between them. Thus, breakfast concluded in this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After finishing their meal, the three of them exited the restaurant, ready to embrace the new day's work. Fu Chen and Secretary Lu headed to the county for a routine meeting and would return later, just as the expert group members were expected to arrive, necessitating immediate arrangements for their reception, which Secretary Lu was responsible for coordinating. Here is the contact list. You will liaise with the leaders of the inspection teams for each project regarding the experts' feedback forms. Fu Chen handed a paper to Chu Ci. She nodded in acknowledgement, meticulously reviewing the information on the paper. I think you could create a work group, pulling everyone into it, so you can communicate more conveniently, make requests, and manage document distribution effectively. Fu Chen suggested. Chu Ci's eyes lit up with delight at the brilliant idea, exclaiming, great, I'll set it up right now. With that, she swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket, her fingers dancing across the screen as she began to operate diligently. As she established the group, Chu Ci couldn't help but marvel at how adept these leaders were at generating such excellent ideas. Her admiration for Fu Chen grew once again, thinking to herself, he truly is someone I look up to. Chapter 23, Friends from Afar. Secretary Lu and Secretary Fu quickly returned to their work, leaving Chu Ci alone in the room. Sitting at her desk, she quietly gazed at the expert feedback form, her mind beginning to ponder. As she contemplated, she jotted down keywords and key points on the paper, gradually forming a preliminary feedback template. Next, she crafted a sample based on the template, detailing specific feedback content. For each opinion, she carefully analyzed its reasonableness and feasibility, proposing corresponding improvements or explanations. She also took into account the practical difficulties and limitations in implementation, striving to provide feasible suggestions. After considerable effort, Chu Ci finally completed the drafting of the feedback content. She reviewed it once more to ensure there were no omissions or errors. However, despite her diligent efforts, she still felt a twinge of unease. After all, this was an important document that required approval from leadership. Thus, Chu Ci decided to send the feedback content to Secretary Fu, seeking his assistance in reviewing it, trusting that Secretary Fu, as an experienced leader, could offer invaluable insights and suggestions to enhance the feedback. She opened her computer, organized the document, and sent it to him via WeChat. Leaning back in her chair, she let out a long sigh, awaiting Secretary Fu's response. At that moment, Fu Chen was seated in a conference room, his expression serious as he scrutinized the documents in hand. However, when his phone screen lit up, his gaze instinctively flicked to the side. Upon seeing that a message had come from Chu Ci, a hint of surprise and a smile crept onto his face. He quickly grabbed his phone and opened the chat window, yet, when he read her query, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she was seeking advice on work matters. This caught him off guard, yet simultaneously deepened his admiration for the young woman. He thought to himself how rare it was to find someone so beautiful and ambitious. He was more than willing to assist her in resolving her questions and offer her some suggestions. Thus, he began to contemplate how best to respond, hoping to provide her with inspiration and assistance. After a while, he took a photo of the modified document with annotations and sent it to Chu Si via WeChat. Upon receiving it, Chu Si replied with an adorable emoji. Fu Chen mused. Communicating about work through WeChat is going quite smoothly for us, but when will we gradually get to know each other better? Outside of work, would she be willing to share some aspects of her daily life with me? He secretly anticipated that day would come. Just then, Fu Chen's phone rang, interrupting his reverie. He glanced at the screen and was taken aback to see that the caller was his undergraduate and graduate school roommate. Han Jinyu. The name surprised Fu Chen, as they had not been in contact for a long time. Pressing the answer button, he heard Han Jinyu's familiar yet distant voice. Han Jinyu informed him that he had been invited to their county for an inspection. His name was drawn from the expert pool at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development for this assignment. They hadn't seen each other in ages, and he had heard from their mentor that Fu Chen was now serving as the county party secretary. So he had called to confirm. Han Jinyu's voice acted as a key to unlock the door of Fu Chen's memories. They had shared many wonderful moments during their undergraduate and graduate years. But after graduation, they had each embarked on different paths. Now, years later, their reunion occurred in such an unexpected manner, leaving Fu Chen deeply moved. He inquired when Han Jinyu would arrive and which room he would be staying in, insisting he must visit him in the evening for a proper catch-up. Chapter 24. Dinner gathering. In the afternoon, while Chu Si was diligently working, she suddenly heard a notification chime, indicating new messages in the work group. Upon checking, she saw a notice informing everyone that they would have dinner with the expert group at 6 p.m. in the Ziguang Hall. Seeing this message, Chu Si couldn't help but exclaim, "This is quite something." Initially hoping for a peaceful meal, she realized that this dinner might become a bit complicated. Time flew, and before she knew it, it was 6 p.m. Chu Si quickly gathered her belongings and made her way to the dining hall, hoping to arrive early and secure a favorable position, thus avoiding having to sit with the leaders or experts. However, upon entering the dining hall, she was surprised to find Kai Feiyang and Mu Gu already there. Having reserved a seat for her, they informed Chu Si that Luca still had some matters to attend to but would join them once he had finished. Hearing this, a warm feeling surged in her heart, and she felt deeply touched. She realized that joining this dining group was indeed a wise decision. The three of them engaged in light conversation, venting about the exhausting work of the past few days. As people gradually began to arrive, the once quiet environment became lively. Soft conversations filled the air, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After a while, Fu Chen entered the dining hall, leading a group of leaders and experts. His arrival caused a stir, with many directing their attention towards him. Dressed in a finely tailored suit, Fu Chen exuded charm and poise. He wore a smile as he conversed with the leaders and experts beside him. Projecting an image of confidence and professionalism, the leaders and experts appeared serious, seemingly filled with anticipation for the gathering. After entering the dining hall, they began to seek out their seats. The entire scene exuded a sense of solemnity and order. Once everyone was seated, Fu Chen commenced his welcoming speech, first expressing gratitude for the experts' presence, then thanking Mayor Qin and the city leaders for their support and guidance in the county's work, and finally acknowledging the efforts of his colleagues over the past 2 days. Kai Feiyang leaned closer to Chu Si and Mu Gu, whispering, "Did you know, the slightly older leader sitting to the left of the secretary is Mayor Qin, who oversees municipal affairs, and apparently he is also Secretary Fu's senior, both being from the same school. Thus, Mayor Qin treats Secretary Fu with great affection." Chu Si was taken aback, replying softly, "I had no idea." Just then, Mu Gu nudged Kai Feiyang with her elbow, curiously asking, "Can you look again at the girl next to Mayor Qin? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I just can't recall where." After scrutinizing, Kai Feiyang shook his head, indicating that he too was unsure of the girl's identity. The girl was clad in a well-tailored professional outfit, her short hair styled with a sharp precision. Though her adornments were minimal, her features were strikingly exquisite, rendering her exceptionally radiant and captivating. With a remarkable presence, she maintained a constant smile, engaging in lively conversation with Mayor Qin, Secretary Fu, and others, occasionally interjecting with her own remarks, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Kai Feiyang, ever astute, expressed his intention to discreetly gather some gossip to share with the group later. At that moment, Fu Chen's gaze swept across the gathering, ultimately landing on Chu Si. Their eyes met unintentionally, and Fu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, while Chu Si averted her gaze, feigning ignorance of her superior's presence, as if silently asserting, "I cannot see the leader, nor can he see me." Chapter 25. The matchmaker. Han Jinyu, the leader of the expert team, sat to the right of Fu Chen, their seats positioned closely for ease of communication and discussion. On Fu Chen's left was Mayor Qin. who could be considered Han Jinyu's senior, as they both graduated from the same institution. Mayor Qin had always admired and praised these two distinguished juniors, given their remarkable achievements in academia. This bond of shared mentorship fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. Coincidentally, accompanying Mayor Qin was a girl named Yi Chenxi, also a junior, who had entered the municipal publicity department 2 years prior through a selection process. Mayor Qin had intentionally brought her along, evidently with a special purpose, hoping to facilitate a connection between Fu Chen and Yi Chenxi, thus nurturing a beautiful romance. The mayor's motivation stemmed from the care he received from Fu Chen's grandfather during his studies, and he wished to repay this kindness, particularly concerning his junior Fu Chen. Han Jinyu, aware of Mayor Qin's intentions, glanced at Yi Chenxi, a flicker of subtle interest crossing his eyes. At the dining table, the atmosphere was congenial, filled with laughter and lively conversation. Mayor Qin had deliberately arranged for Fu Chen and Yi Chenxi to sit together, aiming to create more opportunities for them to converse. However, Fu Chen's attention seemed to wander elsewhere, his gaze frequently drifting toward Chu Xiai. Han Jinyu followed Fu Chen's line of sight and was momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiai's charm. She possessed a delicate and gentle demeanor, yet her figure and beauty were striking, embodying both innocence and allure. He mused that his old friend had indeed been captivated, realizing that Mayor Qin had miscalculated his matchmaking efforts. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the girl named Chu Xiai, her beauty and unique aura piquing his curiosity. Although Fu Chen clearly held a special interest in her, it did not diminish Han Jinyu's desire to learn more about what made this girl so captivating to someone like Fu Chen. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Mayor Qin sensed the right moment had arrived. He concocted a reason to leave early and specifically instructed Fu Chen to escort Yi Chenxi home. Fu Chen, unable to decline, acquiesced. He then addressed the gathering, announcing the conclusion of the day's activities, encouraging the experts and staff to rest well, and wishing for a successful meeting the following day. He quietly added to Han Jinyu, "Rest well, when I return we shall have a good chat." With that, he departed alongside Yi Chenxi. Chu Xiai watched their retreating figures, a twinge of melancholy washing over her. Chu Xiai, wait a moment, which room are you in? I'll bring you some fruit later, Kai Feiyang suddenly called out, halting her as she prepared to rest. Thank you, but it's not necessary, you all enjoy it, Chu Xiai replied with a smile. Oh, don't be so polite. Fruits are good for your health, and we can't finish them all. Consider it a favor, Kai Feiyang insisted warmly. Alright then, I'm in 2202 to thank you, Chu Xiai relented, smiling as she accepted it. Great, I'll bring it over shortly, Kai Feiyang said cheerfully. After expressing her gratitude, Chu Xiai returned to her room to rest, while this scene was inadvertently witnessed by Han Jinyu, who was also heading back. So this girl was named Chu Xiai. Her name was indeed unique and memorable. It seemed she had garnered quite a bit of attention, echoing the saying that a graceful lady is sought after by a gentleman. Chapter 26. Chat with old friends once in the elevator. Han Jinyu discovered that Chu Xiai also resided on the 22nd floor, prompting a private reflection. What a delightful twist of fate! It appeared that his old classmate had indeed developed feelings. Alongside a burgeoning interest, upon returning to her room, Chu Xiai flopped onto her bed, perhaps feeling a sense of loss stemming from Fu Chen and Yi Chenxi's simultaneous departure, though she recognized their compatibility. The feeling lingered. A knock soon echoed, and upon opening the door, she found Kai Feiyang standing there, holding a bag of fresh fruit. As a member of the conference team, he had the access card to each floor, and he had come to deliver some fruit to Chu Xiai. She gratefully accepted the offering. Kai Feiyang noted the late hour and advised her to rest well, which warmed her heart. Meanwhile, Han Jinyu was smoking in the fire escape when he caught sight of this amusing scene. He discreetly took a photo with his phone and sent it to Fu Chen. On the way back from escorting Yi Chenxi home, Fu Chen received the photo from his old classmate. Upon opening it, he saw Kai Feiyang and Chu Xiai at her door, with Kai Feiyang holding fruit while Chu Xiai smiled softly. Fu Chen's expression darkened as his gaze turned colder. He had just stepped out for a moment, and already his girl was being noticed by someone else. His old friend had discerned his feelings with just a meal, yet why could Chu Xiai not understand? Suddenly Fu Chen instructed Secretary Lu to speed up. Yi Chenxi, startled, inquired if there was a work matter to address, offering to exit and take a taxi home. Fu Chen replied nonchalantly that it was nothing. The atmosphere in the car shifted back to silence, the scenery outside racing past, while Fu Chen felt a growing agitation within him. When would the relationship between him and Chu Xiai progress further? Sitting beside him, Yi Chenxi discreetly observed Fu Chen's expression. Sensing he was preoccupied but unsure how to address it, she sighed softly, pondering that perhaps only time could reveal the truth. The car soon arrived at Yi Chenxi's building, and Fu Chen turned to her politely. saying, "Missy, thank you for your hard work today. Be sure to rest early." He then opened the car door and stepped out, gently pulling open the back door for her. Ye Chensi smiled in response. "Thank you, Fu Shuozhang." Goodbye. She emphasized the term Shuozhang in hopes of bridging the gap between them, fully aware of Mayor Qin's intentions behind their meeting. After acknowledging her, Fu Chen waved farewell and returned to the car. Once seated, Secretary Liu started the engine, swiftly heading back. Shortly after Fu Chen arrived at the hotel, and after a brief rest in his room, he sent a message to Han Jinyu, inviting him to catch up. Just moments later, the doorbell rang. Fu Chen rose slowly to open the door, revealing Han Jinyu, who entered with a teasing smile, remarking back, "So soon, didn't you want to chat a bit more with Yi Xiaoshi?" Fu Chen regarded him with a hint of indifference, as if seeing through his intentions, and replied flatly, "Perhaps next time you can enhance that camaraderie." Han Jinyu's face lit up with a sly smile as he continued to tease. "Come on, I wouldn't dare. Besides, didn't I just send you a photo of the girl I like? I'm counting on you, Secretary Fu, to help me out." Fu Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he jested. "It's rare to see you so eager. Do share what you think of my taste." Han Jinyu chuckled in response. "Your taste is not just good, it's downright sharp. But it seems there are many who have their eyes on this girl. You clearly haven't secured her yet." A flicker of bitterness crossed Fu Chen's face as he shrugged helplessly. "Indeed, I'm at a loss. I've made my feelings evident, yet she remains oblivious. Brother, I need your advice." His gaze reflected a mix of confusion and helplessness, suggesting he was indeed ensnared in the complexities of love. Chapter 27. A friend's advice. Han Jinyu silently observed this once aloof scholar now grappling with romantic entanglements. However, he surmised that Fu Chen had intentionally brought up Chu Xi's existence to seek his counsel. Approaching Fu Chen, he patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "It's rare to see you like this. The iron tree has finally bloomed, but do ensure that this girl is truly the one for you. Between her and Yi Xiaoshi, who do you believe is more suited to be your wife? You should have a clearer understanding than I do. How well do you know her circumstances? She appears to be delicately nurtured. Don't just seek a casual romance." Fu Chen frowned, retorting, "When have I ever needed a woman to pave my way? My wife must be someone I genuinely love." Han Jinyu nodded in agreement, yet cautioned, "You must also consider the differences in your backgrounds. While you may not require her to assist you, you should contemplate the family environment she hails from and whether it's compatible with yours. Moreover, think about how to engage with her family. After all, social matching remains significant in Chinese society." Fu Chen fell silent for a moment, then resolutely stated, "I have already pondered these questions. I believe that my feelings for her can overcome any obstacles. As long as we are together, gradually merging our lives, none of this will pose a problem." Han Jinyu gazed at the steadfastness in Fu Chen's eyes and felt an involuntary surge of joy for him. With a smile, he said, "Then I wish you the best of luck. May you soon embrace the beauty you desire." Fu Chen cast a grateful glance at Han Jinyu and replied, "Thank you, Lao Han." The two exchanged smiles reminiscent of their youthful days of striving together. Fu Chen took a deep breath, as if having made a significant decision. He looked at Han Jinyu and earnestly declared, "Lao Han, I intend to confess my feelings directly to Chu Xi as soon as this meeting concludes." So soon, Han Jinyu expressed surprise. "Aren't you going to think it over a bit more? Someone as demure as her might require a more gradual approach." Fu Chen shook his head. "I don't want to wait any longer. I fear missing my chance with her. Moreover, I have come to realize that I truly like her, regardless of the challenges that may arise in the future. I will remain steadfast in my desire to be with her." Han Jinyu observed the determination in Fu Chen's gaze, filled with admiration and blessings for him. He understood that Fu Chen had always been decisive and resolute, fully committed once a decision was made. Thus, when Fu Chen expressed his intention to pursue his happiness, Han Jinyu nodded in unwavering support. "Well then, since you have made up your mind, pursue your happiness with courage. I believe you can do it." However, he added with a smile, "but I would advise you to avoid being overly direct, lest you frighten her away." Fu Chen chuckled in response, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, I know how to handle it." He was well aware that pursuing love required both patience and skill, yet he would not easily forsake his principles and sincerity. Then, Han Jinyu shifted the topic, inquiring about Mayor Qin's romantic prospects. "What do you plan to do about Mayor Qin's matchmaking?" A hint of a mysterious smile appeared on Fu Chen's lips as he replied, "I will simply introduce him to my girlfriend." Han Jinyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, great idea. This way, you can resolve the matter and reassure Mayor Qin. It seems you are already well prepared." Fu Chen nodded, secretly contemplating how to perfectly resolve the situation. Just then, Han Jinyu suddenly recalled something and teased, "If I'm not mistaken, that junior sister Yi seems to have taken a liking to you. Make sure you handle it well and don't break the heart of the beauty." Fu Chen erupted into laughter at Han Jinyu's words. You, my friend, have quite the keen eye, but fear not, I will make my intentions clear to her. Chapter 28. Meeting 1. Fu Chen and Han Jinyu continued their conversation about work before taking a break. The next day, the inspection meeting commenced. Xu Xi rose early for breakfast, and just as she returned to her room to organize her materials, Secretary Lu rang the doorbell, notifying her to assist Fu's secretary in preparing meeting documents before heading to the conference room together. Today, Xu Xi donned a sophisticated black and white off-shoulder professional dress, her hair cascading down with a simple side clip, enhancing her elegance. She arrived at Fu Chen's room and knocked on the door. Fu Chen's deep voice called from within. Come in. As she entered, she found Fu Chen seated on the sofa, engrossed in reviewing documents. Clad in a dark suit and tie, he exuded an air of seriousness and professionalism. Fu secretary, I am here to assist you in organizing the meeting materials. Xu Xi announced. Fu Chen nodded, signaling her to proceed. Xu Xi approached the table, opened the folder, and meticulously examined each document. These are crucial documents for the upcoming inspection. They must be checked thoroughly, Fu Chen reminded her. Xu Xi nodded and continued her diligent review. After a while, she looked up and said, Fu secretary, I have completed the document checks, and everything is in order. Fu Chen nodded, rising to his feet. Then let us go. It's about time. Xu Xi gathered the documents and followed Fu Chen out of the room. Upon reaching the conference room, the other participants had already begun to arrive. Checking her phone, Xu Xi noted it was already 8:30 a.m. She quickly moved to Fu Chen's side, gently turned on the microphone, and handed him the speaking notes, signaling that the meeting could commence. Fu Chen accepted the notes, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He stood up, cleared his throat, and addressed the microphone. Esteemed experts and colleagues, good morning. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the conference room. Fu Chen proceeded to deliver a passionate opening address, warmly welcoming and sincerely thanking all the experts present for taking their valuable time to attend this significant meeting. He then provided a brief overview of the project awaiting inspection, discussing its background, objectives, and current progress. As Fu Chen spoke, the room fell silent, with everyone attentively listening to his every word. After approximately an hour, Fu Chen concluded his remarks, once again expressing heartfelt gratitude to all the experts. He announced the official commencement of the inspection and invited the staff to guide the experts to the breakout sessions for further discussions and exchanges. Subsequently, Fu Chen randomly entered a breakout room to observe the inspection, while Xu Xi was assigned to return to her room to organize and collect materials, as she would be responsible for recording the meeting minutes during the afternoon summary session with the expert group. Upon returning to her room, Xu Xi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and promptly lay down on the bed. She opened her computer, awaiting notifications, and, with some free time on her hands, took out her phone to chat with Su Mumu and lighten her mood. Upon seeing Xu Xi's message, Su Mumu jokingly inquired, What's Fu's secretary up to? Xu Xi quickly urged her to be quiet. Thinking to herself that he might already have a girlfriend, she then shared with Su Mumu the incident of Fu Chen taking Yi Chenxi home. Su Mumu, upon hearing this, became infuriated and exclaimed, Fu scoundrel. She believed Fu Chen's actions were somewhat excessive, especially since he had been ambiguous with Xu Xi just days prior. However, Xu Xi did not wish to dwell on it too much, simply responding nonchalantly that it was no big deal. Chapter 29. Meeting 2. In a state of drowsiness, Xu Xi fell asleep, only to be abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the time, 12:30 p.m. It was a WeChat call from Mu Go and Kai Feiyang reminding her it was time for lunch. Xu Xi hurriedly answered the call and quickly made her way to the dining hall. As she entered, she immediately spotted Mu Go and Kai Feiyang waiting for her. Since the meal was a buffet, they had already helped Xu Xi gather her favorite dishes. Xu Xi smiled gratefully and sat down to enjoy the feast. Mu Go looked at Xu Xi and unabashedly praised, Xu Xi, do you know, this morning at the meeting, standing next to Fu's secretary, you were the epitome of intellect and elegance. Hearing this compliment, a blush crept across Xu Xi's cheeks as she humbly replied, Thank you for the kind words. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Meanwhile, Kai Feiyang began to gossip, curiously asking, Have you heard? The girl sitting next to Fu's secretary yesterday is apparently from the municipal publicity department and is also Fu's secretary's junior. Moreover, it's said that Mayor Qin has high hopes for the two of them. This news stirred a flicker of doubt within Xu Xi, yet she refrained from probing further, simply responding with a smile. Really, that's quite nice. Mu Go exclaimed in astonishment, so Fu's secretary must have a girlfriend now. What a shame for our Xu Xi's beauty. Xu Xi retorted, Don't involve me in this, please spare me, dear sister. Kai Feiyang chuckled, with such looks Chu Xi will surely attract many suitors. As the three chatted and dined, Fu Chen and Han Jinyu, not far away, had already taken note of them, from their vantage point. The trio appeared closely knit, sharing laughter and conversation. Fu Chen's gaze grew increasingly icy as he recognized the man beside Chu Xi, the very same who had delivered fruit in the photograph from the previous day. Han Jinyu stifled a smile as he approached Chu Xi. Fu Chen continued to watch her, a complex mix of emotions flooding his heart. He could not fathom why he felt such a strong sense of concern for this woman. Yet the sight of her in the company of another man stirred an involuntary discomfort within him. With a hint of curiosity and mischief, Han Jinyu approached Chu Xi, smiling as he greeted her. Then casting a glance at the two individuals beside her before ultimately focusing on Chu Xi, seemingly awaiting her response, startled, Chu Xi looked up at Han Jinyu, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Meanwhile, Kai Feiyang and Mu Ge tensed up, instinctively sitting up straighter. The atmosphere grew awkward and delicate, as if each person harbored their own thoughts and emotions, yet struggled to express them. With a warm smile, Han Jinyu introduced himself to Chu Xi, Mu Ge, and Kai Feiyang, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Han Jinyu, the leader of this expert group." Upon hearing the name Han Jinyu, Chu Xi suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Recalling an important matter, she needed to input the minutes from this afternoon's expert feedback meeting. She silently rejoiced that she had not forgotten this task and hurriedly addressed Han Jinyu, "Greetings." Expert Han. Mu Ge and Kai Feiyang also respectfully greeted Han Jinyu, acknowledging the significance of the expert group, and as its leader, Han Jinyu garnered even more respect. At that moment, Fu Chen approached with measured strides. The three immediately stood up and chorused, "Hello, Secretary Fu." Fu Chen nodded slightly, gesturing for them to sit down and continue their meal. He then turned his gaze toward Chu Xi, advising her, "After you finish your meal, promptly head upstairs to prepare for the input of this afternoon's meeting minutes." He then looked at Group Leader Han, saying, "Group Leader Han, you are already acquainted. I hope to receive your assistance this afternoon." Han Jinyu smiled and agreed, then exited with Fu Chen. The three finally exhaled, feeling relieved. This lunch had indeed been a prolonged affair. Deciding they had had enough, they resolved to disperse and rest well. For another meeting was set to commence at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 30, Meeting 3. After ascending the stairs, Chu Xi had barely seated herself when her WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from Secretary Fu, requesting her presence to summarize the expert feedback from the morning session. Rising, she approached the door and gently opened it, only to be taken aback by the sight of Fu Chen's door ajar. After a brief hesitation, she decided to knock politely before stepping inside. Fu Chen was seated at his desk, intently focused on his computer screen. Upon hearing the knock, he looked up, offering a smile and a nod. "Chu Xi, have you gathered all the feedback?" Fu Chen inquired, his voice deep and gentle. Chu Xi nodded slightly, affirming that she had collected everything. Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pointing to the nearby printer. "Please print all these comments and familiarize yourself with the content. After the afternoon session concludes, you will have only 20 minutes to compile and print the expert feedback and grasp the details of this way. When we enter the expert summary meeting, you can quickly and accurately draft the minutes." Chu Xi listened attentively to Fu Chen's instructions, nodding in understanding. She reflected on how this job required a high level of professionalism and quick reflexes. It was quite a challenge for her. Approaching the printer, she awaited the documents she had just printed. As the printer word pages began to emerge swiftly, she gently picked up the sheets, scrutinizing each line and paragraph while silently noting the key points and critical information in her mind. Fu Chen continued to work diligently, his gaze fixed on the documents before him, but he would occasionally glance at Chu Xi to check if she had any questions. As Chu Xi diligently reviewed each document, she would bring any unclear details to Fu Chen's attention. He would take the papers and patiently explain, answering her queries and providing useful suggestions and guidance. His voice was soft and soothing, instilling a sense of comfort and trust. Take note of this point, Fu Chen remarked, indicating a detail in the document. "This may be a crucial element requiring special attention." Chu Xi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude toward Fu Chen, and here, he pointed out another section. "This might need further exploration and analysis." Once again, Chu Xi nodded, realizing that Fu Chen was not only helping her resolve problems but also guiding her in learning how to handle similar situations more effectively. "Additionally, I suggest you prepare some key points on your computer in advance. This will facilitate easier reference and organization," Fu Chen advised. Chu Xi gratefully nodded, finding his suggestion highly practical, and resolved to follow his counsel. Finally, as the sub-meeting concluded, Chu Xi swiftly organized the expert feedback from the afternoon and returned to the printer. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, rapidly sending the documents to print. As the last document emerged, she breathed a sigh of relief, clutching a hefty stack of materials, and began to read silently. Fu Chen observed Chu Xi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "All right, once you're ready, let us head to the expert summary meeting together," he softly suggested. Together, they proceeded to the conference room, bracing themselves for the challenges ahead. Upon entering, Chu Xi immediately spotted Han Jinyu seated at the center, looking vibrant and exuding confidence. When Han Jinyu noticed Chu Xi, he smiled and waved her over, inviting her to sit beside him with her laptop. Chu Xi nodded in acknowledgement, placing her computer on the table and settling in to prepare for the meeting. Meanwhile, Fu Chen also smiled at Han Jinyu, acknowledging him before quietly taking a seat at an empty chair adjacent to the meeting room, participating as an observer. Once all the experts had gathered, Han Jinyu divided the discussion into 3 segments and engaged in dialogue with the experts from the review group, ultimately summarizing the feedback from all 3 sections. Chu Xi diligently recorded the proceedings, grateful for her prior preparations. Otherwise, such profound academic discussions could have overwhelmed her. As the meeting concluded, Chu Xi had already completed and printed the minutes. Han Jinyu casually picked them up, noting Chu Xi's quick thinking and effective summarization. It seemed that her friend had provided ample guidance. The other experts had already been directed by the meeting coordinators to the dining area. Fu Chen approached, inviting both of them to dinner. Chapter 31, Meeting 4. Han Jinyu and Chu Xi chatted amiably as they made their way to the restaurant. Laughter and lighthearted banter creating a relaxed atmosphere. Upon arriving, Han Jinyu, citing work communication, invited Chu Xi to join him at his table, arranging for her to sit beside him. However, Fu Chen, oblivious to Han Jinyu's intentions, took a seat directly beside Chu Xi, placing her in a somewhat awkward position. Han Jinyu seemed unfazed by Fu Chen's actions, continuing his conversation with Chu Xi as if unaware of the subtle tension. With a smile, he introduced Chu Xi to the gathered experts, commending her excellent minutes from the meeting and praising her as a highly talented individual with exceptional capabilities. Hearing such high praise from Han Jinyu, the experts nodded in agreement, echoing their admiration for Chu Xi's outstanding professional qualities and abilities. Chu Xi humbly responded, "Oh, it's nothing, I'm merely doing my best." Faced with such attention, Chu Xi felt somewhat flustered, yet she maintained a polite smile. She pondered Han Jinyu's motives. What was he trying to achieve by placing her here, and why had Fu Chen suddenly chosen to sit beside her? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, but she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that this was not the time for idle speculation, but rather a moment to focus on her work. Thus she adjusted her mindset and engaged with the experts in their discussions. Despite the slightly tense atmosphere at the table, the conversation gradually shifted towards work-related topics. Chu Xi shared her experiences and insights while attentively listening to their opinions and suggestions throughout the interaction. She found the experts to be remarkably friendly and enthusiastic, displaying a genuine curiosity towards new ideas and a willingness to hear the perspectives of the younger generation. As time passed, Chu Xi adapted to the somewhat tense environment. Realizing that while she was in a complex situation, remaining calm and focused on the task at hand could help alleviate awkwardness and pressure. Simultaneously, she understood Han Jinyu's intention to provide her with an opportunity to showcase her talents and connect with accomplished individuals. Suddenly, an older expert regarded Chu Xi with appreciation, remarking, "Miss Chu, being so accomplished at such a young age, I suppose your boyfriend must be even more outstanding." Chu Xi felt a flush of embarrassment at the comment, her cheeks turning slightly pink as she hurriedly explained, "I just graduated not long ago and came here. I currently don't have the time to find a boyfriend." Fu Chen, overhearing her words, felt a surge of delight, a smile creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, Han Jinyu leisurely followed up with, "Then, Miss Chu, what kind of young man do you prefer? Speak up so we can all offer our advice." Caught off guard by the question, Chu Xi ran her fingers through her hair, awkwardly responding, "I haven't really thought about such matters yet, and relationships are often a matter of fate. One cannot force them." With a gentle sigh, she seemed to lament her busy life. The others nodded in understanding, acknowledging that as a young, capable individual with a demanding job, she indeed had little time for romance. However, some began enthusiastically introducing potential suitors for Chu Xi. Eager to assist her in finding a suitable partner, Chu Xi smiled appreciatively, but internally she was not in a rush to seek love. She believed that when the time was right, she would naturally meet someone who admired and supported her in return. Suddenly Fu Chen's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Comrade Xiaozu, being young, it's best to prioritize work for now, wouldn't you agree, expert Han Jinyu?" With a serious demeanor echoed Fu Chen's sentiments, believing that Secretary Fu was indeed considering the long-term welfare of his subordinates. She then cleverly redirected the conversation back to work. Chapter 32, Jealousy. As the dinner gathering was nearing its conclusion, several seasoned experts approached Xu Xi, requesting to add her contact information, although taken aback. Xu Xi graciously smiled and consented, sharing her number out of basic courtesy. The experts expressed their admiration for her, even suggesting they would like to introduce some of their promising students to her. Upon returning to her room, Xu Xi swiftly immersed herself in her work, retrieving departmental inspection materials to meticulously review and familiarize herself with the content. She and Xiao Lu were responsible for presenting the information inspection report the next day, and she had completed the preliminary statistical work. Just as she was engrossed in her research, a message from the long uncontacted Xiao Lu arrived, inquiring if they could meet. Xu Xi provided him with her room information, and shortly after Xiao Lu appeared, carrying milk tea and a small cake. As he stood at the door, prepared to knock, he suddenly spotted Fu Chen and Han Jinyu approaching, prompting him to smile and greet. "Hello, Secretary Fu." Fu Chen nodded slightly, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Xiao Lu hastily explained that he was there to see Xu Xi and discuss the upcoming report. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen remarked, "Working late into the night? You truly are diligent. Since you are here, why don't we all collaborate on this? Expert Han is also present. He can guide us." With that, Fu Chen led Xiao Lu into the room and instructed Secretary Lu to call Xu Xi to join them. Xu Xi, bewildered, was summoned by Secretary Lu to work alongside them. Fu Chen radiated an unusual seriousness that evening, and with Han Jinyu's guidance, the final draft of the report material was swiftly completed. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. As they departed, Secretary Lu reminded Xiao Lu not to forget the food, just as Xiao Lu was about to hand the treats to Xu Xi. Fu Chen observed them quietly from the side. Xu Xi felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, thinking to herself, "How could I possibly accept this in front of my superior?" Thus she politely declined Xiao Lu's offer. In a swift response, Han Jinyu interjected, expressing her own hunger and graciously accepting the food from Xiao Lu, thereby alleviating the awkwardness. Following this, Secretary Lu warmly escorted Xiao Lu to the elevator, while Xu Xi courteously bid farewell to everyone before returning to her room to rest. After Xu Xi left, Han Jinyu smiled at Fu Chen, saying, "You must seize the opportunity. Every day various individuals come bearing fruits, barbecues, and milk tea, and some even wish to introduce prospective partners to you, a continuous onslaught of attempts to woo you away." Fu Chen chuckled, "That requires merit to be worthy of such pursuits." Han Jinyu laughed, "Where does this confidence come from, my esteemed Secretary Fu? Do take care." With that, she exited the room to rest. The following morning, as the sun rose, golden rays filtered through the curtains into the room. Xu Xi rose early, tidied herself, and hurried to the conference room where she had arranged to meet Xiao Lu and Director Yang for a work report. Upon her arrival, she found Xiao Lu and Director Yang already waiting. They sat together, a substantial report laid before them, exuding an air of seriousness. Xu Xi took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and approached the expert panel to commence her presentation. Xiao Lu provided timely supplementary information, and Director Yang observed their performance with approval. However, as the report progressed, the experts raised questions regarding certain details. Xu Xi maintained her composure, swiftly responding with reasonable explanations. Observing from the sidelines, Fu Chen silently admired her. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate young woman could remain so poised and articulate under pressure, displaying agility of thought and rigorous logic. He could not help but regard Xu Xi with newfound respect. Chapter 33, Ambiguity. Having completed her presentation, Xu Xi exhaled deeply, yet she did not cease her efforts. Instead, she continued to organize the minutes of the meeting. After all, following the inspection tomorrow, a summary meeting would ensue, and she needed to prepare the relevant materials promptly. Despite her busy schedule, Xu Xi managed to find a moment to message her parents. Upon learning they would visit her this week, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and anticipation. Not only would her parents bring delicious food, but more importantly, they would witness her life here firsthand. The prospect of their impending reunion filled Xu Xi's heart with joy and eagerness. Nonetheless, the workload today appeared rather substantial. She hastily settled for a simple dinner before resuming her work upstairs. Unfortunately, Secretary Fu was out on an inspection, leaving her to modify documents outside his room while she awaited his return for final decisions. After waiting patiently without any sign of his arrival, She cleverly texted Secretary Lu to inquire whether she should continue waiting. Secretary Lu replied that the secretary was still engaged in socializing and would return later. Chu Xi, therefore, printed all the documents, placed them on the table, and sat on the sofa to play on her phone, contemplating that when Fu Chen returned, she could promptly rise to report her work. As the hours passed and even Su Mumu had retired for the night, Fu Chen still had not returned, leading Chu Xi to succumb to exhaustion and drift off on the sofa. When Fu Chen finally returned, the night was deep, and the city lay enveloped in tranquility. He gently pushed open the door and immediately spotted Chu Xi sprawled on the sofa. Her serene expression in slumber resembled a blooming flower, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Witnessing this, Fu Chen's face involuntarily softened into a tender smile, as though he beheld the most precious treasure in the world. Secretary Lu, observing the scene, was about to awaken Chu Xi, but Fu Chen quickly intervened, signaling him to remain silent. Understanding Fu Chen's intent, Secretary Lu nodded with a smile and exited the room, leaving this intimate space for the two. Fu Chen quietly settled beside the sofa, his gaze softening as he admired Chu Xi's features. Filled with affection, however, he did not lose sight of the work that awaited him. Calmly, he picked up the documents and a red pen from the table, diligently reading and revising each detail and word received his careful consideration. Striving for perfection. As time ticked away, Fu Chen finally completed the revisions. He gently set down the pen, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue but predominantly satisfaction. Subsequently, he input the modified documents into the computer, crafting a flawless template reminiscent of the virtuous tortoise maiden. After accomplishing this, he slowly rose and approached the sofa, quietly observing Chu Xi, who was now utterly unaware of her surroundings, perhaps exhausted from the day's demands. Fu Chen tenderly scooped Chu Xi into his arms, his movements gentle, as if fearing to disturb her. He carefully made his way to the bedside, placing her softly on the plush mattress. Chu Xi remained lost in sweet dreams, oblivious to the world around her. Fu Chen then washed up briefly before returning to the bedside, lying down beside her. This moment, one he had envisioned in countless dreams, had finally come to fruition. He buried his head deep in the crook of Chu Xi's neck, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her. This familiar scent brought him immense comfort and solace. Meanwhile, under the influence of alcohol, his body began to feel warm, and his thoughts grew somewhat hazy. In her slumber, Chu Xi sensed a shift in her surroundings, as if engulfed in flames, her body heating up uncomfortably. Unconsciously, she squirmed, trying to escape the discomfort. Noticing her restlessness, Fu Chen instinctively adjusted his embrace, hoping to make her more comfortable. Chapter 34. The meeting concludes. As Chu Xi drifted in and out of sleep, she suddenly felt a warm breath on her face, tickling her and prompting her to instinctively open her eyes. To her astonishment, she discovered she was nestled in the embrace of a man, none other than Fu Chen. Her heart raced, and her face flushed crimson. She wanted to struggle but feared waking him, so she cautiously observed his reaction. Fu Chen's breathing was steady, indicating he was in a deep slumber, which allowed Chu Xi to sigh in relief. She attempted to gently push his arm away, only to find it clamped around her like a vice, making escape impossible. Chu Xi felt a mix of helplessness and embarrassment, unsure how to navigate this situation. Just then, Fu Chen tightened his hold, pulling her even closer. Startled by his sudden action, her body stiffened, paralyzed by fear of waking him and the ensuing awkwardness of their eyes meeting. Thus she closed her eyes, striving to remain calm, awaiting his release. However, Fu Chen did not oblige her desire to loosen his grip. Instead, he held on tighter. Chu Xi's face burned with embarrassment, and she began to wonder if Fu Chen was intentionally acting this way. Yet she hesitated to conclude, considering he had been drinking and might simply be responding in his sleep. Lying quietly, she felt the warmth of his body and the rhythm of his breath, despite the tension and anxiety swirling within her. She endeavored to maintain her composure. She reassured herself that this was merely an accident. Perhaps Fu Chen would forget about this incident by tomorrow. As long as she did not bring it up, their relationship would remain unaffected. As time passed, Chu Xi finally awaited the moment Fu Chen would release her. She let out a soft sigh and slowly attempted to rise from the bed. She meticulously organized her belongings, ensuring that no trace was left behind, before quietly exiting the room. Upon returning to her own chamber, Chu Xi lay on her bed, unable to find solace in sleep for an extended period. The memories of the earlier events flooded her mind, leaving her both shy and perplexed. She was uncertain whether Fu Chen harbored special feelings for her or if it was merely a lapse in judgment under the influence of alcohol. Regardless, she resolved to temporarily set aside the matter, unwilling to let it disrupt her life and work. The following morning, Chu Xi arose early, preparing to head to work. As she stepped out of her room, She noticed that Fu Chen's door was also ajar, and he was engrossed in reviewing documents. Her heart raced, and she found herself at a loss as to how to confront him, yet Fu Chen appeared unfazed. Greeting Chu Xi with a smile and inquiring if she would like to join him for breakfast, Chu Xi feigned calmness in her response, striving to maintain a natural demeanor. She agreed to accompany him. And together with Secretary Lu, they entered the elevator en route to the dining hall. At breakfast, Chu Xi sipped her juice and yogurt slowly, all the while covertly observing Fu Chen, who remained composed as if the previous night's events had never transpired. She breathed a sigh of relief, pondering that perhaps it had indeed been a misunderstanding. Secretary Lu discussed the agenda for the day's summary meeting as they dined. After finishing their meal, the trio ascended to prepare the minutes from yesterday's meeting. Throughout the elevator ride, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, cultivating a harmonious atmosphere. Chu Xi gradually relaxed, no longer fixating on the previous night's occurrences. She trusted that Fu Chen, being a mature and composed individual, would not allow a single drunken episode to alter the dynamics of their relationship. Upon reaching the office, Chu Xi was taken aback to discover that the meeting minutes she had left on her desk before bedtime had been annotated in red ink. Fu Chen chuckled softly at her astonished expression, reminding her to check WeChat, where he had sent her the electronic template. Chu Xi seized the opportunity to commend her superior's competence, and her praise evidently pleased Fu Chen. As his mood appeared notably buoyant, while complimenting him, she swiftly transferred the document to her computer in preparation for the impending meeting. The three of them tidied up their belongings and hurried to the conference room. Chu Xi resumed her position as a note-taker, while Fu Chen conducted a thorough review of the inspection, addressing each question posed by the experts and promising corrective measures. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours. Concluding successfully, Chapter 35, seeking clarity after lunch, everyone began to gather their belongings to head home. Chu Xi was no exception. She bid farewell to Mu Gu and Kai Feiyan before ascending to collect her things. As she passed by Fu Chen and Secretary Lu's office, she noticed the door was firmly shut. A surge of joy filled her heart as she thought that Fu Chen was likely accompanying the leaders and expert panel, thus relieving her of the obligation to greet him. Recalling the events of that night, she still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Once she finished packing her belongings, she fortuitously caught a ride with Lu Ku. Heading straight home, after a flurry of activity, Chu Xi finally returned to her cozy little haven, collapsing onto the sofa with the intent of indulging in a restful slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered messages from her parents, informing her of their arrival the following day. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, allowing her to spend quality time exploring with them. Stretching languidly, she resolved to take a shower first, seeking to refresh herself after bathing. Clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, she settled on the sofa and turned on the television, browsing through the channels casually. At just then, the doorbell rang. Chu Xi assumed it might be her parents arriving early, and she gleefully rushed to answer the door. However, standing at the threshold was not her parents, but Fu Chen. Surprised, she stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Chen smiled, explaining, "I happened to be nearby and thought I would drop by to see you. Is it convenient for me to come in?" Chu Xi hesitated, yet ultimately stepped aside to allow him entry. Feeling flustered, she invited Fu Chen in while hastily fixing her hair. "I just finished showering, so it's a bit disheveled. Please make yourself comfortable," she stammered, her cheeks flushed. Fu Chen entered the living room, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat on the sofa. The decor of the young woman's abode was simple, predominantly featuring white, yellow, and green hues, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. "You left quite swiftly today," Fu Chen remarked with a smile. "It was fine, I suppose. After work, I figured you and Secretary Lu were busy, so I didn't greet you," Chu Xi replied nervously, sitting across from Fu Chen. An awkward silence enveloped them, and she sought to break the tension when Fu Chen spoke up. "Chu Xi, about that night, I sincerely apologized. I was quite inebriated and acted impulsively. However, my feelings were genuine." Chu Xi's heart raced. She had not anticipated Fu Chen would broach the subject of that night. "It's all right. What happened that evening is in the past," she mumbled, her gaze lowered and her voice barely audible. Fu Chen sighed softly. "I have been wanting to find an opportunity to clarify things with you and to inquire about your feelings." "Chu Xi, I like you. What about you?" Taken aback by his declaration, Chu Xi froze, her expression stiffening as she struggled to respond. Fu Chen's unexpected visit had left her flustered, and his words seemed to imply a confession. The magnitude of the revelation was overwhelming, and she felt her face flush crimson as she looked down, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothing tightly. "Fu Chen, she stammered, unsure of how to reply. Her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Fu Chen regarded her quietly, awaiting her reply. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi attempted to compose herself. "I don't know you well enough yet. I truly don't know how to answer you." She lifted her gaze, her eyes earnest as they met Fu Chen's. He smiled gently, his tone softening. Then let us take our time to get to know each other. He reached out, gently taking her hand. I hope you can give me the chance to allow you to know me better. After all, you did spend the night with me. You ought to take some responsibility. While Fu Chen's words initially sounded like a heartfelt confession, the latter part bore a slightly cheeky undertone, which seemed unbecoming of a leader. Chu Xi remained silent, her gaze still cast downward. Noticing her reticence, Fu Chen inquired, "Are you still having reservations? Do you need more time to consider?" Chu Xi inhaled deeply, finally mustering the resolve to meet his gaze, her expression resolute as she declared, "I do not wish to be involved in a clandestine relationship." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Marveling at the girl's innocence and naivete, his carefully planned confession had been misconstrued as an attempt to coerce her into secrecy. "Who exactly do you think you would be a secret lover for?" "I am earnestly confessing my feelings, wishing for you to be my girlfriend," Fu Chen explained with a smile, endeavoring to clarify his true intentions. Chu Xi scrutinized Fu Chen, internally questioning how a man of such refinement, charm, and stature as a county committee secretary could possibly be without a girlfriend. Her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "Have you truly never had a girlfriend before?" Oh, Fu Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to delve into past romantic experiences. Observing his sincerity, Chu Xi refrained from pressing further, though her curiosity remained unabated. She tentatively probed, "So, what is it that you see in me?" Fu Chen gazed at her with tenderness, softly stating, "I admire your kindness, courage, and strength, along with your beauty and intelligence." At his words, warmth surged within Chu Xi, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had not realized that Fu Chen appreciated so many of her qualities. Simultaneously, she acknowledged that her attraction to him was largely influenced by his appearance and capabilities. Chapter 36, Establishing a Relationship. As Fu Chen pressed once more to ascertain her willingness, an untimely growl emanated from Chu Xi's stomach, breaking the serene silence with an awkward interruption. Embarrassed, she covered her belly, her cheeks flushing with humiliation as she thought, "How mortifying." Fu Chen chuckled at the unexpected sound, finding her flustered demeanor endearing. "You must be hungry. What do you have in the fridge?" he inquired, moving towards the kitchen to investigate. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered a decent variety of food, though most items were frozen and appeared to have been neglected. He selected a package of dumplings, deciding to prepare some for Chu Xi, and next, he rummaged through the fridge for condiments and side dishes, aiming to concoct a delightful dipping sauce. In the kitchen, Fu Chen moved with practiced grace, skillfully blending various ingredients that filled the air with an enticing aroma. Before long, a steaming pot of dumplings was ready, which he carefully transferred to a bowl and placed on the dining table. Chu Xi took her seat at the table, gazing at the meal before her, her heart brimming with gratitude. Not only had Fu Chen attentively catered to her needs, but he had also taken the initiative to cook for her. A gesture that filled her with joy. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled a dumpling, savoring the delicious creation that Fu Chen had prepared with care. The two enjoyed the simple yet heartwarming dinner in tranquil silence. Gradually closing the emotional distance between them, Chu Xi suddenly realized that having someone to care for her was indeed a source of happiness. After the meal, she instinctively began to clear the table, preparing to wash the dishes, only to be halted by Fu Chen's prompt. With nimble efficiency, he washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen, leaving Chu Xi's admiration for him soaring. After Fu Chen finished washing his hands and stepped out, he continued to smile and asked Chu Xi, "Am I a satisfactory boyfriend for you?" Chu Xi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly responded, "I suppose it's all right." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's smile widened even further, and he declared, "That means you agree. In that case, I shall begin to exercise my rights as your boyfriend." With that, he reached out and embraced Chu Xi. Flustered, she hastily pushed him away and nervously said, "Could you perhaps take it slow? I have a small request. I hope we can keep our relationship under wraps for now, at least for the time being." Fu Chen looked at Chu Xi in confusion, his expression filled with bewilderment as he asked, "Why not? Am I not fit to be seen?" He simply could not comprehend why Chu Xi held such sentiments. With a gentle sigh, she explained, "It's because you are my superior. If we were to publicly acknowledge our relationship, wouldn't I be forever living in your shadow? People would perceive me differently, and it could impact both my work and personal life." She was concerned that if their romance became known, her colleagues might harbor biases against her, potentially hindering her career progression. Fu Chen nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood Chu Xi's concerns, yet he could not refrain from saying, "However, we can't possibly hide it forever. Can we? Sooner or later, we will have to confront this matter." He was well aware that their relationship would eventually need to be public. it was merely a question of time, he continued. Moreover, I do not wish for others to continue coveting my girlfriend. A glint of determination and possessiveness shone in his eyes. While he was willing to grant Chu Xi time to acclimate to their relationship, he did not want her to be perpetually eyed by other men. Chu Xi caught the underlying meaning in Fu Chen's words and couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I will be a good girlfriend. However, the matter of our relationship being made public still requires further consideration. She understood Fu Chen's protective nature, yet she also needed time to balance her work and personal life. Fu Chen pinched Chu Xi's cheek and said, I have a request as well. You must reply to my messages promptly from now on. With that, he took her phone, pinned his contact at the top, and changed the name to husband. After witnessing this display of dominance, Chu Xi thought to herself that it was rather overbearing. Chapter 37 Unexpected Encounter. Glancing at her phone screen, Chu Xi noticed that it was quite late. With the hour hand pointing to 10 p.m., she silently mused, why hasn't Fu Chen left yet? After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but remind him. It seems rather late, doesn't it? She cautiously observed Fu Chen, attempting to convey her thoughts through her gaze. However, Fu Chen simply smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xi's hints. He gently patted her hand and said softly, I know, but I've already asked Secretary Lu to go back and fetch my things. Starting today, I will be living here. Chu Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. She never expected Fu Chen intended to stay long-term. In a fluster, she questioned, why do you want to live here? A playful glimmer danced in Fu Chen's eyes as he softly replied, because we are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we are to be married in the future. So of course we should live together. With that, he stood up, stretching his body as if ready to embark on a new chapter of life. Chu Xi quickly interjected, that won't do, there are colleagues all around. If they see us, it would create quite a stir. She feigned concern for Fu Chen's reputation. However, Fu Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, it's fine, we will eventually need to make our relationship public. Letting them know now is not such a big deal. If you're worried about being discovered here, then why not move in with me? My place offers more privacy. No one will disturb us. Hearing this, Chu Xi felt a wave of frustration wash over her, and with exasperation she confessed, that's not the reason, it's just that my parents are coming to see me tomorrow, so I don't want to go home with you. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's face lit up with uncontainable joy, and he eagerly asked, really, that's wonderful, this way, I shall have the chance to meet your parents. Chu Xi observed his reaction, inwardly lamenting the impending complications. Perhaps we should take it slow, she said earnestly. Fu Chen, noticing the seriousness in her expression, decided not to tease her any further. He agreed but insisted that once her parents left, she must move in with him, or he would refuse to leave. With no other choice, Chu Xi reluctantly acquiesced. Nevertheless, the night felt long and arduous as she sat on the sofa, nervously wringing her fingers. She was uncertain how to navigate the impending situation, especially with the thought of Fu Chen residing there. Chu Xi, do not fret, Fu Chen said as he approached her, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Everything will turn out fine. Chu Xi looked up at him, forcing a smile. Just then, the doorbell rang, causing her heart to race. She feared her parents had arrived early. Fu Chen took a deep breath, grasped Chu Xi's hand, and together they went to open the door. As the door swung open, Chu Xi's parents were greeted by the sight of Fu Chen, their faces a blend of surprise and delight. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Chu Xi's boyfriend, Fu Chen, he introduced himself politely. Chu Xi's parents paused momentarily before welcoming him warmly with smiles. They entered the living room, engaging in conversation as the atmosphere gradually became more amicable. Watching this unfold, Chu Xi felt her anxiety dissipate. Perhaps this unexpected meeting was not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 38 Conversation. Old Chu surveyed Fu Chen, who appeared dignified and exuded an extraordinary aura, and could not help but feel pleased. He had initially been engrossed in discussing local customs with Fu Chen, but now his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire about the young man's background. Young man, how did you come to know our Chu Xi? Fu Chen candidly replied, we met through work. We currently collaborate together. Old Chu found this satisfactory, as at least they were in the same field, which would prevent any chaotic entanglements. However, sitting beside them, Chuma Zhou was already eager to glean more information, bombarding Fu Chen with questions. Where are you from? What do your parents do? Fu Chen answered each question in turn. I hail from Hankow, and both my parents are university professors. Zhou felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that this was indeed a scholarly family, perfectly aligning with her vision of an ideal son-in-law. However, her curiosity persisted. Why did you choose to work here? Fu Chen explained with a smile. During university, there was an opportunity for selected students, and with my mentor's recommendation, I ended up here. Chu Xi anxious on the sidelines, feared that if Secretary Lu delivered clothes for Fu Chun, it would be exceedingly awkward for her parents to witness. She fidgeted restlessly, her hands clasped tightly together, her eyes darting towards the door as if anticipating something while also dreading it. Finally, unable to contain herself, she took a deep breath and mustered the courage to say, "Mom and Dad, it's getting rather late. Perhaps we should let Fu Chen head back to rest." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen felt a pang of disappointment. It was clear that her parents' arrival signaled a desire for him to leave, causing him to furrow his brow, yet he maintained his composure, smiling at Chu Si's parents. "Uncle and Aunt, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." With that, he stood up ready to depart. Chu Si's parents recognized that it was indeed late, and despite their joy, they could not hinder their child's rest. So they warmly saw him off. Fu Chen descended the stairs and reached the entrance, where he found Secretary Lu waiting. Lu indeed had prepared clothes for him but had received a message from the higher-ups instructing him to wait downstairs instead. "Secretary Fu," Lu cautiously began as Fu Chen approached, "I have the clothes you requested. Do you still need them now?" Fu Chen glanced at the garments in Lu's hands, slightly furrowing his brow. "Just leave them in the car." With that, he strode directly toward the vehicle. Lu hurriedly followed, placing the clothes in the back seat before returning to the driver's seat to start the engine. Throughout the drive, Fu Chen remained silent, his expression somber. Lu discreetly observed Fu Chen's demeanor through the rearview mirror, pondering whether the pursuit of love was successful. Meanwhile, as soon as Fu Chen departed, Chu Si found herself under scrutiny. In truth, she was still grappling with the whirlwind of events from the night, which could easily fill a dramatic script. First, there was the confession and the establishment of their relationship, which had already taken her by surprise, only for Fu Chen to meet her parents immediately afterward. Chu's father seamlessly began tidying up the household affairs while Zhou Lin, noticing her daughter had lost some weight, felt a twinge of concern. They could not fathom how their pampered daughter had chosen to work in such a remote area. Initially, they had planned to find a hotel to rest for the night and come back the next day, but as they neared their destination, their eagerness grew stronger, prompting them to drive straight here. Little did they know their daughter had not only grown up but had also found a boyfriend. Chapter 39. Heart-to-heart conversation. Zhou Lin gazed at her drowsy daughter and could no longer bear to press her with questions. Thus, the three of them tidied up briefly and retired to bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. As Chu Si stretched and sat up, she rubbed her eyes and began to slowly recall the events of the previous day. Upon picking up her phone, she discovered unread messages on the screen. As she opened them, she found a goodnight message from Fu Chen sent the night before. Chu Si thought to herself that it was too late to respond now. However, after a moment, Fu Chen sent another message stating that he had reserved a restaurant for dinner that evening, intending to treat her and her parents to local delicacies. Chu Si pondered that this time she truly had to reply. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Fu Chen and repeatedly urged him not to reveal his identity as the county party secretary to her parents. Fu Chen, puzzled, questioned her. "Why not?" Chu Si patiently explained. "My parents are already reluctant for me to work here. If they discover you are the county party secretary, they will surely think the disparity between us is too great for a relationship." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment but understood Chu Si's concerns. He thought to himself, "I have only just managed to leave a good impression on Chu Si's family. I cannot let that go to waste. It seems I must engage more with her family in the future, allowing them to understand my true self and sincere intentions." Early in the morning, Chu's parents took a stroll around the neighborhood to familiarize themselves with their daughter's living environment. They found that while it was close to her workplace, it was an old community. However, the amenities were reasonably complete. Upon returning home, they saw that Chu Si was already awake and asked her if she had breakfast. Chu Si replied that she had already eaten. Zhou Lin could no longer hold back and began to inquire about her relationship with Fu Chen. Listening to her mother, Chu Si felt a pang of helplessness. She knew her mother was concerned, but she did not want them to worry excessively. Therefore, she replied evasively, "We just established our relationship recently and are still getting to know each other." Zhou Lin sighed, saying, "Chu Si, we do not wish to interfere with your love life. We only hope for your happiness. If you meet the right person, you must cherish them, but if this person is unreliable, you must learn to protect yourself." Chu Si nodded and replied, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your concern." Though she spoke those words, she inwardly murmured, "You need not fret, I will handle these matters myself." In contrast to Zhou Lin's anxiousness, Chu's father appeared more composed, a testament to his years of experience in the business world. He patted Chu Si's shoulder and said, "My daughter, do not compromise in your relationship. If it feels right, be together. If not, part ways. Remember, your parents will always be here waiting for you. Chu Si was somewhat touched and responded, I know, don't worry, Dad, it's just a relationship, not the end of the world. If it does not suit me, I will walk away. Her father's words amused her, and she felt reassured that her daughter was not overly infatuated. At noon, her parents prepared a meal, and the family gathered to eat and chat. Chu's father, concerned, asked daughter, why don't we consider moving to a more comfortable place? It might make your life easier. He even offered to buy her a new apartment. Upon hearing this, Chu Si looked at her father and laughed. Responding, oh, nothing is settled yet. Why buy a house? She felt it was not yet the right time for such a decision. Chu's mother chimed in, exactly. Didn't you tell her before that if she was unhappy at work, she could come back anytime? Now you're suddenly suggesting buying a house. What does that mean? Chu's father quickly explained, I just want my daughter to live more comfortably. Just then, Chu Si's phone buzzed again. Fu Chen mentioned he would be driving over shortly to take all three of them out for dinner and asked Chu Si to inform her parents in advance. Chapter 40, Acknowledgement in the afternoon. Chu Si received a text message from Fu Chen instructing her to come downstairs. Upon reading the message, she immediately got up to head down. When she reached the ground floor, she spotted Secretary Lu and Fu Chen standing beside a car. Unloading various items from the trunk, Chu Si walked over and greeted them. Secretary Fu, Secretary Lu, hello. Secretary Lu, responding with a smile, said, hello, Miss Chu. Fu Chen then waved at Chu Si, signaling her to assist Secretary Lu with the items. Chu Si hurriedly stepped forward to take what Secretary Lu handed her. After she accepted the items, Fu Chen instructed Secretary Lu to head back. Chu Si curiously asked Fu Chen, why are you carrying all these things? Fu Chen, with a smile playing on his lips, jokingly replied, this is Secretary Fu coming to visit you. Remember to tell your parents that. Chu Si looked at Fu Chen with confusion and softly inquired, didn't we agree not to reveal your identity to them? Fu Chen chuckled without answering and teased, yet you called me Secretary Fu so enthusiastically. Chu Si suddenly realized that the issue stemmed from her addressing him as Secretary Fu, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly explained, then how should I address you? Little Fu seems inappropriate. How about Brother Chen? Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's smile brightened even more, and he replied cheerfully, I think Brother Chen sounds great. Of course, you can also call me Brother Fu. Chu Si's face turned crimson at his words, and she playfully scolded, oh, stop teasing. Let us just stick to your name, Fu Chen. As they walked and chatted, laughter filled the air until they arrived at the entrance of her home. Chu Si's parents, seeing Fu Chen carrying so many items, quickly approached and jokingly scolded, oh, little Fu, you should just come over without bringing so much, it's far too polite. They secretly nodded in approval at the courteous and handsome young man. Following Chu Si into the house, Fu Chen placed the gifts on the table. Chu's mother enthusiastically began peeling fruits for him, while Chu's father prepared hot tea and offered it to Fu Chen. Grasping the teacup, Fu Chen felt the warmth of this family's hospitality and kindness wash over him. Realizing that this was the essence of home, simple yet heartwarming, everyone gathered in the living room, chatting comfortably and enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. Fu Chen observed that Chu's parents were always smiling, their eyes reflecting their love for their daughter. He thought to himself that Chu Si must have grown up in such a loving environment. No wonder she was so lively, cheerful, and radiant, like a sweet little girl. Time flew by, and soon night fell. Fu Chen glanced outside and suggested, Uncle and Auntie, how about we go out for dinner? I know a nice restaurant nearby. Chu's parents exchanged glances and readily agreed to this. The group set out with excitement to enjoy their dinner together. Fu Chen led Chu's father, mother, and Chu Si to a quaint private dining establishment located a bit farther away. The restaurant offered a tranquil environment and unique dishes. At the dining table, Chu's father and Fu Chen engaged in lively conversation, covering a wide range of topics. Fu Chen handled Chu's father's inquiries with ease, articulating his thoughts eloquently while displaying his erudition, humility, and politeness. Throughout the meal, Fu Chen maintained his courteous demeanor and smile, attentively listening to every word from Chu's father and responding appropriately. Chu's father was exceedingly pleased with Fu Chen's conduct, believing he was not only knowledgeable but also sincere and trustworthy. After the meal, Chu's father earnestly advised Fu Chen to take good care of Chu Si. Fu Chen assured him that he would do everything in his power to protect Chu Si and ensure her happiness. Hearing this, Chu's father smiled with satisfaction, feeling reassured to entrust his daughter to Fu Chen. Chapter 41, Farewell. Through this dinner gathering, Chu's parents' attitude shifted noticeably. Their impression of Fu Chen grew increasingly favorable, even developing a fondness for him. Upon returning home, Chu Si unexpectedly took the initiative to send Fu Chen a message expressing her gratitude. The exchanges between them became more natural and harmonious. As if everything was progressing in a positive direction. Thank you for treating my parents to dinner today. Chu Si's message was concise yet conveyed her appreciation for Fu Chen. When Fu Chen received this message, warmth surged within him, but he understood that, although it was merely a simple sentence, it represented a significant breakthrough for Chu Si. No need to mention it. It was my pleasure, Fu Chen replied, his tone light and cheerful. Revealing his inner joy, they continued chatting for a while, sharing amusing anecdotes and sentiments from their lives. In the end, they exchanged goodnights, concluding their heartwarming conversation, though it was just a brief chat, for Fu Chen. It marked a substantial advancement. He felt that the distance between him and Chu Si had lessened yet again, a feeling that brought him immense satisfaction. To avoid imposing on their daughter, who had just started working, Chu's parents decided to leave on Monday morning. This way, they would not add undue pressure on her while allowing her to focus on her job. Though driving would be tiring, it offered them the freedom to manage their time without being constrained by flight or train schedules. The next day, Sunday, Fu Chen suggested accompanying Chu's parents to explore nearby attractions, allowing them to experience the local customs and culture. However, the elderly couple politely declined his kind offer, stating there would be future opportunities to visit again. They perceived this visit as merely a brief interlude, deeming it unnecessary to overexert themselves. Furthermore, they aspired to grant their daughter ample space and time, allowing her to focus on her work and life. After all, they understood that the youth require their own rhythm and space, thus, they opted to await a more opportune moment for future excursions together, extending an invitation to Fu Chen to visit their hometown in Zhejiang. Fu Chen expressed his intention to accompany Chu Si on a return visit when time permitted. On Monday morning, Chu's father and mother were busily preparing provisions for their beloved daughter. A radiant smile adorned Chu's mother's face as she meticulously selected a variety of delectable ingredients, simultaneously assuring her daughter, "Darling, I have prepared an abundance of delicious treats for you, so even in my absence, you can feel the essence of home." Meanwhile, Chu's father busied himself organizing his belongings, his eyes brimming with affection and reluctance. Chu's mother continued to advise, "My dear, although you have grown up, remember to take good care of yourself, especially when it comes to romance. It is crucial to maintain a sense of propriety. Your father and I have yet to retire, and we certainly do not wish to return home to look after grandchildren just yet." With that, she couldn't help but chuckle. Chu's father chimed in, "Indeed, we wish to enjoy a few more years of our coupledom. So ensure you maintain your own pace and do not rush." Listening to her parents, Chu Qiao felt a warmth envelop her heart. She understood that this was the essence of home, no matter where she roamed. There would always be someone who cared for and supported her. With a smile, she responded, "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will take good care of myself and be mindful of my boundaries." Ding dong, a melodious chime of the doorbell interrupted her reverie. Furrowing her brow, she mused to herself, who could it be at this early hour? With that thought, she rose to answer the door. To her astonishment, upon opening it, she found Fu Chen standing there, his hands laden with bags and boxes of various sizes. Hearing the commotion, Chu's mother emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "Chu Si, who is it?" Chu Si, taken aback, gazed at Fu Chen outside, momentarily at a loss for words. Curiously, Chu's mother approached the door, peering out and then exclaiming in delight, "Oh, it's little Fu. Come in, come in." Fu Chen greeted Chu's mother with a smile, explaining, "Auntie, I happened to pass by today, so I thought I would drop by. These are some local specialties for you and Uncle to share with your relatives." With that, he handed over the gifts to Chu's mother, who beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Oh my little Fu, you are truly too considerate and thorough in your efforts." Fu Chen sincerely replied, "Auntie, please do not stand on ceremony. This is simply what I ought to do. By the way, I have a few matters to attend to at the office, so I must take my leave. Please carry on with your activities." After saying this, he turned to leave. As Chu Si watched his retreating figure, he suddenly turned back, walked up to her, gently patted her shoulder, and said tenderly, "Make sure to spend quality time with your parents. I have already requested leave from Director Yang for you at work. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything." With that, he affectionately tousled Chu Si's hair, his eyes filled with fondness. Moved, Chu Si nodded in gratitude. Fu Chen smiled softly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze before departing. Chu Si assisted her parents in tidying up the items that Fu Chen had brought, which she had insisted they keep, as she had no use for them at home. With a sense of reluctance, she bid farewell to her parents, wishing for a moment that she could remain by their side in her work. Chapter 42. Confiding in a close friend. After her parents left, Chu Si quickly tidied up a few things before hurrying to the office. Upon her arrival, her colleague Lu Ke was taken aback to see her and promptly asked, "Chu Si, how come you're back so soon? Have you finished organizing the meeting minutes?" "Director Yang just mentioned that Secretary Fu requested you to compile the minutes for the evaluation meeting at the county committee." Chu Xi smiled and replied, I have completed it. There is no issue. Internally she marveled at how aptly Fu Chen had crafted this excuse. Had she known earlier that there was such a reasonable justification, she would not have felt the need to rush back to work. In hindsight, perhaps she could have rested a little longer before returning. With the previous phase of work concluded, she found herself without new tasks at the moment. Especially since Xiaolu was absent, having gone to work on site, Chu Xi retrieved her phone to reach out to her close friend Su Mumu, as she had been preoccupied with her parents these past few days and had not had the chance to chat. Sis, there's some juicy gossip. Are you interested? She texted, eager to share the recent developments with Su Mumu, knowing it would likely astonish her. A swift response arrived. The little stool is set up. I await the online gossip. Fu Chen confessed his feelings for me, and he has met my parents. Chu Xi typed slowly, your directness has me feeling as if I'm dreaming. Su Mumu replied. Trust me, what you see is indeed reality. Chu Xi confirmed in her next message. Oh my goodness, sis, I can't handle this. How did he confess? Is he finally enamored with your beauty? Weren't you just saying he was with another girl not long ago? Please clarify, Su Mumu continued to inquire. Chu Xi chuckled, her fingers dancing across the screen. He suddenly told me he liked me, and coincidentally, he met my parents while they were visiting. My heavens, what is your relationship status now? Su Mumu asked, her astonishment palpable. I suppose we should consider ourselves as a couple. Chu Xi pondered before responding, wow, this is unbelievable. What are your feelings for him? Su Mumu curiously probed, well, I have always thought he was quite exceptional. Like a brilliant moon in the sky, but I never anticipated him confessing so suddenly. Chu Xi admitted, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Huh? That's wonderful, you two are truly a perfect match, Su Mumu exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, however, we have just begun our relationship and still have much to learn about each other. Chu Xi replied with a smile, take your time, as long as you both like each other. You can surely make it work, Su Mumu encouraged. I hope so, Chu Xi said, gazing at her phone screen, a blissful smile gracing her lips. By the way, how did your parents perceive him? Su Mumu inquired. Curious about her parents' opinion of Fu Chen now that they had met. He charmed my parents over the past few days, and they both think he is quite nice and suitable for me. Chu Xi responded, recalling the pleasant interactions between Fu Chen and her parents with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Mumu's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my, is this destiny? Your parents have met him. Please report to the secretary that I also need some charm, or else I'll be nagging you about his flaws, she teased, adding a cheeky wink emoji. Chu Xi laughed at Su Mumu's antics and replied. Alright, I will tell Fu Chen to charm you well, but I believe you two will get along splendidly. For Chu Xi, both Fu Chen and Su Mumu were significant figures in her life. Chapter 43, Illness today proved to be relatively calm, and as the afternoon came to a close, Chu Xi left the office with a light step. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto the soft sofa. Stretching out her limbs as if to release all her accumulated fatigue, she closed her eyes, savoring the surrounding tranquility and comfort, and before long, she drifted off into slumber. Perhaps it was the joy of spending time with her parents these past few days that left her feeling a bit worn out. In her dreams, Chu Xi seemed to hear a gentle melody, the sound echoing from afar, as if it were softly resonating in her ears. She yearned to pursue the source of this melody but felt her body growing heavier, rendering her immobile. Just then, an abrupt and jarring doorbell rang out, jolting her awake from her reverie. Startled, Chu Xi opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness, with only a faint light filtering through the curtains. Rubbing her eyes to adjust to the dim surroundings, she gradually realized that night had fully descended, and the recent doorbell was indeed emanating from the entrance. Rising to answer the door, she was surprised to find Fu Chen standing there. As she opened the door and was about to inquire about his unexpected visit, she noticed Fu Chen had already stepped inside, his hand brushing against her forehead, noting that it felt warm. Do you have a thermometer at home? Fu Chen asked, his brow furrowed in concern. No, Chu Xi shook her head in response. Do you feel unwell? Fu Chen's eyes reflected genuine concern as he gently questioned her. Hearing this, Chu Xi covered her face with her hands and confessed, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit dizzy and achy all over. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly felt her forehead again. Confirming her warmth, you may have a fever, come, I will take you to the hospital for a checkup, he declared, taking her hand and preparing to lead her out. Chu Xi hesitated, suggesting, isn't that a bit excessive? I can just take some medicine. No, we cannot be careless when it comes to illness, Fu Chen insisted, his tone firm. Unable to resist his determination, Chu Xi reluctantly followed him to the hospital. Upon arrival, Secretary Lu had already made all the necessary arrangements, and Fu Chen's friend, Director He, was waiting for them. As Chu Xi observed Fu Chen accompanying her during the examination, a warm sensation surged within her. The test results revealed a decrease in immunity, with a diagnosis of tonsillitis causing the fever. The doctor prescribed medication and advised her to rest at home, noting that she might still experience a fever tonight. Fu Chen escorted Chu Xi home, yet upon arriving at her doorstep, he still felt uneasy. "Are you sure you can manage alone? Perhaps I should stay to take care of you," he suggested. Chu Xi quickly shook her head, insisting, "No need for that, I'm perfectly fine, and you've had a long day, you should return home and rest." After assessing her, Fu Chen reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, let me accompany you upstairs to gather your things, and then I'll take you home." With that, he followed her up the stairs. Chu Xi initially contemplated refusing, but Fu Chen's resolute demeanor left her no choice. He repeatedly emphasized the privacy of her residence, noting that his home was well equipped, including a thermometer, which would facilitate his care for her. Weighing her options, she ultimately decided on the latter. The thought of Fu Chen being seen leaving her home by prying eyes was too daunting to ignore. Thus Chu Xi hastily packed her belongings and followed Fu Chen to his residence. He lived in a prestigious community called Half Mountain Qingyun Terrace, occupying an end unit of a row of townhouses. They entered through the underground garage, which led directly to the basement level of his home. The decor emanated a cool ambience steeped in Song Dynasty aesthetics, prompting Chu Xi to muse about the rich cultural essence it conveyed. Fu Chen guided her to his room on the second floor, urging her to lie down and rest while he went downstairs to fetch warm water. "First, take your medicine," he instructed. He returned with ginger soup, gently supporting Chu Xi as she sat up to drink. After she finished her medication, she lay back down, murmuring, "Thank you, Fu Chen, rest well," he replied, tucking her in before settling into a chair beside her. Quietly observing her, Chu Xi quickly succumbed to slumber, and Fu Chen, gazing at her peaceful face, felt an indescribable sensation stir within him. He sighed softly and exited the room, closing the door behind him. As night fell, Chu Xi indeed developed a high fever again. Fu Chen remained vigilantly by her side, consistently replacing wet towels and wiping her down. In her hazy state, Chu Xi sensed the warmth of a pair of hands caring for her. Struggling to open her eyes, she caught sight of Fu Chen's weary face. Fu Chen, she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I'm here, don't worry. You'll be fine soon," he reassured her, grasping her hand to convey strength. Chu Xi nodded faintly before closing her eyes once more. Fu Chen watched her, his heart swelling with concern and tenderness. Chapter 44. Care. Fu Chen rummaged through Chu Xi's bag and found her phone, which was unlocked. He opened WeChat and located the chat with Director Yang. Beginning to draft a leave request, he briefly described Chu Xi's condition and attached a photo of her medical record. After hitting send, it wasn't long before Yang replied, expressing his understanding and support, urging her to rest well and to reach out if she needed any assistance. Yang's concern for Chu Xi stemmed not only from her excellence as an employee but also from the knowledge that she was a young woman navigating life alone in a foreign place. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Chu Xi, her fever had begun to subside. Seizing the moment, Fu Chen took a shower to alleviate his fatigue. Afterward, dressed in sleepwear, he quickly measured her forehead with a thermometer. When the device indicated a normal temperature, he finally exhaled in relief. Silently, he approached the bedside, sitting at the edge and fixating on Chu Xi. She exhibited no semblance of a peaceful sleep. Her long, dark hair sprawled messily across the pillow, her face flushed from the fever, and her lips slightly parted as she breathed evilly. Fu Chen's gaze drifted downward, noticing that her nightgown was completely soaked. Clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful curves, particularly, the outline of her bosom was faintly visible through the damp fabric, quickening his heartbeat. Further down, her slender, fair legs lay enticingly across the covers. Fu Chen inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. He gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the unruly thoughts clouding his mind. After all, Chu Xi needed care and rest. He could harbor no inappropriate thoughts. He retrieved one of his t-shirts from the wardrobe, intending to change her damp nightgown. He was acutely aware of the adverse effects of sleeping in wet clothing, especially given her current state of unconsciousness, necessitating his utmost attentiveness. Thus, he carefully shifted Chu Xi to the other side of the bed and delicately unfastened her nightgown. Upon seeing her snow-white skin, his heart raced. He endeavored to suppress his inner turmoil, tenderly wiping her body with a warm towel, treating her as if she were the most precious of treasures. However, as he lifted her nightgown, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, causing his breathing to become rapid and erratic. Despite the intense desire welling up inside him, Fu Chen maintained his composure, focusing solely on caring for Chu Xi. He gently tended to her every inch of skin, as if she were a priceless artifact. Gradually, he managed to change her into a clean t-shirt, attentively replacing the bed linens and ensuring she could rest in a comfortable environment. Observing Chu Xi's serene face, Fu Chen felt a sense of fulfillment and warmth. He gently stroked her hair, whispering, "Get well soon, little one." Subsequently, he lay down beside her, switching off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. In this tranquil void, Fu Chen lay quietly next to Chu Xi, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her and feeling her gentle breath and warm body temperature soothe his previously restless heart. In the stillness, he pondered his feelings for her. He was acutely aware that, despite Chu Xi having recently agreed to be his girlfriend, an undeniable sense of unfamiliarity lingered between them. This sentiment troubled him, making him realize he might have already become deeply entangled in this relationship. Unable to extricate himself, Fu Chen began to introspect his innermost desires, revealing to himself that he was not satisfied with merely treating Chu Xi as a girlfriend. He yearned for far more. He desired to wholly possess her, to share a lifetime together, and to accompany her eternally. Once this thought took root, it became inescapable that he understood that to fulfill this wish, he must strive to understand Chu Xi better and delve into her inner world. From that moment, he resolved to attentively discern her preferences and needs, aiming to become an indispensable part of her life. In the darkness, Fu Chen tightly clasped Chu Xi's hand, silently vowing to ensure her happiness. With this determination, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Chapter 45, Rising Temperature. Chu Xi slept deeply, oblivious to the world, until she finally stirred around noon the following day. Groggily, she opened her eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. It took her a moment to recall where she was. Glancing down, she noticed she was clad in a men's t-shirt, with her original nightgown nowhere in sight. A warm blush crept across her cheeks, and even her typically oblivious self could deduce the identity of the orchestrator behind this situation. Struggling to sit up, Chu Xi resolved to take a shower first. Although still weak, she couldn't bear her disheveled appearance. She groped her way to the bathroom, turning on the hot water and letting the warm stream wash over her exhausted body. After showering, Chu Xi felt significantly rejuvenated. She returned to her belongings and selected a loose-fitting dress to wear. Just then, her phone rang. It was Fu Chen calling. A smile crept onto her lips as she gently tapped the answer button and held the phone to her ear, softly saying, "Hello." On the other end, Fu Chen's gentle voice greeted her. "Are you awake? Feeling better?" A warmth spread through her heart as she replied, "Much better, thank you." Fu Chen chuckled lightly, teasingly replying, "What are you thanking me for? Isn't that what a proper boyfriend should do?" He then added, "By the way, I forgot to mention, I used your phone to request leave for you at work, so you can focus on recuperating. There's a lady downstairs preparing lunch. I've asked her to make you some porridge so you can head down and have a bit." "Got it," Chu Xi responded, genuinely touched by his attentiveness. She knew Fu Chen was thoughtful, but she hadn't anticipated such meticulous care. "Thank you for managing everything for me. I'll head down once I'm ready." "Alright, take your time, I'll be back after work," Fu Chen advised. "Okay, bye," Chu Xi replied before hanging up. Listening to the beeping sound of the call ending, Fu Chen couldn't help but wear a fond smile. As Chu Xi made her way downstairs, she encountered the lady cooking. She greeted her with a smile, and the woman, charmed by the polite and lovely girl, warmly invited her to eat. After a night of fever, Chu Xi felt noticeably drained, her throat still sore. She sampled the porridge, which was soft and glutinous, perfectly suiting her appetite. After finishing her meal, the lady, adhering to Fu Chen's instructions, brought over a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice for Chu Xi to replenish her vitamin C and reminded her to take her medicine. Chu Xi expressed her gratitude with a smile, then took the glass and savored its contents. Seated on the living room sofa, Chu Xi curiously surveyed her surroundings. She noticed that the home's decor exuded a classic charm, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste and cultural depth. The arrangement of furniture in the living room was impeccable, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Through the glass wall of the living room, one can behold a beautiful garden, replete with a myriad of flowers and trees, as if immersed in the embrace of nature itself. Chu Xi could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly exquisite." She noticed an ancient-style painting hanging in the foyer, depicting majestic mountains shrouded in mist, captivating the viewer's imagination. Bold characters inscribed on the artwork proclaimed, "Though the mountains do not see me, I shall see the mountains." The strokes reminiscent of the sharp elegance of the slender gold script, exuding a sense of grandeur. The cultural refinement apparent throughout the house left Chu Xi, a scholar from a prestigious university's Chinese department, feeling somewhat inadequate. She silently mused that she seemed to have never truly understood Fu Chen. After taking her medication, whether due to the effects of the drugs or her frail constitution, she succumbed to a drowsy slumber once more. During this time, the aunt kindly draped a blanket over her. Chapter 46, Rising Temperature. When Fu Chen returned from work, he opened the door to find Chu Xi sprawled on the sofa. Sound asleep, her posture was casual, one hand resting on her forehead while the other dangled at her side, as if shielding her from something. A light blanket covered her, yet her fair calves and ankles peeked out. Stirring an irresistible urge to gaze longer. He let out a gentle sigh, tenderly lifted Chu Xi into his arms, and carried her into the bedroom. Carefully, he laid her down on the bed, tucking her in as softly as if cradling a precious treasure. Fu Chen sat quietly at the bedside, gazing at Chu Xi's serene sleeping face. Her breathing was steady and deep, as if she had entered a sweet dreamland. He gently caressed her cheek, basking in her warmth. Just then, a soft knock on the door disrupted his reverie. The aunt inquired softly, "Sir, Secretary Liu has sent over some new women's clothing. How should I place them?" Fu Chen frowned slightly, gesturing for her to set the clothes aside for the moment. Assuring her that he would attend to them later, the aunt nodded and gently placed the garments aside before adding, "Sir, dinner is ready, yet if you and Miss Chu are hungry, you may enjoy it at any time. Additionally, I have specially prepared some congee for Miss Chu, which is being kept warm in the rice cooker." A flicker of gratitude flashed in Fu Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Nodding in acknowledgement, "I understand, thank you for your efforts, there is nothing pressing today, you may return to rest." The aunt smiled in response and descended the stairs, seeing that Chu Xi remained in deep slumber with no signs of waking. Fu Chen began to gently tidy up the clothing. As he opened the bag, he discovered that most of its contents were dresses, and he mused that such garments would accentuate her delicate waist beautifully. He carefully hung each dress in the wardrobe, also organizing the clothes Chu Xi had brought. Then, he noticed a small bag containing sleepwear and undergarments. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately picked them up. As he held the delicate fabrics, he felt a rush of heat and his heart raced. For a fleeting instant, a sense of anticipation surged within him, but he quickly suppressed it, placing them into the wardrobe as well. After organizing the clothes, Fu Chen sat at the edge of the bed, quietly observing Chu Xi. His heart brimmed with contentment. Unconsciously, his hand gently clasped hers, feeling the warmth of her palm. Suddenly, Chu Xi stirred. Seemingly on the verge of waking, Fu Chen hastily released her hand and stood up, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions before softly saying, "Chu Xi, wake up, it's time for dinner." Chu Xi slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Fu Chen with a hint of confusion, after a moment, she realized she had dozed off and smiled sheepishly. "I slept too soundly." As she spoke, she sat up. Fu Chen regarded her tenderly. "It's alright, you were sleeping quite well, come on, dinner is ready, I'll head downstairs to wait for you." With that, he turned and left the room. Chu Xi adjusted her clothing before descending the stairs, where she found Fu Chen seated at the dining table. Awaiting her arrival, the table was laden with a sumptuous dinner, alongside a steaming bowl of congee. "Come and eat." Fu Chen beckoned with a smile. Sitting down, Chu Xi gazed at the delightful spread before her. Warmth filling her heart, she picked up a piece of fish and savored its exquisite flavor. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Fu Chen inquired anxiously. "It's wonderful." Chu Xi nodded, her eyes brimming with happiness. "You should eat as well." Only then did Fu Chen feel reassured enough to begin his meal. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was light and joyful. After finishing their meal, Chu Xi helped clear the dishes, with Fu Chen assisting her. In that moment, he felt as though he was catching a glimpse of his future. Once everything was tidied up, Chu Xi returned to her room to shower, while Fu Chen went to his study to handle some work matters. Upon opening the wardrobe, Chu Xi discovered she hadn't brought many sleepwear items. However, she noticed several new pieces still with tags attached. Grabbing a long white camisole dress, the only one with ample fabric, she proceeded to take a shower. After finishing, as she was drying her hair, Fu Chen approached with her medication, naturally taking the hairdryer from her to help dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, he watched her drink her medicine and lie down. After Fu Chen completed his work in the study, he returned to the room to wash up and rest. When he emerged from the shower, he found Chu Xi already nestled in bed, asleep. He quietly approached the bedside, gazing at her tranquil face, before gently lying down beside her. In truth, Chu Xi had not truly fallen asleep, she had remained alert. Waiting for Fu Chen's return, however, upon hearing his footsteps entering the room, she felt a wave of nervousness and uncertainty. Thus she decided to close her eyes and feign sleep, hoping to avoid any awkwardness or unnecessary conversation. She quietly sensed the mattress sink slightly as Fu Chen lay down beside her. Her heart raced, her mind filled with a flurry of thoughts. Suddenly, she felt a powerful force pulling her tightly into his embrace. This force was irresistible, drawing her closer to Fu Chen's chest, where she felt the warmth of his body. Her breathing quickened, yet she dared not open her eyes, fearful of meeting his gaze, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected gesture. She could only silently endure the intimate contact of the moment. Fu Chen had long awaited this moment. A scene once relegated to his dreams had now materialized into reality, filling his heart with joy and excitement. He held Chu Xi tightly, as if to fuse her into his very being. Perhaps due to his overwhelming intensity, Chu Xi felt a twinge of discomfort and subtly shifted her body, attempting to create some distance. However, Fu Chen remained oblivious to her intentions. Chu Xi's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She kept her eyes tightly shut, afraid to open them lest she confront the shy spectacle before her. Her body trembled slightly, yet she dared not resist or moved silently, enduring it all. In this moment, Chu Xi was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she felt an acute shyness and discomfort at such intimate contact. On the other, she was unable to resist the deep-seated desire and anticipation within her. This intricate emotional tapestry ensnared her in an indescribable predicament. Chapter 47. Tasting sweetness. Chu Xi sensed Fu Chen's physical response, her heart racing with a surge of tension. Just then, she heard Fu Chen whisper softly in her ear, "Little enchantress." Those 3 words seemed to carry an endless allure, causing her heart to race, her breath becoming rapid. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the moment, Fu Chen unabashedly pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was gentle and delicate, brushing against her lips like a feather. Chu Xi's eyes fluttered shut, savoring Fu Chen's tenderness and passion. Their lips met softly, gliding and caressing, each contact igniting a wondrous sensation. The atmosphere between them gradually intensified, their movements growing increasingly natural. Fu Chen's hand began to caress Chu Xi's back, while she awkwardly attempted to reciprocate his kiss, albeit clumsily. Yet, Fu Chen was exhilarated. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the 2 of them in existence. As their body temperatures rose, the rational Fu Chen eventually pulled away, fearing that if they continued, he might lose control. Besides, Chu Xi had only just begun to recover from her illness. If he were to act on his desires now, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, he gently pushed Chu Xi away and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. Upon emerging, he looked at the bewildered Chu Xi and enveloped her once more in his embrace, whispering, "Once you are well, I shall make you compensate me 100-fold." With that, he bestowed a soft kiss on her forehead. The next morning, when Chu Xi awoke, Fu Chen was no longer by her side. Since it was a day off, she lingered in bed for a while before stretching and rising to wash up. As she entered the living room, the aunt had already prepared breakfast. After finishing her meal, Fu Chen called, his gentle voice resonating through the line. "Good morning, darling, have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I have," Chu Xi replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. "How are you feeling today?" Fu Chen inquired with concern. "Much better, just a bit sleepy," she responded honestly. "Then rest a little longer. Call me if you need anything," Fu Chen advised. After hanging up, Chu Xi reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the previous night. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, had things progressed too swiftly? After the aunt finished tidying up, Chu Xi, feeling idle, decided to tend to the flowers and plants in the small garden, within the confines of her home. Only the gentle presence of the aunt and the charming Chu Xi resided. Though the aunt spoke little, her demeanor was remarkably kind, and she held a deep affection for Chu Xi, often engaging in light conversation with her. The aunt once confided in Chu Xi that she was the first woman Mr. Fu had brought home, expressing her belief that the 2 were exceptionally well matched. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi felt a wave of shyness wash over her, bowing her head slightly. As the afternoon approached, Secretary Lu made another visit to the home, this time bringing with him an assortment of skincare and cosmetics tailored for women. Chu Xi greeted Secretary Lu with a warm smile, expressing her gratitude for his thoughtfulness. After placing the items on the table, Secretary Lu hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. The aunt took it upon herself to meticulously arrange the items in the bathroom. By evening, the aunt had prepared a sumptuous dinner and took the time to remind Chu Xi, "Miss Chu, Mr. Fu will be home for dinner tonight. You 2 just need to warm it up." Chu Xi nodded in understanding, and with that, the aunt tidied her belongings and left the house. When Mr. Fu returned home after work, he found Chu Xi nestled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. She did not rise to greet him but merely offered a casual hello before returning her attention to the television. Observing her intense focus, Mr. Fu couldn't help but smile, making his way to the sofa and seating himself beside her. Wrapping his arms around her. "My dear, what captivates you so?" His voice was deep and resonant, laced with a hint of affection and tenderness. Startled by his sudden embrace, Chu Xi instinctively leaned into him, responding, "I'm watching a popular historical drama. The male lead is incredibly handsome." Her eyes remained glued to the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Mr. Fu, noting her starry-eyed expression, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Am I not handsome?" He raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, turning her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Chu Xi replied sweetly, "Of course not." Upon hearing her words, Mr. Fu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction swell within him. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, his fingers tenderly caressing her hair. "Be a good girl and pause the show for a moment. Let us talk." Chu Xi nodded, Turning off the television and snuggling into his embrace as they engaged in conversation, Mr. Fu realized that ever since Chu Xi had entered his home, he found himself eagerly rushing home after work each day. Yearning to see her, moreover, the events of the previous night lingered in his mind, intensifying his longing for her, a feeling he found utterly enchanting. Chapter 48, Recovery. After dinner, Mr. Fu retreated to his study to attend to some work matters. Once Chu Xi finished her bath, she felt her fever had subsided, and her health was restored. Recognizing that remaining at home all day was not a prudent choice, especially while residing in Mr. Fu's home, she resolved to return to work. Standing in place, she contemplated sharing her intentions with Mr. Fu and proceeded to his study. Upon reaching the door, she gently knocked. Hearing the sound, Mr. Fu looked up from his desk and asked softly, "What is it, my dear?" Despite their established relationship, his affectionate address still made her cheeks flush. With a shy voice, she responded, "I feel much better now, so I would like to return to the office tomorrow." Mr. Fu regarded her with concern, asking, "Is that so? Are you completely recovered? Come here, let me check." He stood and pulled her into his embrace. Internally, Chu Xi mused, "What bold words." This was a stark contrast to the serious and composed image of Secretary Fu she was accustomed to. Leaving her pleasantly surprised, however, as she attempted to push him away, she accidentally brushed against his hand, causing her strap to snap and slip down. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. Wishing she could disappear into the floor, even though their relationship was intimate, such a situation left her mortified. She quickly jumped up, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, and turned to retreat to her room to change. However, at that moment, Mr. Fu's gaze fell upon her exposed figure, his eyes widening in astonishment and desire. His throat involuntarily tightened as he was engulfed by a strong urge. His heart raced, blood surged, and every fiber of his being screamed for more. Alas, Chu Xi was too swift, and Mr. Fu, sitting in his chair, took a deep breath. He quickly regained his composure and followed her to her room's entrance. "Wait," he called softly. Chu Xi halted, glancing back at him. Her face still tinged with shyness and apprehension. Mr. Fu approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. "I apologize, I lost control for a moment," he whispered in her ear. "But I genuinely worry about your health." Her heart raced as she felt Mr. Fu's embrace, warmth flooding her senses. "I understand," she replied softly. Mr. Fu smiled gently, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and then released her. "Very well, if you insist on going back to work, I shall not hinder you, but remember to rest, and if you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to inform me. I will pick you up after work." Chu Xi shook her head vigorously. "No, that wouldn't do. Everyone would find out. Besides, I'm feeling better, and I should be able to return to my own home," she said with a slight pout. Mr. Fu looked at her with love in his eyes. "Is it that you are unhappy staying here? If there is anything discomforting, just mention it, and I will make the necessary adjustments. That is not the issue. I'm just used to being alone." She continued to explain. "We are now in a relationship, and eventually, you shall be my wife. My home is yours, and we are meant to live together for a lifetime. Now that you are well, you cannot simply abandon me. That would be irresponsible, akin to starting something and then discarding it." Mr. Fu patiently coaxed her. Chu Xi's eyes widened in surprise at his words, appearing adorably taken aback, leaving her momentarily speechless. "It's not that I don't want to be with you, I just might need some time to adjust," she whispered. Mr. Fu took her hand, saying, "I understand, and I will give you the time you need. But you must also promise me the opportunity to care for you properly. We can take our time to find a rhythm that suits us." Chu Xi considered his words, finding them somewhat reasonable, and nodded in silent agreement, planning to return home whenever she desired solitude. Mr. Fu smiled affectionately, ruffling her hair. "That's good, and now hurry and get under the covers. You mustn't catch a chill." Chu Xi quickly nestled under the blankets. Feeling a bit bashful due to her wardrobe mishap, Mr. Fu approached, tucking the blankets around her, then gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "Good night, my dear." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him as he returned to his study. Once in the study, Mr. Fu intended to continue refining his work, yet his thoughts were consumed by the image of Chu Xi's flustered, charming demeanor, making it impossible for him to concentrate. He silently smoked a couple of cigarettes. Attempting to calm his racing thoughts, however, the urge only intensified, compelling him to rise and take a shower in hopes of regaining his composure. After his shower, Mr. Fu returned to the room, gently lying beside Chu Xi. Savoring her warmth and presence, he quietly admired her silhouette, filled with affection and tenderness. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around her from behind, cherishing the moment. Though he longed for more, he understood the importance of patience. He held her carefully, fearing the slightest movement might awaken or startle her. It had taken considerable effort to bring her into his home. He didn't wish to jeopardize that with a moment of impulsiveness. At that moment, all he desired was to embrace her quietly, relishing the tranquility and happiness of the moment. Chapter 49. Back to work the following morning, Chu Si arose early, preparing herself before heading downstairs for breakfast. Mr. Fu was already seated at the dining table, and upon seeing her descend, he greeted her with a warm smile, inviting her to sit. They enjoyed a cozy breakfast together, during which Mr. Fu reminded Chu Si to take care of her health while peeling an egg for her. After the meal, Mr. Fu insisted on driving Chu Si to work. Throughout the journey, she felt a bit shy, while he maintained a gentle smile. As they neared her workplace, Chu Si firmly requested to be dropped off at the intersection. After exiting the car, Mr. Fu reiterated his concern for her well-being, assuring her he would pick her up after work, to which she replied that she could manage returning home alone. They finally settled on contacting each other after work. Upon entering her office, her colleagues expressed curiosity about her health. She smiled and assured them she was fine, thanking them for their concern. Then, she immersed herself in her work, feeling especially cheerful. During a break, she secretly chatted with her close friend Su Mumu, who was quite concerned about Chu Si's recovery but even more intrigued about her life with Secretary Fu. Chu Si found it amusing that her friend seemed more excited about her romance than she was. Su Mumu even requested to see what Secretary Fu looked like. This request left Chu Si in a bit of a predicament, as she did not possess any photos of Mr. Fu. Nevertheless, to satisfy her friend's curiosity, Chu Si decided to surprise her that evening by secretly capturing a photo of Mr. Fu. Thus, she had a new mission for the night. The busy day swiftly passed, and as Chu Si completed her tasks, she glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly time to finish work. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She was primarily worried that Fu Chen might be seen by other colleagues. As this was merely a small county town, and Fu Chen was a highly regarded leader, she certainly did not wish to become the subject of idle gossip. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Fu Chen. Upon answering, she heard his concerned voice. "Chu Si, I'm waiting for you downstairs at your workplace." Startled, she softly replied, "Could we meet at the intersection where you dropped me off this morning?" Fu Chen quickly responded, "Sure, I'll be there in about 5 minutes, please get ready to come down." After tidying her desk and bidding farewell to her colleagues, she hurried downstairs. Upon arriving at the intersection, Chu Si anxiously glanced around, fearful of encountering someone familiar. Fu Chen leaned against his car, exuding an air of confidence. When he spotted Chu Si approaching, a tender smile graced his lips. She jogged over, and he graciously opened the car door for her. Together, they departed. Upon returning to Fu Chen's residence, he noticed Chu Si's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but tease, "My dear, are we part of an underground organization?" Chu Si paused momentarily, then realized, laughing, "I don't want it to be this way, but your position is quite unique, and I worry it might cause you trouble." Fu Chen chuckled helplessly, "But there is no need to be so cautious. It feels as though we are hiding from the light." Chu Si earnestly explained, "Isn't it to prevent any negative impact on you? After all, our esteemed Secretary Fu is quite the allure, and many are likely to feel disheartened upon discovering you have a girlfriend." Fu Chen laughed heartily at her words. "Oh, is that so? It seems I'm rather popular then." Chu Si rolled her eyes playfully. "Well, bask in it while you can. Nevertheless, do exercise caution. Your profession is rather sensitive." Fu Chen nodded in understanding and gently embraced Chu Si, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will be careful and will not let you suffer any grievances. Here is my salary card. Take it. The password is the last 6 digits of your phone number. Spend as you wish, and feel free to buy things for your home to make your stay more comfortable." Chu Si stared in astonishment at the card in her hand before hastily returning it to Fu Chen, saying, "I have enough of my own money, you should keep yours safe." Fu Chen feigned annoyance, "I am serious about you. We are to marry in the future. It's only natural for a husband to hand over his salary card to his wife. Consider it a way to acclimate to our future life together. Do you have any objections?" Gazing into Fu Chen's resolute eyes and hearing his unwavering tone, Chu Si knew she could not refuse and reluctantly accepted the card. However, she thought to herself, "I will only accept the card, but I shall not use it." Soon after, her stomach grumbled, prompting her to exclaim, "I'm so hungry." The two made their way to the kitchen, where they discovered that the cook had prepared a sumptuous feast. They instinctively took their seats at the dining table and began to indulge in the delightful dishes. During dinner, Fu Chen suddenly spoke softly. "Recently I've asked Secretary Lu to arrange for the property to be transferred into your name. You will need to cooperate with him when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Chu Si's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Fu Chen. She could hardly fathom that he not only gave her a substantial bank card but also intended to gift her the villa. Flustered, she protested, "How can this be? It's too extravagant. I cannot accept this." Yet Fu Chen grasped her hand, looking at her with sincerity. "This is my heartfelt intention. I wish for you to have a stable home. Besides, we are to live together in the future, and this house will be our shared sanctuary." His voice was deep and gentle, imbued with an irresistible charm. Chu Si was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with emotion. She had never anticipated that Fu Chen would approach their relationship with such seriousness. Even going so far as to prepare such a warm home for her, she raised her gaze to meet Fu Chen's eyes, seeking answers within his unwavering gaze, yet his earnest look left her no room for evasion. Though she was unfamiliar with love at that moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. Unbeknownst to Chu Si, Fu Chen's actions stemmed from his awareness of her emotional distance regarding their relationship. To address this, he had deliberately contacted her friend Han Jinyu, who had met Chu Si, seeking guidance. After listening to Fu Chen's account, Han Jinyu pondered for a moment before saying, "I believe Chu Si is a rather slow-to-warm girl who needs time to adapt to her new surroundings and people." After a pause, she continued, "Therefore, you cannot rush. Patience is key. Additionally, consider providing her with more material support and a sense of security, like preparing a home for her. Gradually warm her heart." Fu Chen, reflecting on Han Jinyu's words, found them to be quite reasonable. Thus, he resolved to follow his friend's advice, using tangible actions to win Chu Si's affection. Chapter 50. Taking photos after dinner. Fu Chen accompanied Chu Si on the living room sofa to watch television. Chu Si's heart brimmed with gratitude as she gently leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Thank you, Fu Chen, but I truly don't need so much. All I desire is your genuine kindness," she said sincerely. Fu Chen felt her closeness and turned to gaze into her eyes. "Chu Si, my feelings for you are genuine. I wish for your happiness. That is my responsibility." Chu Si smiled softly, grasping Fu Chen's hand. "I believe in you." Just then, her phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered a message from the dining group. Mu Go and Kai Feiyang had invited her to dinner. These two were among the few friends she had made since starting work, and she was more than willing to dine with them, as her time spent with them had been quite enjoyable. Fu Chen glanced at her phone, noting that her friends had invited her to dinner the following evening. He did not inquire further but instead encouraged her to socialize more. He felt that Chu Si had few friends in her new environment and should venture out to meet new people. He also transferred 52,000 yuan to her WeChat account, suggesting she treat her friends and perhaps indulge in some shopping afterward. He instructed her to use his card if she needed more money and to call him when she was finished, as he would come to pick her up after. Chu Si quickly responded with a simple okay in the group chat. Fu Chen took her phone, accepting his own transfer. Chu Si cast him a helpless glance. "I am perfectly capable of receiving money." Fu Chen chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair. "Go take a shower and get some rest early." Chu Si nodded and turned to head into the bathroom. Fu Chen returned to his study to attend to some work. After finishing her shower, Chu Si lay in bed, chatting happily with Su Mumu. Suddenly she recalled her promise to send Su Mumu a photo of Fu Chen. She quickly sat up, tiptoed to the study door, and cautiously peered inside. Fu Chen was intently focused on his laptop, his expression serious and concentrated. A smile crept onto Chu Si's lips as she gently pushed the door open and tiptoed closer to Fu Chen, raising her phone to capture the moment. However, just as she pressed the shutter, Fu Chen suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. Startled, Chu Si nearly dropped her phone. Fu Chen's eyes widened in surprise but quickly returned to calm. He smiled gently, setting aside his work and walking toward her. Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Si chuckled nervously, trying to explain, I just wanted to take a picture to send to my good friend. Mumu wants to see you." Fu Chen gently shook his head, pulling her into his embrace and softly saying, "It's all right, go ahead and take the picture." A surge of joy filled Chu Si's heart as she immediately lifted her phone and snapped several pictures of Fu Chen. He playfully posed in various ways for her. Afterward, Chu Si reviewed the photos on her phone with satisfaction, smiling at Fu Chen. "Thank you." Fu Chen affectionately pinched her nose. "Now, hurry back to sleep." Chu Si nodded, bouncing back to her room. Fu Chen watched her retreating figure, a blissful smile gracing his face. Once back in her room, Chu Si was so excited she felt like jumping. She eagerly opened her photo album, selecting the most captivating picture, the perfect side profile, and promptly sent it to Su Mumu. As expected, the connection between close friends was instantaneous. Before long, Su Mumu replied with a flurry of drooling emojis, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister, he has simply a male fox spirit in the making. I want to be his fan." Unable to resist rolling her eyes, Chu Si quickly sent back a mocking expression, teasing, "Who was it that I had to guard against at all costs?" Su Mumu sheepishly replied with a nervous laugh emoji, "Oh come on, sister, just look at his stunning face. Even if something were to happen between you two, you'd still come out ahead." Chu Si responded with an exasperated expression. What kind of wild words are these? Sumumu, grinning mischievously at her phone screen, typed away rapidly, continuing to encourage sister. This is a heavenly match. Seize the opportunity and show him your prowess, when I have time. I'll write you a detailed strategy on how to win him over. Ha! Imagining her friend's reaction to this message, she couldn't help but laugh even more joyfully. On the other side, Chu Xi glanced at the message sent by Sumumu on her phone. A resigned smile gracing her lips, she let out a soft sigh, contemplating how her dear friend seemed to thrive on chaos. Nevertheless, she understood that Sumumu was merely jesting, thus she chose not to dwell on it. Chu Xi sent 3 playful emojis, expressing her discontent towards Sumumu. Subsequently, she set her phone aside, preparing for slumber, for tomorrow held a myriad of tasks awaiting her attention. By the time Fu Chen returned to the room, Chu Xi had already succumbed to sleep. He, reluctant to disturb her, held her gently in his embrace, bestowing soft kisses upon her. Chapter 51. A dinner invitation. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Chu Xi slowly opened her eyes, the crisp chime of the alarm clock ringing in her ears. She reached out to silence the alarm, stretched luxuriously, and turned to the empty space beside her. A flicker of confusion washing over her. Had Fu Chen risen so early? Where could he have gone? Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she exited the bedroom, hearing a faint rustling from the kitchen below. Curiosity piqued, she peered down to see Fu Chen, an apron tied around his waist, focused intently on frying eggs, the tantalizing aroma wafting up to her. Good morning, Chu Xi said softly, her voice tinged with surprise and delight. Fu Chen turned to her with a smile. Morning, hurry and freshen up, breakfast will be ready soon. We can't be late for work. Nodding, Chu Xi turned and made her way to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection. Remembering her lunch plans with Mu Go and Kai Fei Yang, she decided to apply a light touch of makeup. With deft hands, she applied foundation, drew her eyeliner, and finished with a delicate layer of soft pink lipstick. Satisfied with her appearance, she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace to join Fu Chen for breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, Fu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen Chu Xi looking so enchanting. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Chu Xi queried, perplexed, as she touched her cheek. No, it's just that you look particularly stunning today, Fu Chen managed to reply, regaining his composure. They sat down to enjoy breakfast, which was utterly delectable, and Chu Xi savored every bite. After finishing their meal, Fu Chen ascended the stairs to his room. He selected a beautiful dress from the wardrobe, its color and style perfectly suited to Chu Xi, highlighting her beauty and grace. Approaching her with the dress in hand, he gently offered it to her, saying softly, you go and change. Chu Xi was taken aback and bewildered, asking why, doesn't this look good on me? Fu Chen shook his head, clarifying that it was not due to her current outfit, but rather because he believed this dress would suit her better. With that, he unzipped the white dress she wore, helping her slip it off and setting it aside. Then he carefully dressed her in the light blue gown. Once clad in the dress, Chu Xi appeared even more captivating. The cut and hue accentuated her elegance and allured. Fu Chen gazed at her, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Nodding in satisfaction, he declared, let us go, I'll drive you to work. Seated in the passenger seat, Chu Xi felt a flutter of nerves. Fu Chen drove in silence. As they neared the intersection by her office, just as she was about to open the door, she felt a hand gently resting on her neck. Surprised, she turned to find Fu Chen's gaze burning with intensity. He leaned in slowly, his lips brushing softly against hers. Stunned by this unexpected gesture, Chu Xi did not pull away. Instead, she closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Fu Chen's kiss deepened, enveloping her in his passion. After a while, he released her, and Chu Xi, blushing and breathless, looked at him. All right, go to work now, I'll see you tonight, Fu Chen said with a smile. Nodding, Chu Xi opened the car door and stepped out, her mind lingering on the kiss, reflecting on how astonishingly charming an older man could be when he was bold. Fu Chen watched her retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. He recognized that his feelings for Chu Xi had become uncontrollable. Yet he felt no fear. He was willing to sacrifice everything for her happiness. For Chu Xi, the day at work felt like a leisurely stroll. Effortlessly passing the hours, she couldn't help but muse. Is this the fabled advantage of being at the end of the universe? This thought filled her with a sense of luck and contentment. By afternoon, a message in their dining group revealed the location for their dinner gathering, hosted in the newly opened commercial complex in the county. After work, Chu Xi swiftly opted for a taxi to the dining venue. Upon arrival, she decided to purchase 3 cups of fruit tea to avoid appearing empty-handed at the feast. Just as she acquired the drinks, her phone rang, displaying a voice call from Mu Go. Chu Xi quickly answered. Where are you? Surveying her unfamiliar surroundings momentarily confused her, but she soon replied, I'm at Nayuki on the first floor. The tea shop but good, stay right there, we'll be there shortly, Mugo urged before hanging up. Chu Xi stood still, her mind racing with questions. Before long Mugo and Kai Fei Yang appeared in her line of sight. She hurriedly approached them, smiling as she handed them the fruit tea. This is for you, I bought it especially. They accepted the drinks, and the trio made their way to the dining establishment. Chapter 52. The movie incident. The three friends arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Its unique decor drawing them in, with a long line of eager patrons at the entrance, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Wow, look at all these people, Chu Xi exclaimed. Indeed, I came early to grab a number. Otherwise, we would have been waiting forever, Kai Fei Yang boasted proudly. They entered the restaurant and found a spot to sit. The server warmly handed them the menu, introducing some signature dishes and special broth options. They ordered a yin yang pot, along with tripe, beef rolls, duck blood, a vegetable platter, and several bottles of beer. Before long, the steaming hot pot arrived, the enticing aroma filling the air. Eagerly, they began to dip various ingredients. Chatting and enjoying the meal. This is absolutely delicious, it's Mugu praised. Yes, this place is quite famous, and the flavor is indeed remarkable, Kai Fei Yang concurred. What prompted you two to treat me to dinner? Chu Xi inquired with curiosity, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation for their response. No special reason, just missed you since it's been a while, Kai Fei Yang replied with a sincere smile. Right, without you, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this meal with Kai Fei Yang, Mugo playfully added, a hint of mischief in her smile. Don't say that, you two work together. So it's easy for you to dine out, I'm the one truly mooching off dinner. Chu Xi laughed, her tone light and inviting. Not a tea. That moment, Kai Fei Yang popped open a bottle of beer. The foam spilling over the rim. He turned to the two ladies, suggesting, ladies, how about a drink? Beer pairs perfectly with hot pot, let us drink a bit, it'll add to the fun, Mugo chimed excitedly. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the experience. I haven't really drunk much, Chu Xi admitted, feeling a touch of apprehension. Don't worry, drink at your own pace, we're all friends here, no pressure. Kai Fei Yang reassured her, his tone gentle and steady, easing her nerves. Feeling at ease due to their familiarity, Chu Xi switched between milk tea and beer with Mugu, discovering a new sensation. Kai Fei Yang busily served them both, and they shared lively conversations while enjoying their meal. As the discussion shifted to work-related anecdotes and challenges, they lost track of time, thoroughly satisfied once the meal concluded. Afterward, Kai Fei Yang glanced at his watch, noting they still had plenty of time, and suggested, shall we catch a movie? It's conveniently upstairs. Chu Xi and Mugu exchanged glances before smiling and agreeing. Sure, we have nothing else planned. Thus, they walked together while deliberating which film to choose. Mugu proposed a comedy to lighten the mood and enjoy their leisure time. Their laughter filled the air as they reached the cinema on the 4th floor. Kai Fei Yang took the initiative to purchase the tickets, while Chu Xi and Mugu stood aside discussing which movie to select. Unbeknownst to Chu Xi, a group surrounded a man not far away. And it was Fu Chen. He stood quietly, his gaze fixed intently on them. Kai Fei Yang, holding the movie tickets and a large bucket of popcorn, strolled over leisurely, seizing the moment when Chu Xi was distracted. He discreetly signaled to Mugu. Having navigated their workplace for some time, Mugu immediately grasped the implication. Furrowing her brow and clutching her stomach, she feigned discomfort and declared her desire to head back for some rest. Upon witnessing Mugu's demeanor, Chu Xi's face instantly transformed, embodying a profound concern. She hastily inquired whether he required her company on his return. Mugu waved his hand dismissively, stating that the movie tickets had already been procured and should not go to waste. Suggesting that the two of them should proceed to enjoy the film. With that, she ambled away as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, in the distance, Fu Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on Kai Fei Yang and Chu Xi, to the extent that even Lu's secretary, standing beside him, felt a wave of apprehension for Chu Xi, pondering, isn't this akin to planting greenery atop the secretary's head? He contemplated how best to address the situation. Lu's secretary gradually approached, greeting Chu Xi and Kai Fei Yang. The moment Chu Xi laid eyes on him, her heart jolted, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Fu Chen, whose countenance was dark and forbidding, evoking an immediate sensation of being caught in a compromising situation. Lu's secretary, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air, cheerfully asked, are you two planning to watch a movie together? Kai Fei Yang responded with a smile, indeed, after dinner, we found the timing quite opportune for a film. Lu's secretary nodded, then turned to Chu Xi, saying, Miss Chu, during dinner, Director Yang was just mentioning your recent illness. Are you feeling any better? His seemingly caring words provided a subtle escape route for Chu Xi. Relieved, she immediately smiled and replied, thank you for your concern, leader. I must admit I am still not fully recovered. Turning slightly, she bashfully addressed Kai Fei Yang, brother Fei Yang, I'm feeling a bit unwell at the moment. let us postpone the movie, and I'll treat you and Mugu another day. Kai Fei-young, upon hearing Lu's secretary mention Chuxi's illness, expressed genuine concern for her health. He offered to drive her home, but she evasively sought to depart quickly. At that moment, Lu's secretary interjected, stating he was on his way to pick someone up and could conveniently take Chu Xi along. Chu Xi gratefully accepted, relieved that the awkward situation had been averted. Lu's secretary returned to Fu Chen's side, whispering a few words in his ear. Fu Chen nodded in tacit agreement, while Chu Xi dared not glance in their direction. Lu's secretary soon rejoined them, exchanged pleasantries with Kai Fei-young, and then escorted Chu Xi to the underground parking lot. Chapter 53, Punishment. Once inside the car, Lu's secretary remarked, "Miss Chu, Secretary Fu has instructed me to take you home." Chu Xi was momentarily taken aback by this statement but quickly regained her composure, responding softly, "Oh, alright." Internally, however, she was anxious, reflecting on the serendipitous encounter with Kai Fei-young at the cinema, which Fu Chen had witnessed. Judging by his expression, it seemed he had misconstrued the situation, leaving her uncertain about how to clarify matters. Throughout the journey, Chu Xi wore a contemplative expression, unaware that they had arrived home until Lu's secretary gently announced, "Miss Chu, we have arrived." Only then did she react, opening the car door to step out. Noticing Lu's secretary already waiting outside, she politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lu's secretary." With a smile, he urged, "Miss Chu, do hurry inside." Chu Xi nodded and made her way into the house, while Lu's secretary observed her retreating figure, musing to himself, "This girl is truly a remarkable presence." He turned and returned to his vehicle. Driving away, after a long day, Chu Xi entered her home exhausted. She washed up and lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone to recount the day's events to Su Mumu, seeking advice on how to explain herself to Fu Chen. Su Mumu replied, "Sister, is it not true that compared to Secretary Fu, Kai Fei-young appears more handsome and youthful?" Chu Xi sent a surprised emoji, asking, "Sister, what are you trying to imply?" Su Mumu responded, "A wise bird chooses its tree. Choose wisely between the two." Chu Xi replied with a speechless emoji. Su Mumu continued, "Do not carry a heavy heart. A truly mature man would not be so petty. He will undoubtedly seek to clarify matters first. Though your situation is quite clear, you are indeed wavering between loyalties." Chu Xi retorted, "Sister, please be quiet. You are not offering advice, you are stabbing me." Faced with Su Mumu's messages, she felt utterly helpless. She had hoped for some useful counsel, only to be met with teasing and reproach. "I merely sought your help in figuring out how to explain this to Fu Chen." "What kind of advice is this?" Chu Xi replied with dissatisfaction. "Oh, come now, I was just joking, but truthfully, if you genuinely have feelings for Kai Fei-young, there is nothing wrong with that. After all, he is handsome, young, and appears to treat you well." Su Mumu continued, "Stop it, I have no interest in Kai Fei-young. I have already agreed to be Fu Chen's girlfriend." Chu Xi asserted firmly, Alright, then you should quickly find an opportunity to clear things up with Fu Chen. Otherwise, the misunderstanding will deepen, and that could be troublesome." Su Mumu advised, "Understood, I will seek an opportunity to have a thorough conversation with Fu Chen soon." Chu Xi replied, "Remember to be charming. If that fails, simply charm him into submission." Su Mumu enthusiastically suggested, adding a smug emoji. Chu Xi set her phone down with a deep sigh, realizing that she could no longer evade the situation. She must resolve the misunderstanding. Sitting on her bed, she scrolled through her phone while listening intently for sounds from the door downstairs. Time ticked by, yet the sound of the door opening remained absent. This was the first time Fu Chen had returned so late, and a sense of worry and unease crept into Chu Xi's heart. She incessantly refreshed her phone screen, attempting to distract herself, yet her concerns only intensified. After an indeterminate period, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to sleep, her body tilting slightly as her phone slipped from her grasp. At that moment, Fu Chen finally returned. He gently pushed the door open and entered the room, immediately spotting the slumbering Chu Xi. Her breathing was steady, her face adorned with a faint trace of fatigue, as if she had endured a long day. Fu Chen quietly stood beside her, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. He had anticipated that Chu Xi would be waiting for him at home, yet she had succumbed to slumber. What troubled him further was her choice to attend a movie with another man. Seemingly disregarding their relationship, his expression darkened, and doubts began to cloud his mind regarding Chu Xi's feelings for him. Had he been too indulgent, allowing her to blur the boundaries of their friendship? Or did she simply not care about his feelings? His mood soured further as he silently made his way to the bedroom, lying down next to Chu Xi, despite the questions and discontent swirling within him. He found himself gently stroking her hair, savoring her warmth. Perhaps it was the excess of alcohol consumed during the evening's socializing, or perhaps it was an underlying frustration, but he tenderly caressed her hands before suddenly turning her towards him and capturing her lips with an intense kiss. In her semi-conscious state, Chu Xi felt someone embracing her, instinctively wanting to push away, only to realize that the more she struggled, the tighter the grip became of those hands seemed unsatisfied with mere embrace. Beginning to explore her waist, slowly descending, Chu Xi's breathing quickened and her body trembled slightly. However, when those hands reached her sensitive areas, she fully awakened and attempted to break free, yet Fu Chen's strength was too great. She simply could not escape. His kiss transformed from gentle to punishing, the scent of liquor heavy in the air. Chu Xi's struggles only heightened Fu Chen's excitement as he began to fervently tear at her nightgown. Her skin was pale and delicate, smooth as porcelain. Unable to suppress his desires any longer, Fu Chen violently stripped off his own clothes and forcefully pressed himself against Chu Xi's in the early hours of the morning. Fu Chen gazed at the drowsy Chu Xi, unable to bear it any longer. He held her close, quickly washed up, and then embraced her, contentedly drifting off to sleep. Chapter 54, Redeeming Oneself. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and the alarm clock rang incessantly. Chu Xi struggled to open her eyes, feeling as though her entire body was weighed down by a heavy burden. Even her fingers felt immobile. She managed to groggily rise, swaying as she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Standing before the mirror, the sight of her body adorned with bruises and red marks jolted her memory, flooding her mind with recollections of the previous night, instantly pulling her from her daze. Those marks bore witness to their passionate entanglement, serving as a vivid reminder of what had transpired. In stark contrast, Fu Chen was buoyant, humming a tune as he prepared breakfast downstairs, particularly when he caught sight of the vivid red stain on the sheets. A surge of indescribable joy and satisfaction swelled within him. That splash of red illuminated the reality that the time spent with her was not merely a dream, but an event that had truly occurred. His beloved girl had transformed into a genuine woman. A realization that brought him immense joy, almost making him feel as if he might burst with delight. Fu Chen did not consider himself a feudal person, yet he yearned to possess her completely. This desire stemmed not from a pursuit of some archaic notion of purity, but from a profound love that compelled him to share everything with her. Having finally attained her body signified a significant advancement in their relationship. This truth filled him with unparalleled happiness, as if the entire world had become a more beautiful place. Upon seeing Chu Xi descend the stairs today, wrapped snugly in layers, his eyes lit up, as though he had discovered a treasure, and he immediately strode over to her, drawing close. During breakfast, he seemed to long to embrace Chu Xi and feed her with his own hands, such an intimate gesture causing one's cheeks to flush and heart to race. Chu Xi had originally intended to explain yesterday's events to him, but upon recalling the torment she endured at the hands of Fu Chen the previous night, anger bubbled within her, causing her teeth to grind in frustration. She found this man utterly detestable for making her feel so exhausted and pained. Thus she resolved not to bring up the matter for the time being. Fu Chen's profound gaze was filled with concern and care as he softly inquired, "My dear, can you go to work today?" Chu Xi understood the underlying meaning of his words, and a shy blush crept across her face. However, she stubbornly replied, "Of course I can." Fu Chen gazed at her quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Would you like me to transfer you to the archives? The work there is relatively light." At this suggestion, Chu Xi's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Fu Chen would propose such an idea. After all, in her impression, Fu Chen was a man of principles and rules. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "No need, my current job is perfectly fine." The two hastily concluded their breakfast. Fu Chen's eyes filled with affection and reluctance. He was acutely aware of Chu Xi's sense of urgency regarding time, especially her dread of being late. Therefore, despite his unwillingness, he urged them both to finish preparing quickly and step out. The morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon them, adding a touch of warmth to their hurried morning. The car stopped as usual at the familiar intersection. As Chu Xi reached for the door handle, Fu Chen gently pulled her back. His action was tender yet resolute, as if in that moment he had pressed the pause button on time itself. Fu Chen's deep eyes concealed unspoken emotions. He gently drew Chu Xi closer, sharing a moment of intimacy that seemed to merge all his reluctance and affection into a fleeting embrace. After the kiss, Fu Chen's fingers brushed lightly against Chu Xi's cheek, his gaze a mixture of reluctance and determination. He softly reminded her, "My dear, remember to maintain your boundaries. After all, you are now someone's girlfriend. I do not wish for our relationship to embroil you in any unnecessary troubles, yet, whenever you need me, I will always be here." As Chu Xi listened to Fu Chen's words, a warm surge filled her heart. Intertwined with a hint of complex emotions, she nodded, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and determination as she softly replied, "I understand, thank you, Fu Chen, I will handle it well." With that, Chu Xi took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and stepped onto the path to work. Fu Chen watched her depart until her figure vanished from sight, then slowly started the car, driving in his own direction. Chu Xi hurriedly ran to her workplace. And as soon as she entered the office, she found her colleagues engaged in lively conversation. While she felt as though her eyelids were laden with lead, nearly unable to open, she silently thought to herself, "I must take a good nap during lunch." Just then, Lu Ku approached her, assigning her a new task. Observing Chu Xi's weary complexion in dark circles, he kindly advised, "Chu Xi, you mustn't stay up late anymore. Take care of your health." Chu Xi nodded helplessly, thinking to herself that she didn't wish for it to be this way either. She mustered her energy and took the documents from Lu Ku, examining them carefully. Meanwhile, Mu Ge messaged her, inquiring, "Was the movie good yesterday?" Chu Xi looked at the message and let out a bitter smile, replying, "Sorry, I wasn't feeling well and couldn't go. Let's plan for another day." On the other hand, Kai Feiyang had already inquired about Chu Xi's health the previous night, asking if she needed him to accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. Chu Xi gratefully declined, stating she was already feeling better. After chatting with Mu Ge for a while, the topic inevitably shifted back to Kai Feiyang, with Mu Ge asking, "What do you think of Kai Feiyang?" Chu Xi pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "I think he is quite nice." Seeing Chu Xi's favorable impression of Kai Feiyang, Mu Ge boldly asked, "Do you think Kai Feiyang would be suitable as your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xi finally realized Mu Ge and Kai Feiyang's true intentions. It was indeed matchmaking. She had no choice but to reply honestly, "I already have a boyfriend." Mu Ge was taken aback. She clearly remembered that during the last meeting, Chu Xi was still single, and wondered who had acted so quickly. After Chu Xi's straightforward response, Mu Ge felt a pang of regret, thinking Kai Feiyang was quite a catch. Young and promising, he endeared himself to the leaders in their department. Chu Xi was beautiful and gentle. They indeed seemed well matched, especially when Kai Feiyang had confided his feelings to her. She had been quite willing to play matchmaker. Alas, she had been a step too late. Mu Ge could only send a congratulatory emoji and exclaim, "You're too fast. Next time, treat me to a meal." Chu Xi could only respond with a cute acknowledgement. If Mu Ge were to discover that her boyfriend was Fu Chen, that meal would surely be difficult to digest. Finally, after enduring till lunchtime, Chu Xi eagerly made her way to the archives to set up a recliner. Only Wei Jie was present, a kind-hearted woman in her 40s. Always wearing a warm smile that made her especially approachable. More importantly, it was very quiet there, free from noise and distractions, a perfect place to rest. Chu Xi and Wei Jie were like perfectly in sync napping partners, enjoying their midday break together. When Wei Jie noticed Chu Xi's evident panda eyes, she couldn't help but softly say, "Little Chu, you young people really play on your phones too late at night. It's not good for your health. You must pay attention to rest and maintain a good schedule." Chu Xi smiled sheepishly, knowing Wei Jie was speaking out of concern. She gratefully nodded, indicating she would pay more attention to her routine. After all, staying up late was indeed harmful to one's health. Chapter 55. Buying medicine. Chu Xi slept soundly in the archives until around 3:30 in the afternoon. Fortunately, with Wei Jie's help covering for her, she managed to rest well. Upon waking, Chu Xi quietly slipped back to her office, ready to await the end of the workday. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Fu Chen. He informed her that he had social engagements that evening and might return late, adding that he had arranged for Secretary Lu to pick her up. However, Chu Xi decisively declined Fu Chen's kind offer, replying, "I can go back by myself. There's no need to trouble Secretary Lu. Let him focus on your work." Seeing Chu Xi's independence and thoughtfulness, Fu Chen felt a flicker of relief within him. He increasingly found her adorable and well-behaved, but also harbored some worry, as Chu Xi's charm drew the gaze of many, causing him, the county secretary, to feel a touch of insecurity. Meanwhile, Chu Xi had her own little thoughts. She had not returned to her rental apartment for several days, and today was a perfect opportunity to check in on it. After work, Chu Xi happily returned to her rental apartment, which had gathered dust from her absence. Being a girl who loved cleanliness, she decided to give her little nest a thorough cleaning. Donning her headphones, she played upbeat music, and the cloth and broom in her hands seemed to dance along with the melody as she meticulously wiped and swept every corner of her home. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the clean floor with a warm and bright sheen, instantly rejuvenating the entire room, filling the air with freshness and tranquility. Once everything was in order, Chu Xi felt an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. She entered the kitchen, took out some dumplings from the fridge, and prepared to cook herself a simple yet heartwarming dinner. The sound of boiling water and the sight of dumplings swirling in the pot transformed this ordinary moment into something particularly meaningful. When the steaming dumplings were served on the table, she took a gentle bite, and the satisfaction spread from her taste buds to the depths of her heart, as if it were the best reward for her small efforts. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from her father. The name on the screen flickered, bringing a sense of warmth from home. Nuan Nuan, have you eaten yet? I just finished up here and wanted to check on you. Her father's voice was filled with concern. He then proceeded to offer a string of reminders. When you're out on your own, remember to take good care of yourself. If you run short on money, just let me know, and I'll transfer some to you right away. Chu Xi smiled and assured him, her heart swelling with warmth. Before long, her mother joined the call, her voice tinged with urgency and reluctance. Nuan Nuan, dating is a good thing, but remember, don't always let the other person treat you. We must practice reciprocity. In a relationship, mutual understanding is crucial, but maintaining appropriate distance and giving each other space is equally important. Her mother's words reflected both maternal concern and the meticulousness derived from her role as a community worker. She seemed to have an endless array of topics to discuss, from her worries before Chu Xi started dating to now, where her concerns had only intensified. As Chu Xi listened to her parents' barrage of advice, her head buzzed slightly, but her heart felt warm and fuzzy. She understood that these seemingly trivial reminders were, in fact, overflowing with her parents' love and care. She gently reassured them, letting them know not to worry. After chatting with her parents, Chu Xi learned that Su Mumu had gone out on a blind date that evening, hence could not chat with her. Chu Xi decided to take a shower first before checking in on Su Mumu's news. When she caught sight of the marks on her body in the mirror, she couldn't help but blush. As she reminisced about the events of the previous night, Chu Xi found her emotions becoming increasingly intricate. Last evening, she had merely called out to Kai Feiyan, addressing him as Feiyang Gu. Yet this seemingly innocuous statement had provoked an unexpected surge of jealousy in the man. When he pinned her down on the bed, he softly coaxed her, urging, "Call me husband." After her shower, the ache in her waist compelled her to furrow her brow, prompting her to recline upon the bed in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. However, as her mind began to unwind, a pressing concern suddenly surged forth. There had been no contraceptive measures taken during their intimate encounter last night. With this thought, Chu Xi bolted upright in bed, a wave of anxiety washing over her. She understood that to avert unnecessary complications and risks, the wisest course of action would be to procure emergency contraception without delay. The pharmacy nearby was within reach, yet the prospect of entering it herself, facing potential inquiries or scrutinizing glances from the staff, filled her with acute embarrassment. Tossing and turning in bed, she grappled with her dilemma for quite some time before ultimately deciding upon a more discreet approach, placing an order through a delivery platform, enlisting a courier to bring it to her. This way, she could sidestep the awkwardness of a direct visit to the pharmacy while swiftly resolving the issue at hand. Resolute, she swiftly navigated her phone, selecting the nearest pharmacy, adding the necessary medication, and specifically requesting that it be placed within the delivery bag without any additional packaging to minimize unnecessary explanations. After successfully placing her order, a sense of relief washed over her as she lay in bed, awaiting the arrival of her delivery. As moments ticked by, the doorbell finally chimed. Chu Xi thought to herself that her delivery must have arrived. She hastily rose from the bed and made her way to the door, her heart racing with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Standing before her was Fu Chun, holding her delivery bag adorned with a gentle smile. "What are you doing here?" Chu Xi exclaimed, astonishment flooding her heart. Fu Chun lightly lifted the bag, explaining, "I noticed your delivery order and figured I would bring it to you on my way home. I saw you ordered medication. Are you feeling unwell?" At his words, Chu Xi's cheeks flushed crimson. "I assure you, I'm perfectly fine," she replied softly, hurriedly taking the medication from Fu Chen's hands, observing her anxious demeanor, as if she were bracing for battle. Fu Chen's curiosity deepened. Unable to contain himself, he stepped inside, shutting the door behind him, neglecting to change his shoes, and embracing Chu Xi tightly from behind. This unexpected gesture startled her, causing the medication bag to slip from her grasp, spilling its contents onto the floor. As Fu Chen picked up the medication, understanding dawned upon him. A flicker of concern and helplessness crossed his gaze as he gently seated Chu Xi on the sofa. Fixing his eyes upon hers, "Why are you taking this? We can explore other methods of contraception." Chu Xi lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers as she spoke softly, "But there were no precautions taken yesterday. I have no choice but to take the medication today." Fu Chen grasped her hands in his, expressing his earnest sentiment. "I do not wish for you to suffer any harm because of me. Nor do I want you to bear any burdens. From now on, I'll take responsibility for such matters, and should a pregnancy occur, we will embrace it." As Chu Xi met Fu Chen's steadfast and caring gaze, she felt a swell of emotion within her, even though she was not yet ready for motherhood. Chapter 56. Holiday benefits. Then, with his brow furrowed in confusion, Fu Chen inquired, "Chu Xi, why have you suddenly returned to this small rental?" Did I do something wrong that has left you dissatisfied? His eyes betrayed a hint of worry and unease. Chu Xi quickly shook her head, hastily clarifying, "It's not that, I simply felt it had been a long time since I stayed here. I wanted to come back and take a look." Her voice was gentle. Hearing this, Fu Chen's expression softened somewhat, though his concern lingered. He gazed intently at Chu Xi, his tone filled with care. "I see, but my dear, are you truly not considering returning home with me?" His eyes revealed profound affection and possessiveness. Chu Xi replied softly, "But it is quite late, and I feel rather fatigued. I would like to rest properly and return tomorrow." Fu Chen embraced Chu Xi once more, whispering, "Then I shall stay with you." His hands tightened around her waist, and he buried his head in her neck, gently nibbling at her sensitive skin. Chu Xi squirmed, feeling ticklish from his actions, attempting to evade him, which only heightened Fu Chen's excitement. His hands grew restless, slipping beneath Chu Xi's nightgown, causing her breath to quicken as her body gradually softened, a peculiar sensation rising within her. Her resistance began to wane as Fu Chen's hands roamed over her, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through her. They became lost in their mutual surrender. After several passionate encounters, Chu Xi lay exhausted in Fu Chen's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Fu Chen gazed at her serene sleeping face, tenderly caressing her hair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing the room in warmth as Chu Xi slowly opened her eyes to find Fu Chen watching her with tenderness. She smiled shyly and nestled into his embrace. Fu Chen held her tightly, softly murmuring, "Good morning, my dear." They shared a simple breakfast, and to avoid being seen, Chu Xi insisted that Fu Chen leave first, deciding to head to work a bit later. Fu Chen chuckled at her adorableness. Once at work, Chu Xi busied herself until lunchtime when she noticed a flurry of messages in their group chat regarding the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival benefits. Realization struck her, how swiftly time had passed. The festival was just a couple of days away. As she read the messages on her phone, she mused, "So soon, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival." At that moment, her colleague Lu Ku approached, inquiring if she would like to join him in collecting the holiday benefits. Chu Xi nodded and followed him to the distribution area. Upon receiving the benefits bag from Lu Ku, she opened it to find it filled with rice oil eggs and various seasonal products, along with a 500 yuan gift card. While these items appeared delightful for Chu Xi, aside from the gift card, the rest held little practical use. After all, she rarely cooked, and the weight of the items made them cumbersome to carry. With a resigned shake of her head, she thought, "Though these benefits are plentiful, they are somewhat superfluous for me. Yet having something is better than having nothing." She set the bag aside, planning to find a suitable opportunity to deal with it later. At noon, the sun lazily poured through the window of the archives, casting a warm hue over the tranquil space. Chu Xi entered the archives, carrying a heavy bag, and after scanning the room, her gaze settled on Sister Wei, who was dozing in a recliner. A gentle smile graced her lips. "Sister Wei, I've brought the benefits. Please help me sort them out." Chu Xi spoke softly yet politely, placing the bag beside Sister Wei's desk. The enticing aroma of fruit wafted from the bag, instantly filling the room. Awakened by the scent, Sister Wei looked up to see Chu Xi's beaming face. "Oh, Chu Xi, you are far too kind. Please take it back and enjoy it yourself. These items are locally produced and of excellent quality. And besides, I already have my share. I cannot accept yours," she insisted, waving her hand. Chu Xi's smile widened at this, and she gently shook her head, resolutely stating, "Sister Wei, please don't decline. I hardly cook at home, and these items would just go to waste if left to spoil. Consider it a favor for me, would you?" Her tone carried a note of earnestness that was hard to resist. Sister Wei, gazing into Chu Xi's hopeful eyes, felt a warm surge of affection. She recognized Chu Xi's perceptiveness and thoughtfulness, which were indeed rare qualities. After a moment's hesitation, Sister Wei finally relented, though she admonished, "All right, I shall accept this time. But do not let it become a habit. You must take care of yourself and eat well. You can keep the fruit gift box, but I will take the rest, thank you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she nodded gratefully. Ultimately, at Sister Wei's insistence, Chu Xi agreed to take the fruit home. Whether at work or in life, having a colleague like Sister Wei around always made her feel the warmth and care of home. Moreover, Chu Xi's sensitivity and kindness endeared her further to Sister Wei, subtly strengthening their bond. After work, Fu Chen awaited her at their usual spot. As she entered the car, carrying the fruit, Fu Chen grinned and asked, "Are you bringing fruit to my home to cheer me up?" It was only then that Chu Xi realized, laughing, "This is part of the Mid-Autumn Festival benefits from work. I don't need the other agricultural products, so I gave them to Sister Wei in the archives." "That sounds like a splendid arrangement," Fu Chen praised, clearly pleased with Chu Xi's thoughtfulness. This quality of sharing only deepened his admiration for her. Upon returning home, they were greeted by the sight of the housekeeper emerging from the kitchen with a tray of dishes. "You're back. Dinner is ready, let's eat." she exclaimed joyfully. Chu Xi smiled at the housekeeper, saying, "Here are some fruits. Please take them home and enjoy." As she handed the fruit gift box to the housekeeper, the warmth of the moment enveloped them. The aunt, feeling somewhat shy, accepted the gift and expressed her gratitude repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Miss Chu, you are too kind." Chu Xi smiled and replied, "Not at all, this is just a small token of our appreciation. Wishing you a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival in advance." The aunt responded with a smile, "I also wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance." Chu Xi, blushing slightly, turned to look at Fu Chen, only to find him gazing at her with a look of deep affection and indulgence, causing a wave of sweetness to wash over her heart. As the aunt tidied up her belongings in preparation to leave, Chu Xi accompanied her to the door, once again thanking her for her hard work. The aunt waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's what I should do. You two should go in and have your meal. Don't let yourselves go hungry." Watching the aunt's retreating figure, Chu Xi felt a surge of gratitude. She knew that the aunt had always taken good care of her and Fu Chen. Meanwhile, Fu Chen silently observed Chu Xi, his eyes filled with love. He realized that he was becoming increasingly unable to part with this delightful girl, whose beauty was matched only by her resilience in work and her grace in handling affairs. After dinner, Chu Xi lazily reclined on the couch, reluctant to move, simply wishing to rest. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her father. Chu Xi quickly answered, but before she could speak, her father eagerly inquired, "Nuan, how do you plan to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Are you taking the bus back, or shall your father and mother come to fetch you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xi replied, "No need, Dad, the Mid-Autumn Festival is only a 3-day holiday, and the journey is quite long. I feel like I would spend the entire holiday traveling. It's too rushed. Let us wait until National Day to return." After saying this, Chu Xi yawned and continued to lounge on the couch. Her father continued to ramble, "So will you spend the festival alone?" "Yes, I can manage quite well by myself." Chu Xi smiled and reassured her father, "Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of myself. By the way, how have you and Mom been recently?" "We're doing fine, don't worry about us." Her father sighed and said, "You child, insisting on forging your own path out there really gives your parents a headache. I understand, but please take care of yourselves too." A warm feeling surged in Chu Xi's heart. "Alright, enough about me. How do you plan to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival? What can we, an old couple, do? It will be just like any other day." Her father chuckled, "But it feels a bit lonely at home without your mischievous presence." Hearing this, Chu Xi felt a pang of guilt and silently resolved to return home early during the National Day to spend time with her parents. After hanging up, Chu Xi stretched and walked into the yard. Finding a chair to sit down, she looked up at the moon and couldn't help but reminisce about the joyful times when her family would gather together. Fu Chen, seeing her step into the yard, followed her outside and sat beside her, asking with concern, "What is wrong? Did your parents ask you to come back for the holiday?" Chu Xi sighed and replied helplessly, "The timing is too tight. It takes 2 days just for the round trip, and never mind, I'll wait until the National Day holiday to go back." Fu Chen nodded in understanding and then inquired, "Do you have any other plans for the Mid-Autumn holiday?" Chu Xi mischievously smiled and responded, "Does retreating to my rented little apartment count?" Fu Chen gently flicked her forehead and teased, "Planning to escape again? Am I not taking good care of you? How about I drive you to explore nearby cities, or is there a particular place you wish to visit?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Xi shook her head, saying, "I'm not familiar with this area at all. I was sent here as part of the Sanji Fu program, and I don't have any specific places in mind." Fu Chen couldn't help but chuckle and teased, "You've hit the jackpot with this exile. The country gave you a job and a husband, then let us visit nearby cities," Fu Chen suggested with a smile. "Consider it a mini honeymoon." Chu Xi's face flushed instantly, and playfully she hit him. "Who said anything about a honeymoon?" Fu Chen tenderly and firmly grasped Chu Xi's hand, enveloping it within his palm, and said with warmth in his gaze, all right, not a honeymoon, just a vacation. Since we have no other plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival, why not take this opportunity to escape the daily hustle and seek that long-lost relaxation and freedom together? What do you think?" Hearing such eloquent words, a faint blush crept onto Chu Xi's cheeks as she shyly lowered her head and nodded slightly inside. It felt as though a flock of deer was frolicking about. A mix of nervousness and small anticipation, for young people like them, who were constantly busy with work, especially Fu Chen, who was also a local official. Being able to step away and travel to a new place was undoubtedly a rare luxury and enjoyment. "Then it's settled," Fu Chen declared with confidence and joy. "You can rest assured about the itinerary. I will take care of everything. Now I promise you'll have an unforgettable Mid-Autumn holiday." Fu Chen stood up, dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, and continued earnestly, to ensure our smooth journey, I must first head to the study and work diligently. Only after I handle my work can I have more time to be with you. Chu Xi hurriedly grabbed his arm, her tone resolute. I have something important to tell you. Fu Chen halted, turning to look at her with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What is it? Why so serious? As long as you're not planning to leave me, you can voice any other concerns or requests. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi slowly began. Could you please be a bit more serious? What I want to say is, you don't need to prepare breakfast for me anymore. I plan to eat in the cafeteria at work today. Sister Wei informed me that there is a cafeteria with breakfast available early. And if I'm ever running late, I can send her a message and she'll bring breakfast to the office. This way, you can also eat in the cafeteria without the hassle of preparing breakfast for me. Fu Chen tentatively asked, What, are you saying you don't like my cooking anymore? Chu Xi quickly shook her head, explaining, Not at all, I just think the cafeteria is convenient, and this way, you can have more time to rest. Fu Chen chuckled in response, Alright, as you wish. Chu Xi looked at Fu Chen earnestly and added, There is one more thing. I want to go to work on my own. You don't need to pick me up every day anymore. Fu Chen asked, puzzled, Do you feel like asking me to take you to and from work is a burden? Chu Xi smiled sheepishly, It is a bit. After all, this isn't a long-term solution. Besides, I'm grown up now and can manage my own commute. Fu Chen inquired with a smile, Have you figured out how you'll commute? Chu Xi lowered her head and thought for a moment before replying. Not yet. In truth, she had already begun to consider how to resolve this issue, but hadn't shared it with Fu Chen. She thought that taking the bus during rush hour would be exhausting. And there were no convenient bus stops nearby. Although she had a driver's license, she had just started working and was still in the probation period, making her meager salary insufficient to cover the cost of a car. She felt uneasy about asking her parents for money to buy a car, and while she could consider bringing her mother's car over, she thought it would be too much trouble. Ultimately, she decided to buy an electric bike as a means of transportation the next day. Seeing her deep in thought, Fu Chen couldn't help but smile and said, Alright, I understand your request. I'll make arrangements tomorrow. After Fu Chen finished speaking, he gently took Chu Xi's hand and led her back inside. He softly reminded her, It's already autumn now, and the nights can be quite chilly. Sitting outside might lead to catching a cold. Let us go inside. Chu Xi nodded slightly, allowing Fu Chen to hold her hand. Once inside, Fu Chen turned to the study to handle his work, while Chu Xi returned to her room to prepare for a hot bath to relax. Just as she picked up her phone, the screen lit up with a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, she found a message from Su Mumu's sister. I'm traumatized by the blind date guy, he is so ugly. Su Mumu candidly confessed. Chu Xi was taken aback and replied, No way, I thought you liked him since there has been no news for so long. Not at all. There were so many people there, including my boss and my dad, I could only eat in silence. Now that I've been released, I hurried to report back to you, Su Mumu explained. Feeling wronged, Chu Xi comforted her. It's okay, something better will come along. Yes, I hope so. I want a man like Secretary Fu, just with decent looks. Sister, I need your good luck. Su Mumu sighed. You'll find him. You will. By the way, I'm thinking of buying an electric bike for commuting. Do you have any recommendations? Chu Xi shifted the topic to seek Su Mumu's advice on purchasing an electric bike. Su Mumu sent a bunch of pictures, and after some discussion, they settled on a model. As a thoughtful friend, Su Mumu even ordered a cute rabbit-eared helmet and a 2-in-1 sunshade for Chu Xi online. With the bike chosen, Chu Xi felt that the task was half done, and she would consider it accomplished only after successfully purchasing it the next afternoon, after exchanging goodnights with Su Mumu. She went to Bedi in the study. Fu Chen, after diligently attending to his work for a while, shifted his focus to selecting a vehicle for Chu Xi, with the help of Secretary Lu's connections. He was recommended a pure imported mini model, which was particularly appealing as it was readily available. This car was not only understated but also adorably designed, perfectly aligning with Chu Xi's temperament. Fu Chen believed that it was not a matter of unwillingness to purchase a superior vehicle for Chu Xi, rather, he was concerned that, as she had just entered the workforce and was within the system, driving an excessively expensive car might invite unnecessary complications. Based on his understanding of Chu Xi, even if she were to drive a luxury car like a Panamera to work, she would certainly be reluctant. So he decided it best to wait for a more suitable opportunity to make a change. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Chu Xi awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she gazed at Fu Chen. Don't forget to leave me your ID card, Fu Chen said softly. Chu Xi paused for a moment, then broke into a mischievous smile, teasingly replying, Secretary, are you planning to sell me? Fu Chen was both amused and exasperated by her words. Unable to resist playfully threatening, "Exactly, take good care of your kidneys, misbehave and I'll have them removed." Chu Xi shot him a glare, preparing to retort, when Fu Chen suddenly rolled over and pinned her down. Lowering his head to kiss her, she was momentarily taken aback, a rush of sweetness and shyness flooding her heart. It must be said that since their relationship had deepened, Fu Chen had grown increasingly fond of being close to Chu Xi. Frequently seeking kisses and hugs, the more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became, as if such interactions brought him greater joy. Chu Xi squirmed lightly, but Fu Chen held her tightly, unwilling to relinquish his grasp. His kisses grew ever more fervent, imbued with deep affection and longing. Gradually, Chu Xi found herself melting into his warmth. Just then, the alarm clock rang again, prompting Chu Xi to smack Fu Chen playfully. Complaining that she would be late, only then did he relent. As they stepped out of the house together, Chu Xi suddenly halted, rummaging through her bag to retrieve an important card, her ID, without much explanation. She quietly handed it to Fu Chen, secretly speculating that he might need her personal information to plan their upcoming holiday itinerary. Fu Chen accepted the ID, his gaze briefly scanning the details. But soon a smile that was difficult to suppress crept onto his lips. In the photo, Chu Xi still bore traces of youthful innocence, her forehead smooth and unblemished, her eyes sparkling with a lively clarity that made her all the more endearing. That purity and charm warmed Fu Chen's heart. Noticing Fu Chen's barely concealed amusement, Chu Xi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her cheeks reddening as if he had uncovered a secret. She quickly reached out, attempting to snatch her ID back from Fu Chen's grasp, wanting to conceal her inadvertent shyness. However, Fu Chen was not so easily thwarted. He laughed and dodged her, while simultaneously pulling her hand. Half teasingly, half adoringly leading her into the car. "Stop fooling around, or you'll be late for work," he said, his tone filled with affection and tenderness. Thus, they embarked on their journey to work in a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. Upon arriving at the familiar place, Chu Xi alighted from the car and hurried toward her workplace. Once there, she briskly entered the cafeteria, a vibrant hub of life, where she experienced her first breakfast at work. The aroma of various breakfast dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses, and she grabbed a bowl of noodles. Just as she was about to seek a seat, she noticed Sister Wei sitting nearby. Enjoying her breakfast, Chu Xi's lips curled into a warm smile as she approached, politely greeting, "Good morning, Sister Wei." Subsequently, she naturally took a seat beside her, instantly narrowing the distance between them. Sister Wei looked up, her eyes glimmering with surprise, and then expressed genuine admiration for Chu Xi's early arrival. Chu Xi, it's wonderful to see you here so early for breakfast. Young people should take care of their health. Breakfast is essential." Her gaze was filled with concern and expectation for Chu Xi. Feeling a warm surge in her heart, Chu Xi nodded with a smile and mentioned her plans for lunch. "Sister Wei, you don't need to save a spot for me at noon. I plan to go out and buy an electric bike, which will make it more convenient for me to get around." Upon hearing this, Sister Wei frowned slightly, clearly concerned about Chu Xi's decision. She glanced at Chu Xi's youthful face, instinctively feeling protective. Thus, she readily suggested, "How about I accompany you after lunch? My old eyes may be failing, but I have plenty of experience bargaining. Perhaps I can help you save some money." Chu Xi's eyes lit up at her words, and she gratefully replied, "That sounds great, Sister Wei. You're so kind. With you by my side, I'm sure I'll be able to find the perfect electric bike." And so the two enjoyed their delicious breakfast while planning their afternoon outing together. After lunch, Chu Xi and Sister Wei visited several electric bike stores near their workplace. Intending to select a suitable model, after some comparison and deliberation, they ultimately chose a charming yellow electric bike from the IMA brand, which resembled a bicycle but offered the convenience of an electric vehicle. The bike was undeniably adorable, instantly winning their affection. It must be noted that Sister Wei's seasoned advice and assistance proved invaluable to Chu Xi. Moreover, being a local, Sister Wei had a deeper understanding of the market, enabling her to help Chu Xi find a product with excellent value for money. In the end, they purchased the electric bike at a price that left Chu Xi extremely satisfied. Additionally, Sister Wei insisted that the owner include a helmet as a complimentary gift, which filled Chu Xi with delight. After acquiring the bike, Chu Xi excitedly brought it back to the workplace, though she realized she might be a bit rusty from not riding for a while. She thought to herself that she would practice more in the future. As the workday drew to a close, Chu Xi sent Fu Chen a message, "I'll be going home by myself today." She added, "Please send me your address again. I'm afraid I might get lost." Fu Chen quickly replied, and upon receiving his message, Chu Xi opened her map application, carefully studying and memorizing the route home. After work, Chu Xi, in high spirits, rode her new electric bike home. The journey was relatively smooth, with no unexpected incidents. However, upon arriving at the underground parking garage, she was surprised to find that Fu Chen had already returned. To her delight, there was a brand new Mini parked in the space. Fu Chen stood beside it, intently examining the vehicle. Chu Xi deftly removed her helmet, her dark hair swaying gently with the motion. And her gaze naturally fell upon Fu Chen standing not far away. It seemed that Fu Chen, as if sensing her presence, looked up at that very moment, and their eyes met, igniting smiles in both of them. Everything around them appeared to still, leaving only their world as time seemed to freeze in that instant. Fu Chen approached with light steps, gently taking the helmet from Chu Xi's hands, and pointing to the new Mini. His eyes brimming with affection. "Do you like this gift?" His voice carried a hint of anticipation. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chu Xi's eyes as she nodded, her lips curving into a sweet smile. "Of course I like it. But why did you suddenly decide to give me a car? This gift is too extravagant. I can't accept it." Fu Chen affectionately ruffled Chu Xi's hair, his gaze resolute. "You must accept it. What I give you is unconditional. You work so hard every day, and since you don't want me to drive you around, having a car will make things more convenient." He paused, then gestured toward the small electric bike beside her. "Is this really the solution you pondered for so long?" Chu Xi chuckled, proudly pointing to her electric bike. "Isn't it adorable? Riding it back was a breeze, there was no traffic, and parking was a cinch." Fu Chen teased, "Sweetheart, can you handle driving? Personally, I think you would be safer behind the wheel." A warmth spread through Chu Xi's heart, and she playfully grabbed Fu Chen's arm, saying, "Hop on, let me show you my skills." Fu Chen chuckled and, without hesitation, sat on the electric bike, softly urging, "Let us go, take me for a ride." Chu Xi secured her helmet and mounted the bike, while Fu Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. Resting his face against her back and playfully blowing on her, Chu Xi, unable to find a way to resist him while riding, could only smile helplessly when they reached a convenience store near the entrance. She suddenly stopped. Fu Chen, puzzled, asked, "Why did we stop?" Chu Xi turned her head, speaking earnestly, "I need to buy you a helmet, otherwise, if we ride out like this and get spotted by the police, we might get scolded. And perhaps even fined." Fu Chen grinned mischievously, teasing, "Being scolded with you is something I would gladly accept." Chu Xi rolled her eyes at him before turning to enter the convenience store. Fu Chen followed closely behind. And they searched the store but found no suitable helmets, perhaps due to the store's limited space. The selection was sparse. Fu Chen suggested, "How about we head back for dinner first? After that, we can go to W Supermarket. We can take a stroll and see if there's anything else you need." Listening to the Chu Xi, I found it quite reasonable, so I rode my electric scooter home with Fu Chen. After the two of them finished their meal, Fu Chen insisted that Chu Xi try driving the new car to W Supermarket, sitting beside her in the passenger seat, although Chu Xi felt a bit hesitant. She could not resist his persistence and eventually agreed. While her parents sometimes needed her to drive when they had drinks at home, she still felt somewhat anxious about driving the new car. Fortunately, with Fu Chen's gentle encouragement and attentive company, she gradually relaxed. As Chu Xi drove into the underground parking lot, despite her decent driving skills, she struggled significantly with parking, especially with reverse parking and parallel parking. She attempted several times without success. Observing her maneuvers from the passenger seat, Fu Chen couldn't help but marvel at how eye-opening this experience was for him. It seemed he would need to carve out time in the future to specifically help her practice her parking skills. With a resigned shake of his head, Fu Chen got out to assist her in parking the car properly. When Chu Xi exited the vehicle, she suddenly recalled something and took out 2 masks from her bag. Handing one to Fu Chen while helping him put it on, "There are many familiar faces here. We should keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble," she said, donning her own mask afterward. Fu Chen gently patted Chu Xi on the head and chuckled, "What are we hiding from? We are an unmarried man and woman openly in love. Your actions make it seem like we are doing something scandalous." Chu Xi quickly clarified, "It's not about being scandalous, it's just that you as Secretary Fu are too dazzling. If anyone spots us, it would surely cause a stir. So it's better to keep things low-key." Saying this, she adjusted her mask to ensure it fully covered her face. Chu Xi's flattery lifted Fu Chen's spirits. Even with their masks on, walking together radiated an aura of a perfect match, undeniably attracting attention. On their way to the supermarket, they happened upon a motorcycle equipment store. Prompting them to stop at the entrance, Chu Xi pointed inside and said, "I want to see if there are any helmets suitable for you." Fu Chen nodded and followed her into the shop. The store displayed a variety of helmets, full-face, half-face, and open-face, in numerous colors and designs. Chu Xi meticulously selected helmets, occasionally picking one up for Fu Chen to try on. He patiently complied, assessing the comfort and fit of each helmet. Ultimately, Chu Xi chose a sleek black full-face helmet adorned with silver lines, exuding a cool vibe. She handed it to Fu Chen with a smile, saying, "What do you think? It suits you perfectly." Fu Chen donned the helmet. glanced in the mirror, and nodded in satisfaction. Very nice, this is the one. After purchasing the helmet, Xu Xi eagerly pulled Fu Chun into the supermarket for shopping. She darted between the aisles, selecting her favorite snacks and yogurts. Watching Xu Xi bustling about, Fu Chun felt a surge of affection. He had never seen this side of her. It turned out she also had a penchant for snacks. As she selected treats, Xu Xi turned to Fu Chun and said, "These are all my favorites. Would you like to try some?" Fu Chun smiled and shook his head. "No need. As long as you enjoy them." Xu Xi gathered an assortment of snacks, including chips, chocolates, and cookies, along with some yogurt for nutritional balance. After paying, the two exited the supermarket with bags full of goodies. Xu Xi cheerfully remarked to Fu Chun, "Today has been quite delightful." Fu Chun gently stroked Xu Xi's hair, replying softly, "As long as you are happy." Returning to the underground garage to stow their purchases, Fu Chun insisted that Xu Xi drive home, intentionally aiming to improve her driving skills. Upon arriving home, Fu Chun took charge of parking once more. However, he keenly noticed that Xu Xi never glanced at the rearview mirror while parking. Instead, she fixated on the dashcam, causing her to struggle with straight parking. Considering the late hour, he resolved to teach her the skill gradually in the future. Meanwhile, Xu Xi busied herself organizing her newly purchased items. Just before heading to bed, she remembered to share her new electric scooter with Su Mumu and casually mentioned that Fu Chun had also bought her a mini scooter. On the other end, Su Mumu, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Wow," and began to tease Xu Xi. "Miss Chu, can I now latch onto your leg? I want to be your loyal pup, waiting for your daily treats." The amused Xu Xi replied. Stop joking," Su Mumu continued. "I'm serious, rich sister seeking support. I've decided to start earnest matchmaking tomorrow, striving to escape poverty and find my happiness. So I'm off to get my beauty sleep and won't disturb you and Secretary Fu." "Good night," Xu Xi chuckled at her friend's antics, a smile gracing her lips as she rose to wash up and rest after her shower. As she opened the bathroom door, she caught sight of Fu Chun stuffing some items into the bedside drawer. A surge of curiosity washed over her, and without a second thought she dashed toward Fu Chun to see what he was concealing. However, Fu Chun did not shy away. Instead, he openly opened the drawer. Awaiting her arrival eagerly, Xu Xi reached in, only to be astonished to find the drawer filled with an assortment of condoms, seemingly of various brands. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet she maintained her composure, pretending to be nonchalant as she replaced the items. Just then, Fu Chun's deep, magnetic voice softly echoed in her ear. "Have you already researched which brand you prefer?" Xu Xi could not help but mutter under her breath, "You rascal, darling, you just called me that. If I don't engage in some rascal activities, wouldn't that be a disservice to the title?" Fu Chun replied, tightening his grip on Xu Xi's hands and pulling her into his embrace. He half-carried, half-dragged her into the study, gently placing her on the desk. On the desk lay several exquisite bags, and Fu Chun smiled, urging Xu Xi to open one. Despite her skepticism about his intentions, curiosity got the better of her, and her hands swiftly unfastened the bag. Upon revealing its contents, her eyes widened in surprise. Lacy nightgowns, these garments appeared both sensual and adorable, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush as she couldn't help but touch the fabric. Suddenly realizing she was perched on the desk while Fu Chun stood before her, his eyes glinting with mischief, Xu Xi felt a wave of anxiety and embarrassment wash over her, clutching the delicate fabric tightly. One thought raced through her mind, flee. As Xu Xi attempted to stand, Fu Chun swiftly restrained her, leaning down to kiss her fervently. In this dizzying moment, Fu Chun's deep, alluring voice coaxed her, ultimately leading him to drape the enticing nightgown over her. His desire for Xu Xi was akin to an uncharted mystery within the depths of the ocean, intensely yearning yet elusive. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within, he maintained his composure, considering that they both needed to face a hectic day ahead. With a gentle resolve, Fu Chun cradled the slumbering Xu Xi, who refused to open her eyes, and slowly made his way to the bathroom. He meticulously washed every inch of her skin, his touch so tender as if he feared disturbing her dreams. Afterward, he carefully placed her back in bed, ensuring she had a comfortable sleep environment. Once everything was settled, Fu Chun tidied up the room, a blend of satisfaction and reluctance washing over him as he nestled beside Xu Xi. Feeling the unspoken bond of trust and reliance between them, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through the curtains, quietly illuminating the room, the alarm clock rang punctually, shattering the tranquility. Xu Xi remained lost in her dreams, oblivious to the world around her. Fu Chun, tiptoeing to avoid waking her, gently reached out to silence the alarm, allowing the serenity to persist. He then stealthily exited the bedroom. Embarking on the day's morning routine. In the kitchen, Fu Chun diligently prepared breakfast, selecting each ingredient with care. He silently contemplated that the previous night's intimacy might have left the usually delicate Xu Xi even more fatigued. Thus, today's breakfast had to be nourishing and restorative, ensuring she regained her strength and did not resort to a hasty meal in the cafeteria. Chapter 61. An unexpected visit. Chu Xi slowly opened her eyes. Feeling a warm sensation on her lips, startled, she abruptly woke up to find Fu Chen kissing her. Almost leaping from the bed in shock, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chu Xi's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Fu Chen. Seeing her flustered expression, Fu Chen couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Good morning, my little fool." Chu Xi's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she scolded, "You scared me to death. I thought what?" Fu Chen teased, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Chu Xi shot him a glare and quickly dashed into the bathroom. Upon catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror, she gasped, her neck adorned with an array of deep and shallow love bites. "This jerk," she seethed, mentally cursing Fu Chen for being a reckless dog, leaving marks all over her. She sighed in resignation and resolved to change into another outfit. Opening her wardrobe, she rummaged for a while and finally discovered a shirt dress adorned with flowing ribbons. The clever design of the dress effectively concealed any awkward blemishes. As Chu Xi put on the garment, she couldn't help but grumble internally. Although she harbored some dissatisfaction towards Fu Chen, she had to admit that his culinary skills were indeed commendable. In today's society, men who can cook are a rare breed, especially when he holds a leadership position. With this thought, her mood brightened slightly. After finishing breakfast, Fu Chen requested that Chu Xi hand him her driver's license. It turned out there were some formalities regarding the car that needed to be addressed, which would be handled by Secretary Lu. Chu Xi obediently relinquished her license and returned to her room to continue packing. Fu Chen insisted on driving her to work, but Chu Xi firmly declined. After all, she had just purchased a new electric scooter and had yet to fully relish the joy of riding it. Thus, they reached a compromise. Chu Xi would ride her scooter while Fu Chen followed behind in his car. With a cheerful spirit, Chu Xi mounted her electric scooter and set off for the office. While Fu Chen drove leisurely behind her, they maintained a certain distance throughout the journey, with Chu Xi occasionally glancing back to ensure Fu Chen was keeping up. Ultimately, she arrived safely at the entrance of her workplace. After securing her scooter, she turned to glance at Fu Chen's car and waved goodbye. Fu Chen smiled in response, only departing once he saw her safely enter the building. Upon arriving at the office, before she could even catch her breath, she spotted Sister Wei approaching with a stack of documents in her arms. Chu Xi immediately stood to greet her, but Sister Wei smiled and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. Then, Sister Wei placed the documents on the table and retrieved a breakfast from her bag, handing it to Chu Xi. "This is breakfast I brought from the cafeteria. Enjoy it while it's hot," she said. Chu Xi gratefully accepted the meal and thanked her, opting not to mention that she had already eaten, as Sister Wei was simply showing her concern. Sister Wei nodded with a smile, but soon noticed Chu Xi's dark circles and frowned with concern, asking, "What happened? Did you not sleep well last night?" Embarrassed, Chu Xi nodded and explained, "I've recently become engrossed in reading novels." Sister Wei gently patted Chu Xi's shoulder, advising young people should take care of their health and not become too engrossed in their phones, otherwise it will affect your well-being. Chu Xi repeatedly nodded, acknowledging her words. After Sister Wei left, Chu Xi sat at her desk. Realizing she couldn't possibly eat a second breakfast at that moment, she decided to wait until she felt hungry again. Opening her computer, she began processing work emails and documents. The morning passed swiftly. At noon, after a hurried lunch, Chu Xi headed to the archives room for a brief rest. Sister Wei had thoughtfully left the door ajar and was already lying down. The archives room was quiet and cool, and as Chu Xi reclined on the couch and closed her eyes, she quickly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Chu Xi tossed and turned, the persistent ache in her lower back making it difficult to find even a moment of peace. As if Fu Chen's familiar yet unsettling presence lingered around her, preventing her from fully succumbing to sleep. Suddenly, the urgent sound of her phone ringing burst through the uneasy tranquility like a clap of thunder. Pulling her abruptly back to reality, the screen flashed with Luca's name, and his slightly anxious voice informed her that an important leader was about to arrive for a work inspection, and she was urgently needed in the conference room to assist with preparations. Chu Xi couldn't help but inwardly grumble about this inconveniently timed leader, especially during her precious lunch break. She was truly reluctant to leave the warmth of her cozy spot. However, Sister Wei, also startled awake by the ringing, began urging her to hurry, as Sister Wei understood that such meetings were rare opportunities to showcase one's capabilities before high-ranking officials. Demonstrating a proactive attitude could leave a lasting impression and pave the way for future career advancement. Under Sister Wei's persuasion, Chu Xi reluctantly gathered her spirits, despite her body still languishing in the lethargy of her nap. With dark circles evident and her hair slightly disheveled from sleep, she emitted an aura of unawakened fatigue. She cautiously pushed open the conference room door, fearful that her tardiness would attract attention. However, as her gaze swept across the room, she was astonished to find that all the leaders were already seated. With the most prominent figure in the center being none other than Fu's secretary Fu Chen, the very source of her sleepless nights. His gaze seemed to carry a hint of amusement, yet also concealed deeper implications. Leaving Chu Xi momentarily flustered, she could only steel herself and attempt to sound natural as she greeted, "Hello, leaders." A triumphant smile graced Fu Chen's face, his eyes seemingly capable of seeing through everything, which only heightened Chu Xi's discomfort. At that moment, Director Yang, noticing her predicament, immediately stood up to rescue her, his tone imbued with a mix of fondness and concern as he said, "Xiao Chu, come sit here. You look like you didn't rest well last night." Young people, while work is important, should also take care of their health and not exhaust themselves. Yang's words felt like a warm current, slightly alleviating Chu Xi's tension and embarrassment. Gratefully, she nodded at him and found a seat. Soon after, Yang officially commenced his report, detailing the series of corrective measures and their implementation results undertaken by the engineering department since the last internal review. Based on the valuable suggestions provided by the inspection team, from optimizing workflow processes to enhancing safety management and deepening employee training, he presented each improvement measure with clarity and organization. Fu Chen, seated at the head of the table, listened intently, nodding in approval as he placed great emphasis on Director Yang's report. After the entire report concluded, Fu Chen did not immediately offer his opinion but instead paused for a moment of contemplation. He subsequently provided his unique insights and suggestions on several corrective measures that he believed required further adjustment or refinement. His remarks were precise and profound, showcasing his keen insight and extensive experience as a leader. Chu Xi sat nearby, striving to remain alert, yet her eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and fatigue washed over her in waves. She felt both frustrated and helpless, despite the fact that this was a reporting meeting for senior leaders and had little relevance to her role as an information officer in the data department. Why was she required to attend? She couldn't help but wonder if something had gone awry or if she had been mistakenly identified as a key figure responsible for some critical aspect. Unbeknownst to Chu Xi, Director Yang had his own considerations. Ever since Lu Ku and Chu Xi were temporarily assigned to the inspection team to assist with a series of important tasks, he realized that both of them not only possessed exceptional abilities but also had a profound understanding of the details of the inspection work. He viewed this as an excellent opportunity to cultivate new talent. Believing that involving Chu Xi and Lu Ku in more high-level meetings would not only expedite their growth but also allow them to showcase their talents before senior leaders, laying the groundwork for future promotions and reassignments. Thus, Director Yang deliberately seized this opportunity, frequently bringing Chu Xi and Lu Ku into the sights of senior leaders, hoping they could seize the moment and demonstrate their capabilities. In the conference room, the lighting was soft yet bright, illuminating every focused face. Fu Chen's gaze slowly swept across every individual present, and he cleared his throat gently. His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient to capture everyone's attention instantly. "Does anyone have any thoughts or additions?" His words, though succinct, were imbued with encouragement, silently inviting everyone to contribute their wisdom. A brief silence enveloped the room, with only the occasional rustle of documents and soft breaths merging to create a tableau of contemplation. Each person inwardly mulled over the content of the previous discussions, from every detail of project progress to the latest developments in market analysis, and the necessity and feasibility of strategic adjustments, each topic brimming with both challenges and opportunities. This influx of information washed over everyone, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. As the sole attendee struggling to stay awake, Chu Xi felt a wave of overwhelming impact. Her eyes flickered and clouded, clearly attempting to digest this complex and substantial information. Yet, confronted with such an intense volume of information, she inevitably felt a twinge of inadequacy, her thoughts seemingly drawn away by an invisible force, gradually drifting into a realm that belonged solely to her. Just as Chu Xi became lost in her reverie, she suddenly heard Fu Chen announce, "Since there are no objections, we shall conclude today's meeting." With Fu Chen's declaration, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed considerably. Everyone began to rise, preparing to leave. Fu Chen took the lead, followed closely by Director Yang and several other leaders, as they made their way out, seemingly concluding this significant meeting on a high note. Just as Chu Xi prepared to slip away with the crowd, Secretary Lu stood before her, wearing a smile, his gaze revealing warmth and anticipation. "Xiao Chu, I appreciate your hard work. Please accompany me back. I need your assistance in organizing today's meeting minutes." His words were devoid of hesitation, reflecting both seriousness towards the task and trust in Chu Xi. Upon hearing this, Chu Si's heart tightened involuntarily, though a hint of reluctance stirred within her. After all, this meant she would have to work overtime. She understood that this was a task directly assigned by a leader and could not be declined. Thus she nodded, striving to appear composed. Secretary Lu promptly turned and called out to Director Yang, addressing him with a tone that was both courteous and resolute. "Director Yang, may I borrow Comrade Xiao Chu for a moment? Her assistance is urgently required for the compilation of the meeting minutes." Upon hearing this, Director Yang's face broke into a satisfied smile, always pleased to see his subordinates being utilized effectively without hesitation. He nodded in agreement and kindly reminded Chu Si to be astute and seize this opportunity. After offering his reminder, Director Yang hurried out to see off Fu Chen. Secretary Lu then walked alongside Chu Si. The two making their way slowly toward the office. Chu Si deliberately slowed her pace, seemingly stalling for time, while her mind raced with thoughts of how to find an opportunity to explain to Secretary Lu that she had truly not absorbed anything from today's meeting and was utterly incapable of drafting the required minutes. However, upon reaching the office, she silently picked up her notebook, following Secretary Lu's lead as they approached the vehicle parked nearby. The car door was gently pulled open by Secretary Lu, revealing Fu Chen seated within. His serious expression seemingly foretelling something, which stirred a slight tension within Chu Si. She said nothing, simply taking a seat beside Fu Chen, the air thick with an undercurrent of nervousness. Fu Chen's gaze briefly flickered over to Chu Si. The unspoken intensity compelled her to close her mouth, rendering her particularly docile. This unexpected scene brought a subtle smile to the corner of Fu Chen's lips, breaking the silence. His voice was steady and commanding. "Secretary Lu, please take Chu Si home first." At this, Chu Si's eyes widened in surprise, filled with disbelief. "Aren't we supposed to work on the meeting minutes?" she protested softly, her tone revealing her astonishment and confusion at the sudden change of plans. Fu Chen chuckled lightly, his smile akin to a warm ray of sunshine in spring, instantly brightening the interior of the car. "Are you certain you can manage the minutes?" His words carried a hint of playful mockery, causing Chu Si to lower her head in embarrassment. "Knowing I can't, yet you still called my name," she mumbled under her breath. Fu Chen playfully flicked her forehead and said with a grin, "If I don't take you out, how can I bring you back to rest? You were practically asleep the entire time." His tone was laced with affection and a touch of exasperation, sending a warm wave through Chu Si's heart. Upon hearing this, Chu Si felt a sudden clarity. She understood Fu Chen's intentions and sensed his care and concern for her. Thus, with a playful pout, she teased him, "Isn't it all because of you?" Her words carried a hint of childlike charm. Fu Chen laughed, deliberately teasing her. "Because of me, what?" His gaze sparkled with tenderness and indulgence, causing Chu Si to blush slightly. She shot him a sidelong glance, internally grumbling about his increasingly thick skin, yet her heart brimmed with gratitude and happiness. As the vehicle began to move, Chu Si's mood gradually settled. Before long, they arrived home. Chu Si politely bid farewell to Fu Chen and Secretary Lu before heading upstairs to sleep. Meanwhile, Fu Chen instructed Secretary Lu to turn the car around and return to his work. Chapter 63, Mid-Autumn Holiday. Upon returning home, Chu Si collapsed onto the sofa, closing her eyes, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. She remained oblivious to the housekeeper preparing dinner and leaving. When she finally stirred from her sleep, the outside world had plunged into darkness, the evening hours having slipped away unnoticed. Stretching lazily, she rose from the sofa and made her way to the kitchen to grab some snacks and yogurt. Before curling back onto the sofa, turning on the television to catch up on her favorite series, this feeling of languid leisure was immensely pleasurable, as if all her troubles had drifted away, leaving only the serene enjoyment of the present moment. Meanwhile, Fu Chen sent her a message. "Darling, I have a social engagement tonight and won't be able to join you for dinner. Remember to take care of yourself and eat well." Chu Si glanced at her phone screen, her lips curling into a slight smile, yet her fingers continued to tap away at the screen, a chip resting in her mouth, although she replied with a soft, "Okay, got it." She had no intention of getting up to prepare dinner, preferring instead to remain comfortably nestled on the sofa, indulging in snacks while immersing herself in the drama unfolding on screen. As time passed, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep on the sofa. When Fu Chen returned home, he found Chu Si peacefully asleep, her presence serene. He gently approached, sitting beside her, gazing down at her. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss her forehead, then her cheek, and finally her lips. However, sensing the scent of alcohol on him, Chu Si wrinkled her nose in distaste and pushed him away. Amused by her reaction, Fu Chen found her increasingly endearing. He playfully leaned closer, showering her with affectionate kisses. Startled, Chu Si opened her eyes and quickly darted into the bathroom. Fu Chen chuckled at her retreating figure, aware that he had gone a bit too far but unable to resist teasing her. After a moment, seeing that he was no longer pursuing her, Chu Si felt reassured enough to take a shower. then climbed into bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Fu Chen lingered in the living room for a while, resting his eyes. When he ascended the stairs, he discovered Chu Xi already asleep, but he quietly stood at the bedside. Admiring her peaceful visage, reflecting on her state from earlier in the day, finding her both adorable and pitiable, that he resolved not to pester her for the next few days, knowing they had a holiday ahead and would be traveling together. He would ensure she repaid him in kind once the time came. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across Fu Chen's lips as he gently climbed into bed, enveloping Chu Xi in his embrace before also succumbing to slumber. The next day, Chu Xi arrived at the office early to commence her workday. Shortly after the start of the day, Director Yang entered the office to inquire about the meeting minutes from the previous day. Chu Xi solemnly reported that Secretary Fu was very pleased with the minutes and had expressed his approval and commendation. Hearing this news, Director Yang was greatly pleased and offered Chu Xi some words of encouragement before leaving the office in high spirits. As the holiday approached, the entire office seemed imbued with a festive atmosphere, leading to a noticeable decline in work enthusiasm and a natural reduction in tasks. Chu Xi experienced a particularly relaxed and carefree few days. Free from significant pressure, finally the holiday arrived, and Fu Chen had meticulously arranged all matters in advance, arriving punctually at Chu Xi's workplace to pick her up after work the moment she stepped into the car. Fu Chen immediately started the engine, eagerly embarking on their holiday journey. However, Chu Xi looked puzzled, exclaiming, "I haven't packed my luggage yet. Aren't we going home first?" Fu Chen mischievously teased her, "No need to pack. You can either wear what you have or not wear anything at all." Alarmed by his words, Chu Xi insisted she must return home to gather her belongings. Fu Chen then chuckled and reassured her. "Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything, including your luggage. If there's anything you've forgotten, we can purchase it locally." With that, Chu Xi settled back in her seat, feeling relieved as the vehicle sped down the highway. The scenery outside rushing by. Fu Chen focused on driving, while Chu Xi sat quietly in the passenger seat, enjoying the beautiful views along the way. Their conversation was light and cheerful, and Chu Xi felt a wave of sweet emotion swell within her as she realized how well prepared Fu Chen was for this trip. As night fell, they decided to stop at a service area to rest. After alighting from the car, Fu Chen thoughtfully bought dinner for Chu Xi, and they enjoyed a moment of tranquility in the serene service area. Chu Xi couldn't help but remark, "Growing up, when traveling with my parents, we always rushed through so many service areas, never pausing to sit calmly and eat like this." Fu Chen smiled, ruffling her hair. "Most of life is spent in a hurry, always moving forward, with little time to pause." Chu Xi remained silent, quietly eating, seemingly in tacit agreement with Fu Chen's words. Once they finished their meal, Fu Chen and Chu Xi strolled around the service area, casually browsing the small shops to alleviate the fatigue of their long drive before continuing their journey. As the night deepened, Chu Xi began to feel drowsy, gently leaning back in her seat and soon drifting off to sleep. Fu Chen noticed this and cautiously reduced the car's speed, ensuring a smooth ride to avoid disturbing her rest. He also turned on soft, soothing music, filling the car with a tranquil ambience, allowing Chu Xi to sleep more comfortably and peacefully. Time slipped away, and eventually, Chu Xi was gently awakened by a soft voice. "Chu Xi, wake up, we're here," Fu Chen murmured. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a beautiful coastal city outside the car window. The lights twinkled, and the sea breeze wafted through, creating a scene of serenity and beauty. Fu Chen navigated through the bustling city, finally arriving at the seaside resort hotel they had booked. The hotel's elegant exterior harmonized beautifully with the surrounding azure sea and sky, resembling a tranquil paradise away from the clamor of the world. After parking the car, Fu Chen retrieved their luggage, and they walked side by side into the hotel lobby, which was decorated in a modern yet warm style. The air infused with a subtle fragrance that instantly relaxed them. At the front desk, Fu Chen completed the check-in process, receiving the room key, and they took the elevator directly to their floor. The corridor was lined with soft carpeting, each step feeling particularly light. As the door swung open, a room adorned with minimalist yet tasteful decor came into view. The room was meticulously tidy, adorned with soft hues that harmonized beautifully with the warm glow of the lighting, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. The large bed is dressed in pristine white sheets and plush bedding. The curtains by the window are partially drawn, allowing glimpses of the shimmering sea beyond, along with distant sailboats gliding leisurely across the horizon, forming a serene and picturesque scene. As Chu Xi enters the room, her gaze is instantly captivated by the breathtaking seascape outside. She finds herself drawn to the window, her hands delicately resting on the sill as she gazes into the vast expanse of azure, her face radiating genuine delight. The gentle sea breeze caresses her, carrying with it the briny scent and distant calls from the ocean. infusing her spirit with an unparalleled joy. Thank you, Fu-Chen, this holiday is truly wonderful. Chu Xi turns to Fu-Chen, offering him a radiant smile. Fu-Chen steps forward, tenderly wrapping his arm around Chu Xi's shoulders and pulling her into his embrace. His touch is both gentle and resolute, as if to convey that he will always be her steadfast support, no matter the time or place. This is what I wish to convey to you as well. I hope to grant you a beautiful holiday. Fu-Chen's voice is deep and magnetic, each word resonating with heartfelt emotion. Upon finishing, he plants a soft kiss on Chu Xi's forehead, a kiss that feels like a gentle spring breeze. Stirring a warm current within her heart, she closes her eyes, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment, as if the entire world has come to a standstill. Chapter 64, Holiday 2. The next day, Chu Xi awakens naturally, while Fu-Chen remains lost in slumber. She gazes quietly at his sleeping face, memories flooding back of the first time she cared for him while he was intoxicated. Only to fall asleep waiting for Secretary Lu to deliver medicine. Suddenly a thought crosses her mind. Could it be that he had already been thinking of her back then? A flutter of unease stirs within her. She is bewildered by such thoughts and uncertain of Fu-Chen's true feelings towards her. Is it merely a romantic fling? Chu Xi's fingers gently brush against Fu-Chen's brow, as if wishing to ease his fatigue. Her movements are soft and cautious, fearful of waking him. Her gaze lingers on his face, meticulously examining his features, as if seeking answers within them. She recognizes her special affection for Fu-Chen at this moment. Yet she is unsure if this constitutes love. Her heart is filled with contradictions and entanglements, leaving her uncertain of what the outcome of her feelings might be. Just as Chu Xi ponders, Fu-Chen's eyes suddenly flutter open, their gazes locking, causing her cheeks to flush instantly as she awkwardly retracts her hand. What are you doing? Fu-Chen's voice carries a hint of languor. I wanted to help ease your brow. Chu Xi stutters in her explanation. Fu-Chen chuckles softly, sitting up and taking her hand in his, saying, Thank you, I slept very well last night. Chu Xi's heart races as she feels the warmth of Fu-Chen's palm. An enchanting sensation washing over her, she contemplates breaking free from his grasp, yet finds herself reluctant to do so. Darling, I love you so much. Fu-Chen gazes at Chu Xi, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. Her face flushes crimson, and in the playful tug between them, Fu-Chen draws her closer, his breath quickens, and a dreamy look fills his gaze. Chu Xi's lips softly meet his, gentle yet fervent. Fu-Chen instinctively reciprocates her kiss. This marks the first time she has taken the initiative, and their bodies gradually draw nearer. The room is enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy, as Chu Xi's hands slowly ascend to Fu-Chen's back. Feeling the strength of his embrace intensifying as he senses her curves, it seems as though he wishes to meld her into his very being. Free from the constraints of work, the two entwine in a passionate embrace until the afternoon. Exhausted, Chu Xi succumbs to a deep slumber, unwilling to stir. Fu-Chen holds her tightly, softly asking, Are you feeling hungry? Let us rest a little longer, then we can get up and have something to eat. Chu Xi nods slightly in agreement. Fu-Chen, however, does not remain idle. He begins to select clothing for Chu Xi, from undergarments to dresses. Each piece is chosen with great care, after meticulously assessing each item. He gently dresses Chu Xi in them. Were it not for their time spent together, she might have questioned his intentions, even suspecting he harbored peculiar preferences. Yet, in this moment, she believes Fu-Chen's affection is delicate and sincere. Once they are both ready, they proceed to the dining area, indulging in a romantic afternoon tea. Afterward, they stroll along the streets, Fu-Chen firmly holding Chu Xi's hand. In this unfamiliar city, free from the presence of Secretary Fu, they are simply a pair of ordinary young lovers enjoying their holiday. Chu Xi's initial reservations fade as she joyfully walks along the streets, absorbing the unique ambience of the city. As they meander, Fu-Chen suddenly halts, pulling out his phone to capture Chu Xi's likeness. He photographs her profile, her face, and her silhouette, capturing her beauty from various angles. Chu Xi is taken aback but quickly adapts, smiling naturally and striking poses for Fu-Chen. Occasionally, she playfully covers the lens of his camera, prompting him to pull her into his arms for a kiss. Chu Xi playfully pinches his waist. Seizing the opportunity to escape, they continue their playful banter as they walk, with Chu Xi expressing a keen interest in cultural and creative shops. She pauses in front of a store, captivated by the exquisite handcrafted items inside. Fu-Chen follows her in, observing her intently as she admires each exhibit. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you, he whispers. Chu Xi shakes her head, smiling. I'm just looking. While these items are beautiful, I prefer making things myself. A glimmer of surprise flashes in Fu-Chen's eyes. He hadn't anticipated this hidden passion of hers. Then let us create something together, he suggests. Chu Xi nods enthusiastically, and they head toward the section displaying various cloys and artworks. They carefully select a cloison piece with the lotus theme as their crafting project, thus begins their creative and enjoyable journey. Fu Chen takes charge of sketching the outline of the lotus. His focus and precision apparent as he captures the contours of each petal and leaf with fluid strokes, as if the real lotus were blooming before them. Even the store staff cannot help but marvel at his talent. Next comes the intricate cloison phase, requiring the meticulous placement of fine wire according to the design. Fu Chen patiently instructs Chu Xi on how to proceed, while she attentively listens and practices. Their fingers lightly brush against each other on the canvas, warmth radiating between them. As time passes, they gradually master the technique, and the lotus begins to take shape. The final step involves coloring and painting. Chu Xi carefully mixes the hues, applying them evenly to the metal wires. Her gaze is focused and immersed, as if the world around her has faded, leaving only the brush in her hand and the canvas before her. In perfect harmony, they complete the exquisite cloison artwork. However, the piece requires a final sealing process. Since this step takes time, Fu Chen decides to leave the studio first. He leaves his address and contact information with the staff, instructing them to package and ship the completed piece to him with care. This way, even in his absence, he can ensure the precious artwork arrives safely at home. As they leave the cultural shop, a satisfied smile graces Chu Xi's face. Fu Chen takes her hand, continuing their stroll through the warm and inviting streets of the city. Chapter 65, Temple. As they walk, night descends, and the city's lights twinkle like stars, gradually illuminating the coastal town in a splendid array of colors. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow, Chu Xi and Fu Chen choose a charming local eatery for their dinner. The establishment is adorned with several quaint lanterns, casting a warm yellow glow that exudes a sense of comfort. Although Chu Xi's appetite is modest, her curiosity for culinary delights is insatiable. She relishes the opportunity to sample various dishes, savoring each bite to appreciate its intricacies. Meanwhile, Fu Chen attentively serves her, his gaze filled with adoration, as if wishing for her to experience every exquisite flavor the world has to offer, under such tender care. Chu Xi unwittingly fills her belly, her face glowing with satisfaction. After dinner, they do not rush back to the hotel. Fu Chen takes Chu Xi's hand, leading her along the coastline. The gentle sea breeze brushes past them, carrying a hint of coolness that feels refreshing. Beneath their feet lies soft sand, each step producing a soft rustle that harmonizes with the distant sound of waves crashing upon the shore. The moonlight spills across the water's surface, shimmering like a silver sheen, creating an enchanting vista. Fu Chen grips Chu Xi's hand firmly, occasionally exchanging loving glances that reveal deep affection. Chu Xi feels this love envelop her, her face aglow with happiness, as if the entire world has become more tender. The sea breeze tousles her hair, which dances lightly against Fu Chen's arm, sending ripples of warmth through him, unable to resist. He pauses, gently caressing her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Chu Xi's cheeks flush slightly. She looks down, shyly smiling. Seeing her endearing expression, Fu Chen can't help but pull her into his embrace, cherishing the warmth of her body and the softness of her breath. They share a quiet embrace, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. In an effort to dispel the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, Chu Xi ventured to inquire, "Where shall we explore tomorrow?" Fu Chen softly whispered in her ear, "I have heard that there is a temple nearby, renowned for its vibrant incense and the efficacy of its wishes. Let us visit it tomorrow." His voice, deep and resonant, caused Chu Xi's ears to flush slightly. With a hint of curiosity, she responded, "How did you come to be interested in such places? It seems rather incongruous with your identity and knowledge." She had always perceived Fu Chen as a composed and rational individual, devoid of frivolity. She was surprised to discover his intrigue in temples. Fu Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "What does my identity or knowledge signify? I am but an ordinary person with my own desires and aspirations." His gaze softened with an unspoken yearning. Deeply moved by his words, Chu Xi realized that everyone harbors their own inner longings and pursuits, irrespective of their status or education. Perhaps Fu Chen was not as cold and unfeeling as he appeared, but rather possessed a tender side. Curiously, she asked, "What is it that you seek?" Fu Chen gently cupped Chu Xi's face, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. "What I seek at this moment is simply the person before me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Playfully, she suggested, "Then I shall draw a fortune tomorrow and let the master divine our fate." With a playful wink, she seemed to be anticipating something. However, her expression suddenly shifted as she furrowed her brow as if pondering a significant question. With earnestness, she gazed at Fu Chen and asked, "What if the master proclaims that our fate in this life is fleeting?" Fu Chen, upon hearing her words, smiled gently. He grasped her hand firmly and declared, "Then I shall contest his words, asserting that we are destined to be together for eternity." His declaration elicited a chuckle from Chu Xi. And after strolling along the beach for a while, Fu Chen, concerned about the chilly sea breeze, suggested they return to rest. The following morning, they awoke early. After breakfast, they took a taxi to the temple situated by the coast. The temple, exuding an ancient elegance, seemed to stand as a guardian between the sea and sky, quietly listening to the whispers of the waves and the gentle sighs of the wind. The outer walls bore the gentle patina of age, revealing a solemn history. As dawn broke, the golden sunlight pierced through the mist, draping the seaside sanctuary in an air of mystique. Upon entering the temple, the first sight to greet them was a towering statue of Buddha, radiating compassion and tranquility, its gaze seemingly capable of penetrating worldly troubles, offering boundless comfort and strength. Before the statue, the incense burned continuously as devotees prayed earnestly, and the air was filled with a delicate scent of sandalwood, uplifting the spirit. Surrounding the temple were verdant trees, the sea breeze caressing their leaves, bringing refreshing coolness. Occasionally, the distant sound of bells chimed, mingling with the rhythmic crashing of the waves, creating a harmonious symphony of nature. Walking along the stone steps, they could reach the seaside, where smooth, rounded stones, polished by the waves, awaited. Sitting upon them and gazing out at the infinite ocean, one's soul felt cleansed and invigorated. This coastal temple was not merely a religious sanctuary but also a tranquil haven for those seeking inner peace and harmonious coexistence with nature. Here, everyone could discover their own quietude, allowing the spirit to attain true liberation and elevation. Chu Xi and Fu Chen immersed themselves in this serenity and beauty, hand in hand, savoring every moment of tranquility and solemnity within the temple. When they reached the fortune-drawing station, Chu Xi reverently selected a stick and presented it to the master beside her. The master carefully received the bamboo stick, scrutinizing it before breaking into a satisfied smile, slowly declaring, "Congratulations, esteemed patron, this is an excellent fortune. Your bond with the person beside you is profound, a true match made in heaven. Might I inquire if you wish to provide your birth dates for a more detailed reading?" Upon hearing the master's words, Chu Xi's heart soared with joy. She cheerfully took up a pen and paper, writing down her birth date, then gently urged Fu Chen to do the same of the master. After calculating their birth dates, beamed with delight and softly remarked, "The lady is of the wood element, and the gentleman is of the water element. This is an exceptionally harmonious pairing. The lady shall need to rely on the gentleman in the days to come." Chu Xi secretly mused that the reading was indeed accurate. Considering Fu Chen was her direct superior at work, she couldn't help but glance at Fu Chen, her eyes sparkling with happiness, while he gazed at her with deep affection. Their eyes locked, and for a moment it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Although the master's words were somewhat ambiguous, they filled both with immense joy and contentment. Fu Chen, without hesitation, added more offerings, requesting the master to light a lotus lamp in front of the Buddha on their behalf. In the end, the master sincerely blessed them, wishing them a harmonious union and a perfect match. After completing the fortune drawing, Chu Xi felt considerably reassured. Glancing at the fortune she held, she reveled in the auspicious reading bestowed by the master. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Fu Chen, saying, "Fu Chen, let us sample the vegetarian cuisine here. I have heard that the temple's vegetarian dishes are exceptional." Fu Chen, smiling, nodded in agreement. Thus, they made their way to the temple's vegetarian restaurant, ordering a selection of dishes and snacks. When the food arrived, both Chu Xi and Fu Chen were captivated by the delightful presentation. The vegetarian fare appeared not only appetizing but also tantalizingly fragrant. Chu Xi eagerly took a bite, immediately savoring its refreshing and delectable taste. Fu Chen followed suit, astonished to find the dishes so exquisite, rivaling even meat-based offerings. As they relished the culinary delights, they were enveloped in the tranquil ambience of the temple. The vegetarian cuisine seemed to possess an enchanting quality, allowing them to forget the tribulations of the world and purifying their souls. Chu Xi and Fu Chen dined with great enjoyment, their spirits lifted. After the meal, Chu Xi proposed that they transcribe the Heart Sutra as a gesture of respect towards the Buddha. The two knelt with reverence, diligently copying the sacred text. Being a humanities student with some proficiency in calligraphy, Chu Xi employed the style of Lu Gongquan, infusing her writing with a subtle grace and a certain robustness. While she focused on her transcription, she discreetly observed Fu Chen beside her. He wrote with fluidity and finesse, each stroke exhibiting an elegant power, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. Watching Fu Chen's concentrated demeanor and the beauty of his calligraphy, Chu Xi couldn't help but marvel at his many talents. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed remarkable writing skills. This led her to consider the refined aesthetics of Fu Chen's home, and she mused that perhaps he truly hailed from a distinguished lineage. Explaining his proficiency in such sophisticated arts, after finishing their transcription at the temple, Fu Chen requested an envelope from a monk to preserve their copied Heart Sutra, intending to take it home as a keepsake. Chu Xi, smiling with curiosity, asked, "It's merely a copied Heart Sutra, why would you wish to treasure it?" Fu Chen feigned mystery, saying, "The secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed, you shall have to guess." In truth, for Fu Chen, their handwritten sutras symbolized a lifelong vow made before the Buddha. When Chu Xi saw that he would not elaborate, she playfully replied, "I won guess, I'll keep you in suspense." Fu Chen then pulled her into his embrace. Standing together, they appeared perfectly matched. After strolling a little longer, Fu Chen led her back upon returning to their hotel room and passing through the lobby. Chu Xi spotted a shop selling swimsuits, accompanied by a massive poster advertising the hotel's oceanfront infinity pool. Instantly captivated, she decided to take a dip in the hotel pool, reluctant to let her go alone. Fu Chen accompanied her, however, he had not brought his swimwear, so they resolved to purchase some on the spot. As luck would have it, the shop had a selection available, and Chu Xi chose a burgundy one-piece swimsuit adorned with a bow. Striking a perfect balance between sensuality and playfulness, suiting her character beautifully. Meanwhile, Fu Chen casually selected a full set of male swimwear. After changing into their swimsuits, Chu Xi emerged from the fitting room. Instantly becoming the center of attention, her exquisite figure and alluring curves were on full display, drawing numerous admiring gazes. The staff complimented her looks, and she accepted their praise, allowing them to remove the tags to save her the trouble of changing back and forth. Meanwhile, witnessing the envious glances directed at her, Fu Chen felt a surge of possessiveness. He swiftly approached and requested a bathrobe from the hotel, draping it tenderly over Chu Xi's shoulders. The staff neatly packed her clothes and swim gear into a bag. Handing it to her, Fu Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they made their way to the pool. Upon reaching the changing area, they separated to store their belongings. When Chu Xi emerged, she found Fu Chen waiting for her. They hurriedly walked side by side into the hotel's outdoor infinity pool area, where the waning sunlight cast a golden glow on the shimmering water. Draping the tranquil evening in a veil of warmth, palm trees swayed gently by the poolside, and the sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness, swept away the fatigue of the day. It's stunning here. Like a paradise on earth, Chu Xi whispered in awe, her eyes glimmering with a longing for beauty. Fu Chen smiled gently, reaching out to smooth the wind-tousled strands of her hair. "Indeed, especially with you here. The scenery is even more vibrant." His voice, deep and magnetic, caused Chu Xi's heart to flutter. As the two approached the edge of the swimming pool, Chu Xi gracefully shed her robe, revealing a wine-red bikini adorned with a delicate bow, instantly transforming her into the most resplendent sight by the poolside. Fu Chen, clad in simple yet elegant black swim trunks, showcased a robust physique with smooth lines, creating a harmonious tableau alongside Chu Xi. "Are you ready?" Fu Chen inquired, his gaze brimming with concern. Chu Xi nodded, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I am quite the swimming expert." With that, she effortlessly leaped into the water, sending ripples cascading outward. Fu Chen followed suit, plunging into the pool, and the two glided through the crystal-clear waters like fish, reveling in their freedom. The water's temperature was just right, neither cold nor warm, offering a delightful comfort. Chu Xi swam with abandon, savoring this rare moment of relaxation and ease, while Fu Chen remained close by, vigilant for her safety, occasionally extending a hand to gently support her waist to prevent any slips. Ever watchful of other males encroaching upon their space, after some time, they decided to take a break, climbing onto the lounge chairs by the pool to bask in the gentle caress of the sea breeze and the warmth of the setting sun. Chu Xi closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing the mingled fragrances of seawater and blooming flora to envelop her, filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and contentment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Gazing earnestly at Fu Chen, "Sometimes, I feel like a child favored by fate. Meeting you truly is my fortune." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within Fu Chen. He reached out, gently grasping Chu Xi's hand. "Chu Xi, encountering you is also my serendipity. Your presence shines like a beacon in my heart." Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile, words unnecessary as their feelings were perfectly understood. They sat in serene silence on the lounge chairs, cherishing this rare moment of peace and warmth. After a while, Chu Xi proposed, "Fu Chen, let us have a swimming race. Let us see who can reach the other end first." Her eyes sparkled with a challenge as she pointed to the far side of the pool. Fu Chen chuckled and readily accepted. "All right, let us see what you've got." Thus, they plunged back into the water, embarking on an exhilarating swimming competition. Although Chu Xi was a girl, her swimming skills were remarkable. Darting through the water like a nimble little fish. Fu Chen matched her pace, closely trailing behind as they raced, neither yielding an inch. In the end, Fu Chen narrowly clinched victory. Despite her loss, Chu Xi beamed with joy. "Fu Chen, you're truly amazing. I've been swimming since elementary school." Fu Chen laughed. "I have many skills. Would you care to experience them?" Chu Xi playfully shot him a glare before pinching his waist. And they frolicked in the pool, savoring this precious moment of joy. As night fell, the poolside lights gradually illuminated, infusing the tranquil evening with a touch of romance. Reluctantly, Chu Xi and Fu Chen departed from the pool and returned to their hotel room. This evening marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Fu Chen had arranged for a meal to be delivered, wishing to celebrate the holiday privately with Chu Xi, relishing this intimate warmth and romance meant solely for the two of them. Upon entering the room, Chu Xi shed the fatigue of the day, immersing herself in the warm embrace of the bath, letting the water wash away her weariness. After her bath, she donned a light sleepwear. Her damp hair cascading loosely, resembling a leisurely cat curled upon a soft sofa, idly playing with her phone and aimlessly scrolling through social media. Just then, the crisp chime of a WeChat notification pierced the silence of the room. Chu Xi lazily lifted her gaze, noticing the lively group chat bursting with mid-autumn greetings, spreading warmth and joy of the festival. The family group was particularly animated, the heartfelt messages from her relatives warming her heart. Unable to resist, Chu Xi joined in, sending a message, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, wishing my family happiness and fulfillment." Coincidentally, her mother called at that moment. "Daughter, have you eaten?" Chu Xi obediently replied, "Not yet. It's Mid-Autumn Festival. You should eat early, even if you're alone," her mother urged. I know. Happy festival to you and Dad. Tonight, I'll be gazing at the same moon, thinking of you both," Chu Xi responded. "You can just think about it with your mouth. Make sure to come back during the National Day holiday," her mother insisted. At that moment, Chu Xi could hear her family calling for dinner in the background. I got it. I'll bring you gifts when I return. My queen, hurry and eat, everyone is waiting. Goodbye," she reassured her mother before hanging up. After the call, Chu Xi let out a long breath, relaxing against the chair's back, although she had long accustomed herself to independent living. Festive occasions intensified her longing for family, and the arrival of holidays would inevitably stir a tide of deep yearning within her heart. She gazed silently out the window at the luminous full moon. Silently vowing to take good care of herself, ensuring her parents far away in her hometown could rest easy. Engrossed in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to Fu Chen, who had just emerged from the bath. Hearing Chu Xi's words, Fu Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. He thought to himself, this girl is like a warm ray of sunshine, bringing immeasurable comfort. Perhaps it was her upbringing in a loving family that fostered such an optimistic and positive disposition. Recalling the last time he dined and conversed with Chu Xi's parents, he profoundly felt the enveloping warmth of familial affection, a sensation he had never experienced in his own upbringing. Fu Chen hailed from a scholarly and politically prominent family. Raised under strict rules and expectations, in his childhood, he had once yearned for the warmth of familial bonds, but repeated disappointments gradually tempered his desires. However, after meeting Chu Xi, he discovered that such warmth and beauty still existed in the world. He was unsure if he could grasp this light, but the more time they spent together, the more he craved it. A gentle knock on the door shattered their silence. Chu Xi rushed to open it. Revealing a staff member clad in traditional attire, a gentle smile gracing their face as they carefully entered, cradling a meticulously arranged candlelit dinner. The silver cutlery glimmered warmly in the candlelight, each piece placed with exquisite precision. Resembling artful creations that delighted the EYE. The center of the elegant porcelain platter lay an array of enticing dishes, from succulent roasted duck to delicate mooncakes, each reflecting the chef's culinary artistry and profound respect for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The attendant gracefully set the tableware, their movements elegant yet respectful, as if partaking in a silent ritual to celebrate this moment of reunion and beauty. The flickering candlelight illuminated the appetizing hues of the food, casting a warm glow around the room, enveloping it in an atmosphere of comfort and romance. Finally, the attendant stepped aside with a warm smile, wishing them a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a pleasant dining experience before quietly closing the door. With only the gentle clinking of cutlery and the occasional strains of a mid-autumn serenade drifting in from outside, Chu Xi and Fu Chen dined slowly. Suddenly, a phone rang. Fu Chen glanced at his phone and answered gently. "Grandfather," he said, rising to stand by the window. Fu Chen's silhouette elongated in the moonlight, exuding a remarkable steadiness. Chu Xi sat quietly, not wishing to interrupt, occasionally glancing at him, her heart swelling with curiosity and tenderness. The call seemed to stretch longer than expected. Fu Chen's voice fluctuated between deep tones and laughter, conveying not just festive greetings but also the weight of familial duty and expectations. At last, Fu Chen concluded the call and returned to his seat across from Chu Xi, a hint of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, it was my grandfather. He always likes to check on each of us during holidays," he explained, his gaze revealing a subtle warmth and nostalgia. Chu Xi smiled in understanding. "It's alright. Family is most important. Your grandfather must miss you dearly, especially since the Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion." Her tone was filled with empathy and consideration, warming Fu Chen's heart. They continued to savor the candlelit dinner, the atmosphere growing even cozier after this brief interlude. Chu Xi occasionally shared amusing anecdotes about her family, while Fu Chen recounted some ancient and delightful mid-autumn traditions from his lineage, gradually bridging the distance between them. As dinner neared its conclusion, Chu Xi suddenly suggested, "Fu Chen, although we cannot celebrate with our families, we can create our own little tradition. For instance, every mid-autumn festival, we could share a special dinner or admire the moon together. What do you think?" Fu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this, and he gently nodded in agreement. "What a splendid idea! From this year onward, I shall paint a portrait of you each mid-autumn festival as our unique holiday keepsake. However, regrettably, I do not have any painting supplies here, so I can only provide you with the artwork when I return home." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Xi's face, and the unspoken understanding and feelings between them silently deepened in that moment. After dinner, they stepped onto the balcony, where unfinished glasses of red wine awaited them, and before them lay the immaculate full moon. Chu Xi nestled gently against Fu Chen, and together they gazed up at the night sky, relishing the tranquility and harmony. "Look at that moon, how beautiful it is! The bright moon rises over the sea, it feels almost within reach," Chu Xi whispered softly, her voice brimming with admiration for the beauty surrounding them. Fu Chen responded with deep emotion. "Indeed, just like you, warm and radiant. At this moment, we share the same sky." His tone was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and determination. On this mid-autumn night, two hearts were intricately connected by a shared festive sentiment. They understood that regardless of how the future's storms might shift, this cherished memory would forever reside in the gentlest corner of their hearts, eternally treasured. Moreover, Fu Chen's promise added a unique touch of romance and anticipation to their relationship. In every forthcoming mid-autumn festival, they would possess a unique commemoration belonging solely to the two of them, witnessing the deepening of their emotions and understanding. Chapter 68. The Return Journey. The conclusion of a holiday invariably carries a hint of reluctance and languor. Fu Chen and Chu Xi resolved to savor these final days to the fullest. At dawn, sunlight gently filtered through the curtain seams, subtly creeping up the bedside. The two seemed to be enveloped by this tranquility, instinctively choosing to remain in slumber until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon waking, Fu Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was still early, and a thought blossomed in his mind. He wished to return home with Chu Xi a tad earlier. He gently nudged her, whispering, "Darling, let us rise. We should head back to avoid the traffic." Rubbing her eyes, Chu Xi drowsily nodded in agreement, and soon they began packing their belongings, once their luggage was ready. Fu Chen took the wheel while Chu Xi settled in the passenger seat, and together they embarked on their journey homeward. The scenery outside the car window unfolded like a picturesque scroll, and Fu Chen's spirits were particularly buoyant. He often glanced at Chu Xi, his eyes brimming with affection. Chu Xi, meanwhile, wore headphones, quietly listening to music with her eyes closed, the sunlight streaming through the window casting a gentle glow upon her face, enhancing her softness and beauty. Observing Chu Xi in such a serene state filled Fu Chen with a profound sense of happiness and contentment. He tenderly reached out to stroke her hair before returning his focus to the road ahead. Feeling his gentle touch, Chu Xi's lips curved into a sweet smile. Witnessing this, Fu Chen felt even more elated and softly clasped her hand. Chu Xi trembled slightly but did not open her eyes. Instead, she reciprocated his grasp. Thus, hand in hand, they reveled in this tranquility and beauty. As the vehicle continued its smooth course, Fu Chen and Chu Xi exchanged occasional words, though most of the time, they relished the shared silence, savoring their precious moments together. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun its descent, and they were nearing their destination. Fu Chen gradually slowed down, steering the car into the neighborhood. Soon after, they carried their luggage inside their home. Upon entering, Chu Xi flopped onto the sofa, exhaling a long breath. Finally home, there's no place like it. Fu Chen chuckled as he organized their belongings, then sat beside her, gently pinching her cheek. "You must be exhausted. Rest for a bit. I'll prepare dinner." Chu Xi nodded and closed her eyes to relax. Fu Chen, seeing her weariness, felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to cook a sumptuous dinner to reward her. However, just as he was about to rise and head to the kitchen, Chu Xi suddenly sprang up. "I'll handle it. You've been driving all day." She opened the refrigerator to select ingredients. Although she was not adept at cooking other dishes, she was a master at making noodles. After choosing the accompaniments, she began to bustle about the kitchen with impressive flair. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, and Fu Chen, drawn by the delightful scent, entered the kitchen and embraced Chu Xi from behind, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing. I can hardly wait." Chu Xi turned to glance at Fu Chen, smiling just a little longer. After a while, she served the noodles, drizzling them with sesame oil. The aroma filled the room, and though the meal was simple, it was extraordinarily gratifying, neither greasy nor overwhelming, but perfectly balanced. After dinner, Fu Chen voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. While Chu Ci received a WeChat message from Lu Ke. He had sent a project information packet, requesting Chu Ci to find a project number and other details, and compile them for him. Stating that the higher-ups were in urgent need, Chu Ci's notebook had only just returned from charging, and she was reluctant to power it on, preferring to conserve the battery. Thus she sought Fu Chen's permission to use his desktop computer in the study. Reasoning that the larger screen would make it easier to locate the information. Fu Chen allowed her to proceed. Upon entering Fu Chen's study, Chu Ci was captivated by the pristine organization. The desk was neatly adorned with books and stationery, while the computer desktop appeared immaculate and clearly categorized. She couldn't help but admire Fu Chen's meticulousness. Such an environment made her work notably smoother. Quickly logging into WeChat, she located and downloaded the files sent by Lu Ke. While processing the documents, Chu Ci discovered that Fu Chen's computer still contained some photos and documents she had previously sent him. Gazing at these familiar images stirred a warm feeling within her. She realized that these were tangible evidence of Fu Chen's care and appreciation for her. After organizing the files, Chu Ci sent the information to Lu Ke, adding a note for him to check it. Subsequently, she shut down the computer, preparing to leave the study. Just then, Fu Chen's voice floated up from downstairs. Chu Ci, you have a package. Chu Ci approached the staircase and glimpsed Fu Chen carrying a stack of packages adorned with the distinctive SF Express logo. Her heart leapt with joy, for she knew these were the electric bike accessories her best friend, Su Mumu, had purchased for her. She fetched a small stool and earnestly began to unwrap the parcels in the living room. The boxes were filled with various delightful items, including a cute electric bike helmet, a windbreaker, and a small box containing an exquisitely crafted glass car pendant. As she surveyed these gifts, gratitude swelled within her. She knew they were thoughtfully selected by Su Mumu, intended to beautify her electric bike. In addition to these practical accessories, the package also contained cosmetics such as lipstick and cushion foundation. Su Mumu had written in her note, "What I have, my sister must also possess." Reading this line filled Chu Ci with warmth. It was a testament to the deep bond and understanding shared between best friends. While unboxing, Chu Ci stumbled upon a particularly unique gift, a pair of stockings. However, these stockings were quite special, being a body stocking. Curious, she lifted it to the light for a closer examination. Just then, Fu Chen emerged from the kitchen and caught sight of the body stocking in her hands. His expression flashing with a hint of embarrassment, clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his discomfort. "What peculiar item is this?" Chu Ci chuckled softly, setting the body stocking aside as she continued to unwrap the other packages. Watching her gleeful demeanor, Fu Chen felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He understood that while these gifts might not be extravagant, they were imbued with Su Mumu's heartfelt blessings and affection for Chu Ci. "Thank you, Mumu, for all these thoughtful gifts," Chu Ci expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Fu Chen nodded, his spirits lifting as he admired Chu Ci's radiant smile. Chapter 69. The package. Once Chu Ci finished unboxing, her excitement was palpable. She quickly grabbed her phone and messaged Su Mumu, "Sister, have you struck gold? You're being so generous to me." Not long after, Su Mumu's reply arrived promptly. "I just got confirmed for my position and received my salary. I must spread the wealth." Her words brimmed with joy and pride. Chu Ci couldn't help but laugh at the screen, replying, "Well then, thank you, my little benefactor," accompanied by a grateful emoji to express her appreciation. Subsequently, she sent another message, "I should be receiving my salary soon too. Once I do, I'll spoil you. Is there anything you desire?" Her tone was playful and intimate. Su Mumu, upon reading this, smirked mischievously, responding, "Yes, I want a lineup of handsome guys to flex their abs for me," complete with a bashful emoji. As if truly anticipating such a scene, Chu Ci shook her head in exasperation at this reply, sending back, "Your Highness, you should just zip it and rest early. I shall take my leave now," followed by a kneeling emoji, which caused her to stifle a laugh. However, Su Mumu was not ready to let her off the hook. Continuing to inquire, "Don't run away, have you finished unboxing? Don't you have any unexpected surprises to ask me about?" Her words hinted at a layer of mystery and anticipation. Intrigued by Su Mumu's words, Chu Ci reflected on the unboxing experience and suddenly recalled the peculiar body stocking. Thus she asked, "What do you mean? Is it about that body stocking?" Upon receiving this message, Su Mumu facepalmed in exasperation, thinking her friend truly was oblivious. She clarified, "Oh my goodness, how can you describe the outfit I picked for you in such a way?" To ensure Chu Ci understood, she attached a model image showcasing the correct way to wear the body stocking and its effects. Realizing from the picture that this was indeed a piece of intimate apparel, Chu Si felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she awkwardly scratched her head. Then, she received another message from Su Mumu. The wearing instructions have been provided, so please study them well with your Mr. Fu. A playful nudge reminded her to focus on the important details. Chu Si blushed slightly at Su Mumu's message, biting her lip, feeling both embarrassed and curious about the body stocking. She quickly replied, "Mumu, this is a bit too much. There is no way I could wear something like this." Although she professed such, a ripple of intrigue stirred within her as she imagined the scenario of donning it. Su Mumu, upon reading Chu Si's response, burst into laughter. She replied, "Haha, sister, life is all about daring to try. Trust me, wearing it will bring you and Mr. Fu closer together." After finishing her words, she sent a mischievous emoji. Seemingly anticipating Chu Si's bold attempt, Chu Si gazed at the screen, shaking her head helplessly. Well aware that her dear friend had a penchant for playfulness, she replied, all right, I accept your goodwill. However, I must conceal this item properly. I cannot allow Fu Chen to see it, or he will undoubtedly mock me." After sending her message, she added a shy emoji, conveying her bashfulness. Little did she know, Fu Chen in the study had already seen all their conversation through WeChat on his computer. A smile played on his lips as he pondered the intriguing use of the intimate garment. Just then, Chu Si suddenly recalled something and messaged Mumu, "How has it been with that handsome guy you mentioned last time? Any progress?" She attempted to divert the topic, wishing to avoid lingering on the awkward subject. Upon receiving this message, Su Mumu's lips curled into a smug smile. She replied, "Hee, dear sister, rest assured, I have my sights set on someone. Await my good news." She followed this with a confident emoji, seemingly declaring her triumph. Chu Si looked at the words on the screen, feeling admiration for Su Mumu's bravery and confidence. She thought to herself that perhaps she should also boldly pursue what she desired, be it love or life. Thus, she resolved to set aside her shyness and embarrassment and face the intimate garment with courage. She contemplated that perhaps on a special occasion, she could embrace this fresh experience. Taking a deep breath, she sent, "Mumu, I have decided to make good use of your gift. Perhaps on a particularly special night, I might surprise you." She concluded with a playful emoji, expressing her determination and anticipation. Su Mumu, upon reading her message, laughed even more joyfully. She knew her sister had finally taken a brave step forward, and their romantic endeavors would thus become even more interesting and vibrant. She replied, "Great, I await your surprise, sister, go for it. There is no time like the present." Soon after, a flurry of messages arrived, all comprising short videos. Coincidentally, Chu Si's dog had stealthily descended to retrieve her little outfit, preparing to hide it away. Meanwhile, Fu Chen in the study continued to watch the dialogue on the screen, his heart brimming with excitement and joy. Suddenly, he noticed a video come through and instinctively clicked on it, only to be greeted by the sound of a woman's soft gasps, the volume blaring, causing anyone who heard it to blush and quicken their heartbeat. Fu Chen reflexively glanced towards the door, only to see Chu Si clutching her stockings, frozen in place. He swiftly pulled her into his arms, leaving Chu Si stunned. The audio from the video grew even more suggestive, and Chu Si was at a loss for where to direct her gaze. Fu Chen held her face, compelling her to look at the computer screen. Su Mumu's WeChat message popped up again. "Teaching video, learn it, wishing you success." In an instant, Chu Si's mind went blank, her expression one of adorably bewildered confusion. However, being a man, Fu Chen was acutely aware of the firm pressure against her backside, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. His deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "Darling, hurry, and try it on. I want to see you in it right now." Chu Si, overwhelmed by shyness, wished to vanish into thin air, burying her head deep into Fu Chen's neck, too embarrassed to lift it. Fu Chen gently took the garment from her hands and carefully laid it on the table, the pose undeniably intimate. He then meticulously removed her clothing, assisting her in donning the alluring intimate garment. His hands glided over her skin with a warmth akin to fire, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Chu Si's breaths quickened, her eyes tightly shut as she surrendered to Fu Chen's touch. His gaze sparkled with intense desire as he slowly leaned in to kiss her lips. They became enraptured in the fervent atmosphere of emotion, entwined from the study to the bedroom and then to the bathroom, their breaths mingling until the depths of night. Chu Si felt as if she were being thoroughly consumed, drifting into a deep slumber, allowing Fu Chen to do as he pleased. Chapter 70. The start of work as dawn broke. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently rousing Chu Si from her slumber. She stretched lazily, only to be met with a sudden ache in her lower back. Frowning, she glanced down, realizing her waist felt as though it had been crushed by a heavy weight, the pain almost unbearable. Turning to look at Fu Chen beside her, who was blissfully asleep with a satisfied smile adorning his face, she couldn't help but let out a sharp gasp. Her eyes widened as she stared at Fu Chen. silently cursing, "What on earth did this guy do to me last night? My poor waist is about to snap." Hearing her exclamation, Fu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing her furious expression, he instantly adopted an innocent demeanor. "Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" he asked with concern. Chu Xi gritted her teeth, retorting, "What do you think? My waist is practically broken." "All your fault." Fu Chen immediately sat up, tenderly caressing her waist while gently apologizing. "I'm sorry, my dear, I'll be more cautious next time, but last night was truly wonderful." With that, he couldn't resist flashing her a cheeky grin. Chu Xi was so infuriated she nearly choked, casting him a glare before deciding to get up and wash up. Upon entering the bathroom and catching sight of her reflection, pale face and heavy dark circles, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She silently vowed to teach Fu Chen a lesson, instilling in him the importance of moderation. Observing her anger, Fu Chen hastily climbed out of bed, trailing after her like a contrite child while preparing breakfast for her. He softly implored, "Darling, please don't be angry. I admit my mistakes." "Okay," Chu Xi huffed in response, ignoring him, though inwardly she had already forgiven him. After breakfast, Fu Chen took the initiative to offer her a ride to work. Though reluctant, Chu Xi ultimately acquiesced. Throughout the journey, Fu Chen meticulously attended to her, fearful of inciting her ire once more. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Xi noticed that work was relatively light after the holiday. Throughout the day, only Lu Ku had come by to verify some data with her. During this time, Su Mumu sent a message inquiring how Chu Xi had fared with her video lessons yesterday. Recalling the incident, Chu Xi was left speechless. She replied, "Don't even mention it. My waist is killing me. I never want to learn that again." Su Mumu, upon reading her message, couldn't help but burst into laughter, comforting her. Then take a break for a while. But you and Fu's secretary's intensity is indeed a bit frightening." Chu Xi could only shake her head helplessly, thinking that she must adjust her condition during this period and not let Fu Chen tire her out so excessively. Su Mumu then sent another message suggesting, "Why not go find a place to practice yoga or dance after work? It beat going home and lying down, letting Fu's secretary take control." She added a cheeky emoji to her message. Chu Xi chuckled at this suggestion, realizing Su Mumu had a point. It was indeed time for her to stay active and maintain her health. She replied, "Finally, you're being considerate, thinking of your sister's well-being." Chu Xi promptly opened her phone and began searching for nearby yoga studios or dance studios. She hoped to find a place that was close to home, with a pleasant environment and reasonable prices. After some searching, she discovered several high-end yoga studios near Fu Chen's residence, much to her delight, as this would save her travel time and allow her to exercise more easily. Chu Xi decided to check out the course offerings and pricing of these studios after work before making her decision. Additionally, she planned to explore new activities such as folk dance to add some excitement to her life. As the end of the workday approached, she quickly typed out a message, "Secretary, I plan to go home by myself today, no need for you to pick me up." After hitting send, she thought to herself, "He should agree, right? It's not a big deal." However, Fu Chen did not reply immediately. A little while later, she received his response, "Sure, but darling, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you?" Seeing this message, she couldn't help but laugh, her heart filled with sweetness. She replied, "Secretary, actually I want to check out some yoga studios. Work has been so exhausting lately that my body feels stiff. So I want to find a place to relax and exercise a bit." Fu Chen quickly responded, "Oh, that sounds great. Exercise is very beneficial for your health, especially for someone as delicate as you. It is impressive that you've come to this realization. Since that's the case, go ahead. I fully support you. Just remember to stay safe, and if you need my help or advice, feel free to let me know." Reading Fu Chen's message, her mood lifted tremendously. She cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, Secretary. I'll take good care of myself. I'll inform you of the details once I find a suitable yoga studio." After concluding their conversation, she tidied up her belongings and prepared to leave the office. As she reminisced about her beloved little electric scooter, which had remained parked at the office during the holidays, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She decided to ride her cherished vehicle, feeling the exhilaration of the wind as she sped along, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation of the upcoming yoga journey. To assess whether the location was suitable, she first returned the scooter home. Preparing to walk over and take a look, she chose a yoga studio located within her community. Upon entering the yoga center, she was greeted by an ambience of elegance and tranquility, which immediately instilled a sense of relaxation. The receptionist warmly introduced her to the various courses and packages available, and she attentively listened and compared options. She discovered a diverse array of yoga classes, including Hatha Yoga, Vinyasa Yoga, and Yin Yoga, each accompanied by detailed descriptions that provided her with a clearer understanding of her interests. Beyond the courses, the studio also offered a range of facilities such as changing rooms, showers, and relaxation areas, all impeccably clean and tidy, creating a comfortable environment. Additionally, she noted that the coaching team comprised certified professionals with extensive teaching experience. However, she decided to take a promotional brochure and add the studio's WeChat account, thinking of exploring other options in case she found something more suitable elsewhere. Chapter 71. Acquiring a yoga membership. Once again, she embarked on her quest to discover yoga studios. This time, her gaze wandered beyond the confines of her community as she visited several renowned yoga establishments. Each venue boasted its unique style and charm, yet her heart remained drawn to the studio within her neighborhood. This particular yoga center not only featured an impressive scale and sophisticated decor but also boasted an astonishing proximity to her home, a significant allure for someone who cherished convenience. Upon returning home, she eagerly initiated a conversation with the receptionist via WeChat, inquiring in detail about course difficulties, target demographics, and teaching methodologies. The receptionist patiently addressed her questions and recommended the most suitable courses based on her physical condition and needs. Satisfied with the professionalism and warmth displayed by the receptionist, her fondness for the studio deepened. As evening descended, when Fu Chen returned home after a long day at work, the couple shared a cozy dinner. At the table, Chu Xi excitedly recounted her visit to the yoga studio, gesturing toward the promotional brochure on the coffee table for him to peruse. Fu Chen, intrigued, flipped through the brochure and expressed his unwavering support for her enthusiasm for yoga. He understood that for Chu Xi, yoga was not merely a form of exercise but a sanctuary for her soul and a means of relaxation. Observing the anticipation on her face, Fu Chen suggested, "Since you are so pleased with this studio, why not go there together after dinner? If conditions permit, we can sign up on the spot to prevent you from dwelling on it too long." Chu Xi readily accepted Fu Chen's proposal, and after their meal, they strolled hand in hand toward the yoga center. Under the guidance of the receptionist, they explored every corner of the studio, from the spacious, well-lit classrooms to the state-of-the-art training facilities and comfortable relaxation areas, all of which left Fu Chen equally impressed. He paid particular attention to the qualifications and experience of the instructors, recognizing the significance of having a competent coach in yoga practice. The receptionist, seemingly attuned to their thoughts, introduced them to several seasoned instructors and arranged a trial class for Chu Xi to experience. Dressed in comfortable workout attire, Chu Xi followed the gentle music and the instructor's guidance, beginning to relish the joy that yoga brought to her body and mind. Each movement allowed her to experience the release of tension and the flow of strength, as if she had forgotten all her worries. Completely immersed in the world of yoga, after the trial class, Chu Xi exited the classroom with a radiant smile, exclaiming to Fu Chen, "This feels amazing. I feel rejuvenated, as if I'd been reborn." Fu Chen, witnessing her satisfaction, felt a profound sense of contentment. He engaged in an in-depth discussion with the instructor, gaining insights into the specific training plans and precautions, deepening his understanding of yoga practice. He recognized that Chu Xi had long sought a suitable form of exercise to unwind and enhance herself. It now appeared that yoga was undoubtedly the ideal choice. After careful consideration, Chu Xi decided to enroll in a beginner Pilates yoga course, believing it would help her master fundamental yoga poses and breathing techniques while enhancing her flexibility and balance. Fu Chen wholeheartedly supported her decision and assisted her in completing the necessary procedures for personal training sessions. During her conversation with the instructor, the studio also provided a convenient app that allowed Chu Xi to book classes anytime, anywhere. This was the advantage of personal training. She could choose her schedule flexibly without having to conform to fixed class times. The staff, observing Fu Chen's thoughtful assistance in arranging everything for Chu Xi, couldn't help but praise her good fortune for having such a caring and handsome husband. When Chu Xi approached and discovered that Fu Chen had already settled the payment, she couldn't resist sticking out her tongue in surprise. The cost of 50,000 yuan far exceeded her original budget of several thousand. Yet, gazing into Fu Chen's gentle eyes, she realized that perhaps this was his way of supporting her passion. A warm current surged through her heart. Once the paperwork was completed, Fu Chen took Chu Xi's hand, and they left the yoga studio together. They strolled along the pathways of their community, relishing the tranquility and coolness of the night. Unable to contain herself, Chu Xi remarked, "I didn't expect personal training to be so expensive. Maybe I should give you my salary card as collateral, even though I haven't been paid yet." Fu Chen, hearing this, burst into laughter, saying, "What are you talking about? Are you worried I can't support you? As long as you're happy, spending a little money is no big deal." But Chu Xi attempted to say more. only to be interrupted by Fu Chun, who gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said tenderly, "No buts. Just rest assured, this amount is nothing to me. Besides, practicing yoga is a good thing, and I couldn't support you more." Chu Xi felt a surge of emotion at his words. She nestled against Fu Chun, savoring his warmth and strength. Leaning closer to her ear, Fu Chun whispered in a deep, magnetic voice, "However, if you truly want to thank me, you could wear that alluring little outfit for me to see tonight." Hearing this, Chu Xi's face flushed crimson, and she inwardly scolded him for being so forward. Just moments ago, she had found him considerate. Yet now he had turned cheeky, yet he seemed to never tire or grow weary. But instead of being genuinely upset, she found it amusing. If Fu Chun knew that her initial motivation for practicing yoga was to evade his advances, preventing him from seizing opportunities to cause mischief, he would likely be left speechless. Yet, it seemed that this decision was indeed a wise one. Playfully, Chu Xi shoved Fu Chun, feigning annoyance. "You're incorrigible, I wouldn't do that." With that, she broke free from his embrace and ran ahead. Fu Chun, seeing this, laughed and chased after her. They frolicked like children in the community, their laughter echoing in the night sky. After a while, Chu Xi grew tired and paused to catch her breath. Concerned, Fu Chun asked, "Are you alright? Not too tired, are you?" Chu Xi shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, just not used to running like this for a long time." Seizing the moment, Fu Chun suggested, "Then we should exercise together more often. It's good for our health." Chu Xi shot him a playful glare. "Are you trying to find an opportunity to take advantage of me?" Fu Chun quickly denied, "No way, I genuinely care about your health." As they walked side by side, laughing and chatting, they unknowingly arrived at their doorstep. Fu Chun felt an indescribable sense of ease wash over him, reminiscent of the carefree days of his youth, brimming with vitality and energy. Perhaps this was the relaxed state that today's youth sought. In such a state, he no longer felt the heavy burden of being the sole heir of the Fu family or the constraints of his responsibilities as a secretary. He could unreservedly express his true self, cherishing every moment spent with Chu Xi. This feeling captivated him, rendering him utterly enchanted. Chapter 72. The matter of the house. Upon returning home, Chu Xi felt physically and mentally fatigued, prompting her to head upstairs for a refreshing shower. While bathing, she remembered that she needed to update Su Mumu about her yoga course enrollment. When she informed Su Mumu that she had successfully signed up and made the payment, her friend was taken aback. It turned out that the course was remarkably expensive. Even more surprising was that Fu Chun had covered the cost. Su Mumu couldn't help but tease Chu Xi, saying, "Wow, you truly are a lucky one. Not only do you have a handsome and wealthy husband, but you also get to enjoy such perks. You're now the quintessential rich wife of a secretary." Chu Xi laughed and replied, "Oh, come on, don't exaggerate. I just found the price a bit unexpected. I almost offered him my salary card, which hasn't been paid yet." Su Mumu responded, "Hana, you're really something. How did I not notice your cleverness before? A salary card that hasn't been paid? You're going to make me laugh to death." Chu Xi defended herself, "Well, I had no choice. I genuinely intended to pay him back. But he wouldn't give me the chance." "What do you mean? He buys you a car and gives you pocket money. He doesn't need your trifling amount. Just take good care of yourself and give him a child." Su Mumu added a laughing emoji. "Wait, can I not have kids?" Chu Xi exclaimed in horror at her friend's words. "It is not permissible, my sister, to rely on the secretary's wife to whisper sweet nothings and elevate my position. By the way, are you coming to my place on the 11th? You won't be so infatuated with Secretary Fu's charm that you won't return, will you?" Su Mumu inquired. "Of course not, I will definitely go to your place," replied Chu Xi. "It's only a few days away, I can hardly wait. I'll take you to a little bar to see some handsome guys." Su Mumu began to daydream again, outlining her holiday plans for Chu Xi. Upon reading Su Mumu's messages, Chu Xi couldn't help but chuckle. She replied, "Ha, you little infatuated girl, all you think about is handsome guys." Su Mumu retorted, "Hee, in this life, one should seize the joy of the moment. Besides, it's nice to feast one's eyes on good-looking men." Chu Xi envisioned the scenes of their holiday escapades together, and her mood lightened considerably, filled with anticipation. Thankfully, the holiday was just around the corner, though the day of the schedule adjustment had left everyone feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Mumu added, "Oh, clever one, don't forget to grab your tickets. Are you flying back or taking the high-speed train?" Chu Xi suddenly remembered. Amidst her confusion over the past few days, she had indeed forgotten this important matter. Rubbing her head, she sheepishly replied, "Oh dear, I completely forgot. I might take the high-speed train back. However, I need to quickly figure out how to secure my tickets." Su Mumu laughed, "Ha, you scatterbrain, hurry and find your ticket-snatching strategies. Remember to prepare early, otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if there are no tickets left." Xu Xi nodded, saying, "Alright, thank you, Mumuna. I'll go look for some effective ticket buying tips right now. You should get to bed too." "Good night." Su Mumu replied, "Good night, my dear." Then she set down her phone and drifted off to sleep. Xu Xi opened her browser, searching for strategies and shared experiences on ticket purchasing. The plethora of information online dazzled her. Various ticket buying techniques and methods left her somewhat overwhelmed. She meticulously read each post, attempting to discern the most suitable approach for herself. Some netizens suggested registering an account in advance and completing personal information, while others recommended using specialized ticket buying software or plugins. Additionally, some mentioned the importance of selecting the right time and train schedules. As she perused these strategies, Xu Xi pondered how to make her return more convenient. After thorough research, she decided to heed the advice of fellow netizens and prepare adequately in advance, hoping to successfully secure a ticket home. That night, Xu Xi found it hard to sleep soundly, dreaming of ticket snatching. Fu Chen assumed she was merely exhausted from her yoga class, thus refraining from teasing her further. At most, he gave her a gentle kiss and a comforting embrace to lull her to sleep. The following morning, Xu Xi awoke early. She and Fu Chen had arranged to have breakfast separately at their respective workplaces. As they were about to leave, Fu Chen inquired whether Xu Xi wished to return her rented apartment. After all, the place had been vacant for quite some time, and he planned to transfer ownership of the property to her soon. If there were no objections, all procedures could be handled by Secretary Lu, requiring only her identification card. Upon hearing this proposal, Xu Xi was taken aback. As though in a dream, the car and pocket money had already overwhelmed her. Now he was offering her a house. Her mind was a flurry, inundated by so much information that she could hardly process it. Nearly nodding at him in a daze, she was aware that her rented apartment had remained unoccupied for a long time, serving little purpose beyond a mountain of luggage. Keeping it idle was indeed a tremendous waste, yet she was at a loss for how to resolve it, hence the delay. Initially, she intended to wait until the lease expired before considering her next steps, never expecting Fu Chen to take the initiative to assist her with the lease termination and even involve Secretary Lu. While she was surprised by Fu Chen's suggestion, she also recognized that it might be a more favorable solution. After all, both Fu Chen and Secretary Lu were seasoned individuals, capable of managing this matter efficiently. In contrast, she felt utterly clueless about such complex affairs, uncertain of where to even begin. Thus she decided to trust Fu Chen's advice, allowing professionals to help her navigate this predicament. From Fu Chen's perspective, Xu Xi had implicitly consented to all arrangements, including the transfer of the current property to her. His rationale was rooted in his own considerations. The car and pocket money represented his care and contributions as her boyfriend. Granting her the house signified that Xu Xi was the only woman he had genuinely fallen for. Regardless of what the future held, he desired to offer her a home, a sanctuary that would provide her with a sense of security. Even if the ultimate outcome was less than ideal, the house he gifted her would serve as a form of compensation, providing him with a modicum of solace. Subsequently, Xu Xi left her identification card and sent a photo of her prior signature to Fu Chen via WeChat, also passing along the landlord's WeChat contact to Secretary Lu. After completing these tasks, she hurriedly rode her electric bike, with Fu Chen following suit in his car. After watching her enter her workplace, he turned around to head back to his office. Chapter 73, terminating the lease and moving out. Upon arriving at her workplace, Xu Xi first diligently wiped her desk clean, ensuring it was spotless before slowly settling down. She felt a wave of happiness as she prepared to embark on her workday, slacking off. As time ticked by, approximately nearing noon, the office was suddenly filled with the crisp sound of a ringing telephone. Xu Xi answered the call. Realizing it was Secretary Lu, they meticulously verified various details concerning her rental agreement, including the amount of the deposit and the payment methods for the rent. Finally, Secretary Lu reminded her that she needed to come in the afternoon to organize and pack her belongings, so he could assist with the move, and inquired about her availability. He suggested that she take a leave of absence. Xu Xi enthusiastically agreed to meet him at 1 o'clock that afternoon. Acknowledging that Secretary Lu was handling her personal matters, however, agreeing was one thing, executing it was quite another. As a newcomer at the office, finding someone to request a leave from proved to be quite a headache. Fortunately, the clever young woman decided to consult Sister Wei during lunch, knowing that as a veteran in the office, she would likely have insights on how to request a leave. After arriving at the cafeteria, Xu Xi approached Sister Wei with her lunchbox, greeting her warmly. "Sister Wei, you look exceptionally beautiful today. The dress truly accentuates your figure and highlights your elegance." Sister Wei genuinely appreciated the flattery from this charming girl. Responding with a smile, "You sweet little thing, teasing me. At my age, how could I still have a figure?" Chu Xi laughed. "Nonsense, Sister Wei, you take such good care of yourself. Your age is a mystery, there is no way you're as old as you claim. Please wear more dresses in the future, they look wonderful on you." Sister Wei chuckled. "You little rascal, now I feel like I could eat 2 more bowls of rice." Chu Xi replied, "Eating more is good for your health. It nourishes your blood." Then, cautiously she asked, "By the way, is Sister Wei, whom should I approach for a leave of absence?" Sister Wei glanced at her, smiling as she answered, "How long do you plan to be away?" Chu Xi replied, "I have a personal matter to attend to, just a half day would suffice." Sister Wei smiled at Chu Xi, saying, "During this time you can simply approach your department head, Section Chief Lu, but be sure to explain the reason for your leave." Chu Xi gratefully nodded repeatedly, yet still felt puzzled, asking, "Is it really unnecessary to go to Director Yang?" With Sister Wei shook her head with a smile, responding, "Unless you want it recorded as an unexcused absence that affects your attendance. Then you should go to Director Yang." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi immediately covered her mouth in realization, her expression one of enlightenment, and exchanged a knowing glance with Sister Wei, seeing her adorable demeanor. Sister Wei couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to herself that this girl had just graduated from school and was still quite naive, always adhering to the rules and lacking flexibility. It seemed she would need to take the opportunity during lunch breaks to teach her some workplace wisdom. After finishing her meal, Chu Xi noticed that time was running short. She needed to find Section Chief Lu before his afternoon nap, lest she truly cause trouble by interrupting his rest. Thus she hurried to his office door and gently knocked. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, Chu Xi cautiously pushed the door open. Inside, Section Chief Lu was seated at his desk, intently reviewing documents. Upon noticing her entrance, he lifted his head, a warm smile spreading across his face as he gently asked, "Chu Xi, what brings you here?" With a heart full of trepidation, Chu Xi softly replied, "Section Chief Lu, I'm truly sorry, but I need to take a half-day leave this afternoon. There are some minor issues with my rented apartment that I need to address." After speaking, she anxiously awaited his response. Section Chief Lu regarded Chu Xi with a smile, nodding in understanding and agreement. He kindly said, "That's fine, no problem, but do take care of your safety. If you encounter any difficulties that you cannot resolve on your own, feel free to contact the office. We will do our utmost to assist you." Hearing Section Chief Lu's concern warmed Chu Xi's heart, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. With a lightened spirit, she exited the office, her steps buoyant as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. When Chu Xi hurriedly arrived at the rental apartment, she discovered Secretary Lu had been waiting in the room for quite some time. Chu Xi promptly greeted Secretary Lu and apologized for her tardiness due to taking leave, expressing her regret for keeping him waiting. Secretary Lu hurriedly responded, "No worries, I just arrived a little while ago." He understood in his heart that the woman before him was the one Fu Chen held dear, and he could never afford to offend her lightly. Moreover, having followed Fu Chen for so many years, he had never witnessed Fu Chen show such earnest concern for any girl, gifting her not only cars and houses but seemingly pouring out his heart and soul. Secretary Lu smiled and nodded, then gestured towards a pile of documents on the coffee table, saying, "Xiao Chu, please come over and check if these are the contracts you signed at that time." After speaking, he pointed to an envelope nearby and continued, "The rent you paid has been refunded, and since you stayed for a few days, I haven't deducted the deposit. Please see if this arrangement meets your satisfaction." Chu Xi looked at Secretary Lu in surprise. She had never expected the landlord would refund the rent. After all, the reason for her moving out was her own fault. She had breached the contract first. Gratefully, she replied to Secretary Lu, "Thank you so much. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. The refund has already taken me by surprise, and I am very satisfied with this resolution. I am genuinely thankful for your help and understanding." Secretary Lu smiled and waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality. "This is all part of my duty." A grateful smile spread across Chu Xi's face as she once again expressed her heartfelt thanks to Secretary Lu. She then picked up the documents from the coffee table and began to review them meticulously, ensuring the accuracy and completeness of each detail. After a thorough examination, she confirmed that all the documents were in order and conveyed this to Secretary Lu. "That's great," Secretary Lu replied with a smile. "If there are no other issues, I will proceed to take care of these documents." He looked at Chu Xi, admiration evident in his gaze, seemingly pleased with her attentiveness and diligence. Next, Secretary Lu pointed to a nearby empty box and bag, reminding her, "Now, we can begin to pack your belongings. Please label them properly and place them in the appropriate bags or boxes. The moving company will arrive shortly to assist you." Chu Xi nodded, indicating her understanding. She began to sort and pack her items swiftly and methodically. Clothes, books, and stationery were placed into different bags and boxes, each labeled for easy identification. Secretary Lu, displaying keen insight, offered to help carry some heavy items, providing considerable assistance to Chu Xi. Although she had not resided in this house for long, her personal belongings were still quite numerous. As time passed, the room gradually transformed into an organized and tidy space. With all items securely packed, they worked diligently for 2 hours and finally completed all tasks. Chapter 74. The gift of a house. Once all the trivial matters were settled, Secretary Lu skillfully dialed the moving company's number. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene and harmonious glow on the tidy floor. Fortunately, there were no large items to transport. They had already organized and packed away the smaller, yet vibrant, possessions of life. Upon the moving company's arrival, the staff swiftly and efficiently commenced their work, completing the moving tasks in no time, as if demonstrating the essence of professionalism through their actions. Subsequently, Secretary Lu drove Chu Xi to Fu Chen's residence. Upon their arrival, the moving company had already reached first, and the familiar items lay quietly in designated spots, awaiting their owner's reorganization. Secretary Lu attentively inquired about the placement of Chu Xi's belongings. The meticulous care evoking warmth in her heart. Chu Xi smiled and replied, asking them to place the items on the third floor, which was largely unoccupied, spacious, and bright, perfect for her to gradually organize and transform into her true home. As Chu Xi ascended to the third floor, she was taken aback to find workers industriously renovating the space, with an auntie present, who was beaming at her. The auntie's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Instilling a sense of familiarity, Mr. Fu specifically arranged for someone to convert a room into a yoga studio, she said with a hint of pride, as if sharing a delightful secret. Hearing this, Chu Xi felt an indescribable surge of emotion, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She thought to herself, Fu Chen is truly thoughtful, even transforming a room into a yoga studio for her. This gesture, so profound, filled her with both surprise and unease. She understood that Fu Chen was offering her not just material comforts but also emotional support and care. This sentiment was something she could not take lightly. If she did not sincerely engage in yoga practice, she would be remiss in acknowledging his earnest intentions. Seeing that Chu Xi's belongings were properly arranged, Secretary Lu took out a file folder. Smiling as he said, Miss Chu, this is the villa transfer paperwork that Secretary Fu asked me to handle for you. The property certificate and other documents are all in order. Please review them carefully. If you have any questions or concerns, feel free to contact me. With that, Secretary Lu handed the file folder to Chu Xi, the trust and respect inherent in the gesture leaving her somewhat astonished. Then, Secretary Lu added, well then, Miss Chu, please continue with your tasks. I still have some follow-up matters to discuss with the previous landlord. Chu Xi hurriedly expressed her sincere gratitude once more, aware that all of this was made possible by Secretary Lu's diligent efforts and thoughtful arrangements. After Secretary Lu left, Chu Xi found herself in a state of turmoil. Eagerly she opened the file folder, but when she saw its contents, she was rendered speechless. Fu Chen had actually transferred the villa into her name. This unexpected gift left her utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why Fu Chen would be so generous. Confusion and disorientation washed over her as she realized he had given her far too much luxury cars, property, gifts for which she felt incapable of repaying. She sank into contemplation. This is utterly absurd. He has given me so much. I can't possibly repay it. In her helplessness, Chu Xi decided to place the file folder in her study, positioning it prominently on her desk for future attention. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of a picture frame resting on the desk. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a drawing rendered in colored pencils. The subject was none other than herself, set against the backdrop of the Mid-Autumn Festival they had celebrated together. She was depicted strolling along the beach, her silhouette captured with exquisite detail, even the strands of her hair appearing to flutter in the breeze, as if she could feel the sea wind gently brushing her face. In that instant, Chu Xi felt transported back to that beautiful night, walking alongside Fu Chen on the beach, basking in the gentle moonlight and the caress of the waves. She gazed quietly at the drawing, warmth flooding her heart. It dawned on her that this artwork must have been created by Fu Chen himself, for he had promised to draw it when he returned. Having lacked the necessary tools at the time, studying the piece closely, she discerned that every stroke was imbued with his deep affection for her. This realization complicated her emotions, blending gratitude with guilt. She understood that Fu Chen had sacrificed so much for her, yet she felt unable to reciprocate his profound devotion. She took out her phone and sent Fu Chen a message. Dear Secretary, The villa is far too extravagant, and I truly don't need it. The file folder is on your desk. She hoped Fu Chen would understand her feelings and refrain from bestowing upon her such lavish gifts. However, after a while, Chu Xi stared at her phone for an extended period, yet there was no response from Fu Chen. In truth, Fu Chen had seen the message but felt that a reply would not suffice. He planned to discuss it with her in detail later that evening. Consequently, Chu Xi rested in her room, but the noise from the ongoing renovations made it impossible for her to sleep. She thought perhaps she could go to the yoga studio for practice, especially since she had just signed up, and a spark of enthusiasm stirred within her. She opened the yoga reservation app on her phone and found it exceedingly convenient to book a class. She scheduled a session with her trial class instructor. Given that most people were likely at work during this time, the classes were readily available. As she rummaged through her closet for her yoga gear, Chu Xi discovered several new sets of yoga attire, including well-prepared five-fingered socks, which the auntie seemed to have already washed for her. She was taken aback, realizing these thoughtful arrangements were likely orchestrated by Secretary Fu. A wave of indescribable emotion and guilt surged within her. She understood that Fu Chen had done far too much for her. Chu Xi selected a white tank top paired with green yoga pants. The fresh color combination accentuated her figure beautifully. She layered a loose-fitting cotton linen white shirt over it, wrapping it casually to avoid any revealing gaps, creating a relaxed and lively appearance. After styling her hair into a bun, she looked both adorable and spirited. Carrying her phone, she bid farewell to the auntie and stepped outside. As she walked along the path in the community, she reveled in the gentle breeze brushing against her face. Chapter 75. Inquiring about the reason. Upon arriving at the yoga studio, the instructor was already waiting in the lobby. He greeted Chu Xi with a smile and initiated a pleasant conversation as they made their way into a private room. Once inside, the instructor inquired carefully about Chu Xi's physical condition, health issues, and any special needs or limitations she might have. Since this was Chu Xi's first formal yoga practice, the instructor paid particular attention to her situation. When asked about her expectations for this practice, Chu Xi hesitated. She had not given much thought to the matter, nor did she possess any explicit goals or desires. She merely felt that yoga could aid her in relaxing both body and mind, enhancing her flexibility and balance, yet she had not contemplated her specific aspirations. The instructor patiently elucidated that each individual practices yoga for varied purposes, such as weight loss, strengthening core muscles, or improving sleep quality. She encouraged Chu Xi to reflect on what she hoped to gain from her yoga practice, so that she could better tailor her training regimen. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Chu Xi candidly admitted that she had no particular weight loss goals. Her primary focus was on using yoga to adjust her physical state, enabling her to feel more comfortable and healthy. The instructor understood and devised a comprehensive course based on her needs. The first class primarily focused on teaching her the art of breathing, which is fundamental for beginners in yoga. They began with diaphragmatic breathing, followed by simple stretches that incorporated breathwork from the instructor's perspective. The young lady exhibited a certain grace. She comprehended the instructions well, though her practical application still required refinement. Given that she had just begun her journey, Chu Xi harbored a fondness for her instructor, Xia, who, despite being older, possessed a wealth of teaching experience and consistently encouraged her. Xia later introduced her to yoga balls and kettlebells, which Chu Xi found quite enjoyable. She also learned how to use a foam roller. What was intended to be a 1-hour session extended to 2, and Chu Xi joyfully expressed her desire to arrange another meeting in a few days. She had always perceived yoga as a solemn practice of postures, yet she discovered that it encompassed a rich array of experiences. When the instructor escorted Chu Xi to the door, she was surprised to find Fu Chen waiting for her. A glance at the time revealed it was already past 6. If he had no social engagements, he would have finished work by now. It was likely that the housekeeper informed Fu Chen of her yoga practice. As Fu Chen observed Chu Xi clad in form-fitting yoga attire, it not only accentuated her graceful figure but also exuded an aura of health and confidence. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hair had loosened somewhat due to the exertion. Fu Chen approached her, naturally wrapping his arms around her, and with a smile inquired, "How do you feel?" Chu Xi excitedly shared her experience from the class, her words brimming with affection for yoga and anticipation for future workouts. Fu Chen listened attentively. He suggested they head home for dinner. Chu Xi readily agreed, and the two strolled through the community, chatting amiably, the atmosphere light and pleasant. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at her doorstep. Once inside, Chu Xi crouched down to remove her five-toed socks. Wearing such toe-separating socks for an extended period felt quite unfamiliar. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted into the air, and in shock, she exclaimed, instinctively clutching Fu Chen's shirt, "What are you doing?" Put me down, Chu Xi urged, pushing against Fu Chen's chest. I haven't even showered yet, I'm all sweaty and it smells terrible. Nevertheless, Fu Chen remained undeterred. He held her tightly. Striding confidently toward the study, despite Chu Xi's continuous struggles, Fu Chen's strength rendered her efforts futile. Upon entering the study, he gently placed her atop the desk and enveloped her in his embrace. Where's the sweat? Where's the odor? Let me have a whiff, he teased, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer. Chu Xi exerted all her strength to push him away. But her efforts were in vain. He was as immovable as a mountain. Fu Chen carefully carried Chu Xi into the bathroom, tenderly assisting her in washing away the sweat. He used warm water to gently cleanse her skin, each motion imbued with affection and care. Once they had finished bathing, he laid Chu Xi on the soft bed, allowing her to rest. Lying there, she closed her eyes and took deep breaths, feeling utterly exhausted. After a while, she finally stirred from her slumber, opening her eyes to find Fu Chen seated at the edge of the bed, gazing at her with profound concern and love, causing her heart to flutter once more. How do you feel? Fu Chen softly inquired, his tone filled with tenderness, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Not good, very bad, Chu Xi replied, a hint of playfulness in her voice, though she genuinely felt a bit aggrieved. Fu Chen gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly, then I shall be more delicate in the future. He then continued to probe, why did you decline this apartment? Chu Xi lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she explained. You just gifted me a car and provided me with a generous allowance. I feel at a loss regarding how to repay you, and now you offer me a house. Even selling myself wouldn't suffice to repay your kindness. Fu Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why are you always thinking about repaying me? Chu Xi paused for a moment, ultimately voicing her inner fears. I'm afraid, what if in the future, we cannot be together? If I take so much from you, I would feel uneasy. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's expression darkened, a surge of anger swelling within him. It became apparent that Chu Xi subconsciously entertained the possibility of separation. Even contemplating the repercussions of leaving him, he took a deep breath to calm himself and then earnestly assured her, such a scenario will not occur, even if we were to part ways. The material possessions I offer you are given freely. Chu Xi blinked her large eyes, looking at him with confusion. Are you trying to compensate me? It's really unnecessary, I don't lack for these things. Each person has their own abilities and lifestyles. If you let a small employee like me live in a villa, I would feel unworthy. Fu Chen found himself genuinely curious about the peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. He suspected that even if he spoke until hoarse, he would not be able to convince her. So he feigned a stern expression and said seriously, if you disagree, then we shall continue as we are. You won't be getting out of bed again. Chu Xi was startled, her body trembling like a frightened rabbit, instinctively wrapping the blanket tightly around herself. Then, she feigned calmness and softly suggested, how about you put it aside for now, and we can discuss it later if needed. At that moment, she could only resort to this delaying tactic to buy some time. Seeing her anxious demeanor, a smile crept into Fu Chen's heart. He understood that she had yet to fully grasp the significance of material possessions, but he was willing to give her the time to grow and understand. He gently nodded in agreement with her proposal, contemplating that perhaps as she matured further, she would recognize that the benefits of material wealth extend beyond mere surface enjoyment, serving as a deeper, more tangible security in life. Chapter 76. Acting cute. Fu Chen extended his hand to gently grasp Chu Xi's arm, tenderly pulling her from the bed. Darling, it's time to rise. Let us go downstairs for something to eat and replenish our energy. At this point, Fu Chen hesitated momentarily, though Chu Xi felt somewhat bashful. Her curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to clarify why Fu Chen had been so forceful earlier, as if he were sulking. Summoning her courage, albeit timidly, she embraced Fu Chen from behind, pressing closely against him, and in a near whisper she asked, what was that about just now? Fu Chen understood her implication and inwardly sighed, pondering how he could not reveal to her that her refusal of the apartment had left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Even considering the notion that she might leave him, a thought he found unbearable, yet he had no intention of sharing these inner tumultuous feelings with Chu Xi. A sly smile crept onto his face as he replied softly, because my darling is a little vixen, deliberately wearing such alluring attire to entice me. Upon hearing Fu Chen's words, Chu Xi was momentarily taken aback, a wave of disbelief washing over her. She recalled having worn even more revealing clothing in the past. Yet Fu Chen had always been considerate of her feelings, never losing control as he had today. Could this man truly be so fickle? Chu Xi shook her head in resignation, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further. Instead, she playfully pleaded with Fu Chen, all right then, how about you carry me downstairs for dinner? Faced with Chu Xi's playful request, Fu Chen found himself utterly defenseless. With a smile, he turned around, squatting down to invite her onto his back. Seeing this, Chu Xi gleefully climbed onto Fu Chen's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. Thus, Fu Chen carried Chu Xi step by step down the stairs. Once downstairs, he gently placed her on the soft sofa and tenderly switched on the television. Chu Xi curled up on the sofa like a lazy kitten, quietly watching the programs. Meanwhile, Fu Chen entered the kitchen, carefully reheating the dishes, hoping to make them warm and appetizing. Once the food was ready, Chu Xi began to savor her meal but soon realized that the entire room was eerily quiet. Disliking the overly tranquil atmosphere, she attempted to initiate conversation to break the silence. I saw that portrait on your desk today. Fu Chen regarded her with keen interest, smiling as he asked, "Are you fond of that painting?" Chu Xi beamed a sweet smile, nodding as she replied, "It's beautiful, and I really like it." Hearing this, a warm sensation surged within Fu Chen. However, he decided to tease her further. "You like it? But I won't be giving it to you. Don't forget, I promise to paint you a new portrait every year." Upon hearing Fu Chen's words, Chu Xi shot him a playful glare, exclaiming, "Humph, you stingy fellow." Deep down, she understood that Fu Chen was merely jesting with her. Nevertheless, she deliberately feigned anger, curious to see how he would coax her. Unable to suppress his laughter, Fu Chen moved to sit beside Chu Xi, gently stroking her hair. "All right, don't be upset. Once this year concludes, I shall gift you that painting. How does that sound?" In truth, Chu Xi was not genuinely angry. She leaned against Fu Chen's embrace, playfully declaring, "Very well, I shall forgive you. However, you must not tease me like this again." Fu Chen held her tightly, softly yet firmly assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not provoke your ire again." His voice was akin to a gentle breeze beneath the warm sun of spring. Soothing and tender, Chu Xi nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nestled against him, feeling his warmth and strength, her heart brimming with tranquility and reassurance. Just then, a melodious ringtone interrupted their moment. Chu Xi glanced at her phone, which she had placed by the entrance. It was a call from her father. "Hello, my dear, have you eaten yet?" Her father's voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, I have." "Is there something you need?" Chu Xi inquired, puzzled. "When are you returning for the holiday? Are you taking a plane or the high-speed train? Have you bought your ticket?" her father asked with concern. "I plan to take the high-speed train. The airport is too far, and the train is more convenient. However, I haven't secured a ticket yet, probably tomorrow afternoon." Chu Xi explained her plans in detail. "All right, just remember to book your ticket in advance. If it becomes too difficult, I can come pick you up," her father suggested. No, that would be too much trouble," Chu Xi quickly declined. "Then once you have your ticket, do remember to call your father," her father reminded her. I know. Bye-bye, Dad," Chu Xi replied before hanging up. Returning to the living room, she found Fu Chen watching her with a hint of reluctance in his gaze. "When will you be going back for the holiday?" he asked softly. Chu Xi nodded, a resigned smile on her face. "It depends on what tickets I can grab. My parents are eagerly anticipating my return." Fu Chen nodded in understanding, comforting her. "Then go back. It will also give you a chance to spend time with your uncle and aunt." After a brief pause, he added, "I shall take you to the train station when the time comes." Chu Xi felt a surge of gratitude but shook her head. "No need, I can catch a taxi." Fu Chen, however, insisted, "Let me take you." After a moment's hesitation, she finally relented. "All right, then I shall trouble you." Fu Chen playfully pinched her waist. "Warning, if you continue to act so distant, I might have to punish you." Chu Xi quickly covered her mouth with her hands, looking adorably apprehensive, genuinely fearful of Fu Chen's affectionate retribution. Chapter 77. A new task. Chu Xi promptly took out her phone, setting an alarm for ticket booking, reminding herself not to forget, for otherwise, she would truly be unable to return home. After all, this trip home held profound significance for her, with many important matters awaiting her attention. She longed for the warmth of her parents' embrace and yearned to chat and shop with her good friend Su Mumu, sharing every little detail of her experiences here. Perhaps this is the unique little secret shared among girls. Fu Chen watched her with a fond expression as she busily prepared, and when she finished, she volunteered to help clear the dishes. However, Fu Chen insisted she relax and enjoy watching television while he tidied up. Chu Xi accepted this without protest, snuggling back into the sofa to binge-watch a show, embodying the carefree nature of someone deeply loved. Fu Chen even brought her some snacks, but this time she left them untouched. He looked at her, puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry?" Chu Xi earnestly replied, "I just took a shower. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty." Fu Chen found her utterly adorable and playfully pinched her cheek before returning to his study to continue his work. In the study, Fu Chen busied himself, occasionally glancing into the living room to see Chu Xi sitting quietly engrossed in the drama. A smile crept onto his lips. This little woman never failed to bring him endless warmth and joy. filling his heart with immeasurable happiness. As time passed, Fu Chen finally completed his tasks. He gently exited the study and made his way to the living room, where he found Chu Xi still lost in the plot. He sat beside her and softly enveloped her in his arms. "Darling, I'm done with my work," he said tenderly. Chu Xi turned to face him, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Thank you for your hard work," she replied softly. Fu Chen lowered his head, kissing her forehead. "Having you is a blessing. I am truly happy," he expressed with deep affection. Chu Xi smiled slightly, whispering, "I love you." Her declaration was simple yet direct, a heartfelt expression of her inner feelings. Fu Chen embraced her tightly, savoring her warmth and love. "I love you too," he murmured. Chu Xi's heart raced like a startled deer. Mustering her courage, she swiftly pressed a gentle kiss against Fu Chen's lips, her voice laced with shyness and sweetness as she whispered, "Good night, my love." In a flurry, she pulled away from the astonished Fu Chen and dashed off, forgetting her favorite drama, leaving behind a trail of light-hearted laughter that echoed in the air. Fu Chen found himself momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of affection. His expression shifted from surprise to overwhelming joy, a reluctant yet adoring smile gracing his lips. He watched Chu Xi's hurried retreat, his heart swelling with warmth and contentment. The room was softly lit, and the air lingered with the faint, enchanting scent she had left behind, promising a cozy and beautiful night ahead. The following morning, Chu Xi was awakened by Fu Chen's gentle kisses, as she had not ridden back on her electric scooter. Today, he was taking her to work due to an upcoming meeting. They quickly departed from their usual spot. After being dropped off, Chu Xi leisurely made her way to the cafeteria for breakfast before heading to her office. Upon entering her office, she began her routine of tidying up her desk when Lu Ku approached her, saying, "Xia Chu, come with me. We need to go to Director Yang's office." Chu Xi nodded and followed Lu Ku to the office door, lightly knocking. "Come in," a steady voice called from within. They entered to find Director Yang seated at his desk, a warm smile on his face as he regarded them. "Chu Xi, you're here. Please have a seat," he welcomed her enthusiastically. Chu Xi and Lu Ku settled onto the sofa, while Director Yang returned to his seat, his smile unwavering as he looked at Chu Xi. "A holiday is approaching. You'll be able to visit home soon," Director Yang noted with concern. Chu Xi gratefully nodded, responding with a smile, "Yes, I plan to book tickets this afternoon." Director Yang continued, "Is there anything else you're facing difficulties with? If so, don't hesitate to mention it. The organization will do its utmost to assist you." Touched, Chu Xi replied, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is going quite smoothly at the moment." Director Yang encouraged her with a smile. "That's good to hear. Young people should work hard while also taking care of their health. Feel free to report any needs to the organization at any time." Chu Xi expressed her gratitude repeatedly, assuring him she would work diligently to meet his expectations. Director Yang waved his hand, indicating she need not be overly polite, before continuing, "There is another matter for which I called you here. A key project in the city is nearing completion, and the leadership is highly attentive to it. Given your and Xiao Luo's outstanding performance during the last inspection, you both have accumulated relevant experience. So we need you to assist the quality inspection station with the acceptance of safety documentation. Although this project mainly involves road construction, the mountainous terrain here necessitates tunnel excavation, thus requiring extra caution on your part." Lu Ku immediately stood, his demeanor serious as he assured Director Yang, "You can rest assured, I and Chu Xi will take this task seriously and responsibly. We will do our utmost to ensure its successful completion." His voice was filled with determination and confidence. Chu Xi, standing beside him, nodded resolutely in agreement, her eyes reflecting her enthusiasm and sense of duty, as if she were fully prepared. Director Yang looked at them both with satisfaction, nodding slightly in recognition of their attitudes. "Seeing your work ethic reassures me. While this task is important, there is no need to rush. You can start after the National Day holiday, that will be all. You both may return to your work now," he concluded, waving them off. Upon returning to her office, Chu Xi had barely settled in when she received a flurry of documents from Lu Ku. These documents detailed the project's specifics, including the participating construction units, their qualifications, and current progress, along with all correspondence files. Furthermore, these were copies, as they were notifying all participating units to submit their materials. Chu Xi was taken aback by Lu Ku's swift preparations. She hadn't expected him to be so proactive. In an instant, the leisurely days she had enjoyed seemed to be coming to an end. Chu Xi enthusiastically agreed verbally, yet internally she found herself still trying to organize her thoughts. Just then, a flash of a WeChat notification on her phone pulled her from her reverie. She picked up her phone and discovered a message from her dear friend Sumumu, just a friendly reminder. "My clever one, don't forget to snatch those tickets home later." Upon reading this message, a warm current surged within Chu Xi, yet it simultaneously fortified her resolve to return home as soon as possible. With a sigh she replied, "Sister, I've been assigned yet another task ahead of schedule. This holiday is turning out to be quite unpleasant. The key issue is that I wanted to leave early." Her words revealed a hint of helplessness and disappointment. Sumumu quickly responded, "You have Secretary Fu backing you up. Just call out Brother Secretary a few times tonight and let him handle these trivial matters." Chu Xi couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "If you keep this up, our sisterhood may just come to an end." Sumumu, sensing her playful tone, immediately sent a cute emoji, as if to say, all right, I acknowledge my mistake, don't be upset." Upon seeing the emoji, Chu Xi's mood brightened considerably. Chapter 78, Snatching Tickets. Under the inspiration of her friend, Chu Xi suddenly realized how foolish her previous thoughts had been, thus, she decisively chose to pursue the tickets, setting aside her current work. For returning home was the most important matter at hand. She then began to frantically search for ticket-snatching strategies on Xiaohongshu, meticulously studying every detail, even scrutinizing the office's internet speed. Finally, as the alarm on her phone rang, her heart raced with anxiety, her restless hands flitted about like ants on a hot pan, continuously refreshing the page while pacing back and forth, as if this movement could somehow coax more Wi-Fi signals into existence. When the clock struck 2:30, she swiftly clicked into the page, only to find that all the high-speed train tickets had already turned into a standby status. At this revelation, her heart sank. However, she did not give up. Instead, she immediately opted for standby, knowing that it was the only glimmer of hope. Gazing at the 50% standby success rate displayed on the screen, she sighed in resignation and gently set her phone aside, silently praying for a miracle to occur. Sumumu, like a flash of lightning, immediately inquired about the ticket situation. Chu Xi could only weakly respond that she was on standby. Sumumu suggested, "Why not take a flight instead?" Chu Xi felt conflicted and replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. We can decide if it comes to that." Just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly chimed with a message. Upon checking, she found a text notifying her that her standby ticket purchase had been successful. Overwhelmed with excitement, she nearly jumped up, quickly opened the app to confirm, and immediately messaged Sumumu. Sumumu was thrilled for her and reminded her to be cautious on the journey. She then assigned her another task, not to forget the tickets she had just secured. Chu Xi silently set another alarm and began organizing the materials sent by Lu Ku, with a new task at hand. Time seemed to fly by for her. As the workday came to an end, Chu Xi leisurely rode her electric bike home. She had skipped yoga today, deciding to take a day of rest, as it truly required physical exertion. Fu Chen called her, instructing her to have dinner on her own as he would be late due to social obligations. This news delighted Chu Xi. She could enjoy a leisurely dinner alone while catching up on her favorite shows. After finishing her meal in the series, she prepared to wash up and sleep. Suddenly, she heard some noise downstairs, thinking perhaps Fu Chen had returned. Moments later, the sounds indicated that he was indeed coming upstairs. Fu Chen, reeking of alcohol and with bleary eyes, embraced Chu Xi as soon as he walked in. He murmured that he shouldn't have come back so late, leaving her to feel lonely, and that he missed her dearly. Hearing this, Chu Xi's heart softened. She gently patted his back and said, "It's all right, I understand you're busy with work. Go wash up quickly, or you'll have a headache tomorrow." Fu Chen nodded and headed to the bathroom. Chu Xi prepared warm water for him, and by the time he emerged from his shower, he was much more alert. Looking at Chu Xi, Fu Chen suddenly asked seriously, "Did you manage to snag your ticket home?" Chu Xi replied, "Yes, I finally got it after much effort." Fu Chen continued, "What about your return ticket?" Chu Xi smiled, "I'm preparing to grab that one too. I've already set an alarm." Fu Chen said, "I also plan to go home during the National Day holiday. If it's convenient, I could pick you up on the way back." Chu Xi widened her eyes. "Do you even know where my home is?" "That sounds too exhausting. I can manage on my own." Fu Chen lay beside her, saying, "I don't find it exhausting at all, after so many days apart." You miss me?" Chu Xi blinked and replied, "I do, but I'd rather not have you overexert yourself." She thought to herself that it was merely a 7-day trip, and she would soon return to her laborious routine. Fu Chen gazed at her and said, "I don't consider picking you up to be a burden." Unable to contain her laughter, Chu Xi lightly tapped Fu Chen's shoulder and said, "You are quite stubborn. However, I genuinely appreciate your concern and care. Still, I hope you can rest well and not tire yourself out." Fu Chen nodded in understanding but remained insistent on picking her up. Their conversation unfolded in a warm albeit slightly contentious atmosphere. As night deepened, the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room, adding a touch of softness to the tranquil evening. Watching Fu Chen gradually drift into slumber beside her, Chu Xi felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She recognized that no matter how weary he became, Fu Chen was always willing to give everything for her. A profound affection that left her both touched and somewhat anxious. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Chu Xi rose quietly. She didn't want to awaken Fu Chen with her movements, especially since he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol the night before and needed ample rest. Stealthily, she tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She thought, while she couldn't have Fu Chen take her home and back, at least she could express her gratitude with a delicious breakfast. In the kitchen, Chu Xi worked skillfully, and soon the aroma of perfectly cooked eggs, toasted bread, and a steaming cup of milk filled the air. Beautifully arranged on the dining table, she gently approached the bedside and softly called out, "Fu Chen, it's time to wake up. Breakfast is ready." Fu Chen rubbed his eyes and gazed at Chu Xi with a sleepy smile. "You got up so early to make breakfast? You're such a trooper." With that, he quickly dressed, washed up, and joined her at the table to savor the breakfast she had lovingly prepared. After all, this was Chu Xi's first time making breakfast for him. Chapter 79. Preparing to go home. Seated opposite each other, they relished the exquisite meal laid out before them. Sunlight streamed onto the table, imbuing the meal with a warm and inviting aura. Fu Chen gently stirred his milk, his eyes reflecting a deep affection for Chu Xi. He naturally inquired, "Darling, do you have any plans for the National Day holiday?" His tone brimmed with anticipation, as if he hoped to spend this rare holiday together with her. Chu Xi smiled and replied, her voice soft and warm, "Well, I don't have any special arrangements. I just want to visit my parents. It's not often I get a long holiday, and I should spend more time with them. I might also attend some family gatherings to feel the warmth of our big family. Additionally, I want to see Mumu. She has so many secrets to share with me." As she spoke, she took a gentle bite of her bread, her eyes reflecting tenderness and care. Fu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. His smile carried a hint of teasing, but more so, it was filled with indulgence and understanding. "It seems your holiday plans leave no room for me." The corners of his mouth curled upward, his eyes sparkling with affection. Chu Xi playfully blinked and tore off a piece of bread, saying, "Oh dear, our secretary Fu was quite the busy bee. How could I dare to disturb you?" However, she reassured him, "But don't worry, you're always in my heart, and I'll think of you wherever I go." Her radiant smile shone like sunlight, warming the heart and seeming to dispel all shadows. Fu Chen gazed at her, his heart brimming with love and emotion. He took a deep breath and asked, "So where do you plan to take the high-speed train to? How will you get home afterward?" His words were laced with concern and worry, fearing that Chu Xi might encounter difficulties on her journey home. Chu Xi replied, "There is a high-speed train directly to Jiaxing, and my dad will pick me up at the station. I've already spoken with them, and they're really looking forward to our family reunion." Imagining the scene of being reunited with her family, her face broke into a blissful smile, as if she were already enveloped in that cozy familial atmosphere. Fu Chen nodded, realizing that the young lady had meticulously arranged her travel plans. He then pointed to his watch and said, "We're almost late for work, just leave your things here, the maid will tidy up later. I'll take you to the office first, and then I'll get back to my own matters." His tone was gentle yet carried an undeniable firmness. After speaking, Fu Chen picked up his car keys, ready to drive Chu Xi to work. However, she insisted on riding her electric bike instead. She explained that it felt freer, allowing her to embrace the wind and warmth of the sun. Fu Chen smiled and made no objections, knowing that Chu Xi cherished the feeling of freedom and was willing to accompany her in enjoying this simple pleasure. Thus, they walked to the entrance together. Chu Xi inserted the key into her electric bike's lock, happily donned her helmet and prepared to set off, while Fu Chen followed closely behind in his car. Riding along the street, Chu Xi occasionally glanced back to check if Fu Chen was still trailing behind her. Each time she caught sight of his vehicle, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, as though she were silently conveying her gratitude and joy to him. Fu Chen, in turn, quietly safeguarded her, his eyes brimming with indulgence and affection. He understood that as long as Chu Xi was happy, he would be willing to do anything for her. After watching her enter her workplace, Fu Chen silently drove away. This act had become a habitual part of his life, indelibly etched in his memory. Whenever he reminisced about this scene, a warm current of happiness surged within him. Meanwhile, upon arriving at her office, Chu Xi embarked on her busy day. While working, she began a countdown to her holiday, eagerly anticipating her reunion with family. Such hopeful days made time seem to pass swiftly. In the ensuing days, she found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of tasks, juggling a demanding workload while preparing meticulously for her return home. The yoga classes she had originally planned were temporarily set aside, as she devoted herself wholeheartedly to selecting thoughtful gifts for her family. She yearned to choose something special for each family member. To express her love and blessings, she scoured malls and online stores, eventually curating a collection of carefully chosen gifts, each imbued with her profound affection for them. Simultaneously, she did not neglect the crucial task of securing return tickets. Although the ticket purchasing process remained fraught with tension and uncertainty, her prior experience rendered her more composed this time. She meticulously mapped out her itinerary in time, preparing 2 or 3 train options. Hoping to successfully snatch a return ticket, however, matters did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Despite her persistent efforts, the standby return tickets remained just that, leaving her feeling anxious and unsettled. She worried about the possibility of not returning to work on time, especially after the new tasks assigned by Director Yang. Her close friend, Su Mumu, was also anxious on her behalf. Su Mumu tirelessly sought various strategies and methods, hoping to assist Chu Xi in securing her return ticket. She suggested that Chu Xi call 12306 or send a message for help, yet the outcomes were far from satisfactory. On the other end of the line, she was met only with robotic responses, offering no substantial assistance. With a hint of helplessness, Chu Xi sighed, yet she refused to relinquish hope. She knew Fu Chen was also keeping tabs on her ticket situation. Whenever he inquired, she would smile and tell him, "Still on standby, but it's alright, there will always be a way." Fu Chen would always respond with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry, everything will turn out fine. If worst comes to worst, I can always drive to pick you up." His words, laced with a hint of playful teasing and confidence, seemed to suggest that he could resolve any issue. Chu Xi found herself both amused and touched, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She understood that Fu Chen always cared for her, supporting her unconditionally, standing by her side through every challenge. This profound affection filled her with immense happiness and contentment. As time passed, the National Day holiday drew nearer, and Chu Xi's mood lightened, becoming increasingly joyful. She believed that there would always be a solution to the ticket dilemma. Moreover, with Fu Chen silently dedicating himself to her well-being, she felt enveloped in boundless love and warmth. This relationship was something she cherished deeply and appreciated immensely. Chapter 80. Homecoming. On the eve of the National Day holiday, Chu Xi thoughtfully brought a cup of milk tea and greeted Lu Ku, hoping to leave work early to organize her luggage. After all, she was heading home for the holiday, and it was best to pack early, especially since she would be returning with Fu Chen. Upon seeing Chu Xi, Luca smiled and asked, "Little Chu, is there something you need?" Chu Xi set down her milk tea and replied with a smile, "Leader, I would like to request some time off. I want to leave early to pack my things." Luca nodded. "Alright, no problem. It's almost time to finish up anyway, so you can head off." Chu Xi gratefully said, "Thank you, leader. I'll take my leave now." Luca waved her off. "Go on, be safe on your way." Joyfully, Chu Xi left the office, relishing the feeling of leaving work early. She decided to stop by the supermarket to purchase some snacks and drinks for the journey. At the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart, she carefully selected various treats and beverages, considering Fu Chen's favorite flavors and realizing the refrigerator at home was running low on drinks. She bought a few extra bottles. Upon returning to her residence, Chu Xi set about packing her luggage. However, to her surprise, she found that her suitcase had already been packed. It was unmistakably the work of Fu Chen, given his impeccable performance during the mid-autumn holiday packing. She didn't even feel the need to check the contents. She knew Fu Chen must have prepared everything, including all the essentials for the journey. On top of the suitcase lay 2 magazines, alongside a bag of snacks and drinks. Looking at the snacks and drinks she had just bought, she couldn't help but chuckle. She realized her earlier actions had been somewhat superfluous, for with Fu Chen around, such details were hardly her concern. She set aside the items in her hands and approached the suitcase, gently caressing the magazines atop it. These 2 magazines were of her favorite genre, proving that Fu Chen truly understood her well. As she picked up one magazine and opened it, a note slipped out, reading, "Darling, you can read these magazines on the road if you get bored." A wave of warmth washed over her, as she recognized Fu Chen's thoughtful care in even the smallest details. Beside the suitcase lay a brand new Dior tote bag, its color a timeless classic. Chu Xi couldn't help but marvel at it, thinking to herself, "This man certainly has exquisite taste. It seems that being around him means I only need to bring myself, with no need to ponder over anything else." Afterward, she called the courier company to request a pickup, packaging some gifts intended for her family for the courier. When Fu Chen returned that evening, he found Chu Xi on the sofa, munching on snacks while engrossed in a show. After changing his shoes, he sat beside her and gently inquired, "Darling, have you packed everything?" Chu Xi nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, since you've already packed for me, I don't have to worry about it anymore. But how did you know I liked those 2 magazines?" Fu Chen's lips curled into a tender smile as he explained, "I noticed you flipping through those magazines before, so I got them for you. By the way, what do you think of the bag? It is not only beautiful but also practical, allowing you to carry your magazines and snacks so you can read anytime." Chu Xi's eyes sparkled, her smile broadening as she praised, "This bag is fantastic. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it's also incredibly functional. I'm very satisfied. Fu Chen couldn't help but beam with pride, gazing at Chu Xi with warmth as he teased. Just praising me verbally isn't enough. Understanding his implication, Chu Xi quickly tiptoed and placed a sweet kiss on Fu Chen's cheek, playfully replying, "Thank you, my dear old treasure. It's quite late. We should get some rest. After all, I have to catch the high-speed train tomorrow." Her words struck a chord deep within Fu Chen's heart, and with a resigned sigh, he reluctantly released Chu Xi. Allowing her to retreat to her room for the night. However, Chu Xi had underestimated Fu Chen. He was a cunning fox.by midnight. She felt as though she were sleeping beside a furnace, overwhelmed by heat. Despite her attempts to evade it, she found it impossible to escape. Fu Chen, feeling her movements, could no longer suppress his desires. Knowing she was headed home the next day only intensified his urgency. And he rolled over, pinning her down. Chu Xi's breathing quickened, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Chen's neck. Seeing this, Fu Chen felt a rush of excitement. Kissing her more fervently as his hands began to wander. That night, Chu Xi was enveloped in a haze of sensations. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing the room in warmth. Still lost in slumber, Chu Xi was suddenly pulled from her cozy cocoon. She blinked her bleary eyes and found Fu Chen standing by the bed, smiling down at her. "Time to get up, sleepyhead," he gently urged. Chu Xi rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Still feeling a bit groggy, yawning, she shuffled into the bathroom to freshen up. Once she was ready and emerged from the bathroom, Fu Chen had already prepared breakfast. Glancing at her reflection, she noted she was wearing a simple white t-shirt paired with black yoga pants, topped off with a loose long coat, exuding both comfort and style. Fu Chen was quite pleased with her appearance, appreciating how it was not only simple and elegant but also modestly concealed her curves. He smiled at her, saying, "You look great in that outfit, all bundled up." With that, he took her hand, leading her to the dining table to enjoy breakfast together. After their meal, Fu Chen drove Chu Xi to the high-speed train station. Upon their arrival, time seemed to fly, and before long, it was time for them to part ways. Fu Chen held Chu Xi tightly in his embrace, showering her forehead, cheeks, and lips with kisses, as if he wished to convey all his love to her. He whispered softly in her ear, "Be careful on the road, and remember to call me when you get home." Feeling the warmth of Fu Chen's care and affection, Chu Xi's heart swelled with warmth. She nodded in response, assuring him, "I know, don't worry." Subsequently, she merged into the bustling crowd, making her way into the high-speed train station, while Fu Chen stood outside, watching her silhouette gradually vanish among the throng. As the train slowly departed from the platform, Chu Xi sat by the window, gazing at the rushing scenery outside, her heart filled with both longing for home and anticipation for the journey ahead. She took out her phone and sent Fu Chen a message, "I've boarded the train, don't worry, I'll let you know when I get home." Fu Chen replied promptly, "Stay safe, waiting for your good news." These simple words carried profound concern and reluctance. On her journey home, Chu Xi felt exceptionally at ease. She listened to soft music, occasionally flipping through the book Fu Chen had prepared for her, and sometimes gazing out at the passing landscapes, relishing this rare tranquility. Several hours later, as the train gently pulled into the final station, Chu Xi, dragging her suitcase, stepped onto familiar soil. In that moment, she felt enveloped by the warmth of home. Chapter 81. Homecoming. As Chu Xi walked slowly out of the station amidst the bustling crowd, her gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding environment. At that moment, she spotted a familiar figure standing at their designated meeting spot. Waiting for her, it was her beloved father, his face radiating with anticipation and joy, his eyes focused on the exit as if searching for something. During her studies in another city, every time she took the high-speed train home, her father would always arrive early at this spot to await her return. Regardless of the weather or how late it was, he would silently stand here, just to see his daughter first. This quiet guardianship and waiting filled Chu Xi with immense warmth and reassurance. Thus, while working far away, Chu Xi felt torn. She cherished the familial affection yet found herself drawn to the outstanding Fu Chen. Despite never having been in a romantic relationship, her father stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed on the exit, eagerly anticipating his daughter's appearance. When he finally spotted Chu Xi, a delighted smile instantly illuminated his face as he hurried towards her. He took the suitcase and bag from her hands, inquiring with genuine concern about her journey. Chu Xi smiled and replied that all was well, then followed her father to the parking lot. As soon as they got in the car, her father eagerly informed her that her mother had prepared her favorite braised pork at home. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Imagining the delicious dish filled her heart with longing and excitement for home. The drive was not far, and soon they arrived at their residence, a row house conveniently located near her mother's workplace. Adorned in a slightly American light luxury style, befitting her father's business in foreign trade, situated near Wujiang. Most businessmen in the area were engaged in foreign trade, and her father managed both a sales department and a factory. Boasting a respectable scale and a modest reputation locally, he genuinely wished for his daughter not to stray too far away, believing she could work under him if she desired, yet Chu Xi had little interest in business. Upon entering their home, she eagerly slipped into her slippers, washed her hands, and rushed to the dining table, ready to feast. Meanwhile, her mother looked at her daughter with loving eyes, filled with concern. She gently asked, "Nuan, have you been busy with work lately?" While savoring her meal, Chu Xi mumbled, "It's all right." Following this, her mother continued to ask about Chu Xi's relationships with her colleagues and supervisors, as well as her satisfaction with her work environment. Chu Xi, stuffing her mouth with food, navigated her mother's inquiries, secretly relieved to have dodged a potential awkward situation. However, at that moment, her mother unexpectedly shifted the conversation, casually asking, "By the way, what exactly does Xiaofu do at work?" Hearing this, the food in Chu Xi's mouth nearly lodged in her throat, causing her to cough incessantly. Her eyes widened, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. This question truly posed a dilemma. Could she reveal to her mother that Fu Chen was actually her direct superior? That would only invite trouble. Thus Chu Xi could only respond ambiguously, hoping to evade the inquiry. After all, she did not wish for her family to know the complicated nature of her relationship with Fu Chen. Nor did she want to provoke unnecessary issues, especially since she had yet to figure out her future path. Her parents had a favorable impression of Fu Chen, even to the point of satisfaction. However, they felt conflicted about the prospect of marrying their daughter off to a distant place. Although Chu Xi was reluctant to discuss it, this ambiguity only reinforced their belief that it was not yet time for her to commit to him. As parents, they understood that love and marriage were entirely different matters, so they refrained from pressing further. Yet, when it came to the topic of marriage, the issues involved became significantly more complex. They recognized that marriage was not merely a union of two individuals but a fusion of two families. Moreover, with only one daughter, they naturally wished for her to lead a happy and fulfilling life. Thus, they had to contemplate this matter with great care and plan for the future meticulously. Chu Xi's parents worried that if their daughter married far away, she would face numerous difficulties and challenges, such as adapting to a new environment, cultural differences, and interactions with her in-laws. These were tangible problems that needed serious consideration and resolution. Additionally, they were concerned about their daughter's career development and personal growth, hoping she could seize better opportunities to realize her dreams. In light of this, they decided to observe the development of Chu Xi and Fu Chen's relationship for a while. Simultaneously, they would communicate openly with their daughter to understand her thoughts and feelings, offering appropriate advice and guidance. Regardless of the eventual outcome, they hoped their daughter would make wise choices and lead a happy life. All of this required time to unfold. Seeing her daughter so cheerful, Chu Xi's mother tactfully changed the subject, smiling as she said, "The day after tomorrow, your aunt and uncle will be coming back from Suzhou to visit your grandparents. Let's drive over together. It will be nice to see them. Plus, your uncles and aunts will also be back, so the whole family can gather." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi's excitement surged. She had a deep affection for her aunt in her school days. Whenever her exam results were unsatisfactory, she would secretly call her aunt to ask for help with signatures. Her aunt would always readily oblige, becoming her savior. The prospect of her aunt returning to Hangzhou filled her with warmth. More importantly, she would have the chance to see her long-lost grandparents, elevating her spirits even further. With a beaming smile, Chu Xi eagerly replied, "Sure, I've been looking forward to this day. I've even prepared gifts for everyone." As she spoke, she envisioned the surprise on her family's faces upon receiving the gifts, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The thought made her chuckle as she imagined the warm and joyful scene. After all, she was now an adult, using her own money to prepare gifts for her family. It was worth mentioning that just before her departure, she had received a notification on her phone indicating that her salary had been deposited. Upon hearing the notification sound, Chu Xi paused her actions and opened her phone to check the message. It was a notification from her workplace confirming that her salary had arrived. Seeing the increased digits in her account filled her with excitement. This was the fruit of her hard work over the past 3 months. It represented not only a financial gain but also the beginning of her independent life. Immediately, she started contemplating how to express her gratitude to Fu Chen. He had provided her with immense support, both materially and emotionally. Although she could never repay him in kind, she hoped to select a special gift to convey her appreciation, demonstrating that she was someone who valued gratitude and cherished friendships. Of course, the task of gift selection would fall to her good friend, Su Mumu. Just then, it struck Chu Xiai that after returning home, she had completely forgotten to inform Fu Chen of her safe arrival. She couldn't help but smack her forehead, scolding herself for being so careless. After all, Fu Chen had repeatedly urged her to send him a message upon her arrival home, with this thought in mind. Chu Xiai hurriedly took out her phone, preparing to send Fu Chen a message. Chapter 82, Longing for Reunion. Chu Xiai opened her phone, and the 3 missed calls appeared on the screen like 3 small pebbles gently tapping at her heart. All were calls from Fu Chen, and a mix of contrition and warmth welled up within her. She quickly composed a WeChat message, infusing it with a hint of playfulness and apology. Dear Secretary, I have arrived home safely. Sorry, I was too engrossed in dinner with my family and completely forgot to let you know. At the end, she added a cute emoji, hoping to alleviate any worries Fu Chen might have had. Meanwhile, Fu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, the frown that had clouded his brow gradually dissipating upon reading Chu Xi's message. He chuckled softly, the unease and turmoil within him evaporating like mist. He replied, "It's alright, darling, as long as you're home safe. Let's video call later, remember to pick up." His words conveyed a sense of tenderness and concern for Chu Xiai. Upon receiving a reply, Chu Xi's lips curled into a sweet smile as she sent back an emoji. Her mood exceptionally buoyant, she leisurely settled onto the sofa, savoring the fruits delicately sliced by her mother, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and deliciousness. However, this peaceful interlude was soon shattered by her mother's voice, reminding her that it was time to ascend the stairs and pack her luggage. Obediently, Chu Xiai rose and left the living room, her steps light as she ascended the staircase and entered her room. Upon crossing the threshold, she plunged into the flurry of packing. The suitcase was gently unzipped, revealing several neatly arranged garments before her. As she set aside the clothes, she discovered a few exquisite handbags hidden beneath, resembling mysterious little boxes waiting for Chu Xiai to unveil their treasures. Her heart raced with curiosity and anticipation as she delicately grasped one of the handbags, carefully untying the bow on top, as if unlocking a precious trove. When she beheld a set of exquisite pearl jewelry within, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, she continued to unveil the other handbags, uncovering a bottle of rare perfume exuding an enchanting fragrance and a silver hairpin adorned with jade, crafted with remarkable artistry. Upon encountering 2 jade bangles, she felt an indescribable thrill. One was a soft lavender, while the other sported an icy blue hue, both translucent and radiant, akin to 2 crystalline springs that one could hardly resist. Unable to contain her excitement, she snapped photos of these treasures to send to her friend Su Mumu, who, upon seeing them, widened her eyes in disbelief, repeatedly expressing her genuine envy. Among the haul were also 2 elegantly packaged boxes of tea. Chu Xiai carefully extracted them while ensuring the rest of her newfound treasures were meticulously packed away, concealed in her secret hideaway, beneath her bed. The gifts were far too precious. She certainly did not wish for her parents to discover them, for they would undoubtedly scold her. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling Chu Xiai. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw that it was a WeChat video call from Fu Chen. Without hesitation, she answered, finding Fu Chen gazing at her quietly on the screen. It was their first greeting in such a manner, leaving Chu Xiai somewhat flustered. Fu Chen smiled warmly, his charming grin radiating warmth as he softly inquired, "Do you miss me?" Chu Xiai nodded, promptly asking, "Why did you put so many gifts in my suitcase?" Fu Chen chuckled, responding, "They're for you and your parents." Chu Xiai felt utterly disarmed by his words, playfully retorting, "Once these gifts are given, my family will think I didn't go to work, but rather to mine for treasures." Fu Chen laughed at her quip, teasingly saying, "Nonsense, it's clear you've become a princess in a stronghold." Chu Xi's cheeks flushed, feeling even more bashful due to his remarks. She playfully countered, "Not at all." Observing her shy demeanor stirred something within Fu Chen. He gently stated, "I'll come to pick you up." Unable to resist asking, Chu Xiai queried, "How will you pick me up?" Fu Chen guessed that she hadn't checked the flight information on her phone, replying with a smile, "Look at your phone. I've booked your return flight from Hangzhou." A wave of warmth surged through Chu Xiai upon hearing this. She recognized Fu Chen's usual thoughtfulness and was touched, though she also felt he was overexerting himself with the travel. Thus, she couldn't help but suggest, "Perhaps it's best if you don't." "It sounds exhausting." Fu Chen comforted her with a smile, "It's fine, I'm visiting my grandparents tomorrow, and I've arranged to meet friends in the city later on. It'll be convenient to stop by your place." After contemplating his reasoning, Chu Xiai found it sensible and nodded in agreement. "All right, but do remember to take care of yourself." Fu Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he softly replied, "Don't worry, I will." They then chatted for a while about mundane family matters and their daily lives. Chu Xiai mentioned she needed to take a shower, thus ending the call. She indulged in a long bath, Allowing her weary body to unwind and relax, after her bath, she lay on her bed, checking the flight information. Upon discovering that Fu Chen had booked her a first-class ticket, a swell of emotion washed over her. She silently rejoiced at having encountered such an exceptional man and resolved to cherish this relationship. As she lay on her bed, she reminisced about the moments she had shared with Fu Chen. Her heart brimming with happiness and sweetness, she even began to vaguely anticipate the future days they might spend together. Meanwhile, Fu Chen lay in bed gazing at the empty space beside him, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Just last night, they had embraced tightly, yet now they could only convey their longing through the phone. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his grandfather inquiring when he would return home. Fu Chen responded that he had made arrangements to return tomorrow. He sighed, realizing that since he had gone away for his studies, his time with his grandfather had indeed diminished, yet his grandfather frequently called to check on him. He rolled off the bed and walked to the balcony. Quietly gazing at the night scenery, his mind racing with thoughts that he too held hopes and dreams for the future. With Chu Xi returning to his bed, he picked up his phone and sent Chu Xi a message. "Good night, my dear, sweet dreams." He then placed his phone by his pillow, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. By the time Chu Xi received this message, it was already the following morning. Chapter 83, Fu Chen's homecoming adventure. The next day, Chu Xi awoke, groggy as she picked up her phone to check. Upon seeing Fu Chen's goodnight message displayed on the screen, a wave of sweetness washed over her. She smiled softly, gently placing her phone down. Lying in bed while reminiscing about her conversation with Fu Chen and his tender words of goodnight, after a while, her mother softly entered the room, tenderly calling out, "Muan Muan, it's time to get up." Chu Xi lazily responded and lingered in bed for a while longer before finally rising. After freshening up, she slowly descended the stairs to the dining room, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited her. Filling her with delight, this familiar ambience evoked a profound sense of nostalgia reminiscent of her childhood. After breakfast, Chu Xi sat in the living room engaging in casual conversation with her family. Her mother looked at her and cheerfully proposed, "Sweetheart, let us go shopping this afternoon and get you some new clothes. Now that you've started working, you need some more formal attire. Besides, with the National Day approaching, the weather will gradually turn cooler. So we should prepare some autumn and winter outfits." Chu Xi readily agreed, realizing that an update to her wardrobe was indeed necessary for this new phase of her life. In the afternoon, the mother-daughter duo ventured to the mall together to shop. Chu Xi tried on numerous outfits of varying styles while her mother offered suggestions and feedback. They spent a delightful afternoon selecting clothes and chatting. In the end, Chu Xi returned home with several satisfying new garments. At that moment, the family gathered around the dinner table, sharing amusing anecdotes from their day, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. This was the quintessential scene of familial affection upon returning home. Meanwhile, Fu Chen's day had been quite hectic. By evening, as he returned to his long-absent home, he was greeted by a cacophony of laughter. It seemed he could even hear Mayor Qin's voice, with steady steps. Fu Chen entered the living room, scanning the surroundings and confirming his suspicions. Mayor Qin was indeed playing chess with his grandfather. The family's housekeeper was the first to notice Fu Chen's arrival. Her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, you're back." Fu Chen smiled and nodded at the housekeeper before turning to greet his grandfather and Mayor Qin, softly calling out, "Grandpa." He then directed his gaze towards Mayor Qin, politely inquiring, "Hello, senior brother." Upon hearing his grandson's voice, Fu Chen's grandfather was instantly filled with joy, waving for Fu Chen to come closer, affectionately saying, "Xiao Chen, come here, let us see how Grandpa's game is going." Fu Chen approached his grandfather, observing the chessboard with a slight smile. His grandfather's chess skills remained as remarkable as ever. Mayor Qin chuckled. Indeed, Fu Lao's chess skills have not waned over the years. Fu Chen's grandfather beamed with pride, then turned to Fu Chen, saying, "Xiao Chen, you've had a busy day, make sure to take a rest." Fu Chen acknowledged this and was about to head to his room when a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back towards Mayor Qin. "Senior brother, thank you for visiting Grandpa." Mayor Qin waved his hand dismissively. "Fu Lao is my mentor, it is only right that I come to see him." He then asked, "By the way, how long will you be staying this time?" Fu Chen pondered for a moment. "There are many matters awaiting my attention, so I may only be able to stay for a few days." Mayor Qin nodded in understanding. "Yes, work is important, but don't overexert yourself, take care of your health." Fu Chen's grandfather cast a grateful glance at Mayor Qin, saying, Xiao Chen is now working under you. Please guide him if he encounters any difficulties in his work." Just as Fu Chen was about to retreat to his room for a rest, a chorus of feminine laughter approached from afar. He turned to see his mother, elegantly attired in a well-tailored, dark-hued wool cardigan that exuded both sophistication and grace. The attire harmonized with her scholarly demeanor while radiating an aura of composure and wisdom bestowed by time. The soft texture of the wool embraced her form without being restrictive, perfectly accentuating her well-maintained posture. A gentle smile graced her features, her bright and warm gaze seemingly brimming with boundless wisdom and kindness. Her hair was neatly styled, lightly pinned up, emanating an air of elegance. She was accompanied by a poised young woman, making her way into the living room. Fu Chen immediately recognized the girl. She was Yi Chenxi. He was astonished by her presence in his home, and it appeared that they were enjoying a lively conversation. At that moment, Fu Chen's mother, observing her son's surprised expression, was the first to speak. Xiao Chen, you have returned to be dazzled by this young beauty. Yi Chenxi, blushing slightly, cheerfully greeted Fu Shige. Hello. It was only then that Fu Chen regained his composure, surmising that Mayor Qin must have brought this young lady to their home. He politely nodded and replied, hello. Fu Chen's mother warmly invited Yi Chenxi to take a seat and then said to Fu Chen, Xiao Chen, dinner will be served soon. I shall go call your grandmother. You entertain Xiaoyi. Don't neglect her. After giving her instructions, she rose and headed to the backyard. Out of courtesy, Fu Chen had no choice but to sit beside Yi Chenxi. Once seated, an awkward silence fell upon them. As they were at a loss for words, it was Yi Chenxi who broke the silence first. She gently inquired, Fu Shige, has work been going smoothly recently? Fu Chen nodded, replying, yes, it's been relatively smooth. How about you? Yi Chenxi smiled and said, I'm doing well. My colleagues take great care of me. Just as their conversation was becoming lively, Grandma Fu entered the room. Upon seeing Yi Chenxi, her face lit up with a kind smile. Ah, so this is Xiaoyi, truly beautiful. Yi Chenxi, feeling somewhat shy, stood up and greeted Grandma. Grandma Fu took her hand, encouraging her to sit down. Don't be so formal. Make yourself at home. Then she turned to Fu Chen and said, Xiao Chen, you must take good care of Xiaoyi. Fu Chen nodded helplessly, pondering the situation. Why was everyone so enthusiastic? Did his mother and Mayor Qin have intentions of matchmaking them? The reality was indeed as Fu Chen suspected. Not long ago, when Mayor Qin came to visit Fu Chen's grandfather, the two elderly people had simultaneously expressed their heartfelt desire. They hoped Fu Chen would marry and start a family soon. However, to them, Fu Chen seemed merely a dedicated worker, indifferent to his personal life. Aware of his mentor's wishes, Mayor Qin naturally endeavored to fulfill them, which led to the deliberate arrangement of inviting Yi Chenxi to dine together during the previous meeting. Mayor Qin, following Fu grandfather's gaze, observed Fu Chen and Yi Chenxi sharing laughter, appearing to be in harmonious conversation. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, quite the match. Mayor Qin's lips curled into a slight smile as he silently admired the delightful scene of the young couple. He instinctively took out his phone to capture the moment, later showing it to Fu grandfather, who expressed great satisfaction with the captured image. However, Fu Chen, oblivious to the photograph's significance, was unaware that it would later stir a considerable commotion. Chapter 84. Longing. As dusk fell and the lights illuminated the Fu residence, a warm and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the home. During dinner, Fu grandfather slowly stood, his movements reflecting the grace and composure that time had bestowed upon him. Seeing this, Mayor Qin promptly rose, his actions both swift and respectful, offering his assistance to the esteemed elder. Fu grandfather smiled, his eyes full of kindness, addressing everyone, don't just chat, let's hurry and eat. We must not waste such a splendid moment with delicious food before us. Upon hearing this, everyone rose, their spirits lifted as they proceeded to the elegantly decorated dining room. Inside, the soft lighting illuminated a large round table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, all fragrant and visually appealing. Tantalizing the appetite, the aunt had already prepared this sumptuous dinner, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the guests. Once everyone was seated, Mayor Qin scanned the room, noting the absence of Fu Chen's father, the esteemed Dean Fu, who was usually a prominent figure in academic circles. A hint of confusion crossed his brow as he inquired, shall we not wait for Dean Fu? His tone revealed a deep respect and concern for the elder. Fu Chen's mother gently shook her head, a warm smile gracing her lips as she explained, there's no need to wait. I've already called him. He mentioned he wouldn't be back for dinner due to work commitments. We can start without him. Upon hearing this, Fu grandfather chuckled heartily, warmly urging everyone to begin. Come, let us eat and chat. We must not keep these delightful dishes waiting. Consequently, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the delectable offerings on the table. As the meal progressed, the conversations flowed freely, laughter ringing out, creating a lively and congenial atmosphere. Fu grandfather was particularly pleased with Mayor Qin, his eyes gleaming with approval as he remarked, Xiao Qin, not only are you erudite and capable, but you also understand the value of gratitude, which brings me great comfort. Mayor Qin humbly smiled in response, saying, Fu Laoshi, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Without your diligent guidance, I would not be where I am today. Meanwhile, Fu grandmother and Fu Chen's mother were engrossed in animated conversation with Yi Chenxi. It turned out that Yi Chenxi was also from Hankow, and she had later attended Jing University, which surprised everyone. Fu grandmother exclaimed, "What a delightful coincidence! I never imagined we would share such a connection." She held Yi Chenxi's hand warmly, inquiring with genuine interest, as if she were conversing with her own granddaughter. The conversation gradually shifted to the history of the Fu family. Fu Chen's grandfather had initially worked in Hankow, but due to work requirements, he was transferred to Jing University to assume a significant role. Consequently, Fu grandmother brought the young Fu Chen along to Jing University, living with his uncle's family. Fu Chen's parents chose to remain in Hankow, where they pursued their careers. However, Fu Chen left his birthplace for the unfamiliar city of Jing City. Although he had departed from Hankow, his uncle and aunt cared for him deeply, providing him with endless warmth and support, especially his aunt, who treated Fu Chen as her own child, offering him the best educational resources and encouraging him to pursue his dreams. Under the attentive care of his uncle and aunt, Fu Chen gradually adapted to life in Jing City, achieving remarkable academic success. Nonetheless, ever since Fu grandfather's retirement, his longing for his hometown intensified, despite being fond of his youngest son's family in Jing City. He always yearned for the place where he once lived. Ultimately, he decided to return to Hankow to spend his twilight years with his family. This decision received unanimous support from the family, as everyone hoped Fu grandfather could enjoy more familial bliss in his later years. Fu Chen's uncle, through his own efforts, achieved significant success in his political career, gradually ascending to a high position. However, he harbored a lingering regret. He had never had his own children, therefore he doted on his nephew, who had grown up in his household, treating him as his own. He often carved out time from his busy schedule to accompany Fu Chen, imparting life lessons and sharing insights on navigating the world. After dinner, Fu grandmother held Yi Chenxi's hand, engaging in casual conversation. She joyfully remarked, "How wonderful that your family is also from Hankow. We can visit more often in the future." Yi Chenxi nodded with a smile, her eyes shimmering with hopes for the future. At that moment, Fu Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing in hesitation about whether to answer. However, the persistent ringing compelled him to pick up the phone, and he apologetically addressed everyone, "I have a pressing matter. I need to take this call." With that, he rose and exited the dining room, heading towards a corner of the living room. Fu grandmother nodded in understanding. Once Fu Chen left, the atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat subdued. Fu grandmother thoughtfully regarded Yi Chenxi before saying, "Chenxi, Fu Chen has always been an exceptional child, but he tends to be somewhat oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. I hope you can help him." Yi Chenxi, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her head and softly replied, "I will, Grandma." Just then, Fu Chen returned, an expression of mild apology on his face. He looked at everyone and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Fu grandmother smiled and patted Yi Chenxi's hand, saying, "It's getting late. Let Xiaochen see you home, but it's not safe for a girl to be out at night." She turned to Fu Chen, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, gently urging, "Xiaochen, please escort Miss Yi home." Yi Chenxi nodded slightly, her face radiating gratitude. She bid farewell to everyone in the Fu family and Mayor Qin, her demeanor elegant and gracious, eliciting admiration. Fu Chen smiled and nodded in agreement, then led Yi Chenxi to his car, gallantly opening the rear door for her. Yi Chenxi gracefully entered the vehicle, a hint of shyness and anticipation evident on her face. Fu Chen inquired about the specific address of Yi Chenxi's home, his voice deep and resonant. Their conversation was succinct, and throughout the journey, they sat in silence, the soft music playing in the background. However, the silence felt somewhat awkward. Yi Chenxi attempted to find a topic to break the ice but found herself at a loss for words. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Chenxi slowly exited the car, turning to Fu Chen with profound gratitude in her eyes. She softly said, "Thank you, Shige." Fu Chen gently waved his hand, responding warmly, "There's no need for such formality. Miss Yi, if anything my family said today has caused you any misunderstanding, please do not take it to heart." With that, Fu Chen turned the car around and drove away, leaving behind a somewhat dejected Yi Chenxi. Unbeknownst to Fu Chen, he couldn't help but glance at his phone, noticing the absence of any messages from Chu Xi on WeChat. His mood dipped slightly as he pondered why Chu Xi had not reached out to him. He recalled the goodnight message from last night, and a sense of confusion and unease crept into his heart. Upon returning home, Mayor Qin had already departed, and the other family members in the hall had retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Noticing that it was getting late, Fu Chen also returned to his room to prepare for an early night. As he lay in bed, the enchanting figure of Chu Xi continuously surfaced in his mind. The little one he was so fond of had truly gone home, as if she had vanished from his world entirely. Yet he despised this feeling of being completely out of control, yet he was at a loss on how to change it. Meanwhile, in another place, Chu Xi pondered why Fu Chen had not sought her out today. She scrolled through her phone, finding no response beyond the goodnight message from the previous night. A sense of disappointment and bewilderment washed over her. She wondered if Fu Chen was preoccupied with some social obligation at home or if he had simply forgotten about her. Tossing and turning in bed, she found herself unable to sleep. Her heart was filled with longing and anticipation for Fu Chen, yet she remained uncertain of how to express it. Under the same starry sky and moonlight, they each yearned for one another. Waiting for the other to take the initiative, the emotional entanglement between them resembled an invisible web, binding them tightly together, yet both were hesitant to break the silence and awkwardness that lingered between them. After finishing his shower, Fu Chen lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. He remembered that he needed to reach out to Han Jinyu the next day, so he sent a message asking if he was available on the 4th. Han Jinyu quickly replied, expressing his eagerness to welcome him anytime. As Fu Chen gazed at the message on his screen, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within him. Chapter 85, Longing. Time ticked by. And the night deepened, enveloped in silence. Chu Xi sat at the edge of her bed, her gaze fixed on the dark screen of her phone, as if it held some secret. She swiped the screen repeatedly, hoping that a familiar name would illuminate it, bringing her a glimmer of solace, yet reality often fell short of expectations. The screen remained silent, mirroring her current state of mind. She sighed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized that she had no compelling reason to send a message, yet the indescribable urge within her grew wild like rampant weeds, making it impossible for her to restrain herself. Ultimately, she succumbed to her yearning. Gently typing the words "good-night," as if those two words could encapsulate all her longing and hope. After sending it, she set her phone aside, her heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. She was uncertain how Fu Chen would respond and whether her initiative was worthwhile. She tried to convince herself that it was merely a courteous reply to his message from yesterday, devoid of any ulterior motives, yet the voice within her grew louder, seemingly questioning, is it truly just that? Chu Xi closed her eyes, attempting to calm the turmoil within. She reminded herself not to expect too much, not to overthink. However, thoughts of Fu Chen always stirred an indescribable warmth in her heart, a power of love that she found impossible to resist. On the other side, Fu Chen was lost in thoughts of Chu Xi. Suddenly, a faint beep from his phone shattered the tranquility of the room. He picked up his phone to find Chu Xi's avatar lighting up the screen. The familiar picture of the little girl made him smile softly. He gently tapped the screen to open the chat window, revealing two simple words, "Good night." Though brief, those words seemed to possess a magic that instantly enveloped him in Chu Xi's warmth and care. He understood that she still cared for him, that he held a place in her heart. Fu Chen's mood brightened, and he replied, "Baby, do you miss me?" This phrase felt like a call from the depths of his heart, an expression of his endless yearning and desire for Chu Xi. Chu Xi, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by the sound from her phone. Her heart fluttered, realizing that her gamble had paid off. She quickly grabbed her phone, eager to check the message. Indeed, it was from Fu Chen, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. She replied, "Already asleep, not thinking about it." She added a playful angry emoji, as if to feign a pout while concealing her true feelings. Upon receiving Chu Xi's response, Fu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He found this little girl utterly adorable, stirring a desire to pamper and cherish her. He replied, "But I miss you very much." This sentence felt like a promise, a testament to his boundless longing and concern for her. Seeing this message, Chu Xi was filled with a sweet sensation. Yet, she couldn't help but ask, "If I don't reach out to you today, will you never come looking for me again?" This question felt like a test, a quest for an answer. She yearned to understand her standing in Fu Chen's heart, to grasp the future that awaited them. Fu Chen furrowed his brow at her words, falling into contemplation. He recognized that this question was not easily answered. After a lengthy pause, he slowly replied, "Of course not. I will always wait for you." This sentence felt like a vow, a testament to his unwavering loyalty and patience for her. Upon reading his message, a warm current surged within Chu Xi. She knew that Fu Chen genuinely loved her, that he sincerely wished to be with her, yet the realities of life compelled her to ponder their future. Would she marry him? Would his family consent? Would her parents allow her to remain in that small county town for a lifetime? These questions loomed over her like mountains, leaving her breathless. She quietly replied, "Love you, but I want to sleep now, my old baby." This phrase felt like a playful tease, yet also a means of evasion. She didn't want to confront these harsh realities. She longed to bask in the sweetness of her connection with Fu Chen. Upon reading "my old baby," Fu Chen chuckled, wondering if she was intentionally adding old to tease him about their age difference. He replied, "I must see a selfie of my little baby now. Otherwise, you can't sleep." This statement felt like a playful jest, a way to affirm her presence. Chu Xi shook her head helplessly, thinking how childish this man was. Nevertheless, she took out her phone and snapped a picture. In the photo, she appeared slightly fatigued, yet her eyes shone with warmth and affection. She sent the picture to Fu Chen, writing, "Okay, can I sleep now?" After receiving the photo, Fu Chen examined the image of Chu Xi on his screen carefully. Her gaze, her smile, every detail etched deeply in his heart. He felt as though he could sense her breath, her heartbeat, her warmth. He replied, "All right, my little baby, good night, I love you." This sentence felt like a goodnight kiss, a manifestation of his endless tenderness and affection for her. Seeing Fu Chen's reply, Chu Xi felt a surge of warmth and reassurance. She knew that regardless of how the future unfolded, as long as Fu Chen was by her side, everything would transform into beauty and happiness. She closed her eyes, gradually drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Fu Chen opened the photo that Chu Xi had just sent once more, gazing at the image while thinking of his little girl. His fingers gently caressed the screen, as if he could feel her presence in reality. His heart brimmed with longing and desire, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just her. He remained seated in quiet contemplation until the weariness of a long day overcame him, and he finally surrendered to sleep. Chapter 86, Family Gathering. Due to the messages from last night, Chu Xi had gone to bed late, and her mother woke her up from her slumber early in the morning. Sunshine streamed through the gaps in the curtains, playfully spilling into the room, yet it did nothing to dispel the drowsiness lingering in Chu Xi's heart. She rubbed her eyes, groggily sitting up to see her mother bustling about, a warm current flooding her heart. Today was a special day. Her aunt was returning to Hangzhou, and the family had planned to gather at her grandparents' house. Dazed, Chu Xi dressed and settled on the sofa, waiting for her mother to join her before heading out. Her mother was busy organizing gifts to take to her grandparents, all the while reminding Chu Xi, "Xiao Xi, you must be spirited today. Don't let your aunt and the others think you're lacking energy from staying up late." Chu Xi nodded, making an effort to appear more awake. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that the package she had sent home earlier had yet to be opened. It contained carefully prepared gifts for the family gathering, health supplements for her grandparents, foot-soaking packages for her aunt and uncle, and toys and books for her younger cousins. Hurrying to the living room, she found that her father had already brought the package out. As if he sensed her urgency, Chu Xi grabbed a pair of scissors and carefully opened the parcel. Inside lay a variety of items, all meticulously chosen by her, and she felt a great sense of satisfaction. She displayed each gift to her mother, who, upon seeing the exquisite items, felt a surge of happiness, realizing that her daughter had matured and was different now that she was working. Her mother examined each gift closely, offering some thoughtful suggestions. Chu Xi attentively listened, finding her mother's insights very reasonable. In the end, they decided to distribute the gifts according to her mother's advice, ensuring that everyone would receive something suitable. They even found several gift bags at home, repackaging the gifts to make them look more presentable. Once everything was prepared, they set off. Today was indeed a special day, filled with the prospect of reuniting with her grandparents and a multitude of relatives, including her aunt and uncles. With this thought in mind, Chu Xi's heart brimmed with anticipation and joy. Along the way, she happily chatted with her parents about amusing anecdotes from work and snippets of daily life. Time seemed to fly by, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed before they arrived at their grandfather's house. Chu Xi entered with gifts in hand, finding the room already filled with guests. She greeted everyone with a warm smile, handed the gifts to her grandparents, and then sought out an empty seat to settle down. Her grandparents gazed at her with eyes brimming with affection and pride. Well aware that Chu Xi had always been a considerate child, and now that she had begun working, she had further developed her ability to care for her family. Upon seeing Chu Xi, her aunt and uncle hurried over to engage her in conversation. Asking her a barrage of questions, they inquired if she was adjusting well to her job, if it was strenuous, and most importantly, whether she was adapting to the local cuisine and lifestyle. Chu Xi responded with a smile, assuring her aunt that everything was going splendidly. She even produced a foot-soaked package she had prepared, saying, "This is especially for you." Mom mentioned that since uncle has transitioned to the education sector from university, he has been busier than ever. Using this herbal soap will be good for your health and help alleviate fatigue. Seeing such thoughtfulness in Chu Xi, her aunt and uncle felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing their affection for her had not been in vain. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a hush fell over the room. Chu Xi's uncle entered with his family, and everyone exchanged pleasantries, filling the atmosphere with warmth and liveliness. Notably, her cousin from her aunt's side was unable to attend the gathering due to studying abroad for art, while her younger cousin from her uncle's side was preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examination and could not come as well. Additionally, the children from both uncles' families were still in middle school and were significantly younger than Chu Xi and Fu Chen, thus they opted to gather and play games together. Consequently, Chu Xi found herself sitting quietly to the side, Watching them play, feeling rather bored, she decided to send Fu Chen a playful emoji of a stick figure shooing someone away, hinting that she wished for him to join her outside, knowing that Fu Chen was also at home. She anticipated he would see her message. Upon receiving the emoji, Fu Chen could not help but chuckle and promptly replied with a playful emoji depicting a spanking gesture. Thus began a whimsical emoji duel between the two. Communicating their thoughts and feelings entirely through these animated icons, Chu Xi laughed aloud at the emojis on her screen, finding this unique form of interaction amusing, as if she had been transported back to her childhood. She sent one emoji after another, engaging in a silent dialogue with Fu Chen, who in turn responded with a flurry of entertaining emojis that left Chu Xi in fits of laughter. However, Chu Xi's aunt noticed her niece's unusual demeanor. Observing the sweet smile on Chu Xi's face as she gazed at her phone, radiating happiness and contentment, she leaned closer to her sister and whispered, "Look at her beaming with joy. Could it be that she is in a relationship?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xi's mother did not shy away from the topic, nodding in affirmation as she recounted the last time she met Fu Chen. She shared with her sisters that Fu Chen was a fine young man who took good care of Chu Xi. This revelation sparked an animated discussion among the three sisters. Chu Xi's aunt vehemently opposed the idea of her niece engaging in a romantic relationship at this stage, exclaiming, "I told you all not to let her work in such a remote area. Now she has found a partner, and what if she decides to settle there? Can you bear to let her go? They aren't deeply attached yet. We must persuade her to end it before it becomes serious." Don't be swayed by that so-called job security. It took generations for the people there to achieve success, and look at Xiao Xi, she jumped in headfirst without understanding these matters, surely as her mother. "You must comprehend this too." Chu Xi's aunt turned to her elder sister, observing her heightened emotions directed at the second sister, and quickly intervened, "Sister, we all know your intentions are for Xiao Xi's benefit. The second sister is her mother and cares for her deeply as well. It is futile to blame her now. The urgent matter is to think of a way to bring the child back." The words of her younger sister gradually calmed Chu Xi's aunt down. She sighed, saying, "I'm just anxious, so what do you propose we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, the younger sister suggested, "How about we introduce a potential boyfriend to Xiao Xi? That might make her reconsider." However, the elder sister was not in favor of this idea. She expressed her thoughts, "If you introduce a boyfriend, what will happen when she returns to work? I believe we should help Xiao Xi find a job closer to us, cutting off any notions she may have about that place." Thus, the three sisters began discussing how to help Chu Xi find a new job. Meanwhile, Chu Xi's uncle, having overheard the conversation between his wife and her sisters, approached Chu Xi and inquired, "Xiao Xi, do you have a teaching qualification?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xi nodded and replied, "I obtained it during college." Her uncle smiled and asked, "Would you be interested in returning to become a teacher?" Chu Xi was taken aback by his question. After a moment of thought, she said, "But I'm not a teacher training student. How can I become a teacher?" Her uncle chuckled, explaining, "You can start by gaining experience and then take the exam. You could also look for positions in more remote areas where the requirements might be more relaxed." Chu Xi fell into contemplation upon hearing her uncle's words. She understood that he meant well, wanting her to return and be near family, yet she felt her current job was stable, and she cherished the environment and colleagues she had there. She did not wish to uproot her life. All she desired was to work steadily. Observing her silence, her uncle smiled reassuringly, "There is no rush for you to make a decision. I merely wanted to present you with an option. If you find your current job unsatisfactory in the future, furthering your studies abroad or becoming a teacher are both viable paths. The only thing you must not neglect is your education." Chu Xi nodded, albeit with a sense of confusion in her heart. She was unsure of the right course of action. On one hand, she did not want to disappoint her family's expectations. On the other, she was reluctant to abandon her job and relationship. Just then, her grandmother called them to dinner. The family gathered around the table, enjoying delicious dishes and engaging in casual conversation. As Chu Xi gazed at the smiling faces of her family, warmth enveloped her heart. She knew that regardless of her decisions, her family would support her. Chapter 87, Fu Chen's confession. After dinner, other relatives gathered in the living room, relishing the rare moments of togetherness. Chu Xi quietly retreated to her room and lay down on her bed. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her close friend, Sumumu. "I have arrived in Hangzhou." Before long, Sumumu's enthusiastic reply came, brimming with excitement. "Really? That's wonderful. Where are you now? Do you want to go out and have some fun? I can come to pick you up." With a smile, Chu Xi responded, "All my relatives are gathered at home, so I'll be staying at my grandfather's place tonight and 1 be going out. Let us get together properly tomorrow." How does that sound? She held deep affection for her grandfather's home, with its spacious and quaint rooms and the lively little courtyard that made her feel incredibly warm and relaxed. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of flowers and grass. Capable of instantly dispelling all fatigue upon receiving the message, Sumumu felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly adjusted her mood. She replied, "All right then, see you tomorrow, but you must treat me to a feast as compensation." Chu Xi promptly texted back, "As you wish, my lady," and added a humorous emoji, causing Sumumu to chuckle. Meanwhile, Fu Chen was in the study, playing chess with his grandfather, the two engaged in a game while discussing work-related matters. His grandfather always aimed to guide Fu Chen with his experience and wisdom, hoping to help him avoid unnecessary detours in his career. During their match, his grandfather suddenly broached the subject of Fu Chen's personal life. "Xiao Chen, you should also be mindful of your personal matters. I am getting older and feeling increasingly helpless. You are the only child in our family. I hope to see the fourth generation soon." Fu Chen was aware of his grandfather's concern regarding his marital status, yet he believed that this was not something to rush. It required finding the right person. He reassured his grandfather, "Grandpa, you're still in good health, so don't worry too much." His grandfather chuckled, "I know my health best. That miss you from yesterday seemed quite promising. We are both from Hankow, and you attended the same school and now you are working in the same place." What a coincidence! Fu Chen detected the underlying message in his grandfather's words, recognizing that his grandfather held a favorable impression of Yi Chenxi. However, he did not wish to conceal his relationship with Chu Xi. Thus, he candidly replied, "Missy is indeed remarkable, but I already have someone I care for." His grandfather looked surprised. "Whose daughter is she? Why haven't I heard you mention her before?" Fu Chen smiled and said, "Her name is Chu Xi, and I really like her. We are colleagues." His grandfather nodded in understanding. "I see. So why didn't you tell me sooner?" Fu Chen sighed. "We have only recently confirmed our relationship, and I intended to wait for the right moment to share it with you. Besides, I wasn't certain if you would approve of my relationship with Chu Xi." His grandfather chuckled, saying, "As long as you like her, I certainly won't object, but you must also think carefully about your future together. A marriage is not a trivial matter." Fu Chen looked at his grandfather gratefully. "Thank you for your support, Grandpa. I will give it serious thought." With that, he continued playing chess with his grandfather. During their conversation, Fu Chen's mother entered, carrying a plate of fruit. However, she quickly set it down and left, having caught a hint of the conversation about Fu Chen's romantic life but feeling too shy to directly inquire. After all, the son had not grown up by her side since childhood. If she were to abruptly inquire about such matters, it might jeopardize the fragile bond that had been painstakingly mended between mother and son over the years. However, she held an exceptionally favorable impression of Yi Chenxi and had been diligently attempting to unite them. As for Chu Xi, she was entirely in the dark. She harbored concerns that Fu Chen might encounter an unsuitable girl, or that an ordinary girl would fail to match her son's caliber. She pondered how best to navigate this situation, considering that if the opportunity arose, she might enlist Mayor Qin's assistance in discreetly investigating Chu Xi's circumstances. After all, her son's lifelong happiness was her utmost priority. In the study, Fu Chen glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, which indicated it was already 10 o'clock at night. He turned to look at his grandfather, who was seated on the sofa, and softly remarked, "Grandfather, it is getting late. You should rest." After speaking, he rose and carefully assisted his grandfather in standing, guiding him towards the bedroom. Once he had settled his grandfather back into his room, Fu Chen gently said, "Grandfather, I have an engagement with friends tomorrow, and I may need to leave." His grandfather paused, eyes filled with reluctance. At that moment, his grandmother, having overheard from the bedroom, hurriedly approached, grasping Fu Chen's hand, her voice tinged with urgency. "Xiao Chen, can you not stay just one more day? Your father has been exceedingly busy lately and hasn't had much chance to see you. Moreover, your uncle's family will be returning tomorrow as well." His grandmother's gaze was filled with anticipation, hoping Fu Chen would concede. Fu Chen remained silent for a moment, reflecting on his grandmother's words. He understood how much his family missed him, especially since his father had been so occupied that opportunities to meet were scarce. Furthermore, it was rare for his uncle and aunt to return home. Such family reunions were indeed precious moments. Thus, he earnestly replied to his grandmother, "Grandmother, allow me to contemplate this. I will first reach out to my friends to see if I can adjust my plans. I do not wish to miss this opportunity for a family gathering." Upon hearing this, his grandmother's face brightened with a comforting smile as she gently patted his hand in understanding. After ensuring his grandparents were settled for the night, Fu Chen departed their room and returned to his own. Upon entering, he picked up his phone, intending to call Han Jinyu to explain the situation and inquire if the plans could be altered. He silently prayed that Han Jinyu would comprehend his predicament and agree to postpone the trip by a day. After all, he did not wish to disappoint his friend's warm hospitality, but he was even less inclined to forego cherished moments with his family. After several attempts, Han Jinyu did not answer, prompting Fu Chen to send a detailed message explaining the circumstances at home and that the originally planned itinerary would have to be postponed until the evening of the 5th. After a while, Han Jinyu replied, "It's perfectly fine, my schedule is quite flexible, you can come whenever, and I will accommodate you." He also reminded Fu Chen to send him the specific train details for better coordination. Upon receiving this response, Fu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to reassess the train tickets. After some adjustments, he finalized the new travel arrangements and forwarded the ticket information to Han Jinyu. Reflecting for a moment, he then sent a goodnight message to his beloved emoji princess, Chu Xiai, before setting his phone aside to prepare for rest. Chapter 88. Heart to heart with a best friend. Chu Xiai had spent a delightful night at her grandfather's house. Upon awakening, she noticed the goodnight message Fu Chen had sent the previous evening, prompting her to playfully respond with a good morning. After completing her morning routine, she observed that the weather was particularly splendid that day. She had made plans with Su Mumu to stroll by West Lake and bask in the beautiful sunny holiday. When Chu Xiai arrived at West Lake, Su Mumu was already waiting there. The moment they met, they embraced, exchanging warm greetings. Hand in hand, they walked along the lakeside, appreciating the stunning scenery. As they strolled, they engaged in lively conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. Eventually, they arrived at a CAF, where Chu Xiai suggested they step inside for a coffee. Su Mumu readily agreed. In the CAF, they ordered 2 cups of coffee and settled by the window to continue their chat. "How have you been lately? Is work going smoothly?" Chu Xiai inquired, her expression filled with concern. "Pretty well, just a bit busy," Su Mumu replied with a smile. "Being busy is good, otherwise you might find yourself involved in other antics." Chu Xiai teased, before curiously asking, "How have your blind dates been going?" "I've cast a wide net, but haven't caught someone like your secretary Fu," Su Mumu said, pouting with a hint of regret. With a mischievous grin, she then asked Chu Xiai, "So, what's the progress with your secretary? Have you met the parents yet? It hasn't been that long, meeting the parents seems a bit premature." Chu Xiai replied, slightly embarrassed, "But has he met your parents already?" Su Mumu countered, "That was just a coincidence. You know that," Chu Xiai explained. "Has he mentioned his parents or any plans for your future together?" Su Mumu continued to probe, concerned for her friend's well-being. "I've already informed you, he has taken care of the car, house, and pocket money, but I really don't want any of it," Chu Xiai asserted earnestly. Su Mumu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a portrait of shock and confusion. She looked at Chu Xiai as if encountering an alien. She simply could not comprehend why Chu Xiai would reject such material advantages. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "What are you thinking? His generosity could secure you a fortune if things don't work out." Upon hearing Su Mumu's words, Chu Xiai gently patted her head and smiled. "What on earth is filling your little mind?" A hint of exasperation and affection gleamed in Chu Xiai's eyes. Su Mumu burst into laughter, her smile radiant like sunshine, shining brilliance of wisdom. She declared proudly, playfully winking afterward, "All right, enough about me. What about you?" Chu Xiai decided to shift the topic, directing her gaze towards Su Mumu. "How are things with that young doctor?" A flush crept across Su Mumu's face as she lowered her head. Speaking shyly, "It's just okay, nothing too exciting." "Nothing too exciting? Are you still chatting with him?" Chu Xiai raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's just chatting," Su Mumu defended herself. "More friends, more paths to explore." Chu Xiai nodded thoughtfully and then leaned closer to Su Mumu. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "You wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you?" How could that be?" Su Mumu blushed deeper, stammering a denial. "I only see him as a friend, really." Chu Xiai observed her with a knowing smile. "Then why the blush?" Su Mumu faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her friend's reaction, Chu Xiai stifled a laugh. Deciding to ease the teasing, she cleared her throat, saying, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. But if you truly have feelings for him, be bold." Su Mumu contemplated in silence. If she were too forward, she might intimidate the young doctor. That simply would not do. She had to tread carefully to maintain her dignified image. With a playful blink, Su Mumu beamed at Chu Xiai, "Then please be the brave one first and stay at my place tonight. My dad bought me a small apartment near my workplace, and I'm living there alone. It's so comfortable." Chu Xiai smiled in response. "Let us do it tomorrow. Once my parents return, I can play the spoiled child and run over to your place." Upon hearing Chu Xi's reply, Su Mumu exclaimed excitedly, "Great, let us meet early tomorrow. I'll take you home to drop off your things, and then we can go watch the boys perform together in the evening." She began enthusiastically planning their activities for the next day, her eyes sparkling with joy. After concocting their holiday plans, they realized they had been out for quite some time and would be seeing each other again tomorrow. So they decided to part ways and head home. Sumumu had driven there, so naturally she intended to give Chu Si a ride. However, Chu Si, concerned about overexerting her, was more worried about Sumumu's driving skills, which were not particularly stellar. She felt a pang of sympathy for the 12 points on her license, thus Chu Si opted to take a taxi back to her grandfather's house. Sumumu joyfully drove home. Humming a cheerful tune along the way, she envisioned the delightful outing plan with Chu Si for the next day, her mood exceptionally buoyant. Once home, Sumumu opened her phone, accessed WeChat, found Chu Si's profile, and sent her a message. "I've arrived home safely." Chu Si quickly replied, "That's good, rest well." They exchanged messages for a while, sharing snippets of their lives and feelings, until they reluctantly concluded the conversation. Lying in bed, Chu Si tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Thoughts of the message she had sent Fu Chen that morning swirled in her mind, but as of now, there had been no response from him. This left her feeling perplexed and disheartened. Did Fu Chen truly not care for her? Yet, their exchanges had been pleasant over these past few days. Meanwhile, Fu Chen was still busy hosting guests at the dining table. With his uncle's family back, the atmosphere in the house was filled with joy. His grandfather felt this was a rare opportunity, so he had invited several relatives, hoping everyone could gather and enjoy this happy moment together. Consequently, many guests filled the house, and Fu Chen joined his grandfather, father, and uncle in warmly welcoming each visitor. In the midst of such a bustling environment, Fu Chen found himself bereft of the time to check his phone, let alone send a message to Chu Si. Nevertheless, she occupied his thoughts, and he resolved to explain things to her later via video call. Chapter 89, each to their friends on this tranquil evening. Chu Si unexpectedly succumbed to slumber without waiting for Fu Chen's call. Her phone gently vibrated beside her pillow, as if whispering secrets of the night, yet she remained blissfully unaware, immersed in her dreams. After a day filled with demands, Fu Chen, eagerly anticipating his video conversation with Chu Si, was met only with the sound of an unanswered call. He speculated that she had already drifted into the realm of dreams and chose not to disturb her, instead sending a soft good night, hoping she might feel this tender vigil in her sleep. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain slits, gently rousing Chu Si from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She picked up her phone and discovered Fu Chen's message from the previous night, stirring within her a subtle mix of emotions, part irritation, yet laced with sweetness and anticipation. Intentionally refraining from replying, she decided to convey her feelings through action, meticulously adorning herself as if each stroke of makeup concealed a small act of revenge against Fu Chen. At lunchtime, her grandmother, with adept hands, prepared a feast brimming with color, aroma, and flavor. Family members gathered around, cherishing this warm moment together. After the meal, her parents, needing to return to Jiaxing early due to her mother's duty the following day, repeatedly reminded Chu Si to heed her grandparents' advice and arranged to pick her up for the airport on the 7th day. Her aunt and uncle, concerned for their son facing the impending Gaokao, decided to accompany them home as well, although her aunt offered to have Chu Si stay with her. Chu Si, considering her cousin's absence, felt more at ease remaining with her grandparents and graciously declined her aunt's kind offer. In the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, Sumumu arrived, guided by Chu Si's location. Sumumu's greatest charm lay in her sweet, honeyed words. Upon entering, she called out affectionately to her grandparents, eliciting smiles from the elderly couple. Since their university days, the two had been dormitory friends, often inseparable during vacations, thus fostering a close bond between their families. The elders were well acquainted with both girls. After chatting and indulging in some playful banter with her grandparents, they finally relented and agreed to let Chu Si spend the night at Sumumu's place. With a playful promise to safely return Chu Si home, Sumumu took her hand and they set off with a few simple belongings. The car ride was filled with laughter and joy. As Sumumu first took Chu Si to her home to help organize her luggage. In this cozy little abode, they continued their delightful escapade. Sumumu could hardly contain her excitement as she showcased the outfit she planned to wear to the nightclub that evening, a black, short off-shoulder cheongsam, thoughtfully paired with a pearl overlay akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. For Chu Si, she had chosen a pink, pearl-embellished cheongsam, the highlight being its open-back design, resembling a dreamlike net woven from pearls. Utterly enchanting, the two young women gazed at the beautiful garments, their imaginations already running wild. Meanwhile, Fu Chen awoke to the gentle coolness and light filtering through his window. He eagerly drew back the curtains, and instantly, golden sunlight flooded the room, illuminating it with warmth and brightness. Indeed, it was a rare day of splendid weather, with radiant sunshine and a gentle breeze caressing his skin, providing just the right touch of coolness. He swiftly completed his morning routine and donned a casual yet stylish outfit before descending the stairs. Passing through the courtyard, a heartwarming scene caught his eye. His grandfather, father, and uncle were seated under the old locust tree, savoring tea and engaged in a game of chess, relishing the tranquility and harmony of the moment. A smile tugged at Fu Chen's lips as he approached, cheerfully greeting grandfather, dad, uncle. Good morning, Xiao-chun, so early, his grandfather replied, looking up with warmth in his eyes. Yes, the weather is splendid today. I wanted to head out early and enjoy it. Fu Chen nodded, his gaze drifting to the chessboard, intrigued by the unfolding game. Indeed, such weather is perfect for going out, his grandfather concurred, before immersing himself back into the match with his uncle. After observing for a while, Fu Chen turned and made his way to the dining room. The family's housekeeper had already prepared a lavish breakfast for him. Knowing he always craved something special upon his return, sitting down, he savored this exclusive pampering while contemplating his afternoon plans to meet Han Jinyu. After breakfast, Fu Chen returned to the courtyard to bid farewell to his elders. With a smile, he announced, grandfather, dad, uncle, I plan to go out this afternoon to meet some friends. Hearing this, Fu Chen's father frowned slightly, reproaching him. You're leaving so soon, your uncle has just returned. Why not spend more time with us? Fu Chen quickly explained, Dad, please don't be upset. I just wish to seize this opportunity to meet my friends. It's rare to have such a chance amidst my busy work schedule, his uncle interjected with a smile. All right, young people have their own ideas, Xiao-chun, go ahead, making like-minded friends will benefit you in the future. We understand, thank you, uncle. I'll take my leave now. Fu Chen expressed his gratitude with a glance at his uncle before bidding farewell to them all. Compared to his father's somewhat stern demeanor, Fu Chen appreciated the support and freedom his uncle offered. Even after starting work, he found himself more inclined to share his thoughts and seek solace in conversation with his uncle. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Fu Chen felt particularly at ease. He understood that although his family could be somewhat nagging at times, their love and concern were palpable. Before departing, he made sure to bid farewell to his grandmother, mother, and aunt, ensuring everyone was aware of his whereabouts to spare them any worry. With everything in order, Fu Chen quickly packed his belongings and eagerly made his way to the high-speed rail station. On the train, he scrolled through his phone, eagerly awaiting a message from Chu Xiai. However, to his surprise, the little princess who usually bombarded him with various emojis had sent him nothing that day. Fu Chen mused that he would have to consult Han Jinyu on how to cheer up girls when they met later. The thought brought a gentle smile to his lips, filled with anticipation for their upcoming gathering. Chapter 90. Hangzhou. Fu Chen gently tapped his screen, sending a screenshot of his train information to Han Jinyu. Before long, a concise and decisive reply appeared. Okay. Leaning back in his seat, he relished this rare moment of leisure. The scenery outside the window unfurled like a painting, and his spirits lifted with the ever-changing landscape. The burdens of work momentarily faded from his mind as he opened several familiar forums, scrolling through amusing posts that added a touch of enjoyment to his journey. Yet, this tranquility did not last long, as his heart ultimately succumbed to longing for Chu Xiai. Unable to resist, he picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and gently tapped the screen to select a humorous emoji to send her. The image depicted a playful little stick poking at an emoji, as if expressing his desire to delicately touch on Chu Xi's feelings at that moment. He wondered what she might be doing, yet hesitated to disrupt her rhythm of life. He hoped that when she saw his message, it would elicit a smile, perhaps even a return emoji or a simple word to assure him that all was well. At that very moment, however, Chu Xiai was lost in the excitement of her impending night out with Su Mumu, hand in hand as they navigated the bustling streets, indulging in shopping delights and sampling various delicacies. Completely oblivious to their phones, under Su Mumu's insistence, they ventured into a hair salon to change their hairstyles. According to Su Mumu, if clothes were an embellishment, then hairstyles were a woman's soul, thus she recommended that Chu Xiai also try a new look. To which Chu Xiai dutifully followed along, indicating her willingness to comply with the arrangements. Su Mumu opted for large waves, looking particularly enchanting, while Chu Xiai maintained her straight hair, merely adjusting the layers for a more natural and soft appearance. The new hairstyles made them glow even brighter, exchanging smiles that sparkled with anticipation for the night ahead. After finishing their hair, the two young women realized the hour was late and prepared to return home for a proper rest, followed by glamorous makeup and outfit changes, which thrilled them. At this juncture, Fu Chen had already arrived at his destination. As he stepped out of the high-speed rail station, he was greeted by the unique modern atmosphere of the city. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the distinctive charm of this metropolis. Exiting the station, he scanned the surroundings in search of Han Jinyu's figure. Before long, he spotted a tall, handsome man standing at the exit. Clad in a stylish trench coat, exuding an air of nonchalance, Han Jinyu noticed Fu Chen's arrival, a smile breaking across his face as he waved to him. Upon meeting, they exchanged polite handshakes and inquired about each other's well-being. Han Jinyu then playfully patted Fu Chen on the shoulder, as if to better convey his warm welcome. Fu Chen felt the sincerity and enthusiasm emanating from Han Jinyu, warming his heart. Subsequently, Han Jinyu took hold of Fu Chen's luggage, and the two strolled side by side toward the parking lot, engaging in cheerful conversation all the way. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the two individuals stowed their luggage, and Han Jinyu prepared to drive Fu Chen to a dining establishment. While en route, Han Jinyu received a phone call, seemingly an invitation to a gathering. He could only be heard politely declining with the explanation that he had friends visiting today, thus lacking the time for pleasantries. After the two settled in at the restaurant, not long after taking their seats, it appeared that another person called, extending yet another invitation, which Han Jinyu again declined, citing his prior commitments. Fu Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about the matter, questioning whether something important was at stake. Han Jinyu chuckled and explained, "I have been in Hangzhou recently, as our department has a project here that I've been overseeing. Moreover, I have several friends in Hangzhou, and we occasionally gather." He paused, as if recalling something, and continued, "I initially thought you would arrive in Shanghai yesterday, but your sudden change of plans has thrown my schedule into disarray." It turned out that Fu Chen was meant to arrive in Shanghai the previous day. However, due to family matters, he had to alter his itinerary. This alteration disrupted Han Jinyu's arrangement for a gathering with friends. "Unfortunately for your sake, I had to postpone everything by a day." Han Jinyu shrugged, though his expression remained cheerful. Just as they exchanged a few more words, Han Jinyu's phone rang again. Fu Chen gestured for him to answer, and as soon as he connected the call, the voice on the other end wasted no time, inviting him to bring his friend along to Hangzhou, promising to cover all expenses for food and lodging, an invitation brimming with sincerity. Han Jinyu glanced up at Fu Chen, who had also overheard it. Upon hearing that the destination was Hangzhou, Fu Chen felt an immediate affinity, as he had intended to go there to pick up Chu Xi on the 7th. He nodded in agreement. This turn of events left Han Jinyu somewhat bewildered. He had always perceived Fu Chen as a man of strong principles, not one to easily concede, yet here he was, nodding in agreement. With a look of curiosity, he asked, "Are you certain you want to go to Hangzhou?" Fu Chen replied with a smile, "Indeed." He was calculating that a trip to Hangzhou would increase his chances of encountering Chu Xi. After receiving Fu Chen's affirmative response, Han Jinyu quickly communicated with his friend on the phone, who informed him that they would eat first before heading over. His friends readily agreed and promised to arrange a suite for them, urging them to drive a bit faster after their meal, as they wished to invite the two for a late-night snack. Han Jinyu acknowledged this with understanding. It must be said that this arrangement pleased Han Jinyu. He was a person who relished lively gatherings and enjoyed the company of others. In the restaurant, Fu Chen and Han Jinyu reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their university days, as if they were transported back to their youthful years. Fortunately, the meal did not linger for too long, allowing them merely to share stories without delving into emotional reflections. After dining, as Han Jinyu settled the bill, he promptly cancelled the hotel reservation he had made for Fu Chen on his phone. Preparing to head to Hangzhou, Fu Chen, expressing concern, inquired whether Han Jinyu needed assistance with driving, considering the challenge of navigating from the station to dining, followed by a highway drive to Hangzhou. However, Han Jinyu, with an air of ease, assured him that it was merely a minor task he could manage. Thus, the two embarked on their journey to Hangzhou, filled with anticipation and mutual trust. Chapter 91, An Encounter at the Bar at Home. The two young women were brimming with excitement as they began their preparations. They first washed away the fatigue of the day, allowing their skin to radiate a fresh glow. Subsequently, they settled before the vanity, meticulously selecting suitable cosmetics, carefully applying them to create an exquisite look. Each stroke was filled with anticipation and joy. Once their makeup was complete, they opened the wardrobe and donned the kipayos that Su Mumu had prepared in advance, the attire that best accentuated their figures and grace. Standing before the mirror, they beheld a transformed version of themselves, one entirely distinct from their usual selves. After tidying up, the two engaged in light conversation at home, with Su Mumu expressing her reluctance to arrive too early, as fewer patrons would render it less lively. She wished to soak in the ambience of midnight, taking a moment to touch up Chu Xi's eye makeup. Chu Xi typically favored a more understated look. However, in Su Mumu's view, appearing too plain for a bar visit was tantamount to not wearing makeup at all. As the time approached, she led Chu Xi out the door. Initially considering a taxi but ultimately deciding to drive herself, opting for a designated driver if necessary. All the while, Su Mumu excitedly introduced Chu Si to the bar, which she had meticulously chosen for its vibrant atmosphere. The DJ was exceptional, and the array of handsome young men was an added bonus. She remarked on Chu Si's overly gentle disposition, suggesting that a visit to the bar could serve as an outlet for her pent-up frustrations. After all, entering and exiting the bar was inconsequential, as no one would recognize either of them. Throughout the journey, Su Mumu continued to share her whimsical thoughts with Chu Si, who gazed out at the cityscape, absorbing the festive spirit while agreeing with Su Mumu's sentiments. Indeed, she had been too soft-hearted, hence her decision not to respond to Fu Chen's messages today, allowing him to experience the discomfort she felt yesterday. The car swiftly came to a halt at the bar's entrance, where Su Mumu's vehicle, having taken several attempts to park, occupied 2 spaces. Frustrated, she remarked that perhaps her car was simply too large. Chu Si cast a silent glance in her direction. Exiting the vehicle, the two made their way to the bar entrance, where a familiar bartender awaited them, guiding them inside. The bar was already bustling with patrons, the music and cheers creating a lively atmosphere. Chu Si and Su Mumu navigated through the crowd to a corner where a booth had been reserved in advance. The server promptly delivered their drinks. Chu Si gingerly lifted her cocktail glass, savoring her first sip, appreciating its rich flavor. Su Mumu, meanwhile, observed the surrounding crowd while sipping her drink, on the lookout for intriguing occurrences. Meanwhile, Fu Chen and Han Jinyu had arrived in Hangzhou, having first checked into their accommodation. Shortly thereafter, Han Jinyu's friend began to urge them, mentioning that they had arranged to welcome them at another friend's bar. Everyone else had arrived, only the two of them were missing. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of their friends, the pair hastily drove to the bar. Coincidentally, Han Jinyu's south vehicle could only park next to Su Mumu's, forcing him to maneuver his car into the space to facilitate Fu Chen's exit from the passenger seat. Given the tight quarters, he had no choice but to climb out from the passenger side. Internally, he was seething, having mentally cursed the neighboring vehicle's owner numerous times. Interestingly, both he and the other driver owned identical models of the G-Class, which only fueled Han Jinyu's irritation, prompting thoughts of switching vehicles. Just then, his friends emerged to greet him, and upon witnessing the predicament of his car being squeezed so awkwardly, they could not help but chuckle. It was worth noting that our esteemed director Han was hardly a modest gentleman. This time, he had certainly suffered a significant embarrassment. Han Jinyu warmly introduced Fu Chen to his friends, and the group of young, educated individuals quickly became acquainted. Han Jinyu and Fu Chen were promptly ushered to the second floor, where they occupied a private room with a splendid view, allowing them to clearly observe the scene below, while those downstairs remained oblivious to their presence above. As time passed, the atmosphere in the bar grew increasingly animated, with patrons dancing and singing, reveling in the special night. Su Mumu, too, was swept up in the ambience, joining the throng on the dance floor. Adorned in a flowing black chipa with a pearl-overlaid shawl, she captivated the crowd with her graceful movements, undoubtedly the center of attention. A group of men began to approach her, and naturally, the scene did not escape the notice of those in the upstairs room. Han Jinyu found himself admiring the young woman's figure in tasteful attire, which exuded a blend of classical elegance and sensuality, compelling him to capture a brief video on his phone. He glanced back at her, only to be startled by the sight of a familiar figure returning to her seat. Was that not Chu Si? He immediately turned his gaze toward Fu Chen, who wore a furrowed brow and an expression of deep concern. Had Fu Chen also recognized her? Chen-gu, Han Jinyu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Fu Chen remained silent, his eyes fixed on Chu Si below, filled with a complexity of emotions. Chapter 92, the conclusion of the evening. One of Han Jinyu's friends, following their gaze, curiously inquired, "Do you know them?" Han Jinyu quickly clarified, "The lady in the pink chipa was an acquaintance of ours, Fu Chen's girlfriend." The group collectively understood that the man sitting beside Han Jinyu patted Fu Chen's shoulder, asking with concern, "Do you need us to intervene?" Han Jinyu responded to brother, "Go and bring them upstairs." He then asked, "By the way, who is the lady in the black chipao?" At that moment, the bar owner interjected, "I know her. That young lady is the daughter of Director Su, named Su Mumu, and she is quite the lively character." Fu Chen suddenly realized that this girl was indeed the one who had messaged Chu Si, which he had seen earlier. This revelation aligned perfectly with his previous assumptions about her. Han Jinyu could not help but confirm with his friends, "Is she the Su director I know?" His friend nodded in affirmation. Han Jinyu then chuckled, "I never would have imagined that Director Su, with his beer belly, could father such a beautiful daughter. It seems these two young women are together, so let us invite them both upstairs." Downstairs, Su Mumu remained engrossed in her enchanting and mysterious black butterfly persona, flitting gracefully among the flowers like an elegant butterfly, lost in delight. Her allure seemed to captivate those around her, as several gentlemen gathered around Chu Ci. Eager to obtain her phone number, Chu Ci had little desire to engage with these suitors, for she had not yet encountered anyone as handsome as her family's secretary Fu. Su Mumu returned to the dance floor for a while. And on her way back to the booth, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of bartenders, effectively blocking the persistent admirers outside. The leader leaned close to Su Mumu's ear, suggesting that their boss wished to invite them upstairs for a chat. Su Mumu mused to herself about her own charm, recalling that during previous visits, she had never heard of the boss wanting to invite her to a private room, with a playful twinkle in her large eyes. She cheekily replied with a resolute not going. However, it appeared that the other party was prepared, swiftly escorting her away just as the music reached a crescendo, leaving no one to notice her departure. Thus, Su Mumu was taken to the private room upstairs. Meanwhile, Chu Ci remained oblivious until a bartender approached her, stating that her friend was feeling unwell and resting upstairs, asking her to check on her. Chu Ci, naive and unsuspecting, obediently grabbed her phone and followed suit. Upon opening the door to the private room, her eyes fell first upon Fu Chun, with Su Mumu standing beside him, faced with such a scene. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anxiety and fear. Like a startled rabbit, she moved closer to Su Mumu, seeking a semblance of safety. Fu Chun regarded her silently. The others also remained quiet until he coldly commanded, "Come here." Su Mumu widened her eyes at Chu Ci, pointing at Fu Chun. She asked, "Is this the legendary secretary Fu?" Chu Ci nodded in response. Su Mumu, placing a hand on her chest, exclaimed to Chu Ci, "You scared me. His aura makes me feel as if I've returned to school and been caught by the homeroom teacher for misbehaving." She continued to tease Chu Ci, "Sister, how do you like this homeroom teacher vibe? It's so oppressive." At that moment, a timid expression crossed Chu Ci's face, seemingly broadcasting her inner turmoil and helplessness. Fu Chun remained silent, but his patience was evidently waning, and Chu Ci stood frozen, prompting Fu Chun's irritation to rise. Su Mumu then remarked to Chu Ci, "You haven't betrayed him, so why be so timid?" Han Jinyu was barely suppressing laughter, observing Su Mumu's playful antics with Fu Chun's restraint, all the while oblivious to the tension she was creating. It must be said that Su Mumu possessed a delicate and refined beauty. Her figure slender, unlike Yi Chenxi's vibrant competence or Chu Ci's gentle allure, she exuded a quirky charm that was rare. Han Jinyu found her intriguing and casually sent a video of her dancing in the club to Su's office. Before long, Su Mumu's phone began to ring incessantly. She pressed the hang-up button, but it rang again almost immediately, switching to a WeChat video call, leaving Su Mumu astonished, wondering what her father was up to this time. At that moment, Fu Chun stood up to greet Han Jinyu and their friends, indicating he needed to leave for an urgent matter. Everyone nodded in understanding and embraced Chu Ci before departing. As Su Mumu was frantically answering her boss's call, she silently lamented her fate. Whenever her father couldn't reach her or she ignored his calls, he would directly contact her boss, who happened to be his former subordinate. Thus inevitably being asked to intervene. In the brief moment she was on the phone, Fu Chun led Chu Ci away, and she had no time to stop her friend, helplessly watching her disappear from sight. Anxious yet powerless, Han Jinyu gently grasped Su Mumu's arm and said, "Come on, I'll take you home." He then rose, softly pulling her along. They bid farewell to Han Jinyu as friends and exited the bar together. Once outside, Su Mumu forcefully shook off his hand, exclaiming, "Who are you? I can walk by myself." The phone rang again, shattering the surrounding calm. Su Mumu answered, playfully saying, "Dear Daddy, what has the rush to call your beloved daughter?" As she spoke, a mischievous smile graced her face, seemingly unfazed by her father's call. However, the voice on the other end was serious and commanding. "Where are you?" Su Mumu felt a tightening in her chest but maintained a facade of calm as she replied, "I am at home." The other party continued relentlessly, "I'm at your house, and you need to start behaving yourself. Come home immediately, or I'll suspend your cards. You have 20 minutes. With that, the call ended. Leaving Su Mumu in a state of bewilderment. Stunned, she was filled with questions and surprise, pondering how her father found out she was not at home and why he was so insistent she return. This sudden turn of events left her feeling perplexed and somewhat anxious. She quickly pulled out her phone, preparing to summon a designated driver for her return. Shortly after, the driver arrived at the designated location. However, as Su Mumu approached the car, she discovered that the driver's seat was blocked by another vehicle, preventing her from getting in. A frustration washed over her, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This car is parked like a sleeping dragon." Hearing her words, Han Jinyu smiled and replied, "Miss Su, I wonder if you've heard the saying, where there is a sleeping dragon, a phoenix must follow." Upon hearing his words, Sumumu suddenly understood everything. She realized that the car's owner was likely Han Jinyu. She remarked, "What a coincidence." Although this serendipitous encounter was intriguing, it did disrupt her plans. Much to her annoyance, when the car finally maneuvered out, she turned to Han Jinyu and said, "Go back and tell that Secretary Fu to treat my friend better, or I'll be advising them to break up every day. Goodbye, never again." With that, she waved her hand dismissively and strode away. Han Jinyu stood watching her car disappear from view, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 93. Facing consequences, Han Jinyu quietly pulled out his phone from his pocket. His fingers swiftly tapping the screen before hitting send, dispatching a message to Su's office. "Hello, Director Su. I have persuaded the young lady to leave. She is still quite young, and the bar environment is complex and chaotic. Please guide her well upon your return." Due to work relationships, Han Jinyu often dined with Director Su, who admired him for his youthful talents. He thought it fitting that, given their cordial rapport, encountering his daughter would prompt some concern. Speaking of this precious daughter, she was indeed a handful, having been indulged since childhood, yet she was far from easy to manage, often defying his wishes. Despite her intelligence and beauty, he had hoped she would find a suitable partner to help him rein her in. She had gone on many blind dates, but none had met his standards. Either their faces were too broad or their eyes too small, with even some bizarre reasons for incompatibility. Director Su replied to Han Jinyu with a simple thank you, accompanied by a fist bump emoji. Thanks to Han Jinyu's intervention, Sumumu faced severe repercussions, surrendering her salary card, having her other cards suspended, and receiving a meager monthly allowance of 2,000, effectively returning her to square one. Sumumu could only silently lament her fate, thinking about how to remedy the situation later. Meanwhile, since being embraced by Fu Chun, Chu Xiai had shrunk into herself. She sensed his anger, yet felt trapped and unable to escape. So she shut her eyes, pressing herself against Fu Chun, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, relishing his warmth and strength. Fu Chun noted this shift in the petite woman, and he found himself unexpectedly drawn to her. A surge of unaccountable emotions rising within him, her affectionate proximity surprised him, gradually dissipating his irritation. His previously tense muscles began to relax, and his breathing steadied, yet, despite his anger subsiding, he couldn't resist teasing this adorable woman. As they entered the hotel room, he feigned annoyance, saying, "What, afraid I'll throw you out?" Chu Xiai, hearing his words, lifted her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of grievance and helplessness as she softly replied, "I know I was wrong." Seeing her pitiful expression, Fu Chen's anger vanished entirely. However, he maintained a serious demeanor, gently stroking her hair, asking, "What did you do wrong?" Chu Xiai gazed at Fu Chen with innocent eyes, confusion flickering within them, as she replied softly, "I don't even know what I did wrong." Fu Chen suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his hand raised, and lightly smacked her bottom. Chu Xiai's cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling a mix of grievance, she desperately tried to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to say, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your messages, but that is only because you didn't reply to mine first." Fu Chun, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. He felt Chu Xiai had entirely missed the point, thus he intensified the force of his hand, delivering a resounding smack. The charged atmosphere became increasingly intimate, causing Chu Xiai to feel a surge of indignation. She struggled to break free, yet her feeble strength was no match for Fu Chen's hold. Before she could escape, he had already pinned her against the bed, rendering her immobile. At that moment, the atmosphere between them grew ever more delicate. Fu Chen's breath gradually quickened, and his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. He leaned closer to Chu Xi's earlobe, whispering softly, "Do you know how much I worry about you?" Chu Xi's heartbeat raced, her body trembling slightly as she felt the surge of Fu Chen's emotions at that moment, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Why is it that when you message me, I must respond? But when I seek you out, you can appear at your leisure, postponing important matters." Her voice carried a hint of a sob, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly agitated. Fu Chen gazed at her silently, understanding that the best course of action was to let her express her feelings fully. "I am a person too. I need respect and care. Why does it always have to be like this?" Finally, tears streamed down Chu Xi's face, her voice growing increasingly choked with emotion. Fu Chen reached out, gently wiping her tears away, murmuring, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. It won't happen again." Chu Xi sniffled and nodded. While Fu Chen embraced her tightly from behind, he tenderly stroked her hair, comforting her, "It's all right, stop crying. And no matter how busy I am in the future, I will make sure to keep you informed." After a while, Chu Xi's emotions began to settle. Observing her calmness, Fu Chen spoke softly, "However, it is not right for you to go to a bar dressed like this without informing me. You attract too much attention. And the people in bars can be quite complex. What if something happens? If you wish to go to a bar in the future, you can invite me along. I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi remained silent, secretly grumbling to herself. If she were to bring him to the bar, how would Su Mumu have the chance to admire handsome men? Perhaps even her best friend would be cast aside. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xi found it difficult to directly counter Fu Chen's words. After all, he had a point. Bars indeed posed certain risks, thus she decided to maintain her silence for the time being. Waiting for a more opportune moment to discuss it with Fu Chen, now her priority was to soothe him, but how to do so? She sighed inwardly, realizing she needed to be bold. Deliberately frowning, she feigned discomfort and said in a playful tone, "Oh Fu Chen, you're holding me too tightly. It's making me uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen furrowed his brow slightly and began to rise, but before he could fully stand, Chu Xi took the opportunity to turn toward him. With a gentle grip around his neck, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation, she teased, "Look what you've done to me. How will you make it up to me?" Without waiting for Fu Chen's response, she pulled him down, and their lips met unexpectedly. The flames of desire that Fu Chen had managed to suppress flared back to life in an instant. Chapter 94, Affectionate Whispers. Fu Chen's gaze deepened, as if he could read Chu Xi's innermost thoughts, yet a tender smile graced his lips. Sensing the shift in Fu Chen's demeanor, Chu Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She knew she had passed this test, thus she pressed herself closer to Fu Chen, as if she intended to meld into his embrace entirely. Fu Chen held her tightly, as if wishing to fuse her into his very being. His kiss grew more fervent and passionate, as though he sought to pour all his affection into that singular moment. Chu Xi responded with equal fervor, their emotions reaching a crescendo, after an intimate and lingering kiss. Fu Chen finally released Chu Xi. His eyes brimmed with warmth and adoration, as if he beheld a precious treasure. Chu Xi, blushing, lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, their eyes locked, and it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. In that moment, their hearts spoke volumes, transcending the need for words. It was a scene of warmth and harmony, as if their earlier quarrel had never transpired. However, Fu Chen had not seen Chu Xi for several days, and he could not simply let her off the hook. Instead, he allowed her a moment of respite. A while later, he gently nibbled her ear, causing her to shiver, her back arching as the delicate pearls adorning her attire trembled, revealing her alluring curves. Fu Chen tore away the fabric, his hand sliding down her spine, igniting a tremor within her. Chu Xi's breath quickened, and she instinctively grasped Fu Chen's arm. "It's been a few days, and you are increasingly tempting," he murmured before leaning in to kiss her neck. Chu Xi let out a soft whimper as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged with intimacy. That night Fu Chen whispered countless words into her ear, yet she registered none. Consumed by her pleas for mercy, the following day, Chu Xi awoke around noon, feeling as if she had been disassembled and reassembled. Her body sore all over, particularly in her lower regions, where the pain was most acute. She understood that all of this was Fu Chen's doing. He must have intentionally been rough, wanting her to remember this lesson. Slowly she sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and then got up to wash up. After washing her face, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom, only to be taken aback by the sight of her clothes in tatters. Internally cursing Fu Chen, she felt a sense of helplessness. Opening her phone, she noticed numerous missed calls and messages. Most were from Su Mumu, the last message reading, "Sister, do you need me to call the police?" Chu Xi quickly replied, "I'm fine." Before long, Su Mumu's call came through. "Sister, are you alright? Is Fu's secretary being abusive?" Su Mumu asked anxiously. Chu Xi glanced at her state and thought this surely did not qualify as abuse. So she responded, "I'm fine, but my clothes are ruined." Su Mumu gasped, "Oh my goodness, I worried about you all night and couldn't sleep, only to find out you two were so sweet together. This is truly heartbreaking." She even made its king sound. Chu Xi, feeling exasperated, replied, "Alright, enough of the act. Weren't you too scared to help me escape yesterday?" Su Mumu chuckled sheepishly, "Oh, I was just afraid of ruining your good fortune with Fu Chen." "So how did you find that dress from yesterday?" Chu Xi shyly nodded, conceding that it was indeed lovely. Su Mumu seized the opportunity, saying, "Great, quickly send me the hotel address, and I'll have the owner send you another outfit." Chu Xi glanced at her tattered clothes, feeling grateful for such a considerate friend. Noticing Fu Chen's absence, she relied on Su Mumu to assist her, thus she replied, "Alright, you hang up first. I'll send you the location and room number right away." Upon receiving the message, Su Mumu's lips curved into a mischievous smile as she plotted to dress her friend beautifully and provoke the typically serious Fu secretary. Shortly thereafter, Fu Chen returned to the room with some food. Spotting Chu Xi lying on the bed engrossed in her phone, he approached, lifting her up and insisting they eat something first. However, Chu Xi was reluctant to budge, prompting Fu Chen to kiss her gently while coaxing her. After all, he had not controlled his strength the previous day, and now he could only make amends in this manner. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fu Chen got up to answer it and found a server delivering an exquisite gift bag. stating it was a present for Miss Chu. Fu Chen accepted the bag and brought it into the room, while Chu Ci eagerly stepped forward to take it from him. As she opened the gift box, she said, "Mumu called me. Coincidentally, the dress from yesterday got ruined, so she had someone send me a new one." A sweet smile spread across her face, as if Su Mumu were the most thoughtful person in the world. Fu Chen stood by quietly observing as Chu Ci carefully unwrapped the gift box, curiosity flickering in his eyes. When she unveiled the contents, her eyes widened in surprise. It was a black velvet cheongsam adorned with lace and pearls. Exquisite and opulent, the black velvet exuded a mysterious and noble aura, beautifully complemented by the lace and pearl embellishments, creating a unique aesthetic. The cheongsam's design was simple and elegant, yet the intricate details revealed an endless sophistication and grace. Embodying a subtle luxury, Chu Ci was evidently thrilled with the cheongsam, eagerly heading to the bathroom to try it on. Fu Chen remained behind, eagerly anticipating her appearance. Moments later, Chu Ci emerged from the bathroom. Fu Chen's gaze was instantly captivated, his eyes brightening. At that moment, Chu Ci, clad in the black velvet cheongsam, appeared stunningly beautiful. The cut of the cheongsam perfectly accentuated her figure, particularly the lace section at the bust, which added an element of sensuality and charm. The lace design artfully concealed portions of her skin, creating an alluring air of mystery. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within Fu Chen, and he could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" His voice was deep and resonant, filled with admiration. He then added, "Are you sure you want to wear that out?" Chu Ci replied softly, "But I have no other clothes." Fu Chen responded, "Let us go buy you some clothes." Chapter 95, A Trip to Hangzhou. Chu Ci resolutely rejected, "I don't want to go." Her gaze carried a hint of mischief, as if she had already seen through Fu Chen's little schemes. A subtle smile played at the corners of Fu Chen's mouth as he teasingly remarked, "Very well, then let us remain at the hotel today. We have an entire afternoon to continue." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen Chu Ci's reaction. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple in autumn, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. She hastily shook her head in disagreement, clutching Fu Chen's arm tightly as she playfully protested, "No, I want to go out." Her voice was soft and endearing, laced with a touch of pleading that made it difficult to refuse. Fu Chen, captivated by her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Chu Ci's head, akin to soothing a docile kitten. "All right then, let us go outside," he said, his words imbued with affection and a hint of resignation. Clearly moved by Chu Ci's playful antics, hand in hand, they exited the hotel, the autumn breeze caressing them, carrying the fragrant scent of osmanthus, rendering the city even more enchanting. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, as if adding a touch of romance to their outing. They decided to take a taxi to a renowned qipao shop. This establishment was not only famous for its diverse array of qipaos but also for the myriad stories of beauty it held within. Upon entering the shop, the staff welcomed them warmly, their faces adorned with smiles as they inquired about their needs. However, when the attendant caught sight of the exquisite qipao adorning Chu Ci, a look of confusion crossed her face. She couldn't help but ask, "Miss Chu, is there something about the qipao you're dissatisfied with?" A wave of panic surged through Chu Ci. She could not fathom why the attendant would pose such a question. Was there an issue with her qipao? Anxiously, she looked toward Fu Chen, seeking his support. His rich, magnetic voice emerged at just the right moment, coming to her rescue. "Not at all. I merely believe Miss Chu looks exceptionally beautiful in her qipao. Hence I thought we might select a few more styles." The attendant's face brightened with understanding, and she promptly led them further into the shop, enthusiastically introducing various styles of qipao, from traditional embroidered designs to modern adaptations. Each piece exuded its own unique charm. Fu Chen, with his discerning eye, selected several elegant yet stately options for Chu Ci to try on. As she donned the qipaos, she seemed to transform, exuding an even more gentle allure. Certain styles hugged her curves, showcasing her graceful figure to perfection. Chu Ci felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Observing this, Fu Chen's lips curled into a smile. He left the address with the attendant, instructing her to have the selected qipaos delivered. At checkout, he generously added 20,000 to Su Mumu's card. This thoughtful gesture caused Su Mumu, who was at home, to sneeze unexpectedly. Rubbing her nose, she pondered, "Could someone be thinking of me?" After departing the qipao shop, Fu Chen suggested visiting Lingyin Temple. As a native of Zhujiang, though Chu Ci had heard of Lingyin Temple, she had never truly visited. She readily agreed, pleased to guide Fu Chen through its wonders, fully aware that the true guide was Fu Chen himself. Throughout their journey, they engaged in light-hearted banter. Fu Chen not only recounted the temple's rich history but also shared numerous fascinating anecdotes about Buddhist culture. His vast knowledge captivated Chu Xiai, who marveled at how Fu Chen was not only handsome but also possessed a depth that resembled an endlessly intriguing book. Upon entering the gates of Lingyin Temple, a solemn and sacred atmosphere enveloped them. The air was thick with incense, and the faithful prayed earnestly, creating an ambience that naturally induced tranquility. Together, Chu Xiai and Fu Chen offered their prayers, their spirits seemingly purified in that moment. With all worries and distractions whisked away by the wind, after their prayers, they rested on the steps beside a stone tablet etched with the Heart Sutra. The October breeze carried a refreshing coolness, yet it felt particularly invigorating. Fu Chen gazed at Chu Xiai, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your company today. I hope there will be more opportunities for us to visit here together in the future." A warm wave surged through Chu Xi's heart, and she replied with a smile, "Of course, I am also delighted to accompany you. However, have you heard that one should not casually pray at temples?" At this she mischievously added, "It is said that some couples who pray here end up parting ways." Fu Chen, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze upon her with a smile. "I believe we shall never be that couple. This is already the second temple we have prayed at together. The Buddha has blessed us with a good relationship." His words brimmed with confidence and determination, as if he envisioned a beautiful future for them. Chu Xiai felt warmth creeping into her cheeks as she feigned indignation. "Who says you are my destined partner? I refuse to acknowledge that." Yet, her eyes betrayed a hint of sweetness and happiness. Seeing this, Fu Chen playfully pulled Chu Xiai closer, feigning an intent to kiss her. Chu Xi's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Good sir, you are violating the precepts." Fu Chen pinched her cheek, his smile radiant. "I am willing to break the precept for you, my dear lady." They exchanged knowing smiles, a connection and sweetness between them that transcended words, flowing effortlessly in the air. Their time spent at Lingyin Temple became one of the most cherished memories for both Chu Xiai and Fu Chen. As the day stretched on, the silhouettes of Chu Xiai and Fu Chen appeared along the banks of West Lake. Hand in hand, they strolled along the lakeside path, as if the world contained only the two of them. The picturesque beauty of West Lake enveloped them, captivating their senses. They admired renowned sights such as the Broken Bridge and the autumn moon over the calm lake. Fully absorbing the charm and allure of Hangzhou in this delightful afternoon, they savored various local delicacies, especially at the famous Lu Wai Lu restaurant, where Chu Xiai showcased her unique insights and passion for food. She patiently explained the characteristics and preparation of each dish to Fu Chen, allowing him to better appreciate the culinary culture of the city. Fu Chen listened intently, his eyes filled with affection and admiration. Occasionally, he would lift a morsel to her lips, inviting her to savor his culinary skills. During this time, they not only relished the joy of gastronomy but also deepened their bond through these interactions. Chu Xiai and Fu Chen understood that love was not merely a romantic notion, but also the little moments of life. They were eager to share every beautiful moment together, whether wandering by West Lake or enjoying exquisite cuisine. As it filled them with immense happiness and contentment. As night fell, they reluctantly bid farewell to West Lake. On their way back to the hotel, they continued to walk hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. As if wishing to extend this sweetness and joy into eternity, their hearts brimmed with hopes and expectations for the future, confident that together, they would create even more beautiful memories and moments. Upon returning to the hotel, they sat together by the window, admiring the city illuminated by night. The lights sparkled like stars, adding a touch of romance and mystery to their love. They exchanged smiles, feeling each other's sentiments without the need for words. In this enchanting evening, they held each other tightly, savoring the happiness and sweetness that belonged solely to them. Chapter 96, The Wall of Separation. Just as their intimate moment unfolded, suddenly Chu Xi's phone rang, shattering the sweet atmosphere. Glancing at the screen, she was surprised to see her grandmother's name. It was unusual for her to call at this hour, as she usually retired early. Yet Chu Xiai hurriedly answered, "Grandma, is there something urgent at this late hour?" Her grandmother's anxious voice came through. "Muan, why haven't you returned yet? You need to catch a flight tomorrow." At that moment, realization struck Chu Xiai like a bolt of lightning, recalling her promise to her grandmother that she would spend the night at her house and return home the following day. She had completely forgotten about it. And her grandparents were still awake, anxiously waiting for her return. This profound love from her grandparents filled Chu Xiai with guilt. She quickly explained, "I'm so sorry, Grandma. I had so much fun with Mumu today that I lost track of time. However, we plan to return home early tomorrow." Nonetheless, her grandmother was not to be easily dismissed, her tone earnest. Muan, you can't keep troubling others. Besides, you need to pack for your departure tomorrow. Your parents might come early to take you to the airport. What will you do if they can't find you?" Reluctantly, Chu Xiai replied, "All right, Grandma, you and Grandpa should go to bed. I have the password. I'll be back shortly." With a heavy heart, Chu Xiai turned to Fu Chen and said, I promised Grandma I would go home today. Fu Chun, seemingly intent on teasing her, merely watched her silently, offering no response. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chu Xi could not help but say, Fu secretary, my dear old treasure. I really must go home, yet Fu Chun remained unresponsive, his gaze suggesting a challenge. Seeing this, Chu Xi approached him, wrapped her arms around him, and planted a kiss on his cheek. However, Fu Chun still did not react. Silently allowing her kiss, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, she whispered in his ear, I really must go home, goodbye. At that moment, Fu Chun suddenly grasped her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his tone tinged with playful mockery and discontent. Miss Chu, why do you act as if you don't know me once you're dressed? In a moment of desperation, Chu Xi had no choice but to continue to coax him. Did we not agree to return together tomorrow? Be good, hurry and sleep. We shall meet at the airport. Fu Chun, recognizing that he could not continue to tease her, lest she turn against him and ignore him for a long time, decided to assist her in straightening her clothes. Saying, come, I will escort you home, Chu Xi feigned reluctance, responding, it's too much trouble. You should rest well at home. Fu Chun took her hand and insisted, let us go, we might as well familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. The two hailed a taxi and soon arrived at her grandmother's house. It was a modest, single-story building, characteristic of an elderly professor's abode, complete with a small garden and windows that directly opened into the rooms. After watching Chu Xi enter through the back door, Fu Chun did not rush away but ambled leisurely around the premises. He reached a corner and gazed up at the rooms on the second floor. Pondering what Chu Xi might be doing at that moment, suddenly, he noticed the light in one of the upstairs rooms illuminate, and his heart leaped with joy. He hurried over and knocked on the window. Chu Xi, hearing the sound, opened the window and looked at Fu Chun astonished. With wide eyes she asked, how did you get up here? Fu Chun chuckled, I climbed up. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi couldn't help but laugh. Replying, aren't you afraid of falling and making headlines tomorrow? Oh, Fu Chun, amused by her reaction, laughed heartily and teased, what would the headline be? Scaling walls for love. Chu Xi, feeling a bit anxious, placed a finger against her lips, signaling for silence. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside, Wan, are you back? Who are you talking to? Chu Xi's heart raced. She quickly moved to the door and replied, Grandma, I'm back, I'm on the phone with Mumu. I'll sleep soon. As her grandmother's footsteps faded away, Chu Xi sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Fu Chun, intrigued, began to examine the quaint little room belonging to Chu Xi's grandmother. The space exuded a warm and inviting ambience. With a wooden bed against the wall and a simple desk nearby, reflecting a style that was both practical and aligned with the aesthetic sensibilities of the elderly, the warm color palette of the room added to its coziness. Gently, Chu Xi nudged Fu Chun, speaking softly, why don't you wait here for a moment before heading back? Once my grandparents are asleep, I will sneak you out of this way. You won't be caught and labeled as a rogue. With a playful wink, she finished her sentence. Fu Chun, grinning at her mischievousness, lay back on Chu Xi's bed and lazily remarked, are you worried about me? Chu Xi, feeling a bit shy, turned her head away but retorted, not at all, I just think it would be too troublesome if you were to be claimed. Fu Chun, charmed by her adorable demeanor, could not help but chuckle, then gently kissed her. Chu Xi's face flushed, and she playfully scolded, can you be a bit more serious at my grandparents' house? Fu Chun, unfazed, continued to smile as he embraced Chu Xi, burying his head in the crook of her neck, savoring her warmth. They both lay down together, wrapped in each other's arms, and in that moment, the world outside ceased to matter. This feeling enveloped Fu Chun with an immense warmth, as if he were compensating for the beautiful memories he had missed during his university days. He had always lived under pressure, never having indulged in any inappropriate behavior, as his grandfather was a renowned academic figure at the university, and everything he did was tied to his family's reputation. Yet now, every moment spent with Chu Xi filled him with unprecedented happiness and contentment. After a while, Chu Xi nudged Fu Chun gently, whispering, you mustn't fall asleep, remember to follow closely behind me. She looked earnestly at Fu Chun, a hint of concern evident in her expression. Fu Chun, amused by her anxious demeanor, chuckled, finding her utterly endearing. Chu Xi cautiously opened the door, peering down the stairs into the darkness. She gestured to Fu Chun to follow her lead. Fu Chun watched her sneaky movements, a wave of affection swelling within him as he quietly trailed behind her, trying not to make a sound. As they approached the door, Chu Xi suddenly halted and gently pushed Fu Chun outside. Startled by her abrupt action, Fu Chun quickly grasped her intent. Standing outside, he quietly gazed at Chu Xi, who silently waved goodbye to him. In Fu Chun's eyes, a glimmer of reluctance and affection shone through. Chapter 97, The Return Journey. Chu Xi tiptoed back to her room, closed the door, and lay on her bed, yet found herself unable to sleep. Tossing and turning, Fu Chun's figure incessantly filled her mind. The bed still seemed to carry his lingering scent, faint yet comforting. A smile crept across Chu Si's face, her lips curving into a sweet grin. The Fu Chen of today was nothing like the aloof Fu secretary she had first met. He had become more approachable and warm, resembling a genuine person. Meanwhile, after leaving Chu Si's house, Fu Chen met up with Han Jinyu for a late-night snack. They settled at a bustling night market stall. Ordering some food and drinks while engaging in conversation. Fu Chen expressed his gratitude for the hospitality he received over the past 2 days and bid farewell to Han Jinyu. I truly appreciate your and your friend's warm reception. It has brought me much joy. Lifting his glass, Fu Chen clinked it with Han Jinyu's. No need to be polite, Brother Chen. It's my honor to host you. Be sure to visit often. Han Jinyu replied with a smile. I forgot, you're going to be the son-in-law here. You can come by frequently. Don't forget to gather with the brothers while you're close. By the way, what did your old man say? He hasn't said anything yet, Fu Chen replied. Did you inform him? Han Jinyu inquired. This time, Senior Qin brought Yi Chensi to my house. To avoid misunderstandings, I directly told my grandfather about my relationship with Chu Si. But not to the entire family, Fu Chen explained. Taking a sip of his drink, Han Jinyu frowned slightly. What was your grandfather's reaction? Fu Chen shook his head. I don't know, he hasn't made a clear statement. Han Jinyu sighed. What do you plan to do next? Fu Chen paused for a moment before responding slowly. I'll take it one step at a time. Han Jinyu nodded. That's fair. Regardless, I wish you all the best. They continued to drink and chat, relishing the serenity of the night. Han Jinyu raised his glass, saying, Seems like your old man is keeping quiet, which proves that your prior single status must have pressured him. If you delay for 2 more years, as long as your family approves of your bride being a woman, you should be fine. Fu Chen chuckled. Don't just talk about me. What about you? Director Han, have you got someone in mind? Han Jinyu replied with a smile. I didn't before, but now I'm interested in someone. Fu Chen remarked. I can't believe someone could pique your interest. You're the most intriguing person I know, Han Jinyu responded. That's a secret. Once I sort things out, I'll bring her along, and you'll treat. They clinked glasses once more. Alright, you little rascal. Keeping secrets from me, Fu Chen laughed, but you'd better put in the effort. I'm looking forward to you bringing someone over for me to treat. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Han Jinyu said confidently. The two continued to drink and chat, unaware of how late it had become. It's getting late. We should head back, Fu Chen noted, glancing at his watch as he stood up to settle the bill. Just then, Han Jinyu also rose, saying, No, I've already taken care of it. It turned out that Han Jinyu had stealthily paid the bill while in the restroom. Fu Chen was taken aback, laughing. Old Han. You're too generous, Han Jinyu chuckled in response. You're on my turf. It's only right that I cover the costs. Next time I'm at your place, I'll take advantage of your hospitality. With that, they exchanged smiles. Together, they exited the restaurant and strolled along the street, discussing various topics. Before they knew it, they had reached the hotel entrance. Fu Chen waved his hand, bidding farewell. Goodbye, remember to let me know when you come to visit. Han Jinyu nodded in agreement. Sure, we'll do. Watching Fu Chen's departing figure, Han Jinyu felt a warmth swell within him. After Fu Chen left, Han Jinyu returned home, seated on the sofa, and found himself involuntarily conjuring the image of the person who had piqued his interest. As he pondered, a smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, far away at home, Sumumu shivered involuntarily, feeling the lingering thoughts of someone who had been preoccupying her mind. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, where Chu Si was lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door disrupted the tranquility, waking her from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she rose to open the door, finding her mother standing there, a warm smile gracing her face. Why are you still sleeping, my dear? As her mother entered the room, she carried with her the suitcase and backpack that Chu Si had brought home, placing them aside. Observing the luggage, Chu Si felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing she had not brought many belongings, yet her grandmother had thoughtfully prepared some local specialties for her to share with her colleagues. Early in the morning, Grandpa ventured out to procure breakfast for her. While the children at home had all grown into adulthood, only Chu Si occasionally returned home for a brief respite, thus the elders could only express their affection for her through concern for her diet. As Chu Si descended the stairs to enjoy her breakfast, Grandma inquired with genuine care whether she had gone downstairs the previous night. Startled, Chu Si hurriedly explained that the dishes at dinner had been excessively salty, leaving her parched and compelled to seek water in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, Grandma incessantly cautioned her, eat less salty food, as if to convey all her concern through words. With work looming ahead, she urged Chu Si to take good care of herself. If she wished for home-cooked meals, she could call Grandma, and she would send Auntie over with a delivery. This statement brimmed with worry and hope. yearning for her to live independently and flourish. Grandma, a retired elementary school teacher, attended to the children with meticulous care, from their diet and daily activities to their studies, although Grandpa had once been a university professor. His approach to educating the grandchildren differed from Grandma's. He exhibited more indulgence and affection, rarely mentioning education anymore. Perhaps age had softened him, making him more inclined to relish time spent with family rather than emphasizing the importance of education. Chusi's mother, bustling nearby, chided, "Mom, don't fuss over her, the younger generation has their own fortunes to find." Chusi quietly observed everything, a warm sensation swelling in her heart. She understood that the overflowing boxes and packages were filled with familial love and expectations. A sigh escaped her lips as she contemplated the burden of carrying these bags herself, knowing they would be quite heavy, yet she recognized that this weight was a testament to her family's profound love and care. With the necessity to arrive at the airport 2 hours early, Chusi's parents urged her to depart promptly. Nodding in agreement, she embraced Grandpa and Grandma tightly one last time, bidding them a heartfelt farewell. She promised to visit during the New Year holiday to spend quality time with them. Subsequently, Chusi hopped into the car with her parents, heading towards the airport. Once aboard, Chu's father accelerated towards the airport. Anxious that their daughter might miss her flight. In matters of transport, the elders preferred to arrive early at the station instead of cutting it close like the younger generation. Upon arrival, Chusi was grasped by her mother, who scanned the surroundings with concern. "Dear, it's getting cold, remember to pack away your summer clothes and send them back home once you're done. If work becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to inform your father and me. We can come and get you." Her mother continued her litany of reminders, while Chusi nodded and smiled in response. Though a twinge of emotion and reluctance lingered within her, she fought back tears. Fearing that her weeping would only sadden her mother further, concerned about the time, Chu's father urged her mother to cease her incessant chatter, suggesting that if she truly remained anxious, they could visit her later. Glancing at his watch, he realized time was slipping away and hastened Chusi to depart. Aware of the urgency, she waved goodbye to her parents and hurried towards the airport. As the distance grew, she turned to glance back at her parents, their figures receding, and an indescribable feeling of melancholy welled up within her, yet she understood that this was an inevitable part of growing up. Moments later, she resolutely turned away and strode towards the departure lounge. Upon entering, she quickly located a self-service ticket machine and completed the ticketing process according to the instructions. Next, she proceeded to the baggage check-in, entrusting her heavy suitcase to the staff and finalizing the check-in procedures. After passing through multiple security checks, she finally entered the VIP lounge. Inside, her eyes immediately fell upon the elegant and cultured Secretary Fu, who was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to Chusi's presence. Rather than rushing over, she chose to sit quietly at a distance. Fu Chan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he paused and approached her. Taking a seat beside her, Chusi looked up, her playful eyes sparkling with a smile. "What a coincidence, Secretary Fu," Fu Chen deliberately responded. "What a coincidence indeed. Are you on this flight as well? Are our seats together too?" His lips curved upward, and a hint of mischief and anticipation glimmered in his eyes. At his words, Chusi's composure faltered. Initially intending to feign ignorance of Fu Chen to tease him, she found herself unexpectedly flustered. Her face flushed crimson, her heart raced, filled with shyness and sweetness. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she opened her arms and joyfully leapt into Fu Chen's embrace, savoring the warmth of his presence. As if they were the only two souls in the world. Fu Chen reciprocated by wrapping his arms around Chusi, their bodies fitting snugly together, their breaths intertwining. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as they basked in the blissful atmosphere. Relishing this rare moment of intimacy, after a brief while, Fu Chen gently whispered in her ear, "Darling, it's time to check in." And only then did Chusi lift her head, realizing that since her suitcase was already checked in, she only had a bag left. Fu Chen promptly took it from her, retrieved her small thermos, and filled it with water before they proceeded to board the plane. Once aboard, Fu Chen carefully stowed Chusi's luggage and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. He inquired if she needed anything to read to pass the time, but Chusi shook her head, indicating she had no such intentions. She declared that her sole purpose was to sleep as soon as she boarded, leaving no room for reading. With that, she swiftly changed into her slippers, donned an eye mask, and without hesitation, drifted into slumber. Fu Chen gazed at Chusi as she slept, his heart brimming with affection and adoration. Aware of her recent work-related exhaustion, he hoped she could enjoy a well-deserved rest. Thus, he chose not to disturb her, quietly observing now and then to ensure she wasn't kicking off her blanket or feeling uncomfortable. During the flight, as turbulence struck, Chusi was jolted awake. Fu Chen quickly retrieved her thermos, offering her some water to soothe her throat. After taking a few sips, Chusi resumed her slumber. Throughout the entire process, Even the flight attendants refrained from waking her during meal service. Fu Chen waved his hand, signaling the attendants not to disturb her, allowing her to continue sleeping peacefully, although the flight duration was brief. It felt as though they arrived at their destination in no time. As the plane prepared for landing, Fu Chen gently roused her, reminding her to change her shoes. At that moment, Chu Xi was still in a daze. Allowing Fu Chen to assist her, the flight attendants, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but commend Fu Chen for his tenderness and attentiveness. Chu Xi silently rejoiced, realizing that Fu Chen was indeed her ideal partner. Being with him required little mental exertion. If they were to marry and have children in the future, she wouldn't need to worry too much, and such a life seemed utterly delightful. Noticing Chu Xi gazing at him, Fu Chen playfully mimicked wiping away drool. Chu Xi's face flushed again, realizing she had been playfully teased. Once more, she dove into Fu Chen's embrace, burying her head in the crook of his neck. Fu Chen gently patted her back, saying, "Sit tight, the plane is about to land. Once we get home, I'll let you give me a proper hug." After the plane landed, they first collected their luggage, with Secretary Lu already waiting outside in a car. Upon retrieving their belongings, Chu Xi greeted Secretary Lu warmly. Observing the sweet couple, Secretary Lu couldn't help but marvel at their perfect compatibility. The journey from the airport back to the county would take another 2 hours, during which Chu Xi began to feel drowsy again. She quietly slipped off her shoes and gradually curled her legs onto the seat, seeking a more comfortable position. Fu Chen caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile indulgently at her adorable demeanor. He reflected on how much Chu Xi had changed compared to the past. She had once seemed somewhat shy in his presence, but now she was more at ease, revealing her true self. This transformation brought Fu Chen solace, as he felt he had entered her world and become a part of her life. As the car jostled along the road, Chu Xi gradually succumbed to sleep. Fu Chen, gazing at her serene sleeping face, felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. He gently adjusted his seating position to avoid disturbing her and carefully cradled her in his arms, letting her rest her head on his lap. He allowed her to lie horizontally in the back seat to enhance her comfort. The scenery outside shifted continuously, with streetlights casting their glow through the window onto Chu Xi's face, illuminating her sweet smile. Fu Chen silently watched her, lost in distant thoughts. Upon arriving home, it was already quite late. Fu Chen, observing Chu Xi's peaceful sleeping visage, was filled with tenderness and concern. He gently shook her shoulder, softly asking, "Darling, would you like to go out for a bite to eat?" Chu Xi, groggy and still half asleep, shook her head, her voice hoarse as she declined. She felt that the long day of travel had left her feeling unwell. Seeing her in this state, Fu Chen's heart ached, and he decided not to press her further. After Secretary Lu helped them with their luggage, he inquired if Fu Chen needed to pick up any additional food. Fu Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Secretary Lu as he assured him there was no need for any trouble. He then advised him to return home and rest well, as there were other work commitments scheduled for the following day. Upon returning home, the first thing Chu Xi did was ascend the stairs to take a bath. She filled the tub with warm water and immersed herself, relishing the tranquility and comfort of the moment. After splashing around for a while, she felt as though all her fatigue and discomfort were being washed away by the flowing waters. Gradually, she sensed her spirit and body rejuvenating. As Chu Xi descended the stairs, she passed by the study and noticed Fu Chen on the phone. Not wishing to disturb him, she turned back to her room. She felt it prudent to reassure her family of her safety to avoid causing them undue worry. First, she dialed her grandparents. Hearing her grandmother's warm voice brought her a sense of solace. She informed her grandmother of her safe arrival home and inquired about their well-being. Her grandmother, always attentive to the minutiae of Chu Xi's life, prompted her to answer each question with patience. During their conversation, Chu Xi felt the profound love shared among family members. She reminded her grandmother to take care of her health, rest more, and not to overexert herself. Finally, she bid her grandmother farewell, wishing her all the best. Next, Chu Xi sent a brief message to her parents, notifying them of her successful return home, which would surely put their minds at ease. After accomplishing these tasks, she felt considerably lighter. Suddenly, she sensed a presence behind her and turned to find Fu Chen standing quietly. Startled, she jumped slightly but quickly regained her composure. Fu Chen stepped forward and embraced her, softly asking, "Do you feel better now?" Chu Xi smiled and replied, "Yes, I feel much improved." Just then, her stomach let out a loud grumble, causing her some embarrassment. She quickly buried her face in Fu Chen's neck, attempting to mask her awkwardness. Fu Chen gently patted her back and chuckled, "Shall we go out for a bite? Since it's still early, we should go before it gets too late and there's nothing left to eat." After a moment's thought, Chu Xi suggested, "How about we find a small noodle shop nearby?" Fu Chen nodded in agreement. "Then I'll go change," she said, pushing him towards the door. Fu Chen, seeing her effort, playfully resisted. saying, "Do you need help changing?" Chu Xi shot him a glare and retorted, "What are you up to? I'm not helpless. I can change quickly, you just step outside for a moment." Fu Chen grinned and replied, "Alright, hurry up, or I might just come in and help you." Chu Xi quickly changed into a pair of yoga pants and a short-sleeve top, layering a slightly longer lemon-yellow zip-up fleece jacket over it. She tied her hair into a ponytail, and as she descended the stairs, Fu Chen's face lit up in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the sporty look would be so stunning on her. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chu Xi playfully leapt into Fu Chen's arms, saying, "I'll ride you on my little electric bike. We're just heading nearby, so it'll be more convenient, alright?" Fu Chen nodded in approval. Realizing that as long as her requests didn't violate his principles, he would comply, simply because his fondness for her was growing. Before heading out, Chu Xi grabbed 2 black masks, after putting one on herself. She handed the other to Fu Chen, seriously instructing him, "Make sure to wear it properly. We're keeping a low profile." Fu Chen chuckled, understanding that she wished to avoid being recognized. He found it somewhat perplexing, as most girls would desire everyone to know when they were dating. While she was reluctant to go public, perhaps she feared it might affect her work, but if they were to disclose their relationship, given Fu Chen's status, it could only enhance her professional standing. After all, even if people didn't notice Chu Xi, they would certainly regard Fu Chen's reputation. This way, Chu Xi would likely find her work environment more comfortable. Fu Chen began to ponder why she consistently chose to remain discreet. Was it truly just a concern about her career, or were there deeper reasons? He felt their relationship had progressed, and he resolved to find an appropriate moment to uncover her true thoughts. Perhaps they could discuss it over noodles. With everything in order, the two set off on the petite electric bike in search of culinary delights. Naturally, they first considered whether there were any suitable noodle shops nearby. But after circling around, they found nothing satisfactory. Thus, they decided to venture a bit further. Ultimately, they chose a bustling noodle shop near the marketplace. Chu Xi thought to herself, with so many patrons, the taste surely wouldn't disappoint. As night descended, the marketplace became deserted. Stepping into the noodle shop, they found it quite crowded, and they selected a corner table. Fu Chen ordered a bowl of beef noodles for himself and a spicy and sour noodle dish for Chu Xi. Believing it would whet her appetite, before long an auntie brought over steaming bowls of noodles and informed them they could order more if they desired. As she handed Chu Xi her bowl, she couldn't help but compliment Fu Chen, saying, "Your girl is absolutely beautiful." Hearing this, Chu Xi felt a surge of delight, though she merely replied with a polite thank you. She then unabashedly cast a playful glance at Fu Chen, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Fu Chen's expression darkened in response, and he began to question whether Chu Xi's reluctance to publicly acknowledge their relationship stemmed from discontent with his age.in truth. Fu Chen did not appear old, rather, his administrative jacket lent him an air of maturity and gravitas, accentuated by the traces of time. Resigned, Fu Chen silently picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating his beef noodles. Chapter 100, Buying Flowers. Chu Xi gazed at Fu Chen, her lively eyes shimmering with curiosity and concern. Meanwhile, Fu Chen remained engrossed in his bowl of beef noodles, savoring each bite without uttering a word. As though the entire world revolved around that bowl of noodles, unable to contain herself, Chu Xi softly inquired, "Are you upset? You haven't acknowledged me at all." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen slowly set down his chopsticks, his deep-set eyes meeting hers, and a gentle smile curved his lips. "Just eat your noodles, little one. I'm merely lost in thought, not upset." Chu Xi playfully chuckled and retorted, "I am not a little one. I am your treasure." With that, she deliberately blinked at him, wearing a proud expression. Fu Chen, with an amused sigh, gently pinched her cheek before returning to his meal. At that moment, Chu Xi suddenly raised her phone, a look of suspicion on her face, and asked, "Just now, Mumu messaged me saying she received a notification about a successful recharge. Did you send her money at the Cheapo store? The shop owner has already called her." Fu Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I rewarded her for her good taste." As Chu Xi texted Su Mumu to confirm this matter, she felt somewhat embarrassed and said to Fu Chen, "This doesn't seem quite right. I feel like I owe you so much." Fu Chen dismissed her concern, lightly patting her head and laughing, "What do you have in that little head of yours? Always feeling indebted. If something can be resolved with money, it isn't truly a debt. Only when a heart has been touched and emotions deeply invested, that's what constitutes a true debt." While eating her noodles, Chu Xi feigned an expression of ignorance, turning her head away as she continued to eat slowly, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around her. However, she soon claimed to be full, wearing a satisfied smile. At that moment, Fu Chen unhesitatingly took her bowl and began to eat her leftover noodles, completely unconcerned with the gazes of others. His actions were casual and effortless, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. Xu Xi retrieved her phone, and Sumumu sent a message, "Please thank Fudigo for me. From now on, I shall be his most loyal follower," accompanied by a meme of someone clinging onto someone else's leg. Xu Xi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Fu Chen stole a glance at her phone and smiled. Xu Xi replied, "You certainly weren't acting like this a couple of days ago." Sumumu responded, "That was just our first meeting. I hadn't been dazzled by his wealth yet, but now I'm thoroughly captivated. It can't be helped. In the future, please have Fudigo transfer money directly without needing to recharge." Xu Xi laughed and replied, "You have quite the imagination. I wonder what kind of person will be able to tame you in the future." Sumumu sent a laughing emoji and added, "Of course, it will be a handsome and charming little doctor. Oh wait, my good news, I won't chat with you any longer. I'm off to flirt with the little doctor." Xu Xi muttered, "What a guy who easily sways for appearances." Hearing this, Fu Chen chuckled and asked, "Are you full?" Xu Xi replied, "I'm already full. Shall we go?" The two stood up and left the noodle shop together. Fu Chen suggested taking a stroll, as he was full and didn't want to be teased about his age again. Xu Xi pedaled the electric bike with her feet instead, aligning her pace with Fu Chen's. As they walked and chatted, Fu Chen suddenly asked Xu Xi, "Do you think I'm old?" Xu Xi sincerely replied, "Not at all. You actually have a charming demeanor. There is a phrase, 'a gentle breeze after a clear moon,' that suits you perfectly." Hearing such praise from Xu Xi brought a wave of joy to Fu Chen's heart. Seizing the moment, he asked, "So, when do you plan on publicly acknowledging our relationship?" Xu Xi was taken aback by Fu Chen's sudden question, pondering to herself that it was clearly a demand for a definition of their relationship. This inquiry was one she had never contemplated, for she was acutely aware that once made public, not only would her colleagues, but even their superiors, might outwardly express reservations about Fu Chen, while privately engaging in rampant speculation. At that moment, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention, bearing the weight of immense public scrutiny. Thus, Xu Xi could not help but retort, "My dear, have you ever heard the phrase 'the fear of public opinion'? I wish for everything to unfold naturally." Fu Chen instantly grasped Xu Xi's concerns. After all, having spent considerable time together, he well understood her trepidation and disdain for the intricacies of social relationships, and her reluctance to become ensnared within them. Faced with Xu Xi's steadfastness, Fu Chen sighed resignedly, accepting reality, and remarked, "Very well, let it develop naturally then." As they strolled along, they found themselves before a flower shop. The storefront was adorned with a warm and elegant decor, enticing passers-by to pause and admire. Xu Xi halted her vehicle and entered the shop, where she was greeted by a delightful fragrance of blossoms. Inside, an array of fresh flowers was artfully arranged, featuring resplendent roses, delicate lilies, and the noble yet enigmatic tulips, among others. As Xu Xi meandered through the blooms, she seemed to be in search of something. Ultimately, she selected several heavy-petaled lily buds, enamored by their pristine white hues, symbolizing purity. Meanwhile, Fu Chen stood quietly by, watching her with eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. He was well aware of Xu Xi's fondness for flowers and cherished witnessing her selection process. After completing the purchase, Xu Xi exited the flower shop, her face aglow with joy as she approached Fu Chen, presenting him with the flowers. "Do you like the ones I chose?" Fu Chen accepted the bouquet, inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted toward him. With a smile, he replied, "I adore everything you select." As he drew Xu Xi into his embrace, he softly whispered in her ear, "At all times, regardless of what others may say, my only wish is for your happiness." Xu Xi felt a warmth envelop her heart upon hearing these words. She held Fu Chen tightly, as if to freeze this moment of bliss in time. Hand in hand, they left the flower shop. Continuing to revel in their romantic interlude, Xu Xi rode her electric scooter through the city's streets with Fu Chen nestled behind her, a gentle breeze caressing their faces. Fu Chen held Xu Xi's waist firmly,